Introduction asterisk. By a twist of fate, Lin Fan found himself in a wholly new world. He encountered a golden knight, bereft of self-awareness, wielding a golden halberd, a black dragon, exhaling flames, a mindless, almost mad undead, and a colossal golden tree, radiating brilliant light and dominating half the sky. With a mindset of taking each step as it came, Lin Fan embarked on his own journey. After countless cycles of death and rebirth, he uncovered the existence of the Great Rune within him, a reservoir of formidable power capable of consuming all. Figures from the original narrative emerged before him. King Great, the humble Burke, the sorceress Celine, the wandering merchant Kali, the battle-hardened instructor Bernard, the true warrior Alexander, the enigmatic witch Ronnie, the wooden Melina, and the proud dragon Aegis, among many others. As Lin Fan absorbed their stories, he endeavored to save each character he had once cherished. Initially indifferent to the title of Elden King, under the expectations of friends, family, mentors, and foes alike, he gradually ascended towards the throne that was destined for a king. This is a tale of a young man shedding his naivety, growing powerful and ruthless, ultimately transforming into a true emperor. I am the very order of this world. Volume 1, The Path to Empire. Chapter 1, The Confusion of Transmigration. Fallen leaves carry tidings. The fated one has become the Elden King. Lin Fan gazed at the computer screen, watching his character ascend to the throne. He stretched and moved his limbs. This was the latest game, titled Elden Ring, which had taken the world by storm upon release, prompting countless players to eagerly empty their wallets. Lin Fan, a sophomore student, was among them. As a veteran player of the Souls series, he had been confined to his home due to the pandemic. Upon hearing the announcement of Elden Ring, he immediately consulted his bank card sister, input his password, and purchased the game, commencing his journey through the Elden Ring as soon as the installation was complete. Within just 3 hours, Lin Fan felt both his mind and body were being relentlessly tortured. After numerous deaths and over 2 weeks of struggle, he finally completed a portion of the side quests and claimed the title of Elden King that very night. Stretching once more, he glanced at his phone screen, which read 4:50, then shut down his computer and lethargically collapsed on his bed, slowly closing his eyes. What if I were to transmigrate to the lands between? Imagine, with a mere chime, Ronnie in one hand and Melina in the other, crowned and seated upon the throne, surrounded by 3,000 beauties. The full moon queen would be splendid too. Lin Fan mused as he drifted into slumber. Outside, a shooting star streaked across the sky. The flame shall extinguish, yet the king's shadow remains unseen. Even now, the world languishes, awaiting the emergence of the Elden King. Oh, Lord of Ashes, can you still hear my voice? After what felt like an eternity, Lin Fan gradually opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being a statue of a goddess. Where am I? Is this a dream? He shook his head, sitting up to survey his surroundings. A dilapidated chair, a corner draped in cobwebs, a crumbling roof, and the enigmatic statue of the goddess. Feeling the control over this body, he clenched his fist, and, as if making an important decision, he bit down hard, delivering a fierce punch to his own thigh. Ouch! What the? I think my leg is broken. In the ruined hall, a man, fully exposed, trembled while clutching his right leg. His expression was one of sheer agony, veins bulging, tears streaming from the corners of his tightly shut eyes. After a lengthy pause, Lin Fan regained his composure, slowly rising to survey this hauntingly familiar place. Thinking that since he had transmigrated, he should check his stats, he pondered how to access the stats panel. I don't even have a controller. Where do I press to bring up the panel? This isn't like the novels I've read. Others start with divine gear and effortlessly access their inventories. I'm left with naught but a rag. Where's my cheat? At least let me hear a chime. Is anyone there? Lin Fan called out, but no one answered. Only the sound of the wind met his ears. Fine, it seems there are no cheats. I'll take it step by step. He glanced around, picking up a massive wooden stick from where he had been lying. If this is indeed the hall where the game begins, then. Lin Fan turned towards the exit. Sure enough, he spotted a figure lying against the wall not far away. A pale-faced witch, drenched in blood, slumped against the wall. Even if the guidance has long since shattered, please ascend as the Elden King. A line of blood-written words caught Lin Fan's eye, and in that moment, his heart felt pierced, tears welling unexpectedly in his eyes. He could not fathom the source of his sorrow. This sudden sense of immersion felt as though he had truly lost someone significant in his life. After a moment of silence, Lin Fan exited the chapel, stepping onto the open grass beside it. He set down his stick and, using a sharp stone he found nearby, dug a grave in the shape of a person, placing the now cold body of the witch within. He gently covered her and placed a few wildflowers upon her grave. "Rest in peace. I shall become the Elden King," he vowed, picking up his trusty large stick and, summoning his courage, set forth along the path etched in his memory. As Lin Fan passed through the stone door, the initial small boss, the amputee noble, descended from above, crashing right in front of him. "Fated one, die." No sooner had the words left his lips than the grotesque figure twisted its hideous body, brandishing multiple weapons and charging at Lin Fan. At that moment, the courage he had mustered dissipated, leaving him standing dumbfounded as the noble advanced. 3 seconds later, Lin Fan turned and fled. "Damn it, that amputee is terrifying. Mom, help me," he shouted as he ran, only to find both paths blocked by an unknown yellow mist, leaving him with no escape. The amputee noble executed a graceful turn in midair, hurling a spear that pierced Lin Fan's body. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him. It was the first time in his life he felt the proximity of death. "You wait for me." To revive, pinned against the wall by the spear, Lin Fan flailed helplessly, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness. "Oh, Lord of Ashes, can you still hear my voice?" "Lord of Ashes? Firekeeper. My Lord of Ashes, I have come to bring you a cheat." Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. The amputee noble had vanished, and he found himself in a peculiar space, with someone kneeling beside him. A breathtaking visage, eyes concealed by a crown, and flowing silver hair. Lin Fan slowly sat up. Just as he was about to speak, the woman before him removed the crown that covered her eyes, revealing her tightly shut eyelids, and then placed the crown upon Lin Fan's head. In an instant, the scene before Lin Fan transformed. A knight, radiating brilliance, pushed open a closed stone door, wielding a sword and shield, and approached him, beseeching him to convert the soul he had brought into his power. The knight occasionally donned different armors, performing various whimsical antics before Lin Fan, even stealing glances from different angles. As the vision shifted, the knight ignited himself, the light emanating from him becoming exceptionally brilliant. It felt as though a chain within Lin Fan's heart had been shattered by this radiance. As he reached out to touch the knight, a flash of white light enveloped him. When Lin Fan regained his senses, the woman had removed the crown from his head. "Lord Ash, do you remember me?" she inquired, grasping Lin Fan's hand. "I have never forgotten you, the one who has accompanied me through countless days and nights. How could I forget?" Lin Fan recalled the game Dark Souls 3, which he had uninstalled before his transmigration. He realized that, consumed by Elden Ring, he had indeed forgotten this game and the Firekeeper who had always awaited him. "Lord Ash, your words bring me great honor." The Firekeeper smiled faintly, appearing genuinely pleased. "Please, do not call me Lord Ash. It feels rather strange. Call me Lin Fan instead." Lin Fan felt it was odd for someone of his stature as a modern university student to be addressed as such. "Very well, Lord Lin Fan. Is there something you wish to say, Lord Lin Fan?" The Firekeeper observed Lin Fan's hesitance and inquired. Nothing at all. Where exactly are we?" Lin Fan diverted the topic, surveying the boundless white desert around them. "I am uncertain, but I sense an immensely powerful force over there," she replied, rising and pointing her right hand behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurriedly stood and turned to look in the direction she indicated, only to see a faint red dot. As he gazed, he noticed something amiss. "Dear, do you see that red dot? Is it getting closer to us? Are you implying that you wish for me to be your wife?" "And no, that is." Lin Fan turned abruptly to find the Firekeeper, her head bowed, clutching the hem of her dress. Words caught in his throat. While playing Dark Souls 3, it was common knowledge that the Firekeeper was regarded as the protagonist's beloved. He had often referred to her as such in discussions on forums. Who would have thought that in this transmigrated state, the term would slip out so effortlessly? Moreover, he had intended to discuss the red dot. Suddenly recalling the peculiar red, he turned his head again, only to be struck by a beam of red light, and he collapsed. "Do not worry, Tourette, there is still hope. I have finally found it. This person will undoubtedly pursue the Elden Ring, even if it means forsaking the Golden Law." Lin Fan awakened once more from unconsciousness. The sensation of repeatedly dying and reviving was exhausting. Gradually, he stood up and looked around, yet he found no sign of the Firekeeper. He hastened outside, eager to locate her, wondering where she had been taken by the red light. Soon, Lin Fan spotted a grace and attempted to place his hand upon it. As soon as he did, It radiated a brilliant glow. At that moment, a voice echoed within Lin Fan's heart. Destined king, accept the power that belongs to you. In an instant, he was enveloped entirely in red light, which fortified his body and swiftly permeated his skin. Lin Fan felt his soul detach from his body, a sharp pain coursing through him. This sensation persisted for approximately 10 minutes until the red light dissipated, leaving Lin Fan gasping on the ground. He mentally willed for a status panel, but nothing materialized. However, the wooden stick beside him vanished upon contact. Seeing this, Lin Fan attempted to summon the wooden stick again with his mind, and in an instant, it reappeared in his hand. Something is amiss. I distinctly felt a transformation within my body. Why, after such pain, do I only possess a space backpack? Lin Fan tried various stances in place, but ultimately discovered no new abilities. Resigned, he sat beside the grace and reached out to touch it once more. This time, no red light appeared. Instead, a map materialized before his eyes, marked with a single bright point. Recognizing the map as one from the game, he understood it indicated a teleportation point, though he had only illuminated one grace thus far. He withdrew his hand from the grace, stowed his wooden stick, and continued his journey outward. Pushing open the door, a colossal golden tree, towering into the clouds and dominating half the sky, came into view. This sight far surpassed the golden tree in the game. Just as Lin Fan stood in awe, a figure wearing a white mask approached him. "Oh, you're the Tarnished, are you not? You have come here, yearning for the Elden Ring. I know everything. Alas, it is lamentable. You are without a witch by your side, destined to perish namelessly, even in death, exposed, with only a scrap of cloth for modesty." Vandrii observed Lin Fan's dazed expression as he gazed skyward. "I can offer you hope. My name is Vandrii. You must journey to Stormvale Castle. There resides an ancient demigod who can restore Godrick." Vandrii continued to prattle on, entirely oblivious to the fact that a robust wooden stick had appeared in Lin Fan's right hand, which he had placed behind his back. "I understand, esteemed Vandrii. The Godrick you speak of, is it the one standing behind you?" Lin Fan bowed respectfully. "Impossible." Vandrii turned around abruptly, only to find nothing there. Tarnished. As Vandrii began to question Lin Fan, a massive wooden stick swung towards him. Chapter 2. Kali, a day I cannot forget. What a fine individual, yet how does he speak so carelessly? Speak, where's the Blood Knight medallion hidden? As Lin Fan rummaged through the fallen Vandrii's belongings, he muttered to himself. If memory served correctly, this fellow was a devoted follower of the Blood King Morgott. Completing the side quest in the game yielded a Blood Knight medallion, which would grant access to the Morgott dynasty and initiate a battle against the boss, Morgott, the progeny of the first Elden Lord Godfrey. You despicable Tarnished. I cannot believe. I was ambushed by a defective being. Cough. Lying on the ground, Fan lay coughed up blood, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Lin Fan. Though masked, his fury was unmistakable, and he gritted his teeth, cursing vehemently. I keep cursing. In an instant, Lin Fan seized a wooden stick and struck Fan Lei repeatedly with a flurry of blows, until at last, Fan Lei breathed his last. In the past, Lin Fan could never have imagined taking a life, but now, as he reflected on the deed, he found himself oddly unaffected by the sight of the corpse. As he prepared to continue his search, suddenly, Fan Lei's rune emerged from the lifeless body and entered Lin Fan's. Upon the rune's entry, a latent power within Lin Fan stirred, awakening a sensation that confirmed he possessed an untapped strength. So, I truly have a hidden ability, but it seems it requires the rune to activate, though it felt fleeting and then vanished. Pondering this, Lin Fan resumed his search, ultimately discovering a medal nestled within Fan Lei's chest. He also collected Fan Lei's bouquet, stowing it in his backpack. Lord Lin Fan, are you injured? A gentle voice called from behind him. Huh? No. Fire Prevention Maiden. Lin Fan whirled around to see the Fire Prevention Maiden nearby and rushed over to embrace her. I thought you left me, he murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Fan Lei, scoundrel, you fear nothing but your own selfishness, taking advantage of the situation. That won't happen, Lord Lin Fan. Are you hurt? I sense a faint scent of blood on you. The Fire Prevention Maiden tenderly stroked Lin Fan's back and inquired once more. I'm fine. I encountered someone with ill intentions, but I swiftly dealt with him. It was this man in the white mask. Let me tell you, he was indeed formidable, on par with the heroic Gouda, yet I subdued him with ease. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan stepped away from the fire prevention maiden's embrace and approached Fan Lei's corpse, oblivious to whether she could see him. He pointed at the lifeless body, recounting his bravery with grand gestures, though the credibility of his tale was questionable. Would you believe a cow could fly? An adversary comparable to Lord Gouda. While I cannot see it, facing such a powerful foe must have left you with numerous wounds. Why do you lie to me? The fire prevention maiden appeared convinced that Lin Fan was misrepresenting the situation, her holy demeanor slightly perturbed as she bit her lip. Her arms, which had been crossed before her, transformed into clenched fists, revealing her indignation. Huh, I'm not lying. I truly am uninjured, Lin Fan replied, perplexed by her accusation. Doubting his words, the fire prevention maiden raised her head and slowly approached him. What are you doing? I swear I'm not lying. Just as Lin Fan braced for her reprimand, the fire prevention maiden placed her hands on his chest. She began to caress upward, eventually resting on his face, seemingly verifying whether he bore any injuries. Her icy hands sent a flush of warmth across Lin Fan's cheeks, and at that moment, he found himself pondering names for their future children. After confirming that no wounds were present, the fire prevention maiden withdrew her hands. Indeed, you were truthful. But if you were unscathed against an opponent as formidable as Lord Gouda, then what about the earlier incident? She recalled Lin Fan's earlier plight, pursued by the dismembered noble. It was the first time she had witnessed him in such a vulnerable state, causing the corners of her mouth to lift ever so slightly. That was because I had just arrived in this world. My body was still adjusting. Moreover, upon seeing that individual's disfigurement, I hesitated. Who would have known he would repay kindness with treachery? Given the chance, he is now beyond saving. Lin Fan averted his gaze, refusing to meet her eyes. So that is how it was. Your kindness remains unwavering. The fire prevention maiden looked up at Lin Fan, her sweet smile illuminating her face. My earlier term of endearment. I didn't know your name at the time, so I just said it. Lin Fan stumbled over his words, usually so eloquent when advising others on matters of the heart, yet finding himself flustered when in a similar predicament. I have no name. My name depends on you, so if you, Lord Lin Fan, wish to call me wife, that is perfectly acceptable. Feeling Lin Fan's awkwardness, the fire prevention maiden said softly, What do you think of the name, Leah? I quite like it. Thank you, Lord Lin Fan. The pure and unblemished goddess stood gracefully before the bashful youth, offering him a gentle smile. The young man, captivated by her beauty, stood there, utterly spellbound. Golden leaves danced in the air, an array of sunlight enveloped them both. An exquisite tableau, contingent upon the young man donning his attire and relinquishing the hefty wooden stick in his grasp. Lord Lin Fan, why are we crouching? At that moment, Lin Fan held the wooden stick in his left hand and clasped Leah's hand with his right, both of them stealthily hiding in the grass. Shoo, keep your voice down. There's a formidable foe over there. Oh, okay, Lord Lin Fan. In a whisper, Lin Fan dared not provoke that imposing figure. During the game's release, countless players had learned a harsh lesson from his mighty halberd. From Lin Fan's current perspective, the sense of pressure was far more intense than in the game. With his current strength, the Guardian would dispatch him before he even had a chance to break a sweat. Is that individual over there powerful, Lord Lin Fan? Leah inquired with curiosity. He's decent. He possesses some strength, but not much. Lin Fan spoke defiantly while remaining focused on his approach to the Alay Cathedral. There were other matters to consider, but first, he needed to catch a glimpse of Melina, secure his steed, and perhaps devise a strategy regarding her, given that this was now a tangible world. Lord Lin Fan. Lord Lin Fan. Growing louder. What is it, Leah? Didn't I say to keep it quiet? I'm sorry, internally. You were the one who couldn't hear me, but I think I feel the ground trembling. Huh? Is that so? Oh no. As Lin Fan turned his head, he beheld a golden-armored knight, brandishing a golden halberd. From a nearby elevation, the knight leaped from his mount, charging toward Lin Fan with the halberd raised. Quickly run. Lin Fan grabbed Leah's hand and sprang to his feet, sprinting toward the Alay Cathedral. In the game, entering the cathedral granted a blessing that could reset enmity. Lin Fan was uncertain if the same held true now, but he had no choice but to act as if it would. After a few strides, he realized Leah was lagging behind, so he scooped her up and continued to run with all his might. Lin Fan held Leah in his arms, her small face flushed, lost in her thoughts, while Lin Fan felt that the places he could easily reach in the game now seemed so distant. How could two legs outrun four? His guardian brother swung a golden halberd towards him, and instinctively, Lin Fan crouched down, narrowly avoiding the strike as the halberd grazed over his head. He quickly leaped onto the half-ruined stone wall, entering the Alay church, where he spotted his beacon of hope in the distance, an enchanting point of blessing radiating golden light. However, before Lin Fan could sprint towards it with Leah in his arms, the tree guardian followed closely behind, smashing the stone wall of Alay church to rubble with a single thrust of his halberd, then charging into the church. This tree guardian is breaking all conventions. Lin Fan silently lamented, reluctantly abandoning the blessing and continuing to flee towards the broken wall at the rear of Alay church, clutching Leah tightly. As he planned to escape through the shattered wall, he caught sight of a wandering merchant named Kali, who was roasting something over a fire up ahead. "Kali, run!" Lin Fan shouted as he dashed forward. Kali had resided here for quite some time, as fated ones would periodically come and trade items with him using runes. Today, he had finally managed to catch a rabbit and was roasting its legs, eagerly anticipating the delectable aroma of his hard-earned meal. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he was met with the sight of a colossal golden knight, towering nearly 4 meters tall, charging towards him with a golden halberd raised high. In an instant, Kali leaped onto his small donkey, the whip in his hand cracking down with determination. At that moment, Kali's donkey felt as if it had transcended its limits, a certain restraint seemingly lifted in an instant. With a resounding bray, the donkey surged forward, its speed akin to that of a high-speed train, vanishing without a trace. Even the tree guardian, wielding the halberd, momentarily paused in bewilderment upon witnessing the donkey's astonishing speed. Regaining his composure, Lin Fan, still cradling Leah, leaped onto the broken wall just as the tree guardian's halberd descended. In the very moment the halberd was about to strike the wall, Lin Fan jumped out, and just as he was about to be engulfed by the debris, a horned beast appeared beneath his feet. Chapter 3. My lord. Like a fish in water, the sudden appearance of Torrit rescued Lin Fan from peril. Just as Lin Fan hesitated about whether to return to the Alay church, Kal, leading a small donkey, returned. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he jumped up and down, pointing accusingly at Lin Fan's nose, berating him in a dialect filled with words Lin Fan could not comprehend. However, judging by Kal's gestures, Lin Fan suspected that his family had been subjected to this fellow's tirade. As Lin Fan gazed at Kal, still chattering away, and the large bundle of supplies on the small donkey behind him, a clever plan began to form in his mind. He promptly dismounted and approached Kal with sincere apologies, fervently explaining everything that had transpired. After an earnest exchange of truths, Lin Fan deftly shifted the blame onto the tyrant, Grek, residing in the distant city of Stonevale. Indeed, a tyrant, utterly detestable. Listening intently to Lin Fan's account, Kal, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "Such tyrants must be eradicated. To be honest, brother Kal, in a few days I shall embark on a campaign against that tyrant. I wonder if you might graciously provide me with some supplies and equipment free of charge. Once I have vanquished that tyrant, your generous act will surely echo throughout the continent, and you shall undoubtedly become a celebrated figure among your kin." Lin Fan's rhetoric was impassioned as he clasped Kal's hands. At this moment, the atmosphere reached its zenith. Even the perplexed Leah raised her fist in solidarity. Can I possibly refuse? Kal's heart fluttered with excitement, yet a lingering thread of reason cautioned him that sustenance was more vital than fame. Why? Such a monumental endeavor cannot be declined. Brother Kal, you are being foolish. A true man, amidst heaven and earth, should wield a sword of 3 feet and achieve unparalleled accomplishments. To make a name across the continent and bring glory to our ancestors is at hand. When I become the lord of the city, I shall ensure your clan will no longer wander, nor will you endure hardship. You will be the heroic chieftain of the wandering clan. Who else will seize this opportunity if not you? If you do not act, who will? The pinnacle of intimidation lies in persuading oneself. At that moment, Lin Fan was enveloped in such a state. He grasped Kal's hands, their gazes locked. One gradually convinced of his destined fame, while the other felt he was already a lord of a city. Leah, still bewildered, nodded along. The moment of our clan's rise and renown is within reach. I must consider whether this is my sole opportunity in life. Henceforth, whenever you require, I shall generously provide all that our wandering clan can offer. Kal's previously low voice now rose to a fervent pitch, his face flushed with enthusiasm. He felt an extraordinary brightness ahead for his wandering clan. Upon hearing Kal's first words, Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, he even questioned if Kal was not a fellow traveler from another world. Brother, are you certain your name is not Sushio? Excellent. My dear brother Kal, akin to Liu Bei encountering Zhuge Liang. Brother, who are these figures, Gaozu and Xiaohe? Brother Call, the night is drawing near. Let us kindle a fire beneath that great stone. Later, I shall elucidate everything for you. Lin Fan placed his right hand on Call's shoulder, gesturing with his left. Call beamed with delight, and the two walked toward the great stone like true brothers. Leah stood still, sensing the two moving farther away, occasionally hearing Call's voice. Brother, is that Zhuge Liang a type of flying dragon from Famuzila? As night descended, the three of them and the donkey gathered around the fire for warmth. After an in-depth exchange with Lin Fan, Call was filled with aspirations for his future, and eventually leaned against his small donkey and drifted into slumber. Lin Fan gazed at the night sky and the sleeping Leah beside him, lost in contemplation. He had stumbled through time and space, having even taken a life. Here, there were no health bars, no mechanical responses. Each person lived authentically on this fractured continent, reflecting on the deceased witch's dying words. Lin Fan fell into self-doubt. With my meager strength, can I truly become a king? Gradually, Lin Fan too leaned against the stone wall and fell into a deep sleep. The quiet night punctuated only by the crackling of the firewood. Meanwhile, the previously departed turret was now approaching Lin Fan's camp with a figure clad in black night attire. Hearing the resounding noises surrounding him, Lin Fan hastily opened his eyes, and the sight before him left him utterly astonished. A colossal, furnace-like structure stood nearby, emblazoned with a vast sun symbol. As a series of thunderous roars echoed, the light within the furnace grew increasingly radiant. The world before Lin Fan seemed to accelerate, and in the blink of an eye, he witnessed beings emerging from the furnace. These beings began to evolve, gradually transforming into robust orcs, towering giants, four-legged, four-winged dragons, and naked humans, as Lin Fan observed like a deity witnessing this spectacle. The scene shifted, and 5 enormous fingers imparted wisdom to the orcs, bestowing them with intelligence. The dragons, possessing immense power, commanded storms and thunder. Under the guidance and support of the 5 fingers, the dragons quickly became the rulers of this continent, and among humanity, heroic figures emerged, further strengthening their race. As time flowed on, a golden seed fell into the furnace, and a celestial beast appeared beside it, guarding the furnace. The seed swiftly took root and sprouted into a magnificent golden tree. After an indeterminate time, a colossal meteor plummeted from the sky, shattering a portion of the continent. The immense energy also reached the golden tree, causing its branches and leaves to scatter across the continent, taking root in various locales. The images before Lin Fan shifted rapidly, like a revolving lantern, ultimately coming to rest upon a golden-haired woman. She raised the stone hammer and struck down with great force, causing the golden ring beneath her to shatter instantly, freezing the scene in time. Before Lin Fan, a colossal sword monument emerged, inscribed with the words, "When order is lost and yin and yang are inverted, the emperor shall appear to suppress all deities, and the continent shall regain its former vitality." Lin Fan reached out, eager to touch the sword monument, only to realize something was amiss. Why was this seemingly stone monument so soft? Just as he contemplated delving deeper, a crisp sound echoed, slap. Lin Fan immediately opened his eyes, and his gaze fell upon Leah, who was beside him, covering her mouth in surprise, along with a stranger whose brow was furrowed, her face slightly flushed. His eyes dropped to the woman's chest, where his right hand lingered. Chapter 4. My mentor, wife. Melina. After a moment of awkwardness, Leah comforted the irate Melina, continuously explaining that Lin Fan was not that kind of person. Unable to interject, Lin Fan sought out Kali, who was outside feeding a small donkey. Kali provided Lin Fan with a set of light knight armor, a knight's sword, and a red round shield. Although the equipment was not of the highest quality, it was, nonetheless, the best he could obtain for free at that moment. Clad in light armor, Lin Fan swung the knight's sword repeatedly on the grass, reminiscing about the various television dramas he had watched in his past life, while mimicking sound effects with his voice, crack, swoosh, hi. Meanwhile, Leah had successfully calmed Melina. Lord Lin Fan is a mature man. Such things are certainly not intentional. Following their exchange, Melina and Leah had evidently become good friends. As they walked side by side from beneath the giant stone, Melina, considering that Leah could not see, took the initiative to link arms with her. It was then that Melina spotted Lin Fan, clad in knight armor, bouncing around with an ordinary sword, making the scene difficult to evaluate. "Miss Melina, are you feeling unwell?" Leah sensed Melina tremble slightly and thought it was due to her discomfort. "And no, I'm fine." Melina fell into a moment of self-doubt, questioning if this person could genuinely lead her to the golden tree. At that moment, Lin Fan also noticed the two not far away, halted his actions, and hurried over. My lady, my actions this morning were purely unintentional. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Though Lin Fan recognized Melina, he feigned ignorance of her identity to avoid complications and, emulating the knights of medieval Europe, offered a bow. I do not mind the matter. Your maid has already provided an explanation, although I am puzzled as to why a fated one would have a maid. Lin Fan glanced at Leah, who was smiling gently, and could not help but reminisce about the Firekeeper from Dark Souls 3. Now, I would like to formally discuss a matter with you, traveler from the mists. My name is Melina. I know you have lost your witch, and I can become your witch, transforming runes into your power. All you need to do is take me to the golden tree. Will you? From the moment Lin Fan first met Melina, he had pondered when she would utter such words, for this would allow him to effortlessly acquire her skills. I am willing, but due to the lingering injuries from my previous battle, my strength has diminished significantly. I hope to take you as my mentor to learn some combat techniques to restore my former power more swiftly. Ah, I see. Very well. If you can learn, it will be beneficial for both of us. After a moment of contemplation, Melina agreed, recognizing that if his strength could be restored with her assistance, it would greatly aid her journey to the golden tree. Lin Fan had successfully achieved his goal. Whether he could learn was inconsequential, as there was at least something to learn. I'll go hunt a sheep, and then we can have Kali roasted for dinner. Lin Fan said with a beaming smile toward Melina. The scene shifted, and Lin Fan gripped the long sword tightly, preparing to strike the sheep before him. To his delight, the sheep appeared rather dull, not fleeing at the sight of him. With a determined swing, he brought down his sword, only to find he had missed entirely. The sheep somersaulted forward, rolling past him like a wheel. Don't run, Lin Fan shouted, swinging his sword again and again, but every strike was deftly evaded by the sheep. No matter how he pursued, Lin Fan could not catch up to the creature. Just as his stamina began to wane, he spotted his savior, a horned bull horse standing ahead. Not a bull, but a horse. Block it. Kick it. Torrit leapt forward, using the momentum to propel himself into the air. He then descended, delivering a powerful kick that knocked the sheep down right in front of Lin Fan. Realizing the opportunity, Lin Fan swung his sword down upon the sheep's neck. With a decisive stroke, blood sprayed forth, splattering across Lin Fan's face. Phew! He exhaled, hoisting the lifeless sheep and making his way back to the giant stone. Little sheep, I concede you have some skill, but alas, my technique is superior. Haha. For the first time in this world, relying solely on his own strength, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable joy in slaying a sheep in plain sight. Torrit, you're insane. After handing the sheep over to Kali, Lin Fan was called aside by Melina to an open area. He knew that whether he could learn anything depended on this moment. Use your sword and attack me in your own way. Can't we use a wooden sword or something? No need, just come at me. Initially worried about hurting Melina, Lin Fan charged toward her, only to realize he was merely a fool. Melina ducked effortlessly beneath his strike, responding with a punch to Lin Fan's abdomen. At the moment Lin Fan instinctively clutched his stomach in pain, Melina swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. As Lin Fan struggled to his feet, still holding his abdomen, Melina quickly approached him. Lin Fan braced himself for another punch, but to his surprise, Melina produced 2 vials from her attire, one red and one blue. These were Holy Grail vials. The red one was intended for healing wounds, while the blue one served to restore mental strength. Noticing Lin Fan's bewilderment, Melina elaborated further. Many mages and devotees expend considerable mental energy when casting spells or invoking prayers. Once their mental reserves are depleted, they can either rest or utilize special talismans for replenishment, or resort to the Holy Grail vials. Otherwise, they would be unable to wield magic or faith any longer. Melina regarded Lin Fan as a fraud. Having observed his clumsy attacks that seemed characteristic of a novice wielding a weapon for the first time, Lin Fan accepted the Holy Grail vial from Melina, took a sip of the red potion, and felt his pain dissipate instantly. He then stowed the vial in his backpack, grasped his longsword, and prepared to continue his training. Melina watched in astonishment as Lin Fan made the vial vanish into thin air. She understood that everyone harbors their own secrets, and perhaps this was the reason why he, the sole fated one, could perceive the blessings. As they practiced, they lost track of time. Lin Fan progressed from being easily knocked down to enduring several exchanges before succumbing. His rapid improvement even astonished Melina. Lin Fan, my friend. And you, fair lady, I've grilled some lamb skewers. Would you care to join me? Kali called out from a distance, observing the two engaged in their sparring. Lin Fan and Melina exchanged a smile, concluding their training and making their way to the campsite beneath the boulders. Through hours of practice, their perceptions of one another began to shift. Lin Fan no longer saw Melina as the wooden character from the original game. She exhibited a range of subtle emotions. For instance, during training, she had several times struck him with full force, leading him to suspect that she still harbored resentment over the morning's events. Conversely, Melina's view of Lin Fan transformed. She recognized him as a gifted individual who displayed immense dedication. Recalling the words of a certain maid named Leah, she deemed this fated one to possess maturity beyond his years. Spotting Leah waiting ahead, Lin Fan joyfully rushed toward her with outstretched arms. "Leah, I'm so exhausted from training today. Could you grant me a hug?" he exclaimed. "But, my lord Lin Fan, you are already embracing me," Leah replied, unfazed by the dust on his clothes, gently patting his back with a smile. Witnessing this exchange, Melina's freshly altered impression of Lin Fan was once again overshadowed. She now viewed him as nothing more than a shameless lecher, and she had already devised her training plan for the days ahead. Chapter 5. Lin Fan. Thank you for your esteem. At the end of each day, Lin Fan would etch a line on the wall beneath the boulder with his sword. Today marked the 7th day since his arrival in this world. During these 7 days, he had spent 6 of them learning combat from Melina, and he was astonished by his own innate talent. Now, Melina found herself compelled to employ faith attacks to best Lin Fan. Lin Fan's curiosity began to gravitate towards Melina's faith attacks, and he yearned to learn how to effortlessly unleash golden, slashing waves. Meanwhile, Kali, who diligently grilled lamb skewers each day, had learned numerous new recipes from Lin Fan. Dishes such as lamb and radish soup and hand-pulled lamb opened a new culinary world for Kali. Immersed in the study of gastronomy, concerns about the growth of their races paled in comparison to the art of lamb preparation. Through daily conversations with Melina, Leah gained insight into various aspects of this world. As Melina sought to guide Leah in the faith of the Golden Tree to teach her some protective prayers, Leah astonishingly discovered her own prayers. Currently, Leah could invoke 3 types of prayers. The first, sunlight healing, formed a large magic circle beneath her feet to heal those within its bounds. The second prayer created a formidable circular golden shield around her, which Melina tested with her own golden tree slashes, only to find the shield unscathed. The third prayer resembled a purification spell. Once, Lin Fan accidentally ignited Tourette, who was sleeping nearby, and Leah waved her hand to extinguish the flames. Among these, only the first prayer's name received unanimous approval. Lin Fan attempted to name the latter 2 as Great Round Shield and Great Purification, but Melina promptly voted against the proposal. What astonished Lin Fan most was that Leah's prayers required no mental energy. On one occasion, he sought to test her limits, and Leah maintained the shield around herself for an entire day until she chose to retract it. According to Melina, Leah's heart was profoundly pure. What she believed in became even more potent due to her faith. "Miss Melina, might you teach me that golden slash? I am but an unworthy individual, yet I possess a fervent spirit. Once I master the slash and seize control of Eastwind City, you shall be known as the esteemed mentor of the city's lord, and your renown will spread across the continent." Lin Fan maintained a gentlemanly facade, his charming appearance and golden short hair lending confidence to his claim. Believing no girl could resist his request. Not a chance. A person devoid of faith, like you, would only waste time in learning. Melina, having spent these days with Lin Fan, fully grasped the meaning of having thick skin. After daily training, Lin Fan would always use the excuse of exhaustion to embrace Leah. A person with such behavior could hardly possess faith. Initially, Melina approached Leah, informing her that Lin Fan was deliberately taking advantage of her and advised her to cease giving him chances. Consequently, Leah simply replied, "Indeed, Lord Lin Fan can be quite the opportunist at times." This matter faded into obscurity. Lin Fan then persistently requested her to teach him how to pray, leading to frequent banter between the two. Over time, even Melina herself failed to realize that, due to Lin Fan's intrusion, her inner self was no longer solely occupied by the mission left by her mother. How can one know without being taught? Besides, you mentioned my exceptional talent. What if I actually learn? All right, I shall teach you. If you fail to learn, you are prohibited from taking advantage of Leah again after today's training. Very well. It is a promise. At worst, I shall embrace Leah again tomorrow. Haha. Of course, Lin Fan dared not voice the latter statement. Prayer is an act of faith, a connection established through belief in a deity or something extraordinary, which leads to the realization of special abilities. Teacher Melina, may I place my faith in you? What nonsense. Absolutely not. If you interrupt me again, I shall cease teaching you. Melina gazed at Lin Fan, who sat there grinning mischievously, knowing she had once again fallen victim to his antics. Were it not for the absence of blessings around, she would have relished imparting a lesson on the consequences of death to him. My faith lies in the ancient golden tree. and the golden strikes I unleash are a form of prayer. Imagine yourself within the golden tree. Envision its magnificent power resonating throughout the world, in your heart. The golden tree must be the strongest, thus solidifying your faith and amplifying the potency of your prayers. Melina spoke intermittently for over half an hour, recounting the origins of the golden tree. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, sitting there, had engaged in several rounds of chess with the King of Dreams. Calm down. You are here to assist him, and in doing so, you can fulfill your mission. Remain composed. Melina attempted to steady her emotions as she observed Lin Fan, who had succumbed to slumber. Just as she had managed to regain her composure, Lin Fan began to snore. Damn it! Lin Fan was oblivious to the unfolding events, only feeling a surge of excruciating pain coursing through his body. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with an overwhelming golden light rushing towards him. The next moment, Lin Fan found himself at the blessing point in the primordial realm. Who struck me? What is happening? I barely had time to feel the pain before I was reborn. Lin Fan gazed at the tree guardian on the hillside, utterly bewildered. Melina, astonished at having dispatched Lin Fan with a single strike, realized that anger could indeed enhance the power of prayer. Miss Lina, have you completed your training? Mr. Kali has prepared new dishes for you to try. From a distance, Leah stood on a small rock, calling out towards her familiar direction. Melina smiled as she sheathed her weapon and hurried towards Leah. The three gathered together to savor Kali's new dish, lamb skewers with roya. It was said that Kali had collected numerous roya fruits and other seasonings to create this culinary delight. Mr. Kali's culinary skills have improved again. This is delicious, Leah exclaimed after a few bites, praising Kali's artistry. Indeed, it was far more delectable than the previous dish. Melina also wore a satisfied expression. Thank you for the compliment. It is all thanks to brother Lin Fan, who has opened the door to a new world for me. I have several splendid ideas I wish to share with him. But alas, he has gone to challenge that golden knight. Otherwise, I would have sought his guidance. Kali expressed his regret. Miss Lina, do you truly believe that Lord Lin Fan can defeat that knight? Surely, it poses a danger? Leah inquired innocently, glancing towards Melina. No. He is blessed by the golden tree and cannot truly perish. He claims this is the first step towards defeating Grek and becoming stronger. Leah's perception of Lin Fan shifted as she realized his newfound seriousness. Lord Lin Fan is truly remarkable. He works so hard for my people while I waste my time pondering culinary arts. I shall no longer be consumed by cooking. I will change. Lin Fan's image in Kali's mind elevated further. He had become the epitome of perfection, deeply inspiring Kali. But I find Mr. Kali to be quite impressive, capable of creating such delicious dishes. If one were to combine some tasty fruits and seasonings, chop the lamb, and encase it between two thin flatbreads, would that not constitute a new dish? Miss Leah, you are absolutely right. That is indeed a new dish. How splendid. Why did I not think of this before? I shall prepare it for you tomorrow. Please, let me try it too. I wish to sample the new dish proposed by Leah. Of course, Miss Melina. Countless twinkling stars adorned the dark night sky, resembling radiant jewels. Beneath the gentle moonlight, a figure dashed swiftly, followed by another silhouette riding a mighty steed. Big Tree Brother. Father, please, do not chase me. Lin Fan desperately employed various evasive maneuvers, while the Tree Guardian executed sharp stops, turns, and pivots. Their playful chase painted a picturesque scene that elicited admiration. Lin Fan, what beauty! You are not the one being pursued. Chapter 6. The mere Tree Guardian is no match for me. Lin Fan had endured relentless torment from the Tree Guardian for 2 consecutive days. A far more exhilarating experience than sparring with Melina. A single misstep could lead to his immediate removal. Reflecting now, Lin Fan pondered that had Melina truly aimed to harm him, it would likely have taken just a few moves. However, the current version of him, after countless deaths, has become capable of stalemating with the Tree Guardian for an extended period. Lin Fan felt that his talent could scarcely be described as monstrous. It was utterly super monstrous. If he were to be transported into some cultivation novel, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy of a sect. Having concluded his self-indulgent daydreaming, Lin Fan swallowed the remaining berries in one gulp. He then rose, grasped his shield and knight's sword once more, and charged towards the Tree Guardian in the distance. That tenacious figure fell time and again, only to rise again. Finally, on the 3rd day, through relentless effort, he managed to wear down the Tree Guardian to the point of defeat. Tree Guardian, you are impressive. You are lofty. After being vanquished by Lin Fan, a multitude of runes surged into Lin Fan's body. Subsequently, the entire form of the Tree Guardian vanished, leaving behind a golden halberd that lay quietly on the ground. After 3 whole days, Leah must have been thinking she was going insane. I need to hurry back. Lin Fan hastily stowed the golden halberd and sprinted towards the location of the boulder camp that lingered in his memory. Mr. Kali, do you have a new creation today? Melina inquired, observing Kali's incessant activity. Certainly. Today's dish is a fruit soup, and after numerous attempts, I have finally perfected the flavor. Truly, Mr. Kali, your culinary talent is remarkable. Ha ha, Miss Leah, you flatter me. Leah and Melina sat beneath the shade of a tree, enjoying the gentle caress of the breeze. Kali, on the other hand, was busily adding spices to his specially crafted iron pot. The trio occasionally exchanged a few words, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled harmony. At that moment, Melina felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. She had never experienced such relaxation before. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly thought that this way of life was quite delightful. This thought dissipated abruptly with the arrival of a voice. Leah, I have returned. Lin Fan shouted from the hillside, directing his voice towards the three in the distance. It seems Lord Lin Fan has succeeded. Miss Melina, shall we go greet him? All right, let's go greet him. The two rose and had taken only a few steps when Lin Fan, with tears streaming down his face and arms outstretched, came rushing towards them. That golden night has tormented me terribly. Can you give me a hug? As Lin Fan opened his arms, he noticed Leah doing the same. However, just as this beautiful moment unfolded, a foot appeared, and before Lin Fan could come closer, Melina kicked him away. Leah, sensing that Lord Lin Fan was drawing nearer, was about to embrace him when she found herself hugging thin air, realizing that Lin Fan had suddenly distanced himself from her. Lord Lin Fan, why aren't you hugging me? Leah asked in confusion. Lin Fan had just opened his mouth to respond when Melina shot him a fierce glare, causing him to swallow his words. Leah, he is far too dirty. Let him clean himself up first, or else he might soil your clothes. Oh, in that case, let Lord Lin Fan wash up first. After that, may I hug you, is that all right? No. Huh. Melina frowned slightly. All right, I'll go wash up first. I also feel quite dirty, too filthy indeed. Lin Fan, while dodging Melina's murderous gaze, hastened towards the lakeside. Ah, this is so unfair. I've toiled for 3 days, and even Leah has been swayed by Melina. This is utterly unjust. Lin Fan complained by the lakeside. Just as he was about to remove his armor and take a bath, he spotted a dark mass not far away, which was swiftly approaching him, waving its tentacles. What the? Lin Fan snatched up his recently discarded helmet, turned, and ran, not stopping until he reached the sandy shore, where the tentacled creature finally ceased its pursuit. Lin Fan turned to scrutinize the beach, where numerous tentacled creatures lay in clusters. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have already been surrounded by these loathsome beings. This world is truly chaotic. Finding a patch of pure land is nearly impossible. Lin Fan mused, then donned his helmet and returned to camp. Due to his unclean state, he refrained from suggesting an embrace with Leah. After narrating the detailed account of his battle against the Tree Guardian, Kali mentioned that he still had many supplies left at the church that he had not yet retrieved. The group decided to relocate the camp to the Alay Church. Let me tell you, that mere Tree Guardian was hardly a challenge for me, had I not sought to enhance my strength and deliberately practiced against him. I would have returned on the first day. Lena, what else with that expression of disbelief? Don't believe me? Want to spar? Ah, no, my mistake, Melina. Please don't slap me. Have you investigated thoroughly? Yes, Your Majesty. The Fated One has slain the knight outside the Alay Church. In a grand castle, a tall knight knelt before a throne, respectfully reporting his findings. Indeed, it appears that the individual foretold in the prophecy has emerged. The man upon the throne rose, revealing a massive form adorned with several arms. These arms moved in unison, creating an unsettling sight. He was none other than the tyrant Lin Fan frequently blamed for his woes, one of the demigods, Grek. Where's that man now? Grek inquired, gazing at the portrait of his grandfather on the wall. Returning, Your Majesty, that Fated One is currently at the Alay Church and is expected to arrive here shortly. Soon. How soon is soon? I can hardly wait. I do not wish to wait any longer. Do you understand? Grek's sudden outburst caused the knight kneeling on the ground to tremble uncontrollably, fearing that the wrath of his sovereign might lead him to become a subject of the limb augmentation experiments. When will the next batch of Fated Ones arrive for the experiments? By the distance, it should be in 3 to 4 days. Very well, upon their arrival, bring me those with exceptional abilities. The others shall be given to the noble augmenters. As you command, Your Majesty. Grek waved his hand, and the knight slowly rose to his feet, his armor drenched in sweat. He then retreated, closing the grand hall's massive doors behind him. Grandfather, the man from the prophecy has appeared. If I can capture him before he reaches maturity, my innate power will surely ascend to the pinnacle of this world. At that time, I shall return to the royal city, and you will undoubtedly regard me with newfound respect." Grek murmured to the portrait of Geoffrey hanging on the wall. "Bring my grandfather's portrait and hang it on the wall of the reception hall. When the time comes, I want him to witness my ascent to greatness." Chapter 7. Lin Fan. I, too, have discovered a new world. A few days ago, Melina discovered a golden red Great Rune within Lin Fan's body. This Great Rune seemed to be in slumber. Once Lin Fan acquired a rune, the Great Rune within him would awaken, consuming the runes and enhancing his various abilities. Lin Fan also realized he could wield any weapon's combat skills without the numerous limitations present in the game. Upon uncovering this bug, he mounted turret and charged forth with a golden spear towards the Syria checkpoint. After successfully capturing the Syria checkpoint, Lin Fan noticed that both the soldiers inside and outside were sparse, with only 1 or 2 present. The mountain trolls and mechanical crossbows that typically guarded the game's checkpoint were absent, rendering the defenses significantly weaker than in the game. Stormfoot? This battle ash is rather lackluster, he thought, deciding to stow it away for the time being. As Lin Fan contemplated the battle ash he had just collected, a red light suddenly shot out from his body, instantly consuming the scroll. "No way. You devoured my rune, and now you're gobbling up battle ash too?" As the red light dissipated, Lin Fan felt a surge of energy beneath his feet. He stomped down, and a tremendous gale enveloped him. "Wow. Incredible. You are truly magnificent. From now on, any battle ash I acquire will be yours to consume. Feel free." Lin Fan then discovered a new function of the rune within him. It could consume battle ash, allowing him to unleash it without being restricted by weapons. What would happen if he consumed all the battle ash, along with magical scrolls and faith scrolls, not to mention the numerous talismans? Lin Fan dared not to ponder further. His immediate goal was to seek out his teacher, Celian, to experiment with a few spells. Riding turret towards the direction of the post station street, Lin Fan was startled by a sudden voice, nearly toppling from his mount. "Hey, please help me. I'm talking about you. Why are you pretending not to see me?" Realizing he was at the starting point of the demi-human Taylor Burke's side quest, Lin Fan dismounted to search for the red bush. However, the voice called out again. "Am I truly that unattractive? Why does no one wish to acknowledge me? Be quiet. You are quite handsome. You make me feel self-conscious. I will find you shortly." "Really? Do you truly think so, sir?" Lin Fan chose not to respond to Burke, for he had spotted the red bush and, mimicking the game's stance, rolled towards it. "Ouch, sir. Why are you being so rough? That hurts. How else could I rescue you?" "Oh, right. I was cursed and turned into a tree. You are here to save me." "Thank you. My name is Burke. I was driven out by others in the cave and transformed into a tree. I apologize. All my important belongings are left behind in the cave. I can only repay you with this. Once I return, I will bring my most treasured possession to repay you." Lin Fan stood there, quietly listening to Burke's tale. When Burke offered the only mushroom he had, Lin Fan declined. "I appreciate the gesture, but I can only accept your life. My name is Lin Fan. If you wish to repay me, live well. Take this. Go to the Ale Church. There are people who will accept you." Lin Fan handed Burke a piece of paper adorned with a cartoonish ghost face, folded carefully. This paper, created in jest with Melina, would surely be welcomed by her. "Perhaps I should return to the cave and fetch something valuable to repay you, Lord Lin Fan? No one would be willing to accept me." "Burke, I will accept you. My companions feel the same. Trust me." Lin Fan's voice rang out, resolutely interrupting Burke as he extended his hand. Burke was momentarily taken aback. He had never been treated with such unwavering determination. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, while Lin Fan held out his hand in wait. Burke quickly composed himself but continued to sniffle as he extended his hand. Their hands, one large and one small, clasped together. "Thank you, Lord Lin Fan. Thank you for accepting me," Burke exclaimed, only to dissolve into tears once more. Lin Fan gazed at this self-doubting yet resilient individual, gradually stepping forward to embrace him gently. "Lord Lin Fan, I do not know what you intend to do, but I believe you shall succeed. I will await your return at the Ale Church. I will return shortly. Go now, turret." Lin Fan placed Burke upon turret, instructing him to take Burke back before returning to continue his journey to the post station street. Turret understood Lin Fan's intent and rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat put upon. After all the crying and embracing, he was still the one left to run errands. Complaints aside, Lin Fan was the chosen one, so he accepted his fate. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Turret returned. "Don't be upset. Once I become the lord of the city, I will provide you with the finest fodder and find you a beautiful mare. While she may not be a spirit horse, she will undoubtedly be stunning." Lin Fan comforted Turret, who was pouting. Lin Fan once again set off on his trusty steed, Torret. Upon reaching the ruins, he was astonished to find that all the monsters within had been eradicated. Just as he pondered this mystery, he beheld a peculiar figure, a man with the body of a wolf and the head of a man, wielding an enormous silver-black sword. Before Lin Fan could react, a surge of blue magical energy enveloped the area, and from a nearby pile of stones emerged a woman clad in a flowing gown and a large white wizard's hat. "Greetings, Fade," she smiled. "I am the sorceress Lonnie, and I have brought you something that belongs to you." Lin Fan, bewildered, inquired, "Belongs to me? What is it?" He recalled that this scene was not part of the original narrative. Suddenly, the wolf-headed man moved, producing a long sword, a small bell, and a scroll from behind him. The dimming light made it difficult for Lin Fan to discern clearly. When the wolf-headed man handed these items to Lin Fan, he was taken aback. The summoning bell and wolf-calling scroll were self-evident treasures, promptly stashed away in his backpack. However, the sword was of utmost significance. Its exquisite blade bore intricate patterns, and its hilt symbolized royal authority, the sword of night and fire. This legendary blade, capable of severing flames and cleaving through darkness, could only acknowledge its true master. Only Lin Fan could unleash its full potential. Observing Lin Fan caressing the sword as if he were a ravenous fiend, Lonnie stifled a laugh and patiently elucidated, "But why gift it to me? We have never met before. You shall understand in due time. Embark on your journey." "Oh," prophesied one. With that, Lonnie vanished into thin air. After her departure, the wolf-headed man too melted into the shadows of the night. Holding the sword of night and fire, Lin Fan reminisced about his first night in this world. Could it be that I am truly the chosen one? With this thought, he dashed towards the basement, abandoning his earlier hesitation about confronting the golden spear. Approximately a minute later, a man clad in battered armor and wielding the sword of night and fire reappeared at the shrine before the ruins, accompanied by a horse with a mouthful of straw. Rolling its eyes, "I am back." Chapter 8, Shock. "Professor Selen has done this to me." Lin Fan rode Torret back to the entrance of the basement, steeling himself before entering the swirling yellow winds. The pumpkin mini-boss swung its massive hammer relentlessly at Lin Fan. After evading its attacks, he unleashed a fiery slash with the sword of night and fire. A gash appeared on the pumpkin creature before a dark magical shockwave obliterated it into ashes. Once the rune infused into his being, Lin Fan approached the iron door that sealed Selen's avatar. With all his strength, he heaved the iron door open, revealing Selen dressed in a wizard's robe. Upon hearing the commotion outside, I knew another ignorant creature had trespassed here. Who would have thought it would be a Fade who vanquished that little pumpkin? "How amusing," Selen remarked, scrutinizing Lin Fan closely. With his golden hair and handsome features, she mused that he possessed the potential to learn magic. "As you can see, I am a sorceress named Selen. When you opened the iron door, you found not treasure, but me. Were you perhaps disappointed, Fade?" "Not at all. You are worth the risk more than any treasure," Lin Fan replied. "Oh, such a response surely stirs the hearts of maidens. But tell me, what brings you here?" "I wish to become your apprentice and learn magic from you," Lin Fan stated, sheathing the sword of night and fire and bowing respectfully. "I am but a banished sorceress. All who see me are filled with revulsion and retreat. Do you truly wish to study magic with me?" Selen's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "I too am a fated being devoid of blessings. Fades and sorceresses are a perfect match." Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "Ha! What a delightful little fellow. Very well, I shall impart all that I know. Whether you can learn it depends on your efforts," Selen chuckled, her laughter echoing with a hint of nostalgia, for it had been ages since she encountered someone so entertaining, having been sealed away for so long. Her first encounter with a living soul was indeed an amusing one. Magic requires the aid of a wand to be manifested. "The first spell I shall teach you is the Radiant Shard. Mr. Burke, might you teach me the art of sewing?" "Of course, it would be my honor, Miss Leah." Leah, having touched the cloak mended by Burke, was astonished by his sewing skills. She yearned to learn from him so that she could mend Lin Fan's coat should it ever wear out. "Oh dear, why are you so reserved? Brother Lin Fan has accepted you. We surely consider you one of our own," remarked the kindly Kale, who was beside them, examining whether the new fruit was edible. He believed this little one must have wandered for quite some time. "No, Mr. Kale, I am still a bit unaccustomed," Burke shyly replied, scratching his head. "Did Lin Fan mention he would return in a few days?" "Yes, Miss Melina." "I see. I had hoped to take him to the Round Table Hall. Perhaps next time." Melina sighed, feeling a sudden emptiness as Lin Fan departed. She sat beside Leah and struck up a conversation. Burke observed Kale, who had consumed a mysterious fruit and was now rushing to the restroom. The blind yet benevolent Leah, the cool exterior hiding warmth in Melina, and the radiant figure of Lin Fan. This long-lost sense of belonging was a feeling he had not experienced since his mother passed away. Why are you so inept? Selin glared at Lin Fan, who was unable to conjure even a single radiant shard with his wand, feeling the urge to send him off with a crystal blast. I do not understand. I followed your instructions precisely, teacher. Could it be that you? Lin Fan was perplexed as to why he could not cast any magic. Could it be that his mana was depleted? He hurriedly took out a blue potion and drank a couple of sips, only to find that he still couldn't cast anything. Reluctantly, he returned the staff to Selene, wishing he could absorb magic like he did with the Ashen Scrolls. However, Selene had mentioned that such magical scrolls were not available here. They resided in Lialu Kalia. Sitting on the ground, Lin Fan tugged at his hair in frustration. Realizing he was leaving empty-handed after all, Selene approached, noticing Lin Fan's despondent demeanor. She crouched down and pinched his cheeks. What is the matter? Even the little hero who saves teachers looks downcast? Observing Lin Fan, Selene felt she could envision his past, a young individual endowed with immense power, who believed he could conquer all, only to have his seemingly invincible confidence shattered when faced with obstacles. Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, Selene shook her head helplessly and pulled him into her embrace, whispering softly, "Magic cannot be forced, it requires patience. Perhaps, in a fleeting moment, you may achieve enlightenment." At that moment, Lin Fan's gaze became vacant as he genuinely experienced a revelation. Just moments ago, the Great Rune within him emanated a faint power, transforming the magic Selene described into a new form before his eyes. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt as if he could master all magic in an instant. When he regained his senses, he realized he was still in Selene's embrace, who continued to stroke his face. "Teacher, I'm fine. I truly understand now. I can wield crystal shards without a staff." Selene sighed. "Oh dear, how can a child become so foolish with just a little stimulus? How can one cast magic without a staff? Such a poor, naive child." She lamented, genuinely astonished by how fragile the current Fade ones had become. Lin Fan, finding words futile, forcefully extricated himself from Selene's embrace. He waved his hand, unleashing several crystal shards that struck the walls of the basement, creating multiple craters. "This is astonishing. Unprecedented." Selene was left speechless, having lived for so long. Even the Moonlit Queen required a staff to cast magic, yet this little one could do it effortlessly. "How about it, teacher? Do you believe I have achieved enlightenment now? Indeed, with such magical talent, you may well be the greatest in millennia." Selene was truly dumbfounded. She never imagined she would one day have a disciple with such extraordinary magical prowess. "Nevertheless, teacher, your embrace is quite comforting. You cheeky boy, do you seek a beating?" Selene brandished her staff and chased after Lin Fan, the two of them running in circles around the basement. That night, Lin Fan and Selene sat on the grass, with Selene having removed her headpiece. Side by side, they gazed at the few stars scattered across the night sky. "You've mastered all my magic today. What are your plans for the future, my dear disciple?" "I don't know." Lin Fan reclined on the grass, pondering his lack of plans. No goals. I have one." "Pray tell." "I wish to become the Elden King and ascend the throne." "Ah, such a grand ambition." Selene smiled at the youthful boy beside her, marveling at how his aspirations were so far-reaching and seemingly unattainable. She gazed at Lin Fan's profile, lost in thought, staring blankly. "Teacher, you are not the true you before me, are you?" Selene, caught off guard by Lin Fan's inquiry, realized she had been staring for quite some time. Flustered, she averted her gaze to the night sky, no longer looking at Lin Fan. Indeed, my exceptional disciple. How could a reviled sorceress be easily confined in such a place? I was once limited to that small space, and now I can only roam in this desolate ruin. Then I have another goal now, to save you, teacher. That is no simple task, my dear disciple." Selene turned and whispered into Lin Fan's ear, "Tomorrow, I must depart." Selene had intended to tease Lin Fan further, but this sudden revelation extinguished her thoughts. "Go on, for you are destined to be a king. I await the day you rescue me. The night sky is particularly beautiful tonight, isn't it?" Indeed. The two were uncertain when they would meet again. One was a sorceress imprisoned for countless days and nights, while the other was a youth yet to be tempered by the world. Two seemingly unrelated individuals had left indelible marks on each other's hearts through the sharing of magic. Chapter 9. The willing sacrifices of the Fated One's Lin Fan put the magic Selene taught him into practice, defeating all the spectral guards in the station. At the moment he acquired the colossal axe from the spectral carriage, he considered himself officially graduated in magic. The next day, Lin Fan bid farewell to Selene, mounted his spectral steed, and set off toward his second destination, the ruins of the warriors. As he approached the checkpoint outside the city of Stonevale, he noticed a group of about a dozen individuals gathered around a blessing site. Upon seeing Lin Fan riding his spectral horse, they too took notice of him. "Hey, are you here to participate in the grand limb grafting?" A tall man stood up and addressed Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at him in confusion, realizing that this group must be followers of the former Golden Clan, who, after becoming Fated Ones, had willingly sacrificed themselves to undergo limb grafting experiments for their young master, Great. In the original story, Great had witnessed the power of limb grafting from Gaia and, fueled by the unique nature of his Great Rune, the rune of the Golden Prince Gedwin, returned to Stonevale and frantically conducted various inhumane limb grafting experiments. However, the strength of most people is rather mediocre, and the benefits that can be gained from the connection are exceedingly scarce. The followers of the Golden Clan, batch after batch, return as Fated Ones, having lost their blessings. Yet they remain willing to sacrifice their lives for their king. They voluntarily participate in the connection, allowing Grek to acquire immense power. After some contemplation, Lin Fan realized that his timeline of crossing over might precede that within the game. Coming back to his senses, he shook his head in refusal, stating that he was merely a passerby. The group disregarded Lin Fan and took a moment to rest before continuing their journey towards Stonevale City. Lin Fan, mounting his steed Torret, prepared to depart. As he left, he noticed a girl in a red hat gazing intently at him. However, he cast just a fleeting glance before setting off toward the dwelling of the combatants. A company of warriors clad in various armors marched towards Stonevale City, with a particularly conspicuous young girl in a red hat among them. "Roderica, what troubles you?" inquired a man beside her, observing her pallid complexion. "Nothing. Are we nearing Stonevale City? There is still some distance to cover. The king requires strength, and we are honored to provide it. Steady your courage, Roderica," he encouraged, instilling fervor in the others around them. To them, dying for the king was a matter of great honor. Roderica hung her head, having heard tales of the king's atrocities before her arrival, yet feeling powerless to resist. Away from the group, she pondered, where could she go? The time spent with her mother had been the most beautiful period of her life, but the sudden upheaval had cast her into exile. Before long, they arrived at Stonevale City, escorted by a knight of Grek and several soldiers, entering the underground hall of the connection. Upon entering the hall, the followers of the Golden Clan beheld a massive portrait, the majestic figure of Godfrey eliciting tears of nostalgia. Once, they too had been radiant, following the king into battles. After a while, several nobles of the connection appeared in the chamber, and even the battle-hardened warriors who had accompanied the old king felt a shiver upon seeing the nobles. Understanding the nature of the connection experiments, they felt a sense of reluctance, yet ultimately, each one underwent the procedure without complaint. The hall echoed with various cries of anguish, resembling a hell on earth, as the portrait in the center seemed to shed tears at the horrific scene. These valiant warriors did not perish in the wars of conquest or on the battlefield against external foes. Instead, they succumbed to the king's ambition. Though they bore no resentment, their fate provoked deep sorrow among others. Roderica, witnessing the scattered severed limbs and her companions wrapped like cocoons, was struck by an unprecedented psychological blow. She clutched her head and wept, then frantically fled towards the city outskirts. Grek's soldiers attempted to halt her escape, but were restrained by a nearby knight. All too aware of their king's tyranny, yet, as knights bound by oath, they could only endure in silence. Roderica ran wildly, oblivious to the passage of time, feeling her legs growing weary. Soon, she spotted a dilapidated wooden shack and hid in a corner, trembling. The images of her companions losing their arms and being encased like larvae haunted her mind, the echoes of their screams reverberating in her ears. She envisioned their accusations, blaming her for her cowardice, for not being loyal to the king. "I'm sorry, everyone, I was too weak. Forgive me. This batch of fated ones is far inferior to before," Grek remarked, observing the knight kneeling before him without further comment. What he desired above all was the destined child he had glimpsed in his rune, to seize his power and talent and ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Has there been any news of the previous fated one? According to the latest group undergoing the connection, they spotted a fated one on a spirit steed outside the city gates. Then withdraw all soldiers from outside the city. If that ominous sign cannot be halted, retract the inner city's guards as well. I shall confront this individual myself. But, Your Majesty, understood. Grek returned to the palace, as the knights behind him pledged their loyalty to the king before exiting to arrange the soldiers' withdrawal. On the outer walls of Stonevale City, a peculiar figure, covered in broken horns and tattered rags, leaning on a wooden staff, surveyed the city below with a look of disdain, evidently displeased with Grek's connection experiments. The power of others can never become one's own. In the end, it is merely an empty shell. Chapter 10. The Power of Ashes and the endearing Alexander. Lin Fan sought out the instructor of ashes at the dwelling of the combatants. After Lin Fan demonstrated an extraordinary aptitude for learning, the renegade Benel entrusted him with all his scrolls of ashes. Lin Fan then harnessed the power within him to devour and assimilate all these ashes. Benel saw in Lin Fan the reflection of his younger self, undaunted and brimming with curiosity for various powers. The martial techniques are a testament to a warrior's battles, their defeats, and the loss of life, a culmination of a lifetime's efforts, embodying the most vivid tales of heroism, conveying the essence of warfare and mortality. With your innate talents, you could, without question, be deemed the mightiest of the fated ones. I, however, have ultimately failed. Teacher, you are never a failure. I feel immense honor in learning from the powerful ashes you have created. You are an exceedingly great fated one. Lin Fan understood that Benel was far from as simple as he appeared. This was a man who once possessed the potential to become a king. Thank you for your recognition, my disciple, Benel said, his head bowed as if lost in thought, before lifting it to share a smile with Lin Fan. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. I still cannot bring myself to utter that farewell. It is time for me to depart. You should go as well. Benel embraced Lin Fan, gently ruffling his hair, tears glistening in his eyes. Before Lin Fan could look up, Benel turned away, signaling that he could set off. Lin Fan bowed deeply to Benel and then mounted his steed, Torret, continuing his journey eastward. His purpose this time was twofold: to learn about Battle Grey and to meet the formidable Iron Fist Alexander within the game. Once he sensed that Lin Fan had ventured far, Benel stepped out of the dilapidated house. Watching the distant, fading figure, he murmured to himself, "Your talent shall surely lead you to become a king. It must." After bidding farewell to Benel, Lin Fan arrived at a nearby encampment. If memory served him correctly, the soldiers here had lost their sense of self. He had glimpsed their faces in the game before, and they bore the marks of psychological trauma. With a flourish, Lin Fan drew the Nightfire sword, channeling the storm blade to unleash its full might. With a single strike, a massive tempest surged forth, obliterating the wooden gates of the encampment and everything surrounding it. If such a storm could be unleashed in the games of his original world, it would be a thrilling experience. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of drums echoed, and numerous knights armed with spears and shields charged out of the encampment, accompanied by wild wolves and archers, easily numbering over 100. If sheer numbers were of any use, they would be rendered irrelevant. A flurry of storm blades surged forth, sending all who charged at Lin Fan crashing into boulders and sharp wooden stakes, creating a scene of utter carnage. As they finally closed in on Lin Fan, he executed a powerful spinning kick, systematically annihilating them. Within mere minutes, apart from Lin Fan, not a single soul stood within the encampment. He opened a nearby treasure chest and retrieved a beast-patterned shield, strapping it to his back as he continued on his path. Gazing towards a distant hillside, he recalled that Alexander was located there. Sure enough, as Lin Fan approached the slope, Alexander's voice reached his ears. "Hello, is anyone there? Can someone assist me?" Following the sound, Lin Fan arrived at a flat area on the mountain and spotted Alexander, trapped in a pit. "My good sir on horseback, could you please lend me a hand?" Alexander exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had been stuck there for days, nearly convinced that his heroic dreams were about to shatter. Dismounting, Lin Fan approached Alexander, drawing the Nightfire sword. "You arrived just in time. I am warrior Alexander, and as you can see, I am trapped. Just strike the back of my body with your weapon to free me. Do not worry, I will not shatter from a mere impact." "Very well. I shall strike from behind. Please brace yourself," Lin Fan declared, preparing to assist Alexander. "Wait, good sir, are you truly going to use that sword to help me?" "Of course, it is my weapon." No, I implore you to use a different weapon. Your sword appears to be immensely powerful. A single blow would surely shatter me." Realizing the potential disaster, Lin Fan glanced at the Nightfire sword and quickly switched to the large wooden stick he had carried upon arriving in this world. Gathering his strength, he swung it with precision, and Alexander was propelled from the pit in a spectacular manner. What a marvelous strike. I nearly thought I would split in two. "Ha. Good sir, may I ask your name?" Alexander asked, regaining his balance. "I am Lin Fan. Lin Fan. I am on my way to the Red Lion City to participate in the battle festival, where I shall challenge the mightiest demigod, General Radon. I noticed that your sword is quite extraordinary. Would you join me? Unfortunately, I have many matters to attend to first. Once I have resolved them, I shall come." "Oh, I shall set off then. This is a rare opportunity for battle. Let the name of Iron Fist Alexander resound across the continent," Alexander exclaimed, his excitement evident as he waved his fists before sprinting eastward. Wait, Alexander. You are heading the wrong way. The Red Lion City is to the south. Huh. Oh. It seems I have indeed gone the wrong way. Alexander thought back to the direction he had taken when leaving Ku village and realized his mistake. Lin Fan. I extend my gratitude once more. Alexander bowed awkwardly to Lin Fan, who observed the peculiar posture. Be cautious on your journey, Alexander. I, too, shall attend the battle festival. Indeed. I eagerly anticipate fighting alongside you, Lin Fan. I am off. Alexander nodded at Lin Fan, adjusting his course and heading south. As Lin Fan watched Alexander depart, he reflected that had he not pursued him, Alexander would likely have remained ensnared within the Gale Pit. Arriving at the blessing point by the bridge, Lin Fan gazed upon the blessings of the Alay Church. With a flicker of thought, he found himself drawn into the blessing. Chapter 11. I, the half-being Burke, swear loyalty to my king. Could you grant me a hug to soothe my weary body and soul? Lin Fan returned to Alay Church and hurried towards Melina and Leah. Upon seeing his fatigued figure, Melina reflected on Lin Fan's tireless efforts to take her to the golden tree and felt compelled to offer him a hug. With a shy nod, she anticipated the embrace, only to find it absent. Turning around, she saw Lin Fan bypass her, enveloping Leah instead, his expression one of confusion. I hadn't expected Miss Melina to seek a hug as well. Here it comes. Get away. I no longer wish to embrace you. Melina blushed fiercely, delivering a swift kick to Lin Fan, sending him flying. Unlike before, he felt little pain from the blow now. Lord Lin Fan. Miss Melina has been inquiring about you repeatedly, though I truly do not know where you went, Burke said, approaching Lin Fan, gazing at him sprawled on the ground. His innocence prompted a hasty explanation to prevent any misunderstanding. I understand. Thank you, Burke. Of course, Lord Lin Fan. Lin Fan was well aware of Melina's feelings for him. He merely wished to tease her. As night fell, the group gathered around the campfire, each face aglow with joy. They sipped the exquisite wine stored by Kali, sharing tales of their pasts. After several rounds of drinks, a flushed Kali boasted wildly about his new culinary creations. Leah showcased a cloak she had woven using her prayer powers, while Melina, amidst laughter, kissed Lin Fan. Burke continuously expressed his desire to become a seamstress like his mother. As the campfire dwindled, Lin Fan tucked Melina and Leah in with blankets. Watching Kali, who was still conversing with his donkey, and Burke, curled up beside him, Lin Fan slowly departed from Alay Church. He intended to retrieve the items left by Burke's mother from the cave by the shore and summoned the ethereal steed Torrit with his whistle. Suddenly, a horse with rolling eyes appeared. Did I provoke you again? Torrit remained silent, merely lifting a hoof to indicate the sleeping group nearby. Come on, brother. Aren't you a spirit horse? Do you still need rest? Go away. Spirit horse language. Lin Fan could not comprehend Torrit's words, but sensed they were not friendly. At the cave's entrance, Lin Fan organized his gear. After putting away the rolling-eyed horse, he grasped the Nightfire sword and ventured into the cave. The cave was damp and cold, illuminated only by a faint glimmer, occasionally pierced by eerie sounds. Lin Fan held his sword with both hands, cautiously advancing deeper. Soon, he spotted a throng of half-beings gathered not far away, seemingly engaged in some peculiar assembly. The number of half-beings before him was no less than 100 or 80. Alas, since gaining power, Lin Fan had only been tasked with significant challenges. Gripping the Nightfire sword tightly, flames erupted along its blade, illuminating the cave. By the time the crowd of half-beings noticed him, a wave of fire several meters high had already engulfed them. The air was thick with the pungent odor of half-beings, causing Lin Fan to regurgitate his earlier meal. At that moment, the cave was filled with familiar faces, save for Lin Fan. You've killed so many of my kin. Are you prepared to meet your end? Brother, this kid is extraordinary. Let us proceed cautiously and take him down together. Before Lin Fan could recover from his discomfort, two massive half-beings emerged from the depths of the cave, accompanied by several strong wolves. You took Burke's belongings, didn't you? Lin Fan confronted the two. Burke? So you are the one summoned by that ugly brat. Where is he? I shall flay his skin, that traitorous coward. Belongings? Are you referring to that useless iron needle? You remind me of his ridiculous dream of becoming a seamstress like his worthless mother. Ha ha ha, how laughable. The two half-being leaders mocked Burke, viewing him as a trivial figure. Lin Fan chose silence. Only the flames on his sword conveyed his fury. Die! Lin Fan unleashed his full power, no longer conjuring mere waves, but summoning a roaring flame lion from his sword, charging at the half-being leaders. The lion moved with such swiftness that the leaders could not even utter a cry before meeting their demise. The flaming lion turned to Lin Fan, lowering its head as if awaiting further commands. Lin Fan eyed the wolves behind the fallen half-beings, raising his sword and advancing toward them. Flames danced around him, and the wolf pack knelt along the path, pressing their heads to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, Lin Fan bore the unmistakable essence of a king. As dawn broke, Lin Fan retrieved Burke's sewing needle and returned to Alay Church. Observing Burke, who had risen early to tidy the church, Lin Fan felt compelled to convey to the two slain half-beings, mocking those who harbor dreams is the true mark of cowardice. Burke, would you accompany me for a stroll to the cliff behind the church? Huh, Lord Lin Fan, you are up so early. Of course. I would be honored to join you for a walk. Burke finally noticed Lin Fan standing at the entrance, hastily setting down his broom to follow him outside. At that moment, Melina and Leah awoke as well. Seeing the two depart stealthily, they too rose to follow. At the cliff's edge, Lin Fan and Burke sat closely together, and Lin Fan revealed Burke's mother's sewing needle. This is your precious possession, isn't it? Hold on to it tightly and don't lose it again, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. This is the sewing needle my mother left for me, replied the young nobleman. Burke. Upon seeing the needle Lin Fan had retrieved, Burke understood the gravity of the situation. It was clear that Lin Fan had risked his life to recover his belongings. With this thought, tears began to well up in Burke's eyes. Hey, don't be too moved. I merely helped you out, Lin Fan remarked. Thank you, Lin Fan, Burke said, tightly clutching the needle wrapped in a handkerchief and bowing deeply. Tell me, Burke, do you have any aspirations? Why do you ask, Lin Fan? Gazing into the distant, indistinct scenery, Lin Fan replied, not long ago, I encountered a teacher who imparted much wisdom. She once asked me if I had any goals after learning so much. I didn't grasp it at the time, but later realized that having a goal provides direction for pursuit, thus imbuing life with meaning. Long ago, I aspired to be like my mother, but since meeting you, I wish to become my own person. I thought you would remain lost in your thoughts, Lin Fan chuckled, gently ruffling Burke's hair. You refer to the self-doubting person I was when we first met, but that is no longer the case. Lin Fan, you have aspirations too, don't you? Indeed. My goal of retrieving the silver needle has been accomplished. Next, I shall rescue my teacher and subsequently become the Elden King. Elden King? Lin Fan. I believe you shall succeed. May I alter how I address you? My king. Haha, splendid. In the future, you shall be the tailor of the king. Lin Fan extended his hand once more, and Burke immediately knelt on one knee, raising both hands. This sudden shift left Lin Fan, who had been joking, momentarily stunned. I, the half-beast Burke, pledge my loyalty to my king Lin Fan, vowing unwavering fidelity and companionship. I, Lin Fan, accept your fealty. In that moment, the self-doubting Burke perished, giving birth to a confident and courageous new self. The youthful boy embarked on his path to kingship. Behind the distant grass, three figures stealthily observed Lin Fan and Burke. Youth is truly wonderful. It stirs the blood of this old man, one remarked. Lin Fan has always possessed the demeanor of a ruler. Is he destined to become a king? Melina pondered as she gazed at Lin Fan from afar. Chapter 12. You should live for yourself. Roderick Lin Fan believed his strength was sufficient to challenge the demigod. After ensuring everyone was settled, he prepared for departure. My king, allow me to accompany you. To stand by your side. Burke's face radiated determination as he gazed at Lin Fan. Very well. Lin Fan initially intended to caution Burke about the perils of Eastonville, but seeing Burke's resolute expression, he acquiesced to his request. Thus, the two set forth on their journey to Eastonville. Lin Fan rode Tourette while Burke walked ahead. Lin Fan had attempted several times to persuade Burke to ride with him, but Burke remained steadfast, believing that a king's steed was not for just anyone to mount. After they departed, Leah diligently sought to learn prayers from Melina, who was continually honing her abilities. Gal observed the two, contemplating how someone like Lin Fan would never allow his beloved to partake in combat. Yet, he refrained from discouraging the girl's efforts, quietly engrossed in perfecting his recipe. Upon reaching the outer city checkpoint, Lin Fan and Burke found no one in sight, not even patrolling soldiers, which left Lin Fan perplexed. As dusk settled, they arrived at a dilapidated shack. Lin Fan noticed a blessing and approached to light it, simultaneously discovering Roderick curled up in the corner of the wooden hut. Lin Fan had always found Roderick intriguing. Her red cloak bore a striking resemblance to the blue noble cloaks of later times, leading him to suspect she might be a noble princess. Little girl, what are you doing here all alone? Burke inquired as he noticed Roderick. Everyone has been severed. Those who fought for me at the border, their hands, feet, and heads all chopped off, transformed into spider parts. Do you know? After being attached to the spider, one grows like a pupa. It's truly fascinating, isn't it? Are you journeying alone towards Eastonville, lured by the sweet words of that man in the white mask? Or do you wish to become part of the spider too? If so, you and I are alike. But I lack the courage to have my limbs severed. It terrifies me. I long to be like everyone else, but I am utterly afraid. I am so weak. Roderica trembled in fear, burying her head deep into her arms. Appearing utterly terrified, even somewhat incoherent, Lin Fan patted Burke, who understood Lin Fan's intent, and went outside to gather some weeds and wood to kindle a fire. As Lin Fan watched Roderica shake with fear, he recalled his own initial arrival in this world, gripped by apprehension. Had it not been for that inexplicable red light, he feared he would have fared no better than Roderica. He gently squatted down, caressing Roderica's head, and softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. You are safe now. There are no spiders here, nor will anyone force you to be severed. Tonight, rest peacefully." Roderica continued to tremble, but upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, she slowly lifted her head to gaze at him. "Thank you. You are the gentleman I encountered that day. May I ask your name?" "Lin Fan. Mr. Lin Fan. Are you heading to Eastonville? Would you kindly take this child along on your journey? To have her accompany such a cowardly version of myself is indeed pitiable. Yet my soul seems to harbor a fondness for you. I believe this child would also find joy in it. When the time comes, please convey to all who have transformed into pupae, I love you, and though I still harbor fears, I shall inevitably become just like you." Roderica withdrew a scroll from her bosom, depicting a colossal blue jellyfish. "I will accept the soul ash scroll, but I shall not convey your message. They are your companions. And such words are best spoken by your own lips," she stated. Lin Fan took the jellyfish from Roderica's hands and settled beside her, disregarding her puzzled gaze, and spoke slowly. "I have never perceived the act of receiving limbs as a display of loyalty. Such brutality cannot possibly be associated with honor. You are not a puppet of others. You are your own self, with no obligation to follow the path chosen by others. You are not weak. Let us confront that tyrant together." Roderica's heart was tumultuous, the memories of her fallen companions vivid in her mind, and she struggled internally. She felt incapable of overcoming her fear. Just as she was about to refuse, Lin Fan embraced her trembling body. "I know you are still afraid, but some things must be attempted. Do you not wish to hear a story?" Roderica murmured, taking a moment of silence. She felt Lin Fan's embrace was so warm, reminiscent of the times when her mother held her close. On the peak of a high mountain, a man captured a young eagle and raised it in a chicken coop. This young eagle, mingling with the chickens, pecked, played, and rested, believing itself to be a chicken. As it grew, its wings became robust, yet due to its constant association with the chickens, it lost all desire to soar. The man tried various methods to train it as a falcon, but to no avail. Ultimately, he took it to the mountain's summit and cast it off. The eagle plummeted like a stone, but in its panic, it flapped its wings desperately and finally took flight. Lin Fan recounted the tale patiently, while Roderica occasionally glanced up at the man who held her. After being exiled, she had been wandering, yet thankfully, Vince and the others had always protected her. But now, they had all departed. She felt as though she had returned to the time of her exile, cowering in a corner, fearful of when her life would be snatched away. Bark leaned against Torrit and fell into a deep slumber, while Lin Fan gazed at the slumbering Roderica. Her body no longer trembled, her breathing steady, and the night was exceptionally tranquil. Even the usual howling winds had vanished. As Lin Fan prepared to rise, Roderica clutched tightly to his cloak, whispering, "Mother, please do not leave me. In this world on the brink of despair, let me set things right." Chapter 13. The ominous demon Malekith. Roderica was uncertain how long she had slept, only that her slumber had been blissful. Upon slowly opening her eyes, she found herself tightly embracing Lin Fan, the man she had met the previous night. "Awake?" Lin Fan inquired, sensing her movement as he looked down. "Yes, Mr. Lin Fan. Thank you for holding me. I slept quite well last night." Roderica released him from her embrace, stood, and expressed her gratitude. "Shall we venture forth together?" Lin Fan asked as he stepped outside, confident that Roderica would make the right choice. If possible, I wish to live for myself this time." Ultimately, Lin Fan entrusted Roderica with the wolf, the jellyfish soul ash, and the summoning bell, urging her to mount Torrit. He and Bark walked alongside, the three of them and the cow heading toward Stonevale City. Remarkably, Bark refrained from any remarks about the distinctions of rank, simply leading Torrit behind Lin Fan. As Lin Fan approached the outer city gate, he found it unguarded. Fully armed, he cautiously advanced into the city. Soon reaching the inner city gate, he remembered after passing the first blessing. "O fated one, manipulated by the fire of ignorant ambition, daring to covet the Elden Ring. Then together with that flame, it shall be extinguished. I, The ominous Malekith shall execute this immediately. A resounding voice echoed as golden light converged. The creature that had thwarted Grek days prior stood atop the city wall, then leaped down to confront Lin Fan. A king like Grek deserves to be slain by all. Lin Fan instructed Bark and the others to remain behind, wielding his sword of night and fire, facing Malekith directly. The errors of kings are not for you. A mere commoner, to rectify. I shall shatter your ambitions. Malekith summoned a colossal golden hammer, spinning it in the air. As it approached Lin Fan, he unleashed 5 golden flying knives in rapid succession. Lin Fan rolled to evade the knives, but before he could regain his footing, the massive hammer descended. He raised his sword to block, yet the tremendous impact sent him flying. Mr. Lin Fan, I shall fight alongside you. Rodrika, witnessing his disadvantage, hastily retrieved the summoning bell. Feeling the resonance with the souls within the 2 scrolls, she gently shook it. Ding ding. Several wolves and a giant jellyfish spirit appeared beside Lin Fan. And in the next moment, they charged to restrain Malekith. Lin Fan glanced back at Rodrika, who held the scroll and summoning bell, and smiled. Rising, he unleashed a wave of light that struck Malekith forcefully. However, with a single hammer strike, Malekith repelled all the surrounding spirits, then leaped aside to evade Lin Fan's light wave. What a weapon of such power, the sword of night and fire, Malekith mused, eyeing the sword in Lin Fan's grasp. He then conjured a golden spear in his right hand, hurling it fiercely toward Lin Fan, followed by transforming his hammer into a lance for a sweeping attack. The wolves and jellyfish were obliterated by this overwhelming force, vanishing from sight. Lin Fan deftly evaded the spear hurled by Malquit, and the 2 engaged in a relentless standoff. Swords and spears clashing in a dance of combat. I had once heard whispers of the prophesied child, but now it seemed nothing more than mere legend. Lin Fan was not in a position to ponder such tales. His gaze was fixed on the formidable Malquit before him. This boss was unnaturally powerful. He recalled that in the game, this entity was not nearly so fierce. It felt as though defeat was imminent. I sense your inner trepidation. Regret has come too late. Embrace your judgment and perish, Malquit declared, brandishing his spear and striking downward as Lin Fan rolled aside. Planting his right foot firmly, a tempest erupted, causing Malquit to stagger. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan unleashed a series of whirlwind slashes, shattering the spear held in Malquit's grip. Behold my might, Lin Fan cried, gripping the ever-burning Nightfire sword. With a swift stroke, a slumbering flame lion erupted from the blade, its fiery form surging toward Malquit. The latter, shedding his disdain, summoned a golden warhammer, raising it defensively before him, a shimmering shield manifesting in front of him. As the flaming lion collided with the golden shield, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from the impact. Without waiting for the dust to settle, Lin Fan gestured, summoning dozens of radiant stone shards to materialize beside him. The Nightfire sword became enveloped in a cerulean glow. Impressive power indeed, but your trump card ends here, he mused. As the haze cleared, Malquit's battered form was revealed. His garments singed, and his right shoulder charred and bloodied. Then, Lin Fan raised his hand high and unleashed a barrage of radiant stone shards. More shards appeared, doubling in number, and he continued to assault. After 3 relentless volleys, Malquit seemed to lack the strength to resist any longer. What a formidable talent you possess, Malquit panted. Half kneeling, one hand supporting himself with a staff, the other bracing against the ground as he regarded Lin Fan with admiration. Even mortals can vanquish the exalted deities. Standing before Malquit, Lin Fan looked down upon him. Even if you truly are the prophesied child, I shall not relinquish what I have guarded for countless nights. Come, strike me down. We shall meet again in the royal city, monk. Lin Fan softly concluded, raising his sword and cleaving downward toward Malquit. The latter fell, his form gradually disintegrating into ash. Your strength is still insufficient. Press onward, Malquit uttered as his final words. For a fleeting moment, Lin Fan thought he glimpsed a smile on Malquit's visage. As the essence of Malquit's rune entered him, Lin Fan felt a surge of power, more pronounced than ever before. In quiet contemplation, he began to discern the outline of his own rune. I am sorry, my lord Lin Fan. I still could not assist you, Rodrika said. Her head bowed, sorrowful for her perceived inability to aid him. Nay, you have demonstrated your bravery. That is enough. After all, we are facing none other than the avatar of Mont, Lin Fan reassured her. The harbinger of ill omens is the blessed prince, Rodrika mused, believing she was confronting the blessed king, thus rationalizing her lack of assistance. An avatar, indeed. I see I was of no help. Lin Fan chuckled softly, gazing fondly at the adorable Rodrika, pulling her into an embrace to console her. Burke, ever mindful, turned away from the two, extending a hand to pull the watchful turret to face away from Lin Fan as well. In a vast clearing beneath the golden tree stood the throne of the Elden King. A man, identical to the malevolent Malquit, emerged from behind the throne. With resolve etched upon his face, Monk gazed toward the direction of Stonevale City, contemplating the so-called fate that awaited him. Chapter 14. I am the Golden Monarch. After a brief respite, Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the gates of the inner city of Stonevale. A gaunt figure stood waiting, and upon noticing Lin Fan's approach, he hurried forward. "Valiant Fade Knight, have you come to confront Great?" Godrick said, his face a mask of sycophancy. "Who are you?" Lin Fan inquired. "I am Godrick. Discontent with Great's rule, I awaited your arrival. I shall escort you to see Great." Upon hearing Godrick's words, Lin Fan discerned the multitude of inconsistencies, compounded by the prophecies spoken by the Harbinger and Ronnie. It became evident that the course of this world diverged entirely from that of his game. He drew Burke and Roderick aside, instructing them, "You shall wait for my return here at the Blessed Tree. Whatever schemes Great may harbor, they will be of no consequence to me alone. I shall return swiftly." Listening to Lin Fan's words, which seemed akin to a farewell, Burke's emotions surged. "No, I shall not abandon you to face death alone. Mr. Lin Fan has given me direction and support. I cannot lose him," Roderick said, her eyes brimming with tears. "Rest assured, I am under the protection of the Golden Tree. I shall not perish. I will return shortly." Though they remained uneasy, Lin Fan's reassurances ultimately convinced them to stay. "Godrick, lead the way," Lin Fan commanded. Godrick bowed deeply, gallantly guiding Lin Fan onward. This scene resembled that of a butler escorting a guest to meet the master. Throughout the journey, Lin Fan did not encounter the gruesome remnants of dismembered bodies strewn along the path. Upon entering the inner city, the roads and walls remained intact. With various defensive ballistae and catapults strategically positioned, the only thing lacking was the presence of vigilant guards. Soon, Godrick led Lin Fan to the battlefield of the game's boss. After bowing to Lin Fan, he said, "His Majesty has been waiting for you for a long time. Please, proceed." With that, Godrick turned and retraced his steps. At that moment, the golden door before Lin Fan slowly creaked open, revealing a towering figure. "You have finally arrived," the one foretold by prophecy, came a strange, mocking laughter as the figure stepped out from within the door, dressed in a golden cloak. There was only one individual in the entire city of Stonevale who could claim such grandeur, the demigod, Great. Lin Fan immediately prepared for battle. Gripping the sword of night and fire, his gaze fixed intently on Great's every move. Contrary to Lin Fan's expectations, Great did not launch an immediate attack, but rather sauntered leisurely to Lin Fan's front. Observing Lin Fan's tense demeanor, he spoke, "Fear not. As a king, I shall not employ any underhanded tactics." To Lin Fan, this statement felt akin to a cow claiming to be a pig, asserting its ability to climb trees. Noticing Lin Fan's lingering anxiety, Great simply sat down and continued, "In my former days, I might have arranged crossbows along the walls and positioned archers behind to eliminate you. But those days are gone. Why, you might wonder, do I refer to you as the one of prophecy?" Lin Fan awaited Great's answer with earnestness. Yet his battle stance remained unwavering. "Long ago, after I fled the royal city in disgrace, I vowed to become stronger by any means necessary. However, shortly thereafter, I encountered Marlenia. That incident twisted my psyche, driving me to madly pursue augmentation, which I believed to be the sole path to power." Great sighed, perhaps lamenting his past. "I cared not for the identities of those I augmented, regardless of whether they were former subordinates of my grandfather or those I affectionately called uncle in my youth. As long as they were strong enough to grant me power, I augmented them all, convinced I would grow powerful and return to the royal city. Until one day." Great's gaze bore into Lin Fan with an intensity that prompted Lin Fan to lift his sword defensively. "I glimpsed the secret of the Great Rune within me. In the vision it revealed, I was slain by a young man, dying quietly without ever leaving the city of Stonevale. In my fury, as I rampaged in vengeance, another vision manifested before me. The young man who killed me stood beneath the golden tree, surrounded by many formidable figures. Their mere presence emanated an oppressive force even from that hazy image. From that moment on, I pondered the notion that fate had already been predetermined. What significance did my frenzied augmentation hold? Initially, I refused to concede, until you slew the tree guardian, vanquished the harbinger of doom, and arrived in the inner city alongside a subhuman and a noble girl. The entirety of the prophecy had unfolded before me. In you, I saw the shadow of my father." Lin Fan paused, taken aback. Did this imply he resembled Great's father? Noticing the bewildered expression on Lin Fan's face, Great quickly clarified, "Do not misinterpret. My father was an ideal man, cunning yet gentle, capable of inspiring those around him to trust in him. From countless fragments of my efforts, I see that you embody such qualities as well. I aspired to be like my father, yet I have always regarded myself as a failure. Perhaps divine mercy has granted me new strength through the rune prophecy. Thus, the battle ahead is the only one in my life that I shall face with utmost integrity." Great rose, stepping back a few paces before seizing his golden battle axe from the ground. "I am Great, Lord of Stonevale, and you are the wandering fated one." Lin Fan. After exchanging formalities, Great brandished his axe and launched an initial assault. Lin Fan evaded the sweeping strike with agility. Several hands gripped the golden axe, thrusting it into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that radiated from Great's position. Lin Fan rolled back instantly, stomping the ground to generate a colossal vortex that formed a cylindrical shield, barely absorbing the blow. With a swift stroke of his sword, a flaming lion burst forth from the smoke, charging directly at Great. Following a massive explosion of flames, Great's golden robe was nearly reduced to ash, and blood stained his hands that clutched the giant axe. "Impressive strength, Lin Fan. If this is all you possess, then fate shall remain unchanged." Great bellowed with laughter, his body shimmering with golden light as several golden spears materialized around him, and his battle axe grew in size, enveloped in a radiant glow. Chapter 15. The Awakening of the Old King's Bloodline Power. Great unleashed a unique skill from the game, and Lin Fan felt as if he were facing a colossal boss at the onset of the battle. The two were evenly matched for a time, with Lin Fan continuously rolling and utilizing magic to wear down Great. For the first time, he sensed his mental energy waning. After consuming a couple of blue potions, they commenced the second round of their duel. Lin Fan unleashed massive blades of wind in various forms, and Great began to falter in his defense. Despite the multitude of spears and strength Great possessed, they could only deliver area attacks and could not compete with Lin Fan's storm blades that spanned 40 to 50 meters. Lin Fan broke through his limits, summoning 2 fiery lions consecutively. Great's arms were now nearly severed, and the bones of his face became painfully visible. Why? Is this my destiny?" Great cried out in anguish, collapsing weakly to the ground, his spirit unyielding. Lin Fan approached Great, gazing down at the once mighty king, now reduced to a pitiful state, and slowly raised the sword of night and fire. Great looked at Lin Fan's youthful face, adorned with golden hair. He realized that his fate was inextricably linked to this individual, destined to meet his end at his hands. Slowly, he closed his eyes, awaiting his inevitable conclusion. After a considerable time, Great found that the anticipated strike had not come. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the scene had transformed. He was no longer in the city of Stonevale, but rather within a resplendent palace. Lin Fan was nowhere to be seen, and his body had reverted to its former, uninjured state. What could this mean? Great gazed incredulously at his hands, surveying the surroundings. "Rick?" A gentle voice reached Great's ears, prompting him to turn slowly. There he beheld the figure he had long yearned for, the one he idolized above all. His father sat there, quietly observing him. "Father!" Great rushed over, tears streaming down his face as he embraced his father tightly. The once proud prince of the empire, Golden Gedwin, caressed Great's head tenderly, comforting him as one would a child. "Rick, why do you weep so? Has someone wronged you?" Gedwin asked softly. "Father, I thought I had perished," Great replied, astonished by Gedwin's calm response. "How it came to be, I cannot say, but I am aware of your plight. Go forth and fight. Become a true golden monarch." Gedwin embraced Great once more, then placed a hand upon his shoulder. In an instant, Gedwin transformed into particles of light, merging into Great's being. "Father! Father!" Great called out, bewildered as he stood alone in the vast palace, his cries echoing without response. He fixed his gaze on the distant closed door and dashed towards it, forcefully pushing it open. Lin Fan raised the sword of night and fire, descending with a mighty strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the nearly defeated Great deflected the blow with the handle of his mighty axe. He leapt into the air, swinging the axe down with fervor, while Lin Fan rolled away to evade the attack. Great, now standing once more, did not hesitate. He summoned a storm blade and unleashed a fierce assault. "Insignificant trick," Great exclaimed, conjuring numerous golden spears that flew directly at Lin Fan rather than descending from above. The powerful storm blade was swiftly dispelled, and Lin Fan found himself wounded by a spear that grazed his thigh. Great could feel the power bestowed upon him by his father coursing through his veins, the regal strength inherent within him. Such formidable power was now at his command. His injuries healed rapidly, and he awakened a new capability. Come, he bellowed, a colossal golden orb appearing above his head. Countless golden arrows erupted from it, raining down upon Lin Fan. Attempting to shield himself with the storm, Lin Fan stomped down, summoning a tempest, yet the golden arrows pierced through the storm, striking him in the shoulder and abdomen, causing him to tumble. The relentless barrage of golden arrows continued until the orb began to fade. Just as Greck's assault momentarily ceased, he appeared instantly behind Lin Fan, swinging his axe. Ah! Lin Fan cried out in agony, collapsing in a pool of blood. His left shoulder was a gruesome sight. Greck's sharp axe had severed his left arm. Greck gazed at Lin Fan, writhing in pain on the ground, and picked up the severed arm. He approached Lin Fan, his heart racing with exhilaration. This time, I have triumphed. I have won. Ha ha. Tears blurred Greck's vision as he reveled in his victory. He had conquered fate. From this moment forth, if he could reattach the arm, absorbing Lin Fan's power, he would one day stand atop the world. Overwhelmed with excitement, Greck thrust Lin Fan's severed arm into a designated cavity in his chest. In an instant, a surge of golden light enveloped him, and he felt boundless power flooding into his being. His body underwent a remarkable transformation, a sensation so pleasurable that Greck could not suppress his moans. Simultaneously, Lin Fan was enveloped in golden light, which converged towards Greck. Lin Fan sensed his strength rapidly depleting, as if the essence of his being was attempting to escape. Despite the pain, he consumed a healing potion, halting the blood flow from his shoulder and regaining some strength. With great effort, he lifted his head to witness Greck voraciously absorbing power not far away. Terror gripped him as he realized his regenerative abilities had vanished. He might truly meet his end. Kalamalina, Lilia, Berclodrica, and that beast Lin Fan rolled over, gazing at the overcast sky. Suddenly, a serene smile graced his lips. He had truly given his all this time. From a boy who fled from challenges to a man who faced death without fear, it was worth it. At least he had shared a kiss with Melina and embraced the Fire Guardian. Ha! Will Lord Lin Fan truly perish? Lilia knelt helplessly in the Alay church, tears streaming down her face as she felt the light in her heart dimming. No, it cannot be. He is under the Queen's protection. How could he possibly die? Melina comforted Lilia, repeating these reassurances. However, she truly sensed the passage of Lin Fan's life. This time, it was not a return to bestow blessings, but rather an endless abyss. Kalai stood silently by, holding the recipe, lost in thought. The recipe had become damp from the incessant droplets. Yet the boundary today was devoid of rain. Chapter 16. A landscape worthy of envy. Greck fervently infused Lin Fan's runic power into his own body. The runes, which once emitted a faint golden glow within Lin Fan, now radiated brilliantly within Greck, as if he were the true sanctuary for them. Lin Fan relinquished any thought of rising once more. He lay there, gazing quietly at the sky. This overwhelming power surged through my limbs. What is this? Just as Greck intended to test Lin Fan's strength, he discovered that the runes within him had spiraled out of control, whether his own or Lin Fan's. They became exceedingly agitated. Hearing Greck's anguished cries, Lin Fan swiftly turned to look. Before him, Greck was enveloped in a torrent of crimson energy, clutching his head in agony. Kneeling on the ground, wailing. At that moment, Greck's eyes were shrouded in a blood-red haze, and a commanding voice reverberated in his mind. Dare you covet my power? Greck trembled, shaken by this formidable voice. A towering figure emerged from the crimson, standing steadfastly, fixated upon him. To Greck, the world appeared as a blood-soaked inferno. While Lin Fan observed Greck, trembling and clutching his head, muttering incessantly. A flicker of hope reignited in Lin Fan's eyes. He strained to grasp the stone steps beside him, using them for support to slowly rise. With a firm grip on the sword of night and fire, the blade flew back into his hand. Armed with the sword, he stood poised, watching the frenzied Greck, awaiting the opportune moment. What nonsense of an emperor! I am the king. It is I, endowed with such power. Who is the true golden monarch? Ah, get out of my mind. Greck erupted suddenly, swinging his massive axe wildly. A resplendent golden light emanated from his body, as if the sheer force threatened to burst him apart. Lin Fan seized the moment, gritting his teeth, charging forward to pierce Greck's heart with a swift thrust of his sword. Ah, thank you. After Lin Fan's blade pierced his body, the hellish visions before Greck vanished. He gazed at Lin Fan without resistance, uttering a word of thanks before his colossal form toppled backward. Lin Fan, sword planted into the ground, knelt partially as he watched Greck collapse before him. His enormous body disintegrated into ash, leaving only a frail, skeletal form lying quietly. The immense runic power surged back into Lin Fan, and in that moment, his severed left arm re-emerged, enveloped in a golden light. Lin Fan felt the awakening of his own runes, which firmly encircled the runes that once belonged to Great, forging a new runic essence. While the power of Great's runes was consumed by Lin Fan's own, the backlash that Great experienced did not afflict Lin Fan. As Lin Fan pondered this, his inner runes flickered symbolically, seemingly responding to him. Everything settled into stillness. Great, lying on the ground, fixated on the distant walls of the inner city. In a moment of daze, he seemed to behold the golden walls of the royal city, Rodel. He returned to his homeland, to the cherished abode of his heart, where his grandfather patted his father's shoulder, laughing heartily, while his mother looked on with tenderness. Mother, father, I can finally reunite with you. Great closed his eyes. The king's fate unfolded as if foretold. Over-reliance on the strength of others ultimately led to demise beneath his own greed. His life was fraught with sin. Yet he was merely a child who strayed and sought to prove himself. A flicker of conscience had always lurked in his heart, suppressed by this brutal world. It was only in death that it was liberated. That slight upturn of his lips perhaps served as the finest testament. Lin Fan gazed at the lifeless Great. This tragic monarch, before sheathing his sword and bowing slightly in respect. The sound of colossal armor scraping echoed as rows of Great soldiers approached, shields in hand. Encircling Lin Fan. Are you here to avenge Great? Lin Fan's nerves tensed once more, hands gripping his sword. Having absorbed Great's power, he had also learned many techniques. Should these soldiers be foolish enough, he would not mind practicing his skills on them. Great is dead. May you ascend to the position of City Lord. A knight clad in Great's royal guard armor stepped forth from the ranks of soldiers, kneeling before Lin Fan. If I am to be the City Lord, then all past corrupt deeds must cease, and you must abandon your former lazy ways. Train diligently each day. Perhaps you shall accompany me in battles until death. Will you comply? Lin Fan inquired with a smile, gazing down at the knight before him. Your servant could not wish for more. The knight understood that in this realm, without the protection of a formidable lord, he and his comrades might one day become the living dead by the roadside. Initially apprehensive of Lin Fan, akin to their fear of Great, he recognized that his gamble had paid off. This was the kind of lord every true warrior yearned for. Very well. From this day forth, I shall be the king of this city. Those who wish to follow may remain. Those who do not may depart. As his words echoed, hundreds knelt in unison, proclaiming, we pledge our loyalty to the king. Before Lin Fan's eyes, a map suddenly materialized, depicting a vast expanse of territory, including the city of Stonevale. Within this map, only Stonevale and a few locations like the Aileron Church were marked in green, while the rest were shaded in red. It appeared that the regions under his control were all represented in green. After burying Great's remains, Lin Fan, accompanied by several knights, arrived at the Hall of Prosthetics underground. There, he incinerated the nobles crafted from experimental limbs, purging the city's filth and simultaneously demonstrating his formidable power to the knights trailing behind him. Once everything was settled, Lin Fan stood beneath the inner city walls, cradling the weeping Rodricka. At that moment, his heart was a tumult of emotions, and he couldn't help but reflect on how the cycle of life and death is a force that propels one to maturity. Meanwhile, in the distance, 3 figures and a donkey approached. My lord Lin Fan, Leo exclaimed, feeling her proximity to him and bursting with excitement. She lifted her skirts, poised to run towards him, only to be restrained by Melina. Leah, he is holding a woman in his arms. Allow me to wake him from his stupor first, then you can approach, Melina declared. Her voice laced with indignation as she rushed ahead, concealing a golden dagger behind her back. Ah, my lord Lin Fan is indeed a philanderer. Leah mused with a gentle smile, lowering her skirt and resuming her composed demeanor, understanding that Lin Fan had escaped danger. You scoundrel, you'll pay for this, Melina cried, her voice tinged with frustration. Do you realize that if you had kicked me, your happiness would have vanished? You lecher. Leah and I were so worried about you. Lin Fan chuckled, embracing Melina, whose body trembled. Unbeknownst to her, this man had completely captured her heart. Leah and the others approached, and Lin Fan opened his arms to encompass them all. Observing Leah discreetly pinching Lin Fan's waist, the blushing Rodricka, and Melina weeping against his chest, he felt a bittersweet joy. Nearby, Kale and Burke stood with a cow and a donkey, turning their backs to Lin Fan and his companions, admiring the scenery of the royal city. Burke, this view is truly enviable, Kale remarked. Why should one envy the scenery, Mr. Kale? Burke replied. Some things can only be felt, not expressed. Chapter 17. Capturing your father for prosthetics. Lin Fan successfully ascended to the position of Lord of Stonevale, instituting a series of edicts to govern his troops. Contrary to his expectations, a rebellion did not ensue. Rather, the knights and soldiers seemed to have awaited Lin Fan's leadership for quite some time. Under his various welfare policies, every individual pledged their loyalty to him. Merchants from the wandering tribes, under Kale's guidance, began to settle in the inner city. Burke also acquired a young apprentice, and the two resided next to the royal palace. As the dilapidated city walls were gradually restored, and patrols of soldiers became more frequent, Lin Fan allocated living quarters for the mountain spirits, liberating them from their status as slaves, which moved them to tears as they bowed deeply to him. Their once dull eyes began to glimmer with light. The distinction between mountain spirits and humans faded, as everyone greeted each other joyfully every day, and everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Days later, Lin Fan commissioned the city's artisans to forge a new set of armor and a sword sheath. Following Burke's enhancements, the illustrious armor from his past life re-emerged, and he eagerly donned it to commence his campaign. The army gathered, a formidable force that appeared to number in the thousands. As Lin Fan surveyed the multitude, he recalled his own arrival in the city when he had seen none among them. With a sweeping gesture, he rode atop his steed, Tourette, leading the army, accompanied by a towering knight. This knight was Davis, who had initially advocated for Lin Fan to become the lord. Lin Fan appointed him as the captain of the knights and bestowed upon him Great's golden giant axe. Davis did not disappoint Lin Fan. In just a few days, he had reorganized the army, revitalizing its spirit. Following the mental map in his mind, Lin Fan conducted a thorough cleansing of Nienfog. Every red area on his map transformed into green, placing the entirety of Nienfog under his command. Each time Lin Fan engaged in battle, he stood at the forefront. Charging at the rear, the sight of thousands of soldiers surging past him evoked an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. After sweeping through Nienfog, Lin Fan also gathered many wanderers, dispatching them to Stonevale. As the army continued its march southward, who approaches? After a brief respite, Lin Fan's troops pressed onward towards their destination. Not far from the city of Moan, a woman appeared in their line of sight. After Davis called out, he awaited her response. If her behavior seemed suspicious, he would swiftly move to behead her. Is anyone there? I am Elena, the daughter of the Lord of Moan. The blind girl sat upon a stone, addressing Davis. My king, no need for concern. You all wait here for me. Understood. Lin Fan raised a hand to silence Davis, riding Tourette alone towards Elena. Sensing Lin Fan's approach, Elena nervously clutched her skirts, unable to see who stood before her, uncertain if she faced a bandit or some other creature. I am the Lord of Stonevale, Elena. Why are you here, and where is your father? Lord, are you here to take my father for prosthetics? Great is dead. I am Lin Fan, and I do not perform prosthetics. I apologize, Lord Lin Fan. A rebellion erupted in the city, and my father sent me away. He remains within, steadfast, his fate unknown. If you happen to pass by there, could you deliver this letter to my father? Irene, speaking softly, handed a letter to Lin Fan. Come with me to find your father. Staying here is ultimately unsafe. No, I cannot trouble you further after having already asked you to deliver a letter. Besides, my father would not wish to see me return. Some matters are better conveyed by you yourself. No, my lord, I absolutely refuse to go. It would be too much of a burden for you. If you do not accompany me, I shall forcibly take you to the palace to become a princess. Then inform your father that you have perished and subsequently capture him as well. You, Lin Fan mounted Tourette, lifting Irene into his arms. After a brief gasp, Irene's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Together, they rode at the forefront, followed by Lin Fan's righteous army, advancing towards Moan City. Lin Fan's audacious actions astounded the entire continent. The borderlands, long shattered by countless epic battles, were once again thrown into turmoil due to a man named Lin Fan. In no time, various tales about him began to circulate, encompassing his prowess, appearance, weaponry, and an array of fantastical versions. Version 1. Lin Fan descended from the heavens, crushing Grek beneath his heel, and became the new lord of the city, clad in golden attire, his eyes shining with an entrancing light. Those who dared to meet his gaze, especially the wicked, would perish in terror. Version 2. Lin Fan possessed 6 heads and 12 arms, brutally tearing Grek in half with his immense strength, wielding an 80-meter sword that could spew flames, devouring meat that piled as high as a mountain. Version 3. Lin Fan, handsome and accomplished, dispatched Grek in an exceedingly gentlemanly and fair manner, reluctantly assuming the role of city lord amidst the fervent admiration of the populace. He was patriotic and benevolent, treating his subjects as kin, embodying kindness and courage. A paragon of perfection, any woman on the continent who did not marry him would forever regret it. Version N. Lin Fan found himself particularly fond of the third version, for it conveyed truths that were evident to all. Consequently, a wave of curiosity regarding Lin Fan swept across the continent. Many wanderers, with nowhere to go, flocked towards Ningmafog, which had become a rare sanctuary in this world. In the northwest of the continent, atop a solemn magic tower, the moon sorceress, clad in white robes, busied herself with thick tomes. Upon hearing the news of Lin Fan's advance towards Moon City, she said nothing, merely smiled slightly, as if everything were well within her grasp. Beneath the golden giant tree, Montgard, who guarded the throne, tightened his grip on his wooden staff, gazing at the golden tree, murmuring, "I am a remnant of the old era. I cannot prevent the arrival of the new age, yet I shall not allow anyone to ascend the throne with ease." His words resonated with conviction, but whether his heart mirrored such steadfastness, perhaps only he knew. At the northernmost edge of the continent, beneath a massive decaying tree, leaned the Valkyrie against the throne, her body trembling slightly, as if awakening from slumber. Below, in a blood-red-covered royal ruin, a man draped in royal robes stood before a shattered cocoon, caressing the hand that emerged. Indifferent to the news of the change in lordship, he remained unmoved until the words "Knight" and "Fire Sword" appeared. The man paused, contemplating something. In Redline City, a knight clad in silver armor stood atop the city walls. Listening to the distant roars emanating from the ancient battlefield, he understood that the battle festival must accelerate. He needed to escort his dear friend on his final journey. Upon hearing the news of Lin Fan, he dispatched a squad of Red Line elite knights with a letter to Stonevale City. Chapter 18. Loyal Minister. A true loyal minister. Lin Fan's party soon arrived at Moon City, which had transformed into a hell on earth. Blood stained the city walls, yet not a single corpse was visible, as if deliberately concealed. Just as Lin Fan prepared to advance, a massive arrow flew towards him. Clang! Davis swung his mighty axe to deflect the arrow, promptly shielding Lin Fan. "Who dares to launch a sneak attack? Show yourself." No voice responded to Davis. Another colossal arrow hurtled towards them, again intercepted by Davis. As he sought to press forward, Lin Fan pulled him back. "Those are golem sentinels. They will not converse with you. Allow me." Davis seemed to grasp something and nodded. Truly, Lin Fan was a king. His series of flawless commands were astonishing, and it was unexpected that he could communicate with the golem sentinels. Lin Fan dismounted, unsheathing his sword with a flourish, unleashing a flaming lion from its blade. After a resounding roar, the outer golem was consumed by flames. Turning around, he encountered Davis, who looked utterly bewildered. "What is it? You've seen this move before." "And nothing." Lin Fan regarded Davis with curiosity, sensing something was amiss. "What are you all standing around for?" "Entire army. Break down the gates and enter the city." Unable to withstand Lin Fan's gaze, Davis hastily commanded his soldiers to commence their entry into the city. The soldiers employed various siege engines to breach the gates of Moon City. Shield bearers formed the vanguard, followed by crossbowmen, pikemen in the center, and flanking soldiers on either side, as the army slowly advanced into Moon City. Delving deeper into the city, the sounds of clashing weapons could still be faintly heard. They beheld hundreds of grotesque creatures, adorned with wings and tails, and covered in scales, gathered in a circle. They piled the bodies of fallen soldiers together, dancing around the heap, muttering incomprehensible words. The shield bearers spread out upon entering, while the crossbowmen first targeted the monsters atop the high walls. All remaining archers rained arrows upon those creatures' heads. Following Davis's orders, the army swiftly moved into the corpse-laden clearing. The thunderous sound of massive armored footsteps captured the attention of all the hybrid subhumans, who turned to gaze at Lin Fan and his companions entering the city, subsequently erupting into wild screeches. Despite their differing races, Lin Fan discerned the fury embedded within their voices, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and hatred permeating the air. The two factions clashed immediately, one comprised of the well-trained royal guards, and the other, the tormented, emaciated hybrid subhumans. The disparity in strength was evident, and soon, the hybrid subhumans present were slaughtered almost entirely. Lin Fan observed the hybrids' weapons, each a dilapidated machete, from which he sensed profound resentment. A hatred so deep it seemed engraved in their very DNA. Condemned to eternal servitude, the once wise mountain spirits of the subhuman race, who had developed a series of stargazing magics, had been transformed into bloodthirsty demons through inhumane experiments and torment. Such rebellion under oppression was perhaps inevitable. Occupying all the city walls and seeking the Lord of Morin City, Any soldiers who had lost their sanity could be executed on sight. After issuing his orders, Lin Fan and Elena swiftly ascended the city walls and found themselves in a pristine chamber, awaiting the arrival of the Lord. The soldiers quickly secured the entire city and soon located the Lord in a corner. Upon explaining their origins, the Lord hurriedly followed the soldiers down to meet Lin Fan. "Your Majesty, may I ask who you are?" Edgar stared at the unfamiliar youthful face of Lin Fan, momentarily taken aback. The soldier had mentioned a king's arrival, and he had assumed it was Grek. "Who is this?" Observing Edgar's stunned expression, Lin Fan spoke. "Grek is dead. I am the new king, Lin Fan. I, Edgar, Lord of Morin City, pay homage to my king." Realizing the situation, Edgar promptly knelt, fist to chest, as a gesture of loyalty. After some discourse, Lin Fan grasped the events that had transpired here: the uprising of the subhumans, the heavy casualties among the soldiers, and the ancestral sword lost on a small island behind the city, now guarded by a powerful hybrid lion. Lin Fan indicated that Edgar could continue as the city lord, assuring him that reinforcements would be sent to fill the void within the city. He then entrusted the room to Edgar and his daughter, stepping outside, where faint cries could be heard emanating from within. "My king, we have discovered a knight." A soldier knelt before Lin Fan, announcing, "Shoo." Lin Fan gestured for silence and pulled the soldier aside to the base of the wall, urging him to share what he had found. "Your Majesty, on that small island, there is a formidable lion. We are unable to subdue it and seek your strength to quell the beast." The hybrid lion Edgar had just mentioned was indeed this creature. Lin Fan recalled that in the game, it was no easy adversary, particularly in the early stages, and he resolved to confront the hybrid personally. "Stand down. A brutish lion should not trouble the king to draw his sword. I shall handle it." "Yes, General." Davis strode down from the wall, clad in heavy knightly armor, boldly advancing toward the location of the hybrid lion. Watching Davis's unsteady gait, Lin Fan was reminded of a character from a television series in his past, as various classic lines echoed in his mind. "If I don't kill him, I'll become his grandson. I'm not acting impulsively. I truly intend to slay him." Looking at it this way, it was somewhat endearing. "No, what am I thinking? He is a straight man. Enough of that." Lin Fan forcefully dismissed these peculiar thoughts and turned his gaze to the soldiers nearby, preparing to bury the bodies. He ordered them to step back, then drew his sword and summoned flames to incinerate the corpses entirely. This was not an act of disrespect towards the fallen soldiers. Rather, with the bodies having decomposed for so long, there was no certainty of any strange viruses lurking within. Only through fire could peace of mind be attained. Approximately 10 minutes later, Davis returned, his armor bearing numerous claw marks, appearing quite disheveled. "My king, I have procured something remarkable. Please take a look," Davis said, handing Lin Fan a massive sword he had received from a soldier. Lin Fan gazed upon the colossal sword forged from the remnants of countless heroes, emanating an indomitable spirit that brought to mind the man who had stood alone against the entire Golden Empire army. Though much time had passed, the aura of this sword remained potent. "This is my ancestral sword." At that moment, Edgar and his daughter concluded their conversation and emerged, with Edgar immediately spotting the great sword in Lin Fan's hand and exclaiming with excitement, "Have you settled old matters?" "Indeed, my king. I am profoundly grateful for your return of my daughter. Otherwise, she could have encountered peril in desolate lands." "Very well. Take good care of your daughter and live well here. Keep your ancestral sword safe. Do not lose it again." As Edgar observed Lin Fan preparing to depart, he became anxious and swiftly grasped Lin Fan's cloak. Lin Fan, feeling the tug, turned to see Edgar's face filled with urgency. "Speak quickly. Forgive my boldness, but the sword you have is no longer sharp in my possession. I wish to bestow it upon my king to restore its former glory. Furthermore, I hope the king might take my daughter back to the palace. She has reached the marrying age, and if the king finds her to his liking, I would be most grateful." Lin Fan regarded Edgar, who seemed hesitant, and patted his shoulder, signaling his understanding. "Bestowing both a sword and a daughter. What a loyal subject. A truly devoted servant. I must agree. I shall frequently send supplies, and if the Lord wishes to see his daughter, he need not announce his arrival. He may come directly to the royal city. Your command shall be obeyed." Edgar felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his scheme, effectively killing two birds with one stone. He had pleased the new king while also fulfilling his daughter's desires. Indeed, the old man still possessed some wit. Lin Fan, having achieved a bountiful harvest, departed with his army after a night's rest. Consequently, the continent where Mon City was situated fell under Lin Fan's dominion. Chapter 19. A performance of 3 bites to a pig. As the grand army returned to the capital, thousands of new residents from the royal city lined the roads, eagerly welcoming the king's forces. Such a scene would have been inconceivable in the past at Eastonville. Leading the procession, Lin Fan reveled in the cheers and flowers from the people. Even Tourette stood tall, shedding his usual lethargy. The faces of every soldier radiated joy. Those who once sought to distance themselves from the army now longed to embrace them. This was the transformation brought by Lord Lin Fan. Eastonville began to host a grand banquet, filled with unparalleled joy. Laughter echoed even to Linnea, while our king, Lord Lin Fan, donned in a flowing white robe, sat upon his throne with a blissful grin. Why does Mr. Lin Fan seem rather peculiar? Mused Roderick, standing beside the throne with a look of confusion. Perhaps he was concocting some lewd thoughts again. Melina had already begun her warm-up, ready to deliver a couple of punches if Lin Fan were to indulge in any inappropriate behavior. Oh, surely not. I don't believe Mr. Lin Fan is that kind of person. Upon conquering 2 continents, Lin Fan's internal map shifted once more, expanding northwards to Linnea and eastwards to Galat. Moreover, he felt an incredibly strong connection to the lands under his control, sensing the emotional fluctuations of every blade of grass and tree, reminiscent of a land deity. The rune within him had fully awakened following his battle with Grek, and now a spectral rune, visible only to Lin Fan, hovered above his royal city, radiating light and purifying the lands under his command. Lin Fan could even share this rune with others, as his Great Rune continuously generated more runes, losing a little without any pain. Just as Lin Fan emerged from his reverie of being a land deity, he noticed Roderick frowning. A look of puzzlement etched on her face, while Melina stretched nearby. Is something amiss between you two? Miss Leah, can you not see it? Indeed. It seems my mission is destined to shield me from the sights of this world. Is that so? Leah and Elena sat together on a rocking chair crafted by Lin Fan. While not far off, Kali frantically scratched his head, utterly bewildered as to why a particular ingredient in his food caused diarrhea, despite not affecting him when consumed alone. Gurgle. Gurgle. Kali clutched his stomach and dashed towards the restroom. This Mr. Kali seems to be visiting the toilet quite frequently. He must have eaten something that disagreed with him, as he always samples his new dishes first. Truly a remarkable individual. After a while, Leah realized the time was slipping away. She stood, taking Elena's hand as they made their way outside. Upon exiting the side room, they heard a heavy thud. Miss Leah, did something fall? No, not an object. It is Lord Lin Fan who has fallen. At that moment, Lin Fan lay on the ground, bruised and battered, devoid of his previous regal demeanor. Fortunately, the royal armor hung aside, untouched by his disgrace. Miss Melina, what has happened? Melina stood there, cheeks puffed and flushed, unsure how to explain the situation to Leah. A few minutes later, Lin Fan, with Melina on his left and Roderick on his right, embraced both warmly, speaking with an air of maturity. I know you two have missed me dearly during my absence. It's perfectly understandable. If you miss me, just tell me. No need to stand there doing strange things. Come, give me a kiss. Roderick's face flushed a deep crimson, her heart racing in turmoil. Should she allow Mr. Lin Fan to kiss her? She hesitated. Yet he truly was wonderful. After a fierce internal struggle, she resolved to let him kiss her. As she lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of Lin Fan sprawled on the ground. Turning her head, she saw Melina, normally quiet and gentle, now blushing and appearing somewhat irate. After this brief interlude, the revelers ceased their antics. Once Lin Fan was attired in his royal garments, Leah employed her healing powers to mend his injuries, and together with the 4 companions, they proceeded to the banquet. Before the inner castle gates, a grand rectangular table displayed a plethora of delectable dishes, with everyone seated on either side. Naturally, the central seat belonged to Lin Fan, flanked by 4 places prepared by Burke for the various queens. As Lin Fan and his companions arrived, the banquet commenced. Initially, guests were somewhat reserved, with the exceptions of Kali and others. The knights of Eastonville and Davis, dining with the king for the first time, sat in silence, using knives and forks to eat their meat. It was not until Lin Fan seized a chicken leg with his hands and devoured it heartily that they began to relax. As the wine flowed more freely, the banquet reached its climax. Allow me to demonstrate a remarkable feat. 3 bites to a pig. A nameless knight suddenly rose, brandishing a roasted pig, preparing to showcase his talent. 1, 2, 3. Everyone counted along, and after the 3rd call, the knight truly swallowed the entire pig whole. Bravo! What a performance! Lin Fan clapped vigorously, raising his goblet to toast the knight who had just performed a remarkable feat, generously sharing a portion of his rune with him. Observing this, the others quickly rolled up their sleeves, eager to showcase their own talents. After all, a well-executed performance could earn them a drink from the king and a share of his precious runes. Allow me. I shall perform a magic trick and make the wine in this bottle vanish in 2 seconds. My king, with this mighty axe, I shall open a bottle of wine for you. Step aside. My king, I will drink upside down for you. Make way. My king, I will swallow a longsword. Come on, guys, surely this is unnecessary. Why are you two just standing there? Grab the sword from his hands. Lin Fan watched the playful commotion with a generous spirit, distributing his runes freely. He permitted those less skilled at drinking, like Leah, to partake sparingly, while he and his close companions, Burke, Carell, and Davis, drank heartily. Having come this far was no easy feat, and the more he reflected on it, the happier he became. Gradually, as some poured and others succumbed to intoxication, Lin Fan too found himself growing drowsy. He faintly sensed someone assisting him away from the banquet before he lost consciousness. Chapter 20. Why has Leah grown plump? A month after the feast, the population of Nymphig was steadily increasing. The barren trees regained their vitality, becoming lush and vibrant, while the fractured land gradually healed. All of Lin Fan's subjects were enveloped in the warmth of his runes daily. The stronger Lin Fan became, the more robust and prosperous the lands and people under his rule flourished, and vice versa. Lin Fan meticulously sorted through the spoils of war acquired from pacifying Nymphig and surrounding areas. He awarded weapons to the knight commanders, fed ash and magic to his grand runes, entrusted the ashes to Godrick, and offered prayers for Leah. Only the essential items for future exploration were stored in his spatial backpack, while his strength grew day by day, fueled by the faith his people had in him. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably, save for one troubling matter. Melina had vanished the day after the feast, leaving only a letter stating she would return in a month. Lin Fan prayed fervently for her return, as he could not bear the days without her presence. Leah, I have arrived. Little Rika, are you here? I didn't expect you three to be so adept at hiding. In the open space, Lin Fan, blindfolded, groped about. Not far off, Godrick held Leah and Elena at bay, their expressions wary as they watched Lin Fan. Upon hearing footsteps, Lin Fan transformed into a swift panther, pouncing forward. Wait, this physique? When did Leah become so plump? And why does she have a beard? My king, I feel quite embarrassed by your enthusiasm towards me. Lin Fan swiftly removed the blindfold, only to discover he was not embracing Leah, but rather his trusted aide, Davis. What are you doing here? Wasn't it agreed that you would announce yourself first? Lin Fan felt a twinge of irritation, fearing his dignity was at stake. My king, several parties have come seeking you, and they are quite significant. Oh, what sort of significance? A female warrior, claiming to be Nephilim, admires you and wishes to meet with you. Her strength seems formidable, rivaling my own. There is also a man who appears frail, yet he claims to be the legitimate heir of the Lord of Nymphig. I thought he bore enough weight to warrant not sending him away. Additionally, a contingent of Red Lion Knights has come to deliver a letter to you. Upon hearing Davis's words, Lin Fan recalled how he had been preoccupied with indulging in the privileges he possessed, completely forgetting about the NPCs from the original tale. However, since they had come to him, it would be prudent to meet them. Please invite them all in. And remember to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor and speak with elegance in front of outsiders. At your command, my king. Davis slowly retreated. And after Lin Fan explained the situation to Godrick, the trio helped him don his armor. Soon, Lin Fan sat upon his golden throne, assuming an imposing posture. Before long, Davis returned, accompanied by a woman dressed in a wild and fierce style, followed by a middle-aged man with golden hair and a well-trained contingent of Red Lion Knights. Once the three groups stood in alignment, Lin Fan lowered his voice and spoke. Shouldn't the Red Lion Knights be stationed in Red Lion City? What brings you to my Stonevale? By the order of Lord Jillian of Jillian City, we invite you to participate in the battle festival occurring in several months. Your formidable strength deserves a grander stage for display. This letter is entrusted to me by Lord Jillian, the Knight Commander stated, producing a red letter from within his cloak. Davis stepped forward to accept the letter and handed it to Lin Fan. As Lin Fan slowly opened the envelope, the contents were immediately clear. It detailed the suffering of the Starbreaker General, the might of Lin Fan, and a heartfelt invitation for him to attend the battle festival. Within the letter, Lin Fan was addressed as Lord of the City, yet the signature bore the name of the wandering knight, Jillian. The entire letter felt less like an invitation and more like a plea, a subtlety that Lin Fan keenly noted. He suspected there was more than met the eye. Recalling his previous encounter with Alexander, the journey to Red Lion City would need to be prioritized, but his ambitions extended beyond merely attending a battle festival. He had his sights set on the entirety of Galad, including the Dragon Tomb. Ultimately, Lin Fan accepted the invitation, expressing his intention to depart for Red Lion City in a month. Upon receiving his response, The Red Lion Knight promptly took his leave, leading his contingent away from the palace. And what brings you to my stone veil? I believe you are a truly remarkable individual, akin to the greatness of my father. I wish to meet you. Your noble deeds, Wong, have vanquished all the monsters and liberated my fortress of hate. I have always believed that a true king is indispensable for the land of Nymphoj, not one like Great, but a great king like you, who walks the righteous path. Therefore, I, Kenneth Hade, the legitimate heir of the Lord of Nymphoj, wish to entrust the rightful authority of Nymphoj to you. Kenneth's declaration astonished everyone. Davis remarked, "What nonsense is this? Does our king require your endorsement?" Lin Fan interjected, "Brother, you have mistaken the person." Nephi commented, "It appears he is even greater than I imagined." "No, Kenneth, perhaps you should focus on this warrior beside you rather than me. I shall soon depart from Stone Vale and leave Nymphoj." Lin Fan declined Kenneth's proposition and pointed towards Nephi. "Me?" Nephi, suddenly caught in the situation, innocently pointed to herself. "In that case, I will remain by her side and observe if she possesses the qualities of a ruler," Kenneth replied before stepping aside, falling silent. Lin Fan invited both to a feast within the palace and arranged accommodations. He recognized the importance of Nephi as a formidable ally. In the following days, Lin Fan engaged in daily discussions with Nephi regarding combat experience. They practiced for several hours each day, enriching Lin Fan's combat knowledge. Did he lack battle experience? Who could say? At that moment, he was intently observing the perspiring Nephi and refused her suggestion to bathe, insisting on further training in hand-to-hand combat. In the palace training grounds, Soldier A remarked, "Truly a king, not only inherently powerful, but also diligently training." Soldier B agreed, "Indeed. The king fights without the slightest hint of divine power, relying entirely on physical prowess. Several times, he has been bested by that female warrior. Yet he remains composed and seeks her counsel." Soldier C countered, "Do not speak recklessly. Which of your eyes saw the king bested? Clearly, he has maintained the upper hand. Overpowering the female warrior, the king is invincible." Soldiers A and B concurred, agreed. Chapter 21. Mind your tone when speaking to me. Lin Fan and Nephi trained tirelessly, evidently becoming close friends. Nephi was astounded by Lin Fan's talent and dedication, growing increasingly respectful towards him. Kenneth persistently urged Lin Fan to assume power, but after repeated rejections, he redirected his focus entirely onto Nephi. One day, Nephi expressed that she had lingered long enough and was ready to continue her journey. After Lin Fan hosted another banquet for them, he personally escorted them out of the royal city. Alone on the throne, Lin Fan found himself lost in thought, entirely unaware of someone approaching from behind. "What's the matter? Still thinking of her?" Lin Fan heard the familiar voice and turned sharply to find Melina, clad in a white court attire, standing there. "Lin, I have missed you so much," Lin Fan exclaimed, ready for a reprimand. But today Melina was unusually gentle. "Yes, I have missed you too, my king," Melina replied softly, embracing Lin Fan. This exceedingly warm moment did not hold Lin Fan's attention for long. He suddenly recalled that Melina would not typically express such sentiments openly. Had she encountered some shifty creature at the border? Yet he felt no malice. Lin Fan broke free from the embrace, and upon seeing her puzzled expression, he stretched out his hands to pinch Melina's face, then tugged at it again. "This feels right. It doesn't seem fake," Lin Fan murmured. "You just doubted my authenticity, didn't you? Did you?" Melina gazed at Lin Fan with kindness, articulating each word with care. Suddenly, Lin Fan looked up at Melina, deeply sensing a lethal aura, a very potent one at that. "Ah, no slapping." Outside the palace, Soldier A remarked. "The king leaves the training grounds and enters the palace, still pushing himself. What a magnificent king." Soldier Jiang affirmed. "Indeed, he is truly great." Soldier C added. "The king is one of a kind." Soldiers A and B echoed, agreed. Upon hearing the news of Melina's return, everyone in the palace was filled with joy. Kali, laughing heartily, prepared several new dishes, and an internal banquet commenced. Lin Fan, with a face swollen like a pig's head, sat innocently to the side, watching the merry gathering while lamenting the absence of even a single dish before him. "I am the king. Can I not receive a modicum of respect? Where's my food?" Lin Fan's perfectly normal complaint, uttered from his excessively swollen mouth, came out oddly. "MMM. You are you. Observant Rodrika immediately noticed Lin Fan, seated prominently, waving his hands and visibly agitated. "My lord is truly happy. He is so excited he cannot even speak." After the banquet, Lin Fan had a few opportunities to taste Kali's new dishes. However, with his sausage-like mouth unable to open, he missed those chances. Following a treatment from Lia, Lin Fan returned to his usual self. Melina proposed taking Lin Fan to the round table, which he eagerly agreed to without hesitation. They also brought Godrick along. Such a splendid talent for spirit manipulation should not go to waste. Having entrusted the affairs of the city to Davis and finalized some matters with Leah and others, the three set forth on their journey. As Melina gently invoked the blessing, a golden radiance enveloped the trio, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in an unfamiliar hall. The occupants of the hall appeared accustomed to sudden arrivals, paying little heed to Lin Fan and his companions as they continued with their own affairs. Melina imparted to Lin Fan some etiquette of the round table, such as refraining from the use of magic, engaging in combat, or drawing swords. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the round table, he sensed a suppression of his powers. Once Melina concluded her instructions, she returned to converse with Leah. Observing Melina enter the blessing, Lin Fan led Godrick to the location he recalled where the blacksmith Shogu resided. He sought to enlist his assistance in enhancing the knight and fire sword and to arrange matters for Godrick. I haven't seen you before, but it matters not. The task remains the same. Present your weapon, and I shall forge it, along with the forging stones. Shogu, sensing an approach, continued to strike the iron while speaking. Old sir, might you glance at the girl beside me? Does she possess the talent of a spirit tuner? Old sir? What an amusing title, Shogu chuckled, setting down his hammer and lifting his gaze. Upon beholding the youthful Lin Fan and the girl Godrick behind him, he discerned the answer in her eyes. You possess a remarkable aptitude for spirit tuning. Cherish it well, he remarked to Godrick. Thank you for your kind words. I shall treasure them. Godrick shyly bowed and then hid behind Lin Fan. Would you be willing to teach her the methods of spirit tuning? I am unwilling. Please, do impart the methods to her. Do not let her talent go to waste. Whether her talent is wasted or not is of no concern to me. The crucial matter lies with you. How do you perceive her? Is she merely a tool for your spirit tuning, or something more? Shogu's words left Lin Fan speechless. What was Godrick to him? A partner? A companion? Mr. Lin Fan does not regard me as a mere tool. I admire Mr. Lin Fan and wish to grow stronger to aid him in battle. Godrick, seeing Lin Fan's silence, summoned her courage to speak to Shogu. Realizing the smile on Shogu's face, she suddenly blushed, covering her face with her hands. How embarrassing. Did I just say, I like Mr. Lin Fan? What will he think if he hears this? The more she pondered, the redder her face became. I am Shogu. If you follow me, be prepared to endure some hardships. Brace yourself as I teach you the ways of spirit tuning. Thank you, Mr. Shogu. Under Shogu's guidance, Lin Fan fetched some carpets and spirit tuning materials from the adjacent room. For the foreseeable future, Godrick would study the art of spirit tuning here. Seated on the carpet Lin Fan had laid out for her, Godrick carefully arranged the soul scrolls he had given her, awaiting Shogu's instruction. Young lad, I presume you have other matters to attend to? Lin Fan presented the knight and fire sword to Shogu. What do you intend to do with this? Humiliate me? What do you mean? Such an exquisite blade. The power contained within is formidable. It already possesses a spirit. What further forging could it possibly require? Are you asking me to reduce it to scrap? Shogu examined Lin Fan's sword as if it were a work of art. But wait, I recall the game stating it was level 8 or 9. I have noticed yet another discrepancy. Lin Fan retrieved the sword, gazing pointedly at Shogu. Old sir, what sort of look is that? Does this sword not befit me? You are unworthy of this sword. I have tolerated you long enough. I hope you will amend your tone. With such an attitude, you may come or go as you please. I am the lord of the city, a ruler of 2 continents. Can I not be a bit arrogant? I have encountered many lords. Go ahead, kill me if you wish. I shall not teach this girl. Shogu adopted a defiant posture, closing his eyes and extending his neck. Oh, Mr. Shogu, what are you saying? How could I possibly harm you? I aspire to be the future Elden King. I can afford a measure of patience. Here's the deal. You shall educate this future princess well. And when I ascend as the Elden King, I will grant you whatever you desire. As Lin Fan massaged Shogu's shoulders, he feigned a smile to placate him. Upon hearing the words future princess, Godrick once more concealed her face, lost in her thoughts. Very well, you may leave. This girl will be here for an extended period. Do visit her often. Understood. As Lin Fan observed the still blushing Godrick, he affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to exit the hall. Just as Lin Fan was about to touch the blessing, a figure nearby took notice of him and hurriedly grasped his arm. I am Colin, a cleric. I have some prayers I can teach you for free. Lin Fan regarded Colin with confusion. Are prayers so devalued now? I sense a rich power of the golden tree within you. None are more suited to learn these prayers than you. I may not be able to. I lack faith. I must take my leave. Please let go. Give it a try. How will you know without attempting? No. Just a try? No. The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war until Lin Fan, reluctantly, followed Colin's lead and attempted to believe in the golden tree. Once everything was prepared, Lin Fan attempted to utter a healing prayer. Boom. The walls of the round table hall had been breached, revealing Sir Baiji, who was seated and writing. Lin Fan, feeling rather awkward, scratched his head as he faced the formidable presence of Sir Baiji, whose powerful aura seemed to lock onto him. Force is prohibited within the round table hall. You alone are responsible for the repairs, declared Sir Baiji, condemning Lin Fan, who was just on the verge of leaving the round table, to instead commence his new life there. The atmosphere within the hall shifted, becoming far from tranquil due to Lin Fan's presence. Chapter 22. My unholy alliance with gambling and poison teacher Shogu. Have we been attacked? Roderick inquired, her ears catching the resounding noises from the hall. Surely not. It must be the new tainted one, unfamiliar with the rules, casting spells, replied Shogu. But that would put everyone at the round table in peril. Roderick exclaimed anxiously. Shogu, amused by her innocence, reassured her, worry not. With that esteemed individual present, the foolish newcomer will receive the punishment he deserves. Then shall we proceed? Roderick asked. Indeed, let me enlighten you about the origins of these ash scrolls. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, unexpectedly engaged in wall construction, his background in civil engineering now serving him well, had restored the damaged wall by the end of the morning, his work accomplished with remarkable speed. However, when he approached Sir Baiji, he was informed that he must earn the forgiveness of the round table members before he could depart. Slumping into a chair, Lin Fan gazed at the ceiling, feeling the weight of life's absurdities. Turning to Colin, who wore a remorseful expression, he resolved to make him the target of his frustrations. Mr. Colin, I have endured so much for you. My plight is indeed unfortunate. I apologize, I never anticipated this outcome, Colin replied. Can you forgive my actions in damaging the round table hall? Forgiveness cannot be granted so easily. Rules must be upheld, Colin stated firmly. Who do you think I am doing this for? For you. And yet you cannot find it in your heart to forgive me? How disheartening, Lin Fan lamented, burying his head in his arms and weeping openly. Colin, caught in a dilemma, struggled with his professional ethics but knew the incident was indeed provoked by him. Very well. I forgive your actions, Colin finally relented. As the words left his lips, Lin Fan's face lit up with a mischievous grin, devoid of any tears. Ah, Mr. Colin, I knew you would relent. No takebacks. He then made his way toward the smith, leaving Colin in a state of confusion. Indeed, the borderlands were rife with deceit. Coming to a realization, Colin exited the round table hall, intent on seeking out the man with the golden mask for a conversation. Your collection of ash scrolls possesses remarkable quality, Shogu remarked, observing the scrolls displayed by Roderick. Among them were the Ashen Knight, the Headless Horseman, the Beastman clan, and the War Eagle. With these scrolls, Roderick could command respect in Ninfog. These were given to me by Mr. Lin Fan, and I can feel the immense power contained within them. I long to harness their strength, she declared. It appears that young man treats you well. However, mastering such powerful ash scrolls is no trifling matter. Most individuals subdue them with even greater strength. For someone like you, the best approach is persuasion, Shogu advised. Persuasion? Roderick echoed, intrigued. Your talent allows you to penetrate the scroll's surfaces and communicate with the souls within. In time, they may willingly fight for you. I understand now. I will strive to achieve this, Teacher Shogu, she resolved. Indeed, for in my extensive life, I have yet to witness anyone successfully persuade the beings within these scrolls. They were proud in their former lives, Shogu noted. Roderick's determination solidified. For the sake of Mr. Lin Fan, she would endeavor to persuade these scrolls. You have wasted your years if you have never witnessed such a feat, a voice interjected from behind them, revealing Lin Fan's presence. Mr. Lin Fan, you haven't left. Roderick exclaimed. How could I? I cannot leave you alone here. I shall remain by your side. But is that truly wise? Do you not have matters to attend to in the city? Such trivialities pale in comparison to your well-being, Lin Fan assured her. Hearing this, Roderick felt a warm flutter in her heart, realizing her significance to him. Shogu, unable to tolerate Lin Fan's demeanor any longer, decided to intervene. It seems the foolish tainted one is indeed you, he said, directing his words at Lin Fan. Foolish tainted one? What nonsense are you speaking of? Lin Fan questioned, bewildered. As Roderick recalled Shogu's earlier remark about a foolish tainted one disrupting the rules, her sweet feelings dissipated. Puffing her cheeks in indignation, she turned away from Lin Fan, resolutely focusing on her communication with the scrolls, determined to ignore him for at least 3 minutes. Old man, do you enjoy stirring the pot? Lin Fan glared at Shogu. His teeth clenched. Not at all. I merely speak the truth, Shogu replied, raising his hands in innocence. Observing Lin Fan's distressed expression and Roderick's concentrated efforts, Xiaogu felt an inexplicable sensation within him. He swung his hammer tirelessly, indifferent to the identities of those who entered, merely adhering to his mechanical rhythm, crafting weapons for them. Such days were irrevocably shattered upon the arrival of Lin Fan and his companion. He began to take an interest in Lin Fan, who wielded the artifact, and was also moved by Roderick's innocence and earnestness. Even in his former life, he had never devoted such care to teaching another. Clang. Ding. The sound jolted Xiaogu's thoughts back to reality, where he saw Lin Fan holding the hammer used for forging, striking the freshly shaped iron plate. "You little rascal! What on earth are you doing? Why are you banging away like that?" Xiaogu bellowed, causing Lin Fan to nearly drop the hammer in fright. "When I took the hammer from you, you didn't put up a fuss. Why are you throwing such a fit now? Get lost. Far away. I have no desire to deal with you right now." Lin Fan gazed at Xiaogu, realizing that the old man was unlikely to forgive him today. Then, an idea struck him as he glanced toward a nearby room. If his memory served him correctly, it housed Faya, whose character in the game was associated with the blessings of curtains from a cloud and rain affair. However, it was imperative not to engage in any actual misconduct. In the game, it only involved a hug. But now, in the real world, could it be that his former self was perpetually embroiled in a vendetta against gambling and drugs? With this thought, Lin Fan resolutely pushed open the door to that fateful chamber. Chapter 23. The great warrior. Within the tidy room lay a wooden bed, upon which rested a golden-haired maiden. The pristine, jade-like legs revealed beneath a sheer white veil immediately captured Lin Fan's attention. Unlike her dark attire in the game, Faya had removed her hood and donned a flowing white garment, exuding a goddess-like aura. Sensing Lin Fan's gaze, she slowly propped herself up and, noticing him standing like a statue, inquired, "O great warrior, why do you remain there motionless?" "Ahem, I was merely curious about what this room might contain. Hence my sudden intrusion. I apologize for the disturbance," Lin Fan stammered, feeling an acute sense of awkwardness suffocating him. He recalled that she had just been lying there with her eyes closed. How had she suddenly sat up? "Wait, great warrior, may I request a brief embrace from you?" Faya quickly interjected as Lin Fan turned to leave. "That would be inappropriate. If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. Of course, I would be delighted. A hug, however long, is entirely welcome." "Wait, warrior sir. Huh, what is it? You do not need to remove your clothing for just a hug." Faya's cheeks flushed slightly. Having served numerous heroes, she should have remained unfazed, yet she turned her head away, avoiding Lin Fan's near-naked form, clad only in his undergarments. Lin Fan almost resorted to the attire from his past life, but hastily donned a robe, fastening it haphazardly. He figured it was best to address the pressing matter first. Faya enveloped Lin Fan in her arms, and as he felt the warmth of her embrace, she subtly absorbed a fragment of his life energy. Lin Fan did not perceive much, only a slight sensation of being lightly siphoned, as though a small portion of him had been emptied. Upon absorbing this essence, Faya was astounded to discover that his life energy was exceptionally vibrant and unique. That minute essence rivaled the entirety of some individual's life forces. And even after its departure from Lin Fan's body, it continued to radiate an aura of vitality. Realizing this, Faya's interest was piqued. She had initially regarded Lin Fan as a mere transient warrior, but now he had transformed in her eyes into an unknown, magnificent hero or king. Only such extraordinary beings possessed such formidable life energy, and she was reluctant to release him so easily. In Faya's embrace, Lin Fan found himself struggling to breathe. Initially, it was manageable, but as she tightened her hold, he realized that while he might enjoy this perpetual embrace, the matter of breathing was becoming increasingly urgent. "Ugh, I can't breathe," Lin Fan gasped, writhing until Faya finally loosened her grip. "Apologies, great warrior. I became momentarily distracted. I am truly sorry. May I offer you a chance for compensation?" Faya repeatedly apologized, eager to mend the situation. She feared Lin Fan might turn away, for his life energy was far too precious to let slip away. "And what form of compensation do you propose?" Lin Fan inquired cautiously. "Would you care to hear a story?" "A story? What do you take me for, a child?" Lin Fan began to decline, but Faya's next words changed his mind instantly. "You may embrace me and lie on this wooden bed as I recount it to you." "Absolutely. I would be delighted. Perhaps you could tell me 1001 nights. Faya, seeing Lin Fan once again enticed, felt a weight lift from her heart, and she smiled as she settled onto the bed, awaiting this unknown hero to join her in slumber. As for 1001 nights, she regarded it as a peculiar tale. Lin Fan hurried onto the bed, pulling Faya into his arms. The faint fragrance of the maiden entranced him, fulfilling a long-held wish from his past life in this alternate realm. As Faya subtly continued to absorb Lin Fan's life energy, she began to speak softly. I am Faya. In my homeland, I was known as the Sleeping Maiden. Through the warmth and strength bestowed by countless heroes, I lay with the departed, allowing them to awaken once more, for that is my purpose. However, before the great ones could be revived, I awakened due to the blessing and was subsequently exiled from my homeland. I fear you have already discerned my intention. Nonetheless, I wish to continue as a somnolent maiden. No matter how many times it may take, please continue to embrace me in this manner, and I shall reciprocate your embrace. Lin Fan did not reply, instead quietly listening to Faya's tale. Occasionally nodding to indicate his understanding, his hands meandered casually. Mr. Warrior? You need not caress my body to comfort me. I have already felt an unprecedented warmth emanating from within you. Thank you. These stories left a profound impression. From another perspective, you too are a remarkable woman. I hope to genuinely warm your heart. As Lin Fan spoke, his hands continued to roam over Faya's form. While she momentarily froze at the mention of being a remarkable woman. To speak kindly, one sleeps alongside countless heroes. To speak unkindly, one resembles a courtesan. Am I not a being despised by all? Even so, can I be considered a great person? The term great is too burdensome. I am merely a being loathed by everyone. Faya curled into Lin Fan's embrace, feeling an unprecedented warmth. Perhaps after this moment, such a feeling would be hard to encounter again, even if everyone scorns your actions. To persist and fight for your beliefs is indeed an act of unparalleled greatness. At the very least, I do not disdain you. His hands gently caressed the young girl's back. He knew everything about Faya, and at this moment, all he wished was to console the girl in his arms. Thank you, great Mr. Warrior. May I ask your name? I am Lin Fan, an ordinary individual, navigating the trials of this world in pursuit of becoming the Elden King. You possess the aura of a ruler. You are destined to succeed. Indeed, for my mentor, my companions, and all who place their trust in me, I must become the Elden King. You are the hope of many. Faya, simply be yourself. You must steadfastly uphold your beliefs. Otherwise, it holds no meaning. I do not know what your future entails, but I hope you carry forth this expectation of mine. Faya was taken aback. She lifted her gaze to meet Lin Fan's. His handsome visage and noble character reminded her of what the great Prince Godwin might have looked like had he still been alive. Lord Lin Fan, thank you. Tears welled in Faya's eyes, and in a moment of spontaneity, she kissed Lin Fan's lips, catching him off guard. The cold sensation prompted Lin Fan to respond instinctively, and feeling his reciprocation, Faya delved deeper into the kiss. Ultimately, Lin Fan could not advance further, and Faya, desiring quietude, bid him farewell. Lin Fan felt an ache in his heart, yet only Faya knew that through their repeated kisses, she had returned the life energy she had absorbed from him. As the door to the room swung open, Lin Fan stepped out, turning to close it behind him. Despite the discomfort, a gentleman must remain a gentleman. Gazing at the firmly shut door for an extended period, Lin Fan realized a troubling truth. Wait, I came seeking forgiveness. Failing that, I would settle for a fleeting encounter. Yet, in the end, I lost both opportunities and perhaps even shed a bit of my own blood, transforming inexplicably into a life coach to console her. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to paying for pleasure only to engage in philosophical discourse, ultimately being shown the door. Our king, indeed, is quite dashing, leaving a trail of affection in his wake. A woman clad in the regal attire of Stormvale Castle, holding a golden dagger, stood smiling behind Lin Fan. Beside her stood a girl in a white dress and a golden-haired woman clad in a nun's garb. Chapter 24. Old Woman. What is the price of this stone sword key? Lin Fan, nursing a throbbing headache, squatted in a corner looking quite aggrieved. In the distance, Melina and the others were happily chatting with Godrick. Even the usually reticent Shugu had joined in the conversation, buoyed by the atmosphere. Is it really acceptable to resort to violence without hearing an explanation? I am a king. How can I be struck without recourse? How was I to know she engaged in such activities? You did not inform me, and I was left to face the consequences without being given a chance to explain. It was utterly uncouth. Lin Fan vented his frustrations vigorously. Mr. Lin Fan, could you please keep your voice down? Godrick called out to him from the corner. Do you wish to be struck again? Melina brandished her golden dagger playfully, gazing at Lin Fan with a smile. Dear Lord Lin Fan, your actions have indeed been quite excessive. While I can empathize, I am not particularly pleased. Leah clenched her hands tightly, her demeanor lacking its usual calm. My king, I stand with Sister Leah. Your behavior has indeed been out of line. Irina also firmly condemned Lin Fan. Surprisingly, Shugu remained silent. merely casting a knowing glance at Lin Fan, suggesting he should leave for now and return to clarify once tempers had cooled. Old man Shugu, what are you glaring at? Relishing in my misfortune? Lin Fan interpreted Shugu's expression as mockery. Shugu tightened his grip on his hammer. Mr. Lin Fan, why are you being so harsh with Master Shugu? The innocent Rodrika instinctively defended him, solidifying Shugu's resolve. How excessive, my king. It seems the earlier punishment was not enough. Perhaps you are merely itching for more. Lord Lin Fan can be a bit mischievous at times, but it is unacceptable to vent your frustrations on Master Shugu without cause. Are you still defending him, Sister Leah? Huh, I am not. Lin Fan departed, and as he made his way to the main hall, he could still faintly hear the women's discussions. Such matters should be approached at night, not during the day when seeking Fea. Yes, it must indeed be at night. Lin Fan muttered to himself as he wandered into another corridor. Before him stood a man clad in black armor, leaning elegantly against the wall. Scrutinizing Lin Fan as he approached, Lin Fan recognized this nonchalant figure. It was In Xia who had obstructed his entry when he visited Sir Baiji a few days prior. Deliberately, Lin Fan sauntered up to In Xia and mirrored his posture against the wall, striving to maintain eye contact, even though all he could discern was a stoic visage. As time trickled by in silence, neither In Xia nor Lin Fan uttered a word, locked in their silent exchange. Suddenly, the door beside them creaked open, revealing Sir Baiji. Observing the peculiar standoff between In Xia and Lin Fan, even the usually cold and unyielding Baiji momentarily paused in surprise. Lin Fan, he intoned frostily, you must understand that aside from the letter handed to me by that fellow, Green, you have yet to receive forgiveness from anyone else. Even so, do you intend to squander your time here? With Baiji's chilling words snapping him back to reality, Lin Fan hastily made his way deeper into the corridor. He found Baiji to be rather tedious, preferring not to engage further. His assessment of Baiji was clear, cold-hearted and ruthless. Willing to forsake everything to achieve his ends, undeniably wise, yet stubbornly fixated on altering this fractured world. A task for which he possessed neither the capability nor the right path. As Lin Fan departed, Baiji gestured for In Xia to enter, subsequently shutting the door, while his cold and unfeeling demeanor began to weave a sinister plan. Dear old ladies, are you unable to speak? Lin Fan found himself in the trading area of the Round Table Hall, where he encountered the twin old crones, though they appeared mute. Contemplating his next move, he decided to seek clarity from Baiji. Just as he turned to leave, his gaze fell upon 5 stone sword keys laid out on the old crone stall. Ladies, what is the price of these 5 stone sword keys? Lin Fan crouched before the stall, pointing at the keys on the ground. The twin old crones, adorned with white masks and red cloth, simultaneously extended 5 fingers in response to his inquiry. Agreed. 5 wen is it? Here. Lin Fan summoned 5 wen coins from within, placing them before the old ladies before collecting the stone sword keys and striding away with a flourish. The twin crones watched Lin Fan's retreat, their wooden staffs tapping rhythmically against the floor. It's 10 golden yuan. 10. Alas, they could not voice their thoughts. Throughout the lengthy years, the number of fated ones visiting the round table had dwindled. In nearly a year, they had seen scarcely 1 or 2. Their time had long since arrived, teetering on the brink of reincarnation. Yet, in this shattered world, reincarnation had become a distant memory, leaving them with mere shells of their former souls. Within the round table, they relied on the items they collected to trade for yuan, sustaining their sanity and avoiding the fate of becoming mindless husks. The crone on the left bent down to retrieve a yuan from the ground, offering comfort to her sister on the right. Fear not. We shall gather more yuan, accumulate enough strength, and report to Lord Baiji. The younger sister acknowledged her sister's words, understanding the gravity of their dwindling existence as the fated ones grew ever scarcer. As the elder sister reached for Lin Fan's yuan, she paused, her body trembling as she examined the design and size of the coins. Noticing her sister's unusual reaction, the younger crone turned to her, and soon both were shivering in unison. For those 5 coins were not mere golden yuan, they were royal yuan. Lin Fan returned to the threshold of Sir Baiji's chamber. This time, to his surprise, In Xia was absent, allowing him to enter unimpeded. Sir Baiji, are you busy? Startled by Lin Fan's voice, Baiji nearly dropped his book. Why do you never knock before entering? Speak, what brings you here this time? He set aside his reading, leaning back in his chair, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. Between us, why would knocking be necessary? Those 2 old ladies cannot speak. How then can I seek their forgiveness? Wait a moment, Baiji instructed, retrieving a sheet of paper to inscribe something. Before long, he presented Lin Fan with a contract from the Elden world. If they forgive you, Have them sign this document. Handing the paper to Lin Fan. Baiji waved him away, resuming his reading. Tucked within the pages, Lin Fan spotted notes that read, Fated one Lin Fan can absorb the large Lin of others for personal use, instantly learning any magic. Chapter 25. Little Gu, Little Wei. Little Lu Melina and her companions had conversed for quite some time before preparing to depart. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan approached them, eager to explain the events of that day, only to find himself ignored. After they had left, he hurried to Rodrika, showering her with sweet words and kind lies. The naive Rodrika forgave Lin Fan, believing he had merely engaged in friendly conversation with Faya. Later that night, Lin Fan gently rapped on Faya's door. Upon hearing a faint response from within, he slowly pushed the door open and swiftly stepped inside, shutting the door behind him in a seamless motion. Inside, Faya lay on her bed, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan. Mr. Lin Fan, it is a great honor for you to visit me again. Lin Fan, however, ignored her, instead surveying the room, which was markedly different from before. Disheveled books, a cluttered table, wrinkled sheets, and the seemingly composed Faya all testified to a singular truth. She had been troubled by something or someone in this room, having grappled internally before arriving at a decision. Mr. Lin Fan? Fia observed Lin Fan standing there, lost in thought, much like the first time they had met. She called out to him again, I apologize. I was just contemplating some matters. Today, Lin Fan appeared unusually serious. The frivolous demeanor he once possessed had vanished, and she had begun to sense the implications of the decision she had made. It's all right. It must be something of great significance. If you feel weary, you may rest here for a while, she offered. Lin Fan nodded and reclined on the bed. With her permission, he rested his head on her lap, and the two found themselves gazing into each other's eyes. Fia gently caressed his face, noting that Lin Fan was far more reticent today than during their initial encounter. I previously used my power within the round table to damage its walls, and was required by Sir Baiji to seek your forgiveness before I could leave. This is the reason for my visit, Lin Fan elucidated, closing his eyes to reveal his intent. I am aware. I wrote to Sir Baiji last night. Thank you, he added. After exchanging a few words, silence enveloped them once more. The complexities of human emotions are indeed curious. Often, a single word or gesture can evoke feelings and render one sensitive to another. Lin Fan awaited Fia's words, sensing that her decision was intertwined with his fate. Fia appeared equally conflicted, often hesitating to speak, and they both remained in an unspoken agreement of silence. Teacher Shogu, why has it suddenly gone quiet? In a whisper, how strange, there was noise just a moment ago. Outside the door, Shogu and Rodrika had pressed their ears against it, straining to listen. What is that sound? Sir Baiji inquired, appearing behind them, glancing at the blacksmith Shogu and Rodrika with curiosity. Startled by his sudden presence, they turned to face him. Good evening, Sir Baiji. It is quite late. You have not yet retired? Shogu greeted respectfully. Just taking a stroll? Is this your new apprentice? Baiji casually remarked, shifting his gaze to Rodrika. Yes, my lord. This is Rodrika, the apprentice I mentioned to you before. Greetings, Sir Baiji. I am Rodrika, a student of Master Shogu. She replied hurriedly, recalling how Shogu had previously shared his experiences of being brought to the round table by the esteemed Sir Baiji. Hello, Rodrika. You two may continue your eavesdropping. I did not witness anything and shall take my leave. Safe travels, my lord. With Sir Baiji gone, they felt it inappropriate to continue their clandestine listening. Shogu returned to his weapons crafting area, dragging his chains, while Rodrika sat beside him, seemingly eager to speak. Master Shogu, did you not say that Sir Baiji is a cold and unfeeling man? I found him rather warm just now. He was not always this way, however. He does seem more amiable today. What could be the reason? Shogu pondered, stroking the few remaining strands of his beard, watching her teacher deep in thought. Rodrika turned to retrieve a scroll of ashes, once more communicating with the souls contained within. She assigned each a name she deemed fitting, the Lost Knight Oleg, nicknamed Little Gu, the Lost Knight Ingui, called Little Wei, and the Headless Knight Little, affectionately known as Little Lu. Do these souls like their new names? I cannot say for certain, but Rodrika feels they are quite pleased. Ingui laughed, Little Gu, little brother? If the former king knew you had such an endearing nickname, he would surely summon you back at once. His jest silenced the other two souls, who were suddenly reminded of the glorious days spent by the king's side. Yet, in the realm of kings and commoners, what could they hope for in defeat? As the atmosphere grew awkward, Oleg quickly attempted to lighten it, feigning anger as he exclaimed. Silence. Ingui, why did this girl not name you Little Heir? That is unfair. All right. What is there to fuss about? I am also called Little Lu. Little interjected. Ingui. Oleg, Little Lu, little dear? Ha ha. If you call me Little Lu again, I shall tear your mouths apart. Little retorted. By the way, Little Lu, how did you lose your head? Ingwe inquired. Oh, that was because you kept calling me Little Lu. She answered. Hey, fellas, stop fighting. Oleg interjected. Previously, Roderica had transferred the souls of Ingwe, Oleg, and Little into a scroll, concerned that they might not get along. Now, from the scroll, she sensed a vibrant exchange of emotions, and she was delighted to witness their harmonious interactions. In Sir Baiji's chamber, Inxiao was reporting something to him. You did not find the talisman? I must have it. After speaking, Sir Baiji waved his hand, and Inxiao exited, shutting the door behind her and resuming her role as a guard. Gazing at the burning wood in the hearth, Gideon Ovniel fell into deep contemplation. I am much like the wood that is about to burn out. Lin Fan has stirred quite the commotion upon his arrival at the Round Table, and now he mingles with the deceased. Let me see if he possesses the merit to ascend as a king. Chapter 26. My days of wielding the sword at the Round Table. Ultimately, it chose the side of the dead prince, handing the corrupting dagger to Lin Fan. Just as in a game, a fleeting encounter could never persuade FIA to abandon her plans, especially since her heart remained devoted to the Golden Prince. After closing the door to FIA's chamber, Lin Fan gazed at the corrupting dagger in his hand. He comprehended that if he were to relinquish the short sword, the tragic tale of the two brothers D from the original story would inevitably be reenacted. His arrival had already begun to instigate a transformation within this realm. Thus, he resolved to stir the waters further, to deviate from the norms, and to observe how they would respond. Lin Fan redirected his focus to the assembly around the Round Table, with only the forgiveness of E.G. remaining outstanding. Remarkably, after his visit, the two elderly women promptly delivered the letter of forgiveness to Baiji, although he was certain he had not broached the subject with them. Soon, Lin Fan acquired E.G.'s letter of forgiveness and, brimming with confidence, made his way to Baiji's chamber. Baiji, having gathered all the letters of forgiveness, spoke earnestly. The teleportation array of the Round Table has been unstable lately. I have sealed it. It will be several days before you can depart. Do you believe I would hesitate to dismantle this place? Go ahead, dismantle it, Baiji retorted, reclining in his chair with an air of command. Casting a provoking gaze at Lin Fan. Angered, Lin Fan departed and took a seat at the Round Table, contemplating his next move. A plan began to take root in his mind. Old man Shogu, I sense your swordsmanship is rather lackluster. Are you perhaps aging, devoid of strength? Would you like me to assist you? Have you finished? Why are you still here? Baiji barred his exit. Then why did you come to bother me? I cannot defeat him, Lin Fan incessantly inquired. Yet Shogu remained unmoved until Lin Fan seized the hammer he used for forging. Gazing at the rising Shogu, Lin Fan swiftly fled. Hey, buddy, doesn't it tire you to stand at the entrance all day? How much does Baiji pay you in a month? Perhaps you should consider a different stance? Your armor is indeed quite impressive, yet it pales in comparison to my own, he remarked. Does Baiji remain cooped up indoors all day? In my previous life, we referred to such a person as a hermit, you see? Yet he must be rather affluent. A wealthy recluse? Regardless of Lin Fan's jests, Inxia maintained her position. Are you not weary? Step back. A voice imbued with authority reverberated from behind Inxia, unmistakably belonging to Sir Baiji. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the depths of the corridor. One of the twin elderly women approached, gesturing for Lin Fan to come forth. The two women seated themselves before him, preparing to bow in deference. Lin Fan hurriedly assisted them to rise, and, upon inquiring, learned that their frailty stemmed from the absence of the 5 runes he had bestowed. Deprived of the rune's nurturing essence, their bodies had weakened considerably, rendering them nearly voiceless. The vibrant royal rune he possessed instantly rejuvenated their silvery hair to a lustrous black, granting them the ability to move freely once more. Young king, we are grateful for the royal rune you have bestowed upon us, yet we implore you to refrain from imparting your runes so casually in the future. Why? The royal rune is the most precious of all runes, for each one encapsulates the source of a king's power. Young king, should you bestow them upon others indiscriminately, you risk depleting your source of strength and potentially relinquishing your claim to kingship. Lin Fan nodded, albeit with a semblance of uncertainty. The two elders inquired his name and bestowed upon him some of their treasured remedies, cautioning him about the treacherous nature of this world. They expressed their concern for such a noble youth as he, hoping he would not encounter misfortunes beyond their ken. The elderly women tenderly caressed Lin Fan's hands, studying his visage intently. In that moment, he was reminded of his own grandmother from his previous life, the elderly woman who had always fretted over his sustenance. Each spoonful of food he had endeavored to consume entirely. The thought of his sudden displacement must surely cause her sorrow, as she watched him vanish from sight. Ultimately, he embraced the two elders, assuring them he would visit frequently. With a heavy heart, he emerged into the hall, where he beheld the equally despondent Diasros. Crouched upon the ground, Diasros appeared utterly helpless, prompting Lin Fan to approach and sit beside him. "Hey, buddy, what troubles you? My attendant, Renia, is missing. Have you seen her?" "I have not. I feel so inept, incapable of achieving anything, not even locating my own attendant." "I feel the same. Despite possessing the various abilities that others envy from my past life, my heart remains hollow. You dared to unleash magical attacks within the round table, even breaching the wall of that esteemed individual, yet I lacked the courage to even unsheath my sword. I truly empathize with you. When I was 6, then 6.5, then 8, then 10. The two leaned against each other, sharing many tales. Lin Fan's tragic existence profoundly moved Diasros, who offered him solace. As emotions deepened, they embraced and wept openly. Diasros wept sincerely, while Lin Fan remained uncertain. In the end, after Lin Fan recounted his sorrowful life, the two forged a profound friendship. He shared his status as a lord and promised to assist Diasros in the search for his attendant. After Diasros departed, Lin Fan took up Shogu's hammer and retraced his steps. Under the cover of night, he stealthily entered Faya's chamber for conversation. Each day, upon spotting merchants entering the round table, Lin Fan commenced his intimidation tactics, discouraging them from lingering. The round table, already sparse in foot traffic, soon became nearly deserted due to his actions. Thus, day by day, 5 days later, Baiji's desk overflowed with letters of complaint, denouncing Lin Fan's behavior and urging his expulsion from the round table. Even Xia had penned 7 or 8 letters. Rodriga, witnessing Lin Fan's daily visits to Faya's room, was incensed, contributing the most letters of all. The next individual is Shogu, who, during the days of Lin Fan's annoyance, produced not a single weapon. Ultimately, Sir Baiji, under duress, acquiesced to Lin Fan's departure. However, he proposed a request to teach Lin Fan several spells, to which Lin Fan readily agreed. Unbeknownst to him, Baiji was fervently orchestrating his own schemes during Lin Fan's time at the Round Table, with the inception of his plan being to become Lin Fan's mentor. Chapter 27. The Helmet as the Mask of True Self. Lin Fan followed Sir Baiji to his chamber, where Baiji activated a mechanism on the bookshelf, revealing a concealed door before Lin Fan. "Ah, no wonder you've been holed up in your room all day. You had a secret exit," Lin Fan exclaimed, his tone revealing a mix of surprise and humor. "Mind your tone and attitude. I am now your teacher." "Teacher, it's no wonder you stay cooped up. You had a way to sneak out. Let us proceed." Sir Baiji adjusted his demeanor and led Lin Fan through the secret door. Traversing a corridor, they arrived at a spacious chamber, at the center of which stood an altar-like structure. "This resembles an altar, teacher. You're not planning to sacrifice me, are you?" Surrounding it were steps leading up to a magical teleportation array. "Get up there." Sir Baiji, momentarily shedding his noble demeanor, seized Lin Fan's sleeve, feigning a kick. No, I'll go myself." Lin Fan evaded Baiji's foot and hastily ascended to the center of the magical array. As Sir Baiji entered the array, a blue beam radiated from it, enveloping both of them instantly. With a brilliant flash of blue light, they found themselves in a different location. This was an expansive circular arena, replete with various training weapons, wooden targets, and incomprehensible magical arrays. Most astonishingly, the ground was suspended in midair. "This is where I once learned and grew. It is my secret. The magical array over there can lead to various places in this world, though you shall not need it." Observing Lin Fan's astonishment, Baiji spoke with a tinge of pride. "So, teacher, what shall we learn today?" "Today, we will discuss the essential qualities a king must possess." "Huh, what do you mean?" Lin Fan replied, bewildered. "It's normal not to understand. There are chairs over there. Sit down, and I will explain." Sir Baiji gestured towards a solitary wooden chair, indicating that Lin Fan should take a seat. "But, teacher, aren't you supposed to teach me magic? Why has the practical lesson turned into a theoretical one?" "Powerful magic will come later. We must first explore this theoretical aspect." "The distinction between practical and theoretical lessons is indeed intriguing," Baiji mused, stroking his chin. Eventually, Lin Fan had no choice but to comply, observing as Sir Baiji took a book and stood before him, ready to impart knowledge. To become a king, one must possess numerous qualities. As he spoke, Sir Baiji waved his wand, conjuring a magical illusion before Lin Fan. The figure was towering and formidable, wielding a massive silver axe. With a lion draped over its shoulder, it was none other than the first Elden King, Godfrey. "This is the first Elden King, the most valiant of warriors, His Majesty Godfrey." Baiji introduced Godfrey with an unmistakable excitement and reverence in his voice. He continued, emphasizing, a powerful kingdom must have both a god and a king, otherwise, it cannot truly be called a kingdom. At this point, Lin Fan recalled that the kingdoms of the borderlands were founded on the principle of one god and one king. And whether this implied a bias against women remained uncertain. First and foremost, to become a king, one must possess unyielding courage, alongside a heart that can embrace all. Is that sufficient? Lin Fan inquired, skeptical of the theoretical teachings. What I've presented thus far is merely the written doctrine, which I find lacking in practicality. Now, I shall share my personal insights, which I deem far more valuable. Ignoring Lin Fan's gaze, Baiji closed the book and set it aside, delving into his own understanding. These views are purely my own. A king must wield formidable power and audacity, demonstrating love for his people while being ruthlessly uncompromising toward those who oppose him. Sir Baiji elaborated extensively, interspersing his discourse with tales from the borderlands to validate his assertions. It must be said that Sir Baiji was indeed a man of profound wisdom. One might wonder why such a brilliant individual did not choose to be a king himself. Teacher, I have a question. Lin Fan raised his hand. Speak. Why? With your intelligence and strength, do you not aspire to be king? I consider myself unworthy of such a title. You are far too humble, teacher. I believe you are quite deserving. Now, let us continue. Baiji redirected the conversation, although his eloquence began to falter, and the content gradually drifted off course. Lin Fan's few words momentarily transported Baiji back to the past, when he had recently taken control of the Round Table. It was then he encountered Dorolius, a woman who often contradicted him, yet became his closest confidant. Together, they vowed to become the Elden Kings, establishing a world where the weak would not be bullied or discarded. Yet, another friend, Selvies, an evil sorcerer, had used vile means to turn Dorolius into a puppet for his own gain. From that moment on, Sir Baiji grew increasingly cold and ruthless. The helmet that symbolized wisdom became a mask of Gideon-Ofnir. Upon reflecting on this, Sir Baiji fell silent, gazing intently at Lin Fan. Teacher, I hope I haven't offended you in any way. Haha, of course not. Would you care to hear my tale? With that, Sir Baiji removed his helmet, revealing his gaunt visage and flowing white hair to Lin Fan for the first time. They seated themselves upon a massive stone beside the floating island, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze. Gideon-Ofnir, having unfastened his helmet, began to narrate his story. Ofnir devoted his entire life to the pursuit of wisdom, becoming increasingly enamored with the exhilarating feeling of acquiring new knowledge. Alas, while knowledge is infinite, life is finite. Ultimately, he was unable to attain all knowledge within his limited lifespan, and, after falling into a deep slumber, he was awakened by the golden tree after an indeterminate duration. Through conversations with various individuals, he astutely surmised the current plight of the borderland, thus positioning himself as the master of the Round Table. In his quest to restore tranquility to the continent, he dedicated each day to assisting the fated ones traversing the Round Table. This routine persisted until he encountered a woman, Dorolius, who donned male attire as a fated one. His philosophy was clear. To achieve greatness, one must be willing to sacrifice many superfluous lives. In stark contrast, Dorolius yearned to save everyone, regardless of their strength. The two, embodying opposing viewpoints, engaged in daily disputes within the Round Table, yet through their arguments, they forged a rare bond of friendship. Eventually, their camaraderie expanded to include a third individual, Selvies, a sorcerer whose combat style diverged significantly from that of his peers. Initially, all seemed idyllic as they worked together towards their shared goals until Selvies discovered a new form of magic, at which point everything began to shift. His desire to possess Dorolius intensified, and he unleashed a malevolent spell upon his friend. Dorolius became a mere puppet, devoid of soul. As Ofnir recounted this, a subtle hint of sorrow colored his tone. However, he quickly regained his composure, donning his helmet once more, transforming back into the cold figure of Sir Baiji. He ceased his narration, rising slowly and addressing Lin Fan over his shoulder. To this day, I firmly believe that for the sake of a grander purpose, one may relinquish certain trivialities. You are the most gifted learner I have ever encountered. I am known as Baiji, revered for my wisdom across the continent. Yet your aptitude for learning eclipses even mine. With those two statements, Gideon-Ofnir elevated Lin Fan to the pinnacle of this world. In times past, such esteem would have elicited envy from all corners of the continent, as few could boast of receiving such high praise from Sir Baiji. Aside from the goddess Marika, Lin Fan was the first to earn such an accolade. Teacher, you flatter me excessively. Not at all. I have never seen anyone learn a spell in an instant and amplify its power infinitely. Nor have I encountered anyone capable of converting another's great rune into their own strength without backlash. Would you not agree? Though Lin Fan had anticipated that Baiji would investigate him, he was taken aback by the depth of the inquiry, leaving him momentarily speechless. From now on, you may freely enter my chambers. Tomorrow, I shall impart my lifelong knowledge to you. For today, this shall suffice. With that, Sir Baiji, now once again adorned with his helmet, activated the magical array and returned to the round table. Regaining his senses, Lin Fan turned to follow Baiji back, only to pause before the 7 magical arrays before him, falling into contemplation. Ah, the one with 6 hands, returning to the round table, is indeed you. Ultimately, Lin Fan chose the 3rd magical array and stepped forward. As a wave of blue light enveloped him, a colossal dragon head manifested before him. The gust from the dragon's nostrils sent Lin Fan's golden hair flying wildly. The dragon and the boy locked eyes, and in the next instant, boom! Help! Chapter 28, Grandmother Dragon, Guior. Panting heavily, Lin Fan cradled his knees, gasping for breath before the fallen black figure, the unknown giant dragon that had just pursued him. Mere moments ago, after being chased for a distance by the dragon, Lin Fan had turned to unleash a torrent of luminous magic, momentarily stunning the creature. Following that, he brandished the sword of night and fire, unleashing a series of storm blades that brought the dragon down. Gazing at the fallen beast, Lin Fan suddenly realized something. He might be quite formidable after all. This child has long been eroded by the scarlet decay, having lost all consciousness, yet still, it remains here beside my frail form. A gentle, soothing voice resonated within Lin Fan's heart. Who are you? Show yourself. Lin Fan gripped his sword, nervously scanning his surroundings, ready to counter any ambush. It is remarkable that you can comprehend my people's tongue. I do not blame you for slaying Loya. There is no need for such tension. The voice reiterated, yet Lin Fan still perceived no visible presence. Dare you not to reveal yourself and speak plainly? Oh, I am right before you. Upon hearing the voice claim to be in his immediate vicinity, Lin Fan looked ahead only to find a towering white mountain. Wait, why is the mountain white? For it was no mountain at all, but a dragon of immense proportions. Before Lin Fan, the white mountain revealed a pair of eyes. The open pupils alone were larger than Lin Fan himself. The colossal white dragon languidly regarded Lin Fan, its initially wide eyes now half closed. Greetings. I apologize for inadvertently slaying your kin. The imposing aura of the white dragon was palpable, intimidating Lin Fan into uttering another language. Seeing you dispatch Loya with such efficiency led me to believe you were a person of great courage, yet your current demeanor leaves me utterly disinterested. Lin Fan did not respond, but instead scrutinized the dragon matriarch before him. Are you not aware that staring at a dragon is considered highly disrespectful among humans? He mused, captivated by the myriad of white spots adorning her scales. These markings were so dense that they triggered a sense of dread within him, reminiscent of the symptoms seen on Loya, whose body had been ravaged by the crimson corruption. Wait, why do you show no signs of this corruption? This place is steeped in decay. As Lin Fan absorbed the dragon matriarch's words, realization dawned upon him. Indeed, he felt perfectly fine. In an astonishing tableau, a thoughtful human stood before a half-lidded, colossal dragon, seemingly awaiting a response. The harmony between man and dragon was an unprecedented occurrence. Historically, humans took pride in slaying dragons, consuming their hearts for power, while the two races were embroiled in an eternal conflict, with only a select few great beings earning the dragon's respect and friendship. Amidst his confusion, Lin Fan felt the great rune within him tremble, not out of fear, but excitement. From the moment he encountered Loya, he sensed a stirring within him, and now that feeling was unmistakable. Swiftly, he concentrated the great rune in his palm, and as it emerged, it radiated a brilliant golden light. This luminescence enveloped both Lin Fan and the dragon matriarch, awakening the swarm of black dragons behind her. With a thunderous roar, the mass of black dragons surrounded Lin Fan, their gaping jaws and wide eyes indicating an intense hostility, as if they bore a profound grudge against him. Stand down, commanded the dragon matriarch, her voice imbued with authority, instantly subduing the other dragons. They retreated slightly, but remained fixated on Lin Fan. At that moment, an inexplicable bond formed between Lin Fan and the dragon matriarch. The great rune floated between them, its golden light purifying the surroundings. The sinister red glow of corruption that had plagued the dragon matriarch began to dissipate, consumed by Lin Fan's great rune. What others feared as a harbinger of doom transformed into a coveted source of nourishment for him. The white spots on the dragon matriarch's body gradually faded away, revealing her ancient scales and sharp claws, rejuvenating her like a phoenix reborn. What extraordinary power was this? Capable of devouring the crimson corruption? The dragon matriarch was utterly astonished. From the outset, she had pondered how an ordinary human like Lin Fan could withstand such decay. If he could not provide a satisfactory explanation, she would have to demand recompense for her beloved Lea's demise. Having succumbed to the crimson corruption, she had been on the brink of death, lying in this sacred dragon tomb for nearly a century, prepared for her end. Yet today, this strange human had entirely eradicated her affliction. Moreover, she sensed that once she fully recovered, her strength would surpass what it once was. However, she felt an invisible tether connecting to her heart. Should she attack Lin Fan now, her heart might burst in the next moment. Gazing at Lin Fan, who was enveloped in golden light, her expression turned grave. He not only consumed the crimson corruption, but also wielded the power of life and death over others. As the golden radiance spread, the surrounding dragons were swept by its glow, and the white spots on their bodies vanished, leaving them in awe as they gazed at the dragon matriarch. I am grateful for your generous assistance, esteemed one. My name is Guio, the dragon matriarch. The moment a dragon revealed their name to a human signified their complete acceptance of that human. In the annals of the Borderlands, only the deceased Gedwin and the Mad Vic had ever received such recognition from a dragon. At that moment, Lin Fan sensed the names and life states of Guio and the Black Dragons. Each thread of life was held firmly in his grasp. The Great Rune not only healed them, but also granted Lin Fan control over them. Any dragon touched by its light found their lives resting in the balance of his will. Feeling the threads of life within the Great Rune, Lin Fan released his grip on those he had held. Why? Guio inquired, her expression one of confusion, as she felt the connection to her heart dissipate. I am not accustomed to wielding power over life and death. If others do not willingly acknowledge me, what significance does controlling them hold? What a remarkably unique perspective. Lin Fan declared, I am Lin Fan, an ordinary person aspiring to become the Elden King. He extended his hand toward Guio, who regarded it thoughtfully before leaning her head closer. Guio is willing to follow you, my king. As Lin Fan's hand gently touched her dragon head, the surrounding dragons bowed their heads to the ground, paying homage to him. Some are born with the bearing of a monarch. Beneath a whimsical exterior lies a heart ablaze with fervor. At that moment, Lin Fan was perceived as a deity among the dragons, the long-awaited savior of their kind. Chapter 29. Does this child harbor any thoughts about me? After being healed by Lin Fan's Great Rune, Guio gradually regained her strength and transformed into an elderly woman, sitting beside him to recount the grand history of the dragon race. The dragons were the sovereigns of the ancient continent. The initial Famiasla was situated above present-day Eastvale, essentially at the heart of the continent, where the dragon god presided over all. However, a colossal meteor fell from the heavens, unleashing a terrifying force that immediately impacted the dragon city. This cataclysmic meteor brought destruction and the arrival of an alien deity, a god unlike any the dragons had ever encountered. The dragon god and I joined forces to engage in a fierce battle, ultimately leading to its demise. However, the dragon god fell alongside it, and I plummeted from Famiasra, left in a precarious state in Galat. Platoon Sanks, having lost 3 of its 5 dragon heads in that cataclysmic conflict, saw its powers diminish significantly. To preserve Famiasra, it relocated, and now the dragon king lies in slumber, awaiting the dragon god's resurgence. With the dragon god's fall, the scales of the dragon race gradually lost their vibrancy, becoming less resilient than before. Bereft of the dragon god's blessings, the newly hatched dragons found their strength greatly diminished, heralding the decline of the dragon lineage. Humans, coveting the power of our kind, took advantage of the dragon god's downfall and the dragon king's slumber to hunt us down, devouring dragon hearts to gain strength. However, greed seldom yields favorable outcomes. As humanity excessively consumed our hearts, they ultimately metamorphosed into grotesque lava earth dragons. It was from that time onward that Aegis ceased to appear, guarding the church in the southeast of Galat, determined to slay all who sought to consume hearts. Perhaps the prolonged slumber had rendered its heart lifeless, and the sudden rebirth compelled Gaal to share her tale with Lin Fan continuously. Lin Fan observed Gaal, whose expressions oscillated between fury and sorrow, and found her fascinating. A dragon matriarch who had traversed countless ages yet displayed such emotions. Your Majesty, forgive me. I have spoken too much and begun to ramble, Gaal remarked, realizing her breach of decorum upon noticing Lin Fan's gaze. No matter, after such an extensive period of solitude, it is only natural to speak at length. As long as your majesty does not mind. Gazing at the multitude of dragons surrounding him, Lin Fan conceived a new idea. If his Grand Rune could purify the dragon race, then after cleansing the dragons of Galad, he would possess a formidable dragon army. Imagine riding a dragon to confront Mont. Gaol, perceiving Lin Fan's mischievous grin, felt a sudden sense of unease. Could this child harbor ulterior motives towards her kind? Yet, considering he had saved her life, if he sought to exploit her kin, so be it. She doubted Platon would refuse such power. As Gaol's mind whirled with thoughts, she chastised herself for the unsettling notions and shook her head, only to find Lin Fan gazing at her with utmost seriousness. Come, let us seek Aegis together. I suspect he too has succumbed to the crimson corruption. Lin Fan nodded, signaling for Gaol to attend to her matters. After taking a few steps, estimating an appropriate distance, Gaol transformed back into her dragon form with a resounding roar, commanding the purified young dragons to remain in place and warning them not to stray from the area Lin Fan had cleansed, lest they fall prey to the crimson decay once more. After ensuring all was in order, the duo set forth on their journey. Along the way, Gaol wished to soar through the skies with Lin Fan, but he declined. Facing her puzzled expression, Lin Fan earnestly explained that he would become dizzy if he flew, and that walking to enjoy the scenery was quite agreeable. This response only reinforced Gaol's perception of human frailty. She recalled a time during Famiyazra when numerous heroes among humanity existed. It appeared that during her slumber, humanity had also begun to decline. Lin Fan, observing Gaol without a hint of skepticism, expressed his understanding, awarding himself full marks for his performance. Though he too wished to fly, he had his own designs concerning the tale of an old general. As they continued, they arrived at a church, where Gaol's brow furrowed upon their arrival. A change Lin Fan readily noted. What troubles you, Gaol? Your Majesty, I sense a human presence within this church, though it has long been tainted by crimson corruption and is now on the brink of death. Then we must rescue them. Let us enter, Lin Fan declared, eager to meet the real Millicent. Gaol, however, pondered Lin Fan's overly benevolent disposition, believing such kindness could not forge a true king. Soon, she recalled the vision she had seen when purified by Lin Fan's power, a perfect realm. Determined to guide Lin Fan into becoming a worthy ruler, she lifted her gaze, only to find Lin Fan had already vanished. Your Majesty, wait for me. Gaol hastened into the church, discovering a woman lying in a corner on the verge of death, with Lin Fan kneeling beside her, holding her hand. My lord Lin Fan, who is this? Millicent, in the corner, recognized Gaol and inquired of Lin Fan. Ah, this is... Lin Fan hesitated, unsure how to introduce Gaol, as calling her a mere guard seemed beneath her stature. I am the king's mentor, Gaol interjected. Millicent, taken aback by this revelation, realized that the man before her was indeed a king. Lin Fan summoned the Grand Rune once more, and as it radiated slender golden beams into Millicent's being, a connection formed between them. However, what Lin Fan had anticipated would be a straightforward resolution to Millicent's crimson corruption abruptly shifted his expression. The scene before him transformed, revealing a towering, decayed giant tree. Clad in golden armor, the red-haired woman slowly rose from her chair, removing her helmet as she approached Lin Fan. Chapter 30. No mercy for the elderly or the young. Lin Fan sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, flanked by Guioer and Millicent. Just moments before, he had attempted to absorb the crimson decay afflicting Millicent using the Great Rune, only to find his consciousness transported to another realm, where he encountered the Valkyrie. In an instant, the demigod's overwhelming aura rendered him breathless and immobile. By the time he regained the ability to move, his awareness had already returned to his physical body, leaving him gasping for air. Sir, how do you feel? Lord Lin Fan. Seeing the anxious expressions on their faces, Lin Fan waved his hand reassuringly, indicating that he was unharmed. There was merely a slight issue. Let us try again. Ignoring Guioer's protests, Lin Fan once more summoned the Great Rune to commence the purification of Millicent's crimson affliction. This time, the sensation of his consciousness detaching did not recur. As dusk settled, the crimson decay on Millicent had been nearly purified. However, being the bud of the corruption flower, complete purification would equate to death. Lin Fan was acutely aware of this fact, and so he moderated his efforts, deeply purging the corruption and sealing it within the depths of Millicent's heart. Meanwhile, in the round table hall, within Sir Baiji's chamber. Strange, why has it taken so long? Sir Baiji sat at the table, gazing at the dark door with a puzzled expression. He had presumed Lin Fan was simply too astonished by the floating island to emerge promptly. Yet, having perused 3 volumes, Half a day had elapsed, and evening had fallen without Lin Fan's return. The more he contemplated, the more he felt something was amiss. He hastened towards the dark door and, through the magical teleportation array, returned to the Round Table Island. On the island, not a soul was in sight. Only the vast expanse of stars. Sir Baiji surveyed the surroundings, meticulously searching for any suspicious traces. After an extensive search yielded no results. Just as he prepared to return to the Round Table, he sensed the lingering magical aura from another teleportation array near the Round Table's array. That shouldn't be. These arrays have long been deactivated. How could they reactivate? Sir Baiji approached the array that had transported Lin Fan, extending his hand to sense the existence of the magical passage, yet nothing registered. How extraordinary! My curiosity regarding your powers and future intensifies, Lin Fan. Sir Baiji mused, gazing contemplatively at the destination of the array. In the sky city of Fam Yazira, within the rift of time and space, the two dragon kings, Platon and Sanx, slowly opened their eyes. Platon stared toward the direction of the Gale Dragon Tomb, astonished and puzzled. He sensed the resurgence of Guioer's power, and more importantly, within that power lay the blessing of the ancient dragon god. Could it be that our kin, awaited for decades, has reemerged? Platon contemplated venturing to Gale to seek clarity from Guioer. As he prepared to unleash his power to depart the rift, several storm blades suddenly appeared around him, seemingly warning Platon. How ironic. The Dragon King who commands storms and thunder finds himself ensnared by his own power. Platon relinquished the thought, descending back to the ground, slowly closing his eyes to resume his slumber. The following day, Lin Fan set forth once more with Millicent and Guioer, their next destination, the magical town of Syria. Miss Millicent, I have cured your crimson decay. How shall you repay me? On a narrow path down the mountain, Lin Fan gazed at Millicent, who rode atop turret, wearing a mischievous grin. Lord Lin Fan, I wish to remain by your side, serving you. So, you intend to become my queen? Certainly not. To accompany someone like you, Lord Lin Fan, is already a tremendous honor. Why do you keep saying that? Irina did the same. Who is Irina? Do I resemble her? Lin Fan refrained from answering Millicent's inquiry, as a playful notion suddenly sprang to mind. If you refuse to be my queen, once I conquer Gale, I shall unleash the crimson decay upon everyone, regardless of age. None shall escape. Turret rolled his eyes at Lin Fan's declaration, as if to say, is that all you've got? You think that's how to woo a lady? Lin Fan regarded Turret, his smile fading as he summoned the sword of night and fire, brandishing it before Turret. You've never tasted ethereal horse meat, have you? Let us have a feast today. Lin Fan pretended to slash at Turret's neck with the sword, while Turret pouted, glaring defiantly at Lin Fan. You think you're so clever? Lin Fan sheathed the sword again, pondering, this isn't just my steed, it's practically my master. Millicent watched Lin Fan's series of strange actions, still wielding the sword and speaking to himself. A flicker of concern crossed her mind. Could this suddenly mad king truly go through with such a threat? Will you really do that? Indeed. Fearing Millicent might doubt him, Lin Fan adopted a grin even more sinister than when he had intimidated Irina. I don't believe you. Lin Fan was taken aback. He had blundered once more. Master Guioer, would I truly do such a thing? Suddenly, Lin Fan turned to give Guioer a frantic look. Behind them, Guioer smiled, his face slightly flushed, and nodded eagerly. I know my apprentice all too well. He would undoubtedly carry out such a deed. Upon hearing Guioer's response, Millicent's resolve wavered. Guioer had left her with the impression of a highly cultured mentor. Such a person could scarcely be expected to lie. Should one choose not to become a princess, all shall succumb to the crimson corruption, and what a veritable hell's cape that would be. I find it hard to believe that a person as benevolent as yourself would act in such a manner, though even Lady Guio has asserted this. Millicent's confidence wanes with each utterance, as if Lin Fan were on the verge of breaching her psychological defenses. There are no buts when the goddess of corruption descends. All shall be tainted, transformed into vassals of crimson decay. Upon hearing Lin Fan utter the phrase goddess of corruption, a realization dawned upon Millicent, her gaze suddenly resolute. If that time were to come, I shall muster my own strength to slay you. Even if you are immensely powerful, I must try. Observing Millicent, who not only showed no fear but instead clenched her fists with fervor, Lin Fan stood in bewilderment. Failing to discipline his steed, he attempted to provoke Millicent, only to meet with further failure. Within the span of this morning, he had encountered 2 more disappointments in his life. My lord Lin Fan, are you all right? Millicent inquired with concern, gazing at Lin Fan, who walked with his head down like a living corpse. I'm fine. Really? No. Behind them, Guio watched as Lin Fan teased Millicent throughout their journey and couldn't help but reminisce about her own youthful days. How splendid the world was then. How formidable the dragon tribe had been. Now, the hope of her kin's resurgence rested entirely upon this young man. Guio gazed at Lin Fan's receding figure, knowing that only when he truly possessed the qualifications and strength to be king, rather than relying on that peculiar Great Rune, would he genuinely become her king. After all, throughout history, many have been stripped of the Great Rune. Chapter 31. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the edge of a cliff. If his memory served him correctly, below lay the town of Syria, known for its magic. Following his hazy recollections, he walked along the cliff's edge for a while. Once he had approximately pinpointed the location of Sage Grui's abode, Lin Fan instructed Guio to transform into a miniature version of herself and carry both him and Millicent down. At that moment, inside a wooden cabin at the cliff's base sat a man clad in robes, his fingers moving incessantly, as if calculating something. Boom! With a resounding crash, the roof of the cabin where the robed man resided was torn away, and the surrounding walls crumbled. Not only was Grui's humble dwelling demolished, but also a strange dog standing upright in a humanoid form. The man turned in bewilderment, only to behold a magnificent silver dragon gazing down upon him with regal authority. I do not believe I have wronged your dragon kin, yet should you wish to engage in battle today, I harbor no fear. With that, the robed man produced a staff, summoning a multitude of magical orbs, ready to confront the dragon before him. Wait. Millicent, come down with me. Oh, all right. My lord Lin Fan. A male and female voice echoed from behind the dragon, and soon, to the astonished gaze of the robed man, Lin Fan and Millicent leapt from the dragon's back. This, stammered the robed man, utterly taken aback by the scene before him. He had encountered dragon slayers and dragon consumers, but this was his first experience witnessing someone riding a dragon. Lin Fan approached the robed man, scrutinizing the sage Grui as he did so. Upon noticing Millicent behind Lin Fan, Grui's eyes widened in astonishment. Millicent, has the crimson within you been suppressed? Who are you? Do you not remember me? I am Grui, your foster father. Millicent shook her head, feeling a sense of familiarity with the place, yet unable to recall anything about a foster father. Only Lin Fan understood the nature of their relationship. After a brief moment of distraction, Grui shifted his attention from Millicent to Lin Fan, uncertain of the origins of this man capable of taming ancient dragons. But he understood that this individual must be incredibly powerful. In contrast to Grui's grave demeanor, Lin Fan wore the expression of a cunning merchant. He hastily approached Grui and said, esteemed sir, you are the foster father of this girl, am I correct? Indeed, Grui replied, puzzled by Lin Fan's demeanor. Sensing an ulterior motive, I saved her life. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? What do you mean? Oh, come now. You're being obtuse. Lin Fan coughed twice and continued to explain to Grui. You see, I have suppressed the crimson corruption within your daughter, saving her life, have I not? Impossible. Why is that impossible? You did not employ the golden needle. How could you possibly suppress the crimson corruption? Grui was skeptical that someone so young could be aware of the swamp elder and that golden needle's existence. Without the golden needle, I can still suppress the crimson corruption. How did you manage that? Of course, it's through my... Just then, Guio transformed into her human form and covered Lin Fan's mouth from behind, smiling at Grui. My apologies, esteemed sir. I have not been strict enough with this child, who tends to speak out of turn. Guio was relieved to have intervened in time. Otherwise, Lin Fan's secret regarding the Great Rune might have been revealed. He was still too young. You are the dragon from earlier, are you not? I did not expect to encounter a shape-shifting ancient dragon today. It truly is a privilege. Grui, regarding the graceful woman before him, offered a gentlemanly smile and a slight bow as a sign of respect. From an angle unnoticed by others, Grui's expression reflected disappointment. He had been so close to uncovering the method this young man employed to suppress the crimson corruption, one that even he, as a sage, had never heard of. Damn that dragon tribe. When the goddess of corruption awakens, let us see if you can maintain such arrogance. Grui cursed inwardly, while Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Eager to explain himself, he did not intend to speak of some grand revelation, but rather to boast of his overwhelming beauty, for he was known to speak the truth. Guio felt the need to address Lin Fan, who was about to speak, and frowned, thinking to himself, how can this child be so naive? Consequently, Guio turned Lin Fan in her arms, holding him tightly and gently patting his back, whispering, your grand revelation is unique and must not be carelessly shared. Moreover, the person before you is not his true form, but merely a puppet. Lin Fan felt an unprecedented pressure on his face, making it difficult for him to breathe. With pressure came resistance. Lin Fan attempted to fight back, only for the pressure to intensify once more. Ugh, I can't breathe. Guio'er released Lin Fan, who gasped for air, his face flushed. I thought I was going to suffocate. Ignoring the red-faced Lin Fan, Guio'er felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, she had just successfully instructed the king and averted a disaster. In her eyes, if the secret of Lin Fan's revelation were to become public, the continent would undoubtedly be engulfed in flames of war once more. Observing Lin Fan still panting beside her, she believed he now understood the gravity of the situation. My dear, to think you could befriend an ancient dragon, your identity and status must be quite elevated. Oh, what status? This child was merely someone I stumbled upon in the wilderness. Seeing his potential, I took him in as my disciple. Guio'er realized her mistake. This king was completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. I recall that Melissan was heavily tainted with scarlet decay. Yet, both of you seem unaffected. It appears you possess some special ability. Of course, when we found this lady, her scarlet decay had already been suppressed. How could we possibly contend with it? Guio'er continued to press on Lin Fan, while subtly exchanging words with Gui, both of them employing their wits to navigate around Lin Fan. At that moment, they remained oblivious to Melissan, who stood there like a marionette, lost in a flurry of voices that surged within her, beckoning and guiding her. Melissan, we need you. This is where you belong. Come here. Embrace the goddess and feel the power of decay. As the buds of decay bloomed once more, the goddess of decay would descend again, purifying the continent with her love. Chapter 32. A hammer to the elderly Melissan bid farewell to the others, her heart filled with myriad voices urging her to forge her own path. At the moment of parting, she entrusted Lin Fan with an amulet known as the legendary Swordmaster, hoping he would remember her whenever he saw it. After Lin Fan and Guio'er's attempts to persuade her proved futile, they allowed Melissan to depart. The scarlet decay within you is merely suppressed for now. Without the golden needle, it will soon resurface. At that moment, Gui, who had been overlooked by the crowd, gazed at Melissan as she departed and spoke again. Where is the golden needle? Melissan paused and turned to ask an old general in the depths of the swamp. I once sent many fated ones to seek the golden needle, but none returned. Perhaps if it were your excellency. Gui's implication was unmistakable. He hoped that Lin Fan, the re-emerging fated one, would retrieve the golden needle. For Melissan's sake, I will go, even without your prompting. Lin Fan discerned that Gui was far more cunning than his in-game counterpart. Or perhaps the game version was equally treacherous, but the design concealed it from the players. Naturally, I too act for Melissan's safety, Gui replied with a smile that seemed utterly benign. Melissan wished to accompany Lin Fan, but he declined her offer. Aware of the dangers in the depths of the swamp, he preferred to avoid altering the original plot. Vanre, I have something to say. Soon, Lin Fan rode on Guio'er, soaring above the swamp in search of the old general. The pair circled the corrupted marsh for quite some time without locating him. The landscape of the swamp was entirely different from what Lin Fan had encountered in the game. The vast expanse erupted with waves of scarlet decay. Surrounding the swamp lay heaps of bones, both human and animal, creating a horrifying sight. Wait, teacher, look over there. Lin Fan, in his relentless search, finally spotted a corner that stood out distinctly, clearly an ideal location for a boss battle. Guio'er followed Lin Fan's gaze to see a flag standing in a clearing at the northeastern corner of the swamp. Guio'er twisted and shrank her form to evade the toxic gas bursts. After executing various acrobatic maneuvers, she finally reached the clearing. Upon landing, Guio'er transformed back into her human form and turned to see Lin Fan standing pale and bewildered, his small head filled with confusion. Ugh! In the next moment, Lin Fan leaned against a nearby tree and began to retch violently. Compared to the amusement park rides of his past life, such as the Ferris wheel or the pendulum, this was nothing. Initially, Lin Fan had been highly focused and energized, but now, disoriented by the sudden upheaval, he found it difficult to even maintain his grip on the sword. Guio'er, may I make a request? Lin Fan weakly looked up at Guio'er. Yes, what is it? Next time you perform your dazzling maneuvers, could you please give me a heads up so I can prepare? My king, what do you mean by dazzling maneuvers? Thus, Lin Fan took a seat beside Guio'er to rest and began to explain the meaning of dazzling maneuvers. After explaining, Lin Fan retrieved the remaining hero meat chunks from his spatial backpack, consuming several pieces to significantly restore his stamina. Once he and Guio'er had recuperated, Lin Fan extracted an array of weapons and armor from his spatial backpack, preparing to investigate the flag once they were fully armed, for this was a boss battle, and one must be adequately prepared. Guio'er was enveloped in armor, with only a pair of golden eyes visible. "All right, Guioer, let us proceed," Lin Fan shouted, raising the sword of night and fire as he charged forward. Guioer nodded, brandishing a massive meteor hammer and following closely behind. Boom! Before they could approach the flag, a tremendous tempest erupted from its vicinity. In an instant, Lin Fan was hurled away, prompting Guioer, who was trailing behind, to halt abruptly as Lin Fan landed at his feet. "I knew it. The boss appears, and the protagonist is bound to face adversity." Lin Fan grumbled as he stood up, gazing at the flag now shrouded in the storm. The powerful winds caused the very earth to tremble. Shortly thereafter, the weapons scattered around the flag began to levitate, as if awaiting something. As the storm subsided, a colossal figure emerged from within. Before them stood a knight clad in black armor, draped in a white tattered cloak. "Rebels, dare you challenge me?" The veteran emerged from the tempest. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fan's gigantic storm blade was already swinging towards him. "Challenge. Guioer, strike him," Lin Fan commanded while relentlessly attacking the veteran with his storm blade. Guioer, burdened by his heavy armor, staggered forward, wielding his meteor hammer. 3 seconds later, Guioer was sent flying back, crashing into Lin Fan. "Vile scoundrels, behold as I annihilate you." The veteran brandished his military flag, and in an instant, the storm erupted once more. Countless white souls coalesced into corporeal forms, seizing the weapons strewn on the ground, standing resolutely beside the veteran. "All commanders, seize the heads of these intruders as offerings for the military flag." The veteran commanded vigorously, directing the surrounding white souls. "Obey the general's orders." The white souls charged towards Lin Fan and Guioer, wielding swords, spears, and halberds, but Lin Fan summoned the fiery lion, incinerating the souls before him. "Impressive. You possess some skill. Come again." The veteran's gruff voice echoed as he waved the military flag, summoning hundreds more spectral soldiers. Lin Fan wielded the sword of night and fire with one hand while casting spells with the other, yet the ranks of spectral soldiers continued to swell. Ultimately, Lin Fan drained the entire contents of the blue goblet potion, preparing for a final strike as he closed in on the veteran. The veteran, seemingly aware of Lin Fan's intent, forcefully plunged the military flag into the ground. In the next moment, numerous shield-bearing spectral soldiers erupted from the earth, fiercely guarding the veteran. "I thought the veteran was a warrior. Turns out he is a summoner," Lin Fan lamented. "Wait, isn't Guioer a dragon?" Dragon's breath. An epiphany struck Lin Fan as he searched for Guioer's presence. He soon spotted Guioer not far behind, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the spectral soldiers, seemingly enjoying the brawl. "Take this from me," Guioer exclaimed, swinging his hammer. "Don't run. Another hit coming your way." Lin Fan stood frozen, watching Guioer chase after the spectral soldiers. Guioer. Chapter 33. "My king, I shall follow you." Roar. The white dragon bellowed in the depths of the swamp, sweeping away the surrounding spectral soldiers with its powerful tail. Sensing the tide turning, the veteran began to wave the military flag with increasing speed, summoning even more soldiers. Guioer. Unleash the dragon's thunder. Roar, roar, roar. Can only be used once. "What do you mean, only once?" Lin Fan exclaimed, battling the approaching spectral soldiers with his sword. "Ugh, my strength hasn't returned." "No matter, just unleash it. I can't hold on much longer." Lin Fan struggled to extract his sword from a spectral soldier's body, urging Guioer. "Roar. Feel the wrath of my thunder." Boom, boom, boom. A series of robust red lightning bolts appeared above the swamp, enveloping the sky in dark storm clouds, creating an immense spectacle that shook the entire Galet. The dragon's thunder struck down, obliterating all its targets into ash. The veteran wielding the military flag was also thrown back, weakened and gasping for breath, the flag slipping from his grasp as all the white souls vanished. Seeing this, Lin Fan rushed forward, placing his foot on the veteran as he raised his sword, poised to end the veteran's life. At that moment, the veteran suddenly gazed in the direction of Shidongwire, murmuring, "Great Storm King." Alas, the veteran could not withstand the villain. Hearing the veteran's words, Lin Fan paused, lowering his sword. "Rebel, why do you hesitate?" The veteran fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, believing the traitor before him was merely seeking to humiliate him. "In my life, my king." Guioer, now transformed back into human form, approached Lin Fan and spoke. Yet, observing Lin Fan's indecisiveness, Guioer offered a gentle smile. "My king, his body has long since perished. Only a fragment of his will remains, desperately clinging to life. Rather than allowing him and the souls bound to that flag to linger here, it would be a greater mercy to grant them a swift end." Lin Fan nodded, gripping his sword firmly once more, and drove it down with resolve. The old general, filled with reluctance, tightly grasped Lin Fan's sword. Just as Lin Fan anticipated a final move from the general, a soft chuckle escaped the iron mask. "My king, I have come to follow you." "Thank you, young man." As his hands slipped from the blade, the old general concluded his life. His existence, unbeknownst to anyone, had long been buried beneath the sands of time. People had forgotten the figure who once fiercely defended the royal city, now only recalling a mad old general deep within the marshes. Even as his body perished and the kingdom fell, his spirit, along with those of his comrades, remained steadfast in this place. The general's form vanished into the ether, leaving behind only a majestic suit of armor and a flag symbolizing unwavering loyalty, quietly resting there. Lin Fan retrieved the armor and the flag into his backpack, deeply moved by the spirit of the old general. In that moment, he truly felt the loyalty portrayed in the dramas of his past life. "Ower, let us depart. My king, there is no need for concern. I was merely touched by his loyalty." Lin Fan took a deep breath to steady his emotions, acknowledging that he had momentarily lost himself in the scene. "No, truly. I am fine. Let us go." "The golden needle, my king," Ower exclaimed anxiously, stomping her feet, believing she needed to teach the king to let others finish speaking. "Oh, right. I almost forgot." Lin Fan snapped back to reality, his previous melancholic expression vanishing, as he hurriedly knelt to search for the golden needle. After a prolonged search, he found no trace of it. "Do you think the golden needle, being so small, could have been blown away by your dragon thunder? It shouldn't be possible." Lin Fan and Ower squatted on the ground, pondering the situation. Suddenly, a massive shadow enveloped them. "Ower, it's just a golden needle. There's no need to transform into a dragon. I assure you, I have not transformed. If you haven't transformed." Lin Fan gulped and slowly turned his head. A towering white dragon was gazing down at him and Ower. "Ower, is this fellow a relative of yours?" Lin Fan quickly gestured to Ower, who was still searching for the golden needle, urging her to look back. Upon seeing the white dragon Lin Fan pointed to, Ower waved dismissively. "My king, it's nothing. He's one of us. This is Aegis, the mischievous lad I mentioned." "Ah, but his gaze." Lin Fan observed Aegis's eyes, which did not reflect the warmth of familial ties, but rather the hostility of an adversary. Ower's attention shifted to Aegis's eyes upon Lin Fan's comment, noticing their murky appearance. "My king, utilize your Grand Rune. I shall restrain him." Without hesitation, Ower transformed into her true form and swiftly struck Aegis down with her tail. Subsequently, her massive claw firmly held Aegis in place. This is what one might call bloodline suppression. Lin Fan immediately concentrated to summon the Grand Rune, channeling it into Aegis's body. Aegis writhed in agony on the ground, and the rune meant to enter Aegis's being was dispersed in that instant. Just as Aegis seemed poised to break free, Ower unleashed a fierce roar unique to dragon matriarchs. Instantly, Aegis fell silent, allowing Lin Fan's rune to swiftly penetrate his body. A strange bond formed between Lin Fan and Aegis, revealing the past of the dragon Ower referred to as the mischievous lad. In the ancient sky city of Famazura, the tranquil heavens were disrupted by the flight of two dragons, one large and one small. The smaller dragon fervently pursued the larger one. "Haha, Aegis, you are too slow. If you wish to be king of the dragons, this speed will not suffice." The black dragon ahead chuckled, glancing back at the white dragon trailing behind. "Yagris, just wait. One day, I will fly faster than you." The younger Aegis declared fiercely, his voice still high-pitched. "Keep at it. I believe that day will come." Yagris slowed his pace, descending beside young Aegis, gazing at his brother with affectionate eyes. The scene shifted as Famazura began to shatter. A dark shadow surged through, engulfing the entire sky city in crimson light, resembling a hellish nightmare. "Yagris, where are you?" the young Aegis cried, desperately searching for his beloved brother's figure amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a bolt of red lightning appeared before him, charging straight at him, prompting young Aegis to shut his eyes in fear. Boom! Young Aegis felt no pain when he opened his eyes. The brother he had never acknowledged, Yagris, stood protectively in front of him. "Little one, were you just frightened? And I heard you call out, brother." "And no, I wasn't," Aegis retorted defiantly. "Humph." Yagris coughed up blood and fell from the sky city. Witnessing his brother's sudden descent, young Aegis, who had been deceived many times, thought Yagris was merely playing another trick. Yet this time, his brother did not soar back up to tease him. "Brother." Young Aegis attempted to dive after him, only to be knocked back by a force, plunging into unconsciousness. Chapter 34. The story of Aegis. When young Aegis awoke, Famazura had begun to crumble. He gazed at the dragon matriarch, also plummeting, and, filled with confusion, gritted his teeth, determined to leap into the fray. In midair, The powerful winds caused young Aegis to lose his balance. He incessantly flapped his wings in an attempt to regain balance, yet this only accelerated his descent. Come here, little one. The gravely injured and on the verge of unconsciousness Gael beheld the young Aegis. With the last vestiges of her strength, she shielded Aegis and drew him into her embrace. Thus, the two dragons, one large and one small, descended upon Galad. The tranquility of Galad was shattered by the commotion created by the two dragons. Countless creatures, startled, began to scatter. They had never encountered such colossal beings as ancient dragons. Upon landing, the dragon matriarch slowly closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber. Young Aegis, however, scampered from the embrace of his grandmother, gazing around at the unfamiliar surroundings. His resolve growing ever stronger. He vowed to strive to mature, to grow powerful, and to seek out his brother, Agrexis. Meanwhile, the monumental upheaval in the Sky City rippled across the entire continent, prompting the shadowy Five Fingers to hasten their new stratagems. The abrupt calamity caused numerous dragons to fall. Debris from the shattered Sky City rained down upon the earth, claiming countless innocent lives. The dragon clan lost their dominion over the borderlands, and the newly established order of the world descended into chaos once more. As time passed, Aegis gradually matured. During her rare moments of consciousness, Gael imparted lessons on the utilization of power to Aegis. Aegis's prodigious talent astonished Gael, despite being a flying dragon. He managed to learn the unique dragon thunder and the resounding roar imbued with draconic majesty. However, his mastery over this power remained rudimentary, and he often struggled to summon the dragon thunder. As Gael continued to affirm Aegis's burgeoning power, Aegis's desire to venture forth in search of his brother intensified. Gael, sensing Aegis's yearning, cautioned him about the perils of the world beyond. Reluctantly, Aegis suppressed his aspirations and focused on honing his abilities. During this time, Aegis frequently ventured beyond their territory, gleaning information from the conversations of other creatures. He learned of a vast human dynasty emerging in the northwest, known as the Golden Empire. Days later, several black dragons arrived in their vicinity, eyeing the prostrate Gael and the vigilant Aegis. "Grandmother, are these our kin? Why are their scales black?" Before Gael could respond, a leader emerged from the black dragons, addressing Gael in the dragon tongue. "We come at the behest of the king, to protect grandmother. We beseech your permission for our presence." Gael nodded in acquiescence, and thus, numerous flying dragons began to linger around this expanse of Galad, forbidding any disturbances to their grandmother's recuperation. Coincidence often strikes unexpectedly. While exploring, Aegis encountered a grotesque black dragon, its maw filled with magma, and its movement limited to crawling. Eager for companionship, he approached, only to be overwhelmed by the creature's fierce battle instincts. Retreating to Galad, he promptly relayed the incident to Gael. At that moment, Gael had already surmised the truth but deceived Aegis, claiming it was not a dragon but another form of creature. Yet, the truth could not remain concealed for long. Soon, tensions between humans and dragons escalated dramatically, in their ruthless pursuit of power through the consumption of dragon hearts. Humans employed barbaric methods to hunt flying dragons. Those who consumed dragon hearts gradually transformed into hideous magma earth dragons. Despite this, throngs of humans continued to seek out injured dragons in hiding. Aegis, incredulous at the information he received, realized that such grotesque beings were the result of humans slaughtering their kin. He suddenly recalled his gravely injured brother, wondering if he had been captured, killed, and devoured for his heart, becoming a mindless magma earth dragon. Gradually, Aegis's rationality was consumed by flames of fury. Being young and impetuous, he found it impossible to remain calm. Ignoring Gael's warnings, Aegis soared away from Galad, embarking on a quest to find his brother. He traversed the continent, diligently searching for information regarding Agrexis. At last, he received a lead. A wounded flying dragon was hiding in the southeast of Nymphug. Without delay, Aegis set forth. Upon arrival, he discovered dozens of humans encircling the injured dragon, who bore numerous wounds. "Brother," a surge of dragon thunder erupted from the ground, cleaving through the surrounding humans. As the injured dragon slowly turned, Aegis's hopeful gaze met an unfamiliar face. Clad in pure white, yet lacking four wings, the dragon spoke. "You are Aegis, are you not? You know me?" Initially disheartened, Aegis felt a flicker of hope upon hearing the dragon's recognition. "What has happened to my brother?" Faced with the dragon's silence, Aegis dreaded the answer he most wished to avoid. "Tell me, what has happened to my brother?" "Agrexis was slain by humans," the dragon coughed. "Impossible. My brother is so powerful. It can't be. He sacrificed himself to protect me." Aegis's expression hardened, his eyes blazing with ferocity. Why did you not perish? Why did you allow my brother to die? The sky crackled with red dragon thunder, and small tempests swirled around the two dragons. Aegis's innate talent was unparalleled. Possessing the ability to command thunder and storms, he was destined to transcend expectations and rise as the ruler of the dragon clan. I am sorry. I too am nearing death. Please take my heart. Do not let it fall into the hands of those wretched humans. After a moment of silence, the dragon lying on the ground spoke once more. Aegis, relinquish your hatred, and only then can you ascend to true kingship. You have already soared faster than I. What did you say? Aegis gazed incredulously at the dragon before him, for it bore the voice of his brother. These are the final words your brother has left for you. As the voice faded, the dragon before him closed its eyes and departed from this world. The tempest surrounding Aegis intensified with his furious roar as countless dragon bolts struck the earth around him. His eyes, once a brilliant gold, began to turn crimson, as he was on the verge of being consumed by hatred, descending into darkness. Suddenly, memories of all the moments shared with his brother flashed through Aegis's mind like a slideshow. You little rascal, you think you can catch up to me? Not yet. Oh dear, who has made our little Aegis cry? Let me teach them a lesson. Of course, I believe in you. I know you will become the king of our dragon kin. Now, go to sleep. Your brother will always be by your side. My brother is the mightiest dragon in the world. Are you satisfied now? The images froze, and a beam of light shattered the darkness that enveloped Aegis's heart. A pure white hand emerged from the radiance, grasping Aegis firmly. Aegis, let go of your hatred. Eventually, the storm subsided. Aegis returned to Galad, clutching the heart of the dragon. He stood guard before the Dragon Feast Church, vowing to slay any human who dared approach and reclaim the dragon hearts they possessed. Countless days and nights passed. The Crimson War erupted, and the blight of corruption spread across the continent. Galad grew weaker under the weight of this corruption, and Aegis, too, was gradually consumed, losing his sanity. Yet, even so, the hatred etched into his very bones compelled him to vigilantly guard the church, unwavering in his resolve. Chapter 35. This is my home, grandmother. I am awake. Could you please let me go? Aegis spoke cautiously from beneath Galad's feet. Upon noticing that Aegis's eyes had regained their clarity, returning to the distinctive golden hue of their kind, Galad released him. You rascal, what brings you here? I do not know. I just felt your surge of power and came here, unable to control myself. At that moment, Aegis appeared utterly bewildered, having long been consumed by crimson corruption, devoid of reason. Now, for the first time, he regained his wits, and astonishingly, his ability to control his power had further heightened. He cast a glance at Lin Fan beside him, as if pondering something profound. Seeing Galad transformed into human form, he scratched his head, reminiscing about the art of transformation. In the next moment, a striking young man with short black hair appeared. Galad, it seems you hold significant weight in his heart. Even after being corrupted, he still felt the power of your dragon lightning and came to investigate, Lin Fan remarked as he approached Galad. I see, Galad said, his gaze softening as he beheld the young apprentice he had not seen for decades. Human, I am conversing with my grandmother. Do you wish to test my dragon lightning? Aegis glared at Lin Fan, preparing to strike. You scoundrel, what do you intend to do? Grandmother, what are you doing? I shall teach you a lesson. Ah, grandmother, that hurts. Galad swiftly approached and pinched Aegis's ear, adhering to the principle that love is sometimes best expressed through discipline. After a while, a bruised Aegis sat on the ground, having found a small stick from somewhere, drawing circles with a forlorn expression while muttering to himself. Galad and Lin Fan sat opposite him, recounting the tale of their meeting. What, grandmother, you recognize a human as king? A human so young? Aegis exclaimed in shock, scrutinizing Lin Fan for any redeeming quality. After a thorough examination, he found none, save for the fact that Lin Fan was marginally more handsome than himself. Grandmother, this human isn't using his looks to charm you, is he? No sooner had Aegis spoken than Galad's fist struck like lightning. Whoosh! A human cannonball flew past, crashing into a nearby sturdy hollow tree trunk. Aegis clutched the tree, forcefully extracting his head from within. Grandmother, you have changed. Aegis gazed at Galad with an expression of grievance. Come here and sit quietly. I have not finished speaking. Galad beckoned, and Aegis obediently returned to his previous position, appearing meek. I will soon return to Famiazla. At that time, you will protect the king for me, understood? Grandmother, I want to go back with you. Galad's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of menace surfacing. Very well, I shall protect this young human with my life. You shall also refer to him as king. Call him king. No. I swear, I will protect the king with my very life. Aegis nodded vigorously, mimicking human gestures as he raised 3 fingers. Now, let us find a broken golden needle together. Huh, a broken golden needle? Is this it? Aegis produced 2 pieces of golden needle from his pocket, presenting them to Galad and Lin Fan. Where did you find these? Lin Fan inquired first, recalling that golden needles were not something Aegis should possess. Oh, I found them in that tree trunk just now. Impressive, right? Aegis raised an eyebrow, beaming with pride as he looked at Lin Fan. Listening to the voice of Gaol, Aegiston felt a chill coursing through his heart, involuntarily drawing in his neck. Lin Fan took the golden needle from Aegiston's hands and carefully wrapped it in a piece of cloth. With 2 dragons in tow, they set off once more, returning to the magical town of Syria. During Lin Fan's absence, Gruy had constructed a small dwelling for himself. Under Gruy's meticulous renovation, a slightly larger cottage emerged. Boom. Gaol and Aegiston landed simultaneously, the tremendous impact sweeping away everything in the vicinity. Fortunately, this was an open area, though one might overlook Gruy's little house. Crash. The cottage collapsed once again, reduced to mere rubble. Gruy gazed at the remnants of his home, turning to see the 2 dragons behind him with innocent expressions. Damn dragons. Damn dragons. Ah! Gruy screamed internally. Mr. Gruy, where did that lady go? Gaol, now in human form, asked the dazed Gruy. Oh, Millicent. She went to the checkpoint over there to hone her skills. She'll be back shortly. Gruy replied amicably, while scrutinizing the young man with black hair behind Gaol. He found it increasingly astonishing that Lin Fan could return with a dragon after every outing. Truly remarkable. Mr. Gruy, I entrust the golden needle to you. Lin Fan presented the cloth-wrapped needle to the still-dazed Gruy. Oh, thank you so much. Regaining his senses, Gruy hurriedly accepted the needle, bidding farewell to everyone before stepping aside to commence its restoration. As dusk fell, Millicent returned, her arms laden with various game. It's quite dark. Shall we light a fire? Aegiston suggested, stroking his chin. Certainly, go ahead. With Gaol's consent, Aegiston sprang into action. A breath of dragon fire ignited a nearby stack of large logs. Hee. I've been wanting to set this pile ablaze since I landed. Aegiston had noticed the massive logs the moment he touched down. He could not afford to miss this rare opportunity to ignite a fire, especially after having lost consciousness for so many years. Now that he had finally regained awareness, the latent pyromaniac within him was restless. The group gathered around the fire, roasting the game Millicent had brought. Before long, Gruy approached, holding the restored golden needle. He handed it to Millicent, explaining its use before joining the circle around the fire. Upon receiving a roasted leg of lamb from Lin Fan, he asked, puzzled, "Such a large fire requires a considerable amount of wood, doesn't it? How did you find it? Old man, do we really need to search? I spotted this massive pile of logs the moment I landed." Looking at the black-haired youth beside him, Gruy glanced at the location of the fire, and a dreadful realization dawned upon him. This is my house. Chapter 36. Third time's the charm. Courtesy before conflict, Millicent embarked on her own journey, and Gaol returned to the city in the sky. Lin Fan, gazing towards Nimfog, reminisced about the familiar faces in Stonevale City, and immediately set off with Aegiston towards home. Gruy, surveying the charred remains of his woodpile, magically summoned a pile of stones, determined to construct a stone house this time. Soon, the pair of man and dragon entered the territory of Nimfog. The ravaged landscape had vanished, replaced by well-maintained roads and bustling pedestrians. Was Nimfog unaffected by the Crimson threat? Compared to Galad, this place was a veritable paradise. Aegiston marveled at the sight beneath him, beginning to doubt the authenticity of what he beheld. Rumor had it that a new ruler had come to Nimfog, and all credit was due to him. Lin Fan, surveying the realm he governed, proudly declared to Aegiston below, "That ruler is quite capable, but why do you sound so boastful? Do you know this ruler?" "Indeed, I know him all too well. I thought it was the rumored demigod protecting Nimfog. Turns out, he is merely human." Aegiston, initially thrilled at the thought of a demigod safeguarding Nimfog, felt his enthusiasm wane upon learning it was a mere human. "What do you mean by that? Do you look down on humans?" "Look down? Humans are far too greedy. Yet here you are, being ridden by me. My grandmother instructed me to ensure your safety. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you touch me at all. Do you believe I would jump off?" "Jump then. I actually will." "Jump then. I'm jumping. You jump." The pair bickered in the air as they approached the outer gates of Stonevale City. "Alert! Alert! Dragons approaching 200 meters ahead. Quickly inform General Davis. Prepare the heavy crossbows and load all arrows." On the walls of Stonevale City, soldiers methodically prepared for battle, exhibiting no signs of panic. Archers drew their bows, ready to strike, while crossbowmen aimed their heavy crossbows at the approaching dragons. The knight commander, drawing his sword, rallied the soldiers' morale. Everyone, for our king. We shall protect Stone Vale with our lives. Kill, kill, kill. The thunderous battle cries startled Lin Fan and Akiston from their argument. It seems we've been misunderstood. We should descend. Why descend? If it's a misunderstanding, let it be. The power surging within me is too tempting, and I might as well test it on these people. Test your strength on my people? What if you accidentally kill them? Lin Fan struck Aegis on the head with an expression of utter disbelief. Huh, your people? What is your identity? The crimson lightning that had just clung to Aegis's dragon wings vanished in an instant. I am the new ruler of Nimfok. Very well. I shall grant these individuals a reprieve. After saying this, Aegis descended from the sky, carrying Lin Fan to the outer city gates of Stonevale. Davis, who rushed to the city walls, gazed down at the colossal dragon with a puzzled mind. What do you intend to do? Hearing Davis's cries from the ramparts, Aegis was momentarily taken aback, realizing a crucial point. What was he planning to do? Transforming into a human, Aegis instinctively shouted at Davis. I don't even know what I intend to do. Then why did you come here? Before Aegis could continue, Lin Fan stepped out from behind him, covering his mouth as a signal to take over. Davis, open the gate. Davis scrutinized Lin Fan as he emerged from behind Aegis, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. I am Lin Fan. Upon hearing the name, Davis's eyes widened in realization. Oh my, how could I forget? Your Majesty, wait a moment. I will hurry down to open the gate for you. As Davis hurriedly descended from the city wall, the surrounding soldiers took notice. The figure standing below was none other than their long-missed king, and soon the soldiers on the ramparts erupted into cheers. The king has returned. Our king has come back. Several cavalrymen galloped into the inner city, spreading the news of the king's return. The entire Stonevale was engulfed in jubilation as the townsfolk celebrated the greatness of their sovereign. People rushed out of their homes, crowding the streets, eager to catch a glimpse of their king's splendor. Lin Fan, mounted on turret and flanked by Aegis and a host of knights, proceeded towards the royal palace in the inner city. As they passed, flowers were thrown onto the roadway to welcome their king. Young women stood on tiptoe, straining to catch sight of the protected Lin Fan. Feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him, Lin Fan mimicked what he believed to be a kingly demeanor, waving and smiling. To his surprise, his smile had a profound effect, causing several infatuated women to faint, necessitating immediate assistance. For the first time, Lin Fan felt a tinge of bashfulness as he observed the adulation of the crowd. It appeared he truly was strikingly handsome. Once the procession moved on, the crowd began to clear the flowers strewn across the ground, gradually dispersing. How despicable! I cannot believe he has become king. A figure with a white mask stomped his foot in anger amidst the crowd. This was Van Ray, a devoted follower of the Blood King, not one to be easily subdued. Hey, which district are you from? Stomping around the Royal Avenue. Are you dissatisfied with the king? A young man, on his way home, spotted the masked figure and, being a loyal fan of the king, assumed he was expressing discontent. As the young man's words spread, many who were about to leave turned to glare at the masked man. Some even rushed to inform the royal patrol. Soon, a group of patrolling knights approached and surrounded Van Ray. Sir, I suspect you harbor dissatisfaction towards our king. I hope you will accompany us. The leading knight placed his right fist over his left chest in a knightly salute and gestured for Van Ray to follow. This entire protocol was one Lin Fan had established upon his ascension to the throne, having brought with him the customs of his past life. Back then, no one dared to voice dissent. It was unanimously accepted. Van Ray, initially intent on eliminating those present, now conceived a wicked plan upon seeing the knights before him. Oh, you think you can ignore my words? Cuff him. Take him away. The leading knight observed Van Ray, who stood frozen in place, and repeated his request twice, only to receive no response. He recalled the king often saying, things should not be tested more than 3 times, diplomacy before force. Watching Van Ray being shackled and taken away, he felt he had effectively applied the king's teachings. Chapter 37. Encounter with a very wicked person. I never expected you to be so beloved by the people. Transformed into a human, Aegis walked alongside Lin Fan, astonished by the adoration directed at him. So, are you impressed by my charm and ready to acknowledge me as your king? Lin Fan adjusted his collar, leaning closer to Aegis with a smug look. With such minimal merit, I would never acknowledge you as king. Aegis scoffed and swiftly walked toward the palace. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Do you know the way? Lin Fan shouted as he chased after Aegis. Meanwhile, at the palace steps, a royal guard was reporting to Davis. General, we have apprehended a man in a white mask. He appears to be dissatisfied with our king. A white mask? Keep a close watch on him. I will personally take him to see the king. After a moment of contemplation, Davis's expression turned serious. What is this man's background? Does he require your personal attention? You've not known the king for long. How could you not know? Davis replied with a proud smile, pleased with his discerning judgment, which had led him to become a trusted confidant of the king. The general is indeed the most trusted individual by the king. His subordinate inquired, I must tell you. The king once mentioned to me that upon his awakening, he encountered a truly vile person, one who wore a white mask. The royal knight, while gesturing in a slicing motion across his throat, questioned, why not confront this directly? The king had, in fact, swiftly dealt with that masked figure, yet another has emerged, indicating the involvement of a certain nefarious group. Precisely. It seems you have a firm grasp of the king's recent terminology, replied the general. I find myself unable to recall any of it. It's quite normal for someone of your stature, burdened by countless responsibilities, to forget such details, the knight quickly flattered. Bring the individual to me. I shall present him to the king and endeavor to uncover the group behind this. Please hold on, general. After a brief absence, the knight returned accompanied by a squad of patrolling soldiers and the captive, Van Ray. Hand him over to me. Davis signaled for the shackled Van Ray to follow. The knight observed Davis departing, contemplating the words of the king's envoy, but found himself at a loss and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the knight and the surrounding soldiers were engulfed by a crimson haze. At that moment, the majority of soldiers within Eastonville found their eyes stained blood red. Moving like soulless husks toward the palace, encircling it, a man clad in a battle mage's robe sensed the disturbance, utilizing magic to conceal his presence as he hastened to follow. Meanwhile, within the Blood King's castle in the Cerelia magic town, a man robed in crimson observed a pool of blood in a trance. The reflections within the pool depicted the events transpiring in Eastonville. So much delectable blood shall soon be mine. The man turned and approached a cracked white cocoon, his fingers caressing the hand protruding from within. Myquilla, no one can hinder the establishment of our dynasty. At the border of Lake Lienia and Nymphork, a tattered monk journeyed toward Eastonville. The scent of blood is palpable. I can feel you, Lord Myquilla. I shall surely find you. In the sky city of Famazra, the return of Gyre brought immense joy to the ancient dragons, who affectionately rubbed against him. Upon announcing his intention to meet Platone at the time-space rift, the dragons graciously parted to clear his path. Gazing into the eye of the storm, Gyre leaped with vigor, utilizing her unique power to open the rift. In the next instant, she found herself in the slumbering domain of Dragon King Platone Sanks. Platone, I have returned. Gyre addressed the sleeping figure before her. Returned? That is splendid. Platone slowly opened his eyes, revealing orbs of pitch black. Who are you? You are not Platone. Me? Have you forgotten me? As Platone stirred, a colossal storm encircled Gyre. It is you. You are alive. Gyre's expression turned to one of sheer terror as images of the dragon goddess fall flooded her mind. I merely slept. Thanks to Platone's formidable perception and you, I was able to awaken. What do you mean? Dispersing the scarlet decay within you has quite fascinated me. Platone gazed at Gyre with a smile, unfurling his wings as several bolts of golden-red dragon lightning struck her down. You still harbor remnants of that power. Once I consume them, I shall discover the source. At that time, this world shall be mine to rule. With that, Platone advanced toward Gyre, a plume of black smoke erupting from him to envelop her. A horrifying scream echoed within the time-space rift. In an unknown subterranean crypt of the continent, an ornate silver coffin resonated, followed by a thunderous crash. A white-haired man clad in silver royal armor emerged, wielding a massive axe. Surprisingly, a white lion perched upon his shoulder, shielding his eyes from the weak sunlight. It appeared he had been in slumber for far too long, struggling to adapt. Zarash, old friend, we have awakened rather late. As he spoke, the lion on his back emitted a low growl, seemingly in response. It is time to summon our old comrades. This continent shall once again welcome its king. The man brandished his axe, showcasing his martial prowess as if heralding the return of a sovereign. In the northwest magic tower of the continent, a woman named Lonnie, draped in a white mage's robe, sat atop a pile of books in contemplation. Considering the time, the prophesied one should be arriving at my mother's side soon. Lonnie reminisced about her first encounter with Lin Fan, fidgeting with her fingers in an oddly synchronized manner. Perhaps I should pay him another visit. I cannot allow him to harm my mother. Alas, I intended to delay my visit. Lonnie leaped down from the towering books and summoned Wolf Brother as they made their way toward the Magic Academy. The continent once again plunged into turmoil, this time due to the individual known as Lin Fan, the Fated One. Various factions stirred, and the Fourth Great War of the Borderlands was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 38. The king's resolve a blood-red storm was brewing in Eastonville as Davis entered the palace with Van Ray. The shackles on Van Ray's person having mysteriously vanished. Davis, with a sinister expression, clutched his head in agony, collapsing to the ground in despair. I have heard that you are Lin Fan's most favored subordinate, and it is most fitting for you to eliminate that despicable individual. Van Ray gazed down at the kneeling Davis, slowly placing his palm upon Davis's head. A surge of malevolent crimson energy emanated from Van Ray's hand, causing Davis to cease his lamentations, his eyes transforming into a vivid scarlet, enveloped in an aura of death. This is the blessing of Lord Munger. You must cherish it. Now, let us seize the Great Rune from that vile man. Van Ray clasped his hands behind his back and began to walk deeper into the royal palace, with Davis trailing behind like a marionette. The outer palace was surrounded by soldiers under Munger's control, who barred any approach. The inhabitants of the inner city, observing the sudden increase in security, felt a mix of confusion and urgency to return home. Years of experience had taught these ordinary folk that such heightened vigilance heralded significant events. It was prudent to remain indoors. At this moment, Lin Fan was boasting about his exploits to Melina and others. Let me tell you, that was the dragon matriarch. Do you comprehend the significance? Such a being acknowledged me as king. Do you know what happened next? What happened? Lin Fan, my lord, please tell me. Irina gazed at Lin Fan with starry eyes, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Melina rolled her eyes repeatedly, and the fire mage Leah merely smiled faintly, seemingly accustomed to such displays. I have also tamed a dragon named Aegis, who possesses extraordinary talent. I heard from Guar that he has the potential to become a dragon king. Wow, Lord Lin Fan is so impressive. Irina's admiration for Lin Fan grew with every word he spoke, lamenting her blindness to his true nature. Such a captivating tale. Clap, clap, clap. Van Ray emerged from behind a stone pillar, applauding. Indeed, it is you, Van Ray, Lin Fan replied, seemingly anticipating his arrival, shielding the ladies behind him, and quietly observing Van Ray. Of course it is I. Surprised, are you? I am favored by Lord Munger. However, Lord Munger seems quite invested in your affairs. Even placing that divine being aside, I can offer you an audience with Lord Munger, but only if you relinquish a finger, Van Ray spoke slowly, as if recounting a tale. Suddenly, a tremendous crimson dragon lightning descended, scattering dust and leaving only shattered bricks in its wake. How noisy. Aegis, seated upon a cushion behind Lin Fan, stretched lazily. Truly tragic, Lin Fan remarked, turning to give Aegis a thumbs up in response to Van Ray's plight. Aegis merely turned his head away and displayed a middle finger. Do you know what that gesture signifies? Lin Fan asked, incredulously. I have no idea. I saw you raise a finger, so I did the same. Aegis shrugged nonchalantly. In the midst of their banter, several tendrils of red energy surged from the recently shattered bricks, and a blood-red figure materialized once more. Aegis furrowed his brow, preparing to summon another bolt of dragon lightning. But Lin Fan halted him. I wish to hear what he has to say. Aegis nodded in agreement, retracting his power, yet his focus remained on the red figure, ready to spring into action should it pose a threat to Lin Fan. Truly, one cannot underestimate the prophecy. Even the proud dragon bows before you. The voice of the crimson figure was deep and rugged, entirely unlike Van Ray's. However, your generals and soldiers are now under my blood's control. Will you attempt to save them, or will you watch as they self-destruct? Lin Fan regarded the red figure before lifting his gaze to the ethereal image of Luen in the sky. In the next moment, Luen erupted in a brilliant golden radiance. The blood-controlled individuals within Stonevale City were engulfed in streams of red light, and upon being devoured by Luen, they returned to their normal state. Who are you? Davis exclaimed, searching desperately for a weapon. Ultimately, he grasped 2 chunks of brick, shattered by Aegis's dragon lightning, adopting a defensive stance while warily observing the red figure. The crimson figure also acknowledged the ethereal presence of Luen above, while Munger, ensconced within the Blood King's castle, gazed with rapt fascination. What immense power! The blessing of the golden tree pales in comparison. Behind Munger, a hand emerged from the tattered cocoon, twitching slightly. The Luen apparition unleashed a barrage of golden chains upon the red figure, thoroughly binding it. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan, your power shall be mine. Before the red figure could finish, Luen consumed it entirely. Luen absorbed the faith of the protected populace, strengthening itself while devouring all curses and powers of belief. What just happened? Davis inquired, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the red figure. Ordinary people could not perceive Lin Fan's Luen apparition. Only those filled with faith or of immense power could sense its presence. Our enemies have finally revealed themselves. Gather the troops, Davis. It is time for battle. At your command, my king. Davis replied with fervor, excitedly departing the palace, invigorated by the prospect of combat. Lin Fan, contemplating the position where Van Rey once stood, fell into deep thought. From the moment he entered the royal city, he had sensed Van Rey's watchful gaze upon him. Upon returning to the palace, a secretive order was dispatched to the patrolling knights, instructing them to fabricate a reason to apprehend an individual adorned with a white mask. Although the knight was perplexed, he did not inquire further and promptly executed Lin Fan's command. In the heart of the grand illusion of Daloan, within the palace hall, Lin Fan, relying on the power of Daloan, awaited the arrival of Van Rey. Yet, unbeknownst to even Davis, the circumstances were shrouded in secrecy. "Are you not afraid of things going awry? Your audacity is remarkable," remarked Aegis as he leaned closer to Lin Fan. "This is the majesty of a king. Have you learned something? In comparison to my past self, you fall significantly short." Chapter 39. The Avenger's Proxy. Gilbert at Lin Fan's command. The entire military of Stoneweir sprang into action, with Melina overseeing the logistics and supply chains. Do not question why it was not Lin Fan. It is simply not the king's role. The army assembled outside the city, awaiting their king to lead them into new territories. Lin Fan, mounted on turret, was poised to deliver an impassioned pre-battle speech when a series of voices suddenly echoed in his ears. "O Divine One, God of Vengeance, please bestow your blessings upon the hearts of those yearning for retribution." Lin Fan turned his horse towards a narrow alley, where he spotted a figure draped in a black cloak, hunched over in the distance. Gripping his sword, Lin Fan inquired, "Who are you?" The cloaked figure slowly turned, revealing a disturbingly pale face adorned with an unsettling smile. The figure performed an informal knightly salute and addressed Lin Fan. "You must be the fated one of Nimfort, correct?" Lin Fan's confusion deepened, and he instinctively nodded. The figure straightened, seriousness etched on his face, and declared, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gilbert, the agent of vengeance, capable of avenging any hatred." As Lin Fan absorbed Gilbert's words, his mind raced, attempting to recall any mention of Gilbert from his previous life playing the game. Could it be that the time since his transmigration had dulled his memory? He quickly dismissed that notion. He knew his own memory well. The only plausible explanation was that this Gilbert was a character removed from the game, the fated one, present amidst a city recently suffused with boundless hatred. Yet now that animosity has vanished without a trace, this is indeed a novel encounter, mused Gilbert, revealing his purpose, then lost in contemplation. Boundless hatred? Surely that must relate to the animosity brought forth by Van Rey. Yet Van Rey was already deceased, Lin Fan pondered, glancing at the still confused Gilbert. Someone attempted to harm me, but I eliminated them, and thus the hatred naturally dissipated. This is quite ordinary. Upon concluding his statement, Gilbert lifted his gaze, resolutely fixing his eyes on Lin Fan. For a fleeting moment, Lin Fan found himself captivated by the strangeness of Gilbert's stare. After all, a face so pallid paired with deep green eyes would unsettle any sane individual, especially with those eyes wide open, locking onto yours. It is impossible. The order of life and death at the Borderlands has long been disrupted. Hatred does not vanish so easily. Gilbert insisted with conviction. This left Lin Fan at an impasse. Perhaps it was the power of Dalaran that purified everything, yet such a force was not easily revealed. Does hatred truly exist as a tangible entity? At Lin Fan's inquiry, Gilbert paused his thoughts and began to expound upon his grand belief. One must admit, this diversion of topic was perfectly timed. The Borderlands are fraught with those who cannot die, thus breeding a sea of vengeful thoughts that incites fervor. Hatred, as long as it is evoked, will invariably exist. If you truly desire vengeance against someone, pray to the God of Vengeance. Before long, your foe shall surely become a lifeless corpse. As Lin Fan listened to Gilbert, he seized upon a crucial phrase, the God of Vengeance. What manner of being is this? No one knows. And what of Grek? Did his actions not attract resentment? Lin Fan pressed further, seeking to unravel the enigma that was Gilbert, for he was a figure absent from the original narrative, and he needed to gather more valuable information. One of the kings, Grek, repeated his horrifying act of amputation, severing the limbs of others as if harvesting wheat, inciting countless grievances. Gilbert, seemingly dissatisfied, added, even he, despite being a demigod, cannot escape the grasp of the agent. Lin Fan meticulously analyzed every word Gilbert uttered, committing them to memory. Yet I owe you my thanks. Fated one, you triumphed over Grek, your army breached the sealed prison, and you eliminated that furnace knight, Orthopius. You have indeed done me a favor. As Lin Fan listened, he anticipated a moment of gratitude, ready to respond with a dismissive no need to thank me. However, Gilbert, with a haughty smirk, retorted, It is precisely because of this that you might be destined to become an agent yourself. Lin Fan tightened his grip on his sword. Had he known Gilbert's true nature, he would have unleashed a tempestuous blade upon him. Gilbert, attuned to the scent of hatred surrounding him, soon discovered he was met with nothing. I have long inquired of Grek's remains and learned of our oath's origin, the source of General Raton's hatred. I am eager, my very blood boils for it. By the way, the ferocity of your battle against Grek is worthy of tribute to the god of vengeance. We shall meet again. With that, Gilbert left Lin Fan with a cryptic statement before being enveloped in a shroud of black mist, vanishing from sight. It seemed as though guidance was being offered to Lin Fan, directing him to partake in General Latarn's battle festival, while simultaneously indicating that the vengeful deity lurking in the shadows had taken note of his presence. The situation was becoming increasingly intricate, and Lin Fan felt an overwhelming fatigue. It was indeed taxing for a lethargic individual to ponder such matters, with countless brain cells likely perishing in the process. At last, I have found you, my king. Davis, mounted upon his steed, approached Lin Fan. Having noticed Lin Fan's departure from the ranks, he hastily pursued him down this alley, only to find that Lin Fan had vanished. After scouring the nearby paths in vain, he returned only to discover Lin Fan astride Tourette at the alley's entrance. Snapping back to reality, Lin Fan looked at the anxious Davis and patted his shoulder before galloping out of the city. What does this mean, my king? Wait for me. Davis pondered Lin Fan's shoulder pad, and upon seeing Lin Fan swiftly take off, he immediately spurred his horse to follow. Outside the city, before the elevated platform of the military formation, the soldiers rallied. Many of you have recently been struck by magic. We have done no harm to others, yet they seek to harm us. Shall we endure this in silence? No, no, no. The rear of the army shall become the vanguard as we march toward the magic academy of Lake Linnea. For the stability of our homeland, our families, and the lives of our people, wield your swords and advance with fervor, brave warriors. To die for the king is the highest honor. If one were to inquire of Lin Fan why Meng had targeted the magic academy, he would merely shrug, indicating that he cared not for the hand that struck, so long as it provided a pretext for war. The soldiers below were oblivious to the nature of the attack they had endured, whether it was magic or something else. They only knew it as the magic of the academy, and who could truly discern its origin? Aegis approached Lin Fan and whispered, "Such a unified battle cry must surely be your doing." Lin Fan shook his head and pointed at the serious-faced Davis to his left. Aegis turned his gaze to Davis, who, with a proud expression, raised his eyebrows at him. Chapter 40. Then I shall call you King. Lin Fan's grand army set foot upon the damp land of Lake Linnea, where the heavy air and the myriad of hidden monsters beneath the water significantly impeded their advance. Following the route etched in his memory, Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the location of the first blessing point, where the army halted to rest. Initially believing this journey would proceed smoothly, Lin Fan soon realized he had greatly underestimated Linnea. The man-eating vines lurking underwater and the restless undead concealed within the forest posed omnipresent threats. These humans are peculiar. Could they be here to slay me? A voice whispered in Lin Fan's ear, faint yet perceptible. Observing the soldiers around him, who appeared completely normal, he deduced that this voice was a solitary phenomenon, audible only to him. Subsequently, Lin Fan feigned ignorance, rising to stretch while scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. He has risen. Has he noticed me? Should I move? Lin Fan began to wander aimlessly, all the while striving to pinpoint the source of the sound. Should I stay or go? How vexing. Despite his relentless searching, he gleaned no insight. Such hidden entities often breed a sense of dread. Davis, noticing Lin Fan's unusual behavior, hefted his great axe and approached him. Planting the axe firmly into the ground, he was about to speak when Lin Fan gestured for silence. At the moment the axe struck the ground, Lin Fan finally deduced the source of the voice, as he heard a plaintive cry. Ouch. My back is going to be shattered by this axe. Lin Fan gradually shifted his gaze to the earth beneath his feet, exhaling deeply, signaling Davis to step back. Davis, puzzled by Lin Fan's gestures, complied with the king's command and retreated several paces. Once a sufficient distance had been established, Lin Fan bellowed, "Everyone, there are foes beneath your feet. Be vigilant." In an instant, the soldiers raised their spears, casting wary glances at the water's surface. A tremendous rumble followed, and the ground where Lin Fan had just stood began to tremble, revealing a colossal form rising from the depths, a giant crab towering nearly 50 meters high. What is this? A monster. The soldiers were instantly thrown into disarray, having never encountered such a creature before. The immense pressure of the beast caused many to tremble in fear. Calm yourselves. Form ranks. Prepare to engage. The knights commanded, restoring order among the troops, aligning their formation with thousands of spears aimed at the unknown giant. Amidst this chaos, Lin Fan felt a surge of anxiety, recalling that he had been standing atop this creature only moments prior, sending chills down his spine. Once the massive figure shed its aquatic vegetation and mud, its true form was unveiled, a gigantic crab. Ah, so many humans. You frightened the crab. The colossal crab gazed down at the throngs below, its 8 legs flailing in panic. The vibrations caused by the crab's frantic movements led Lin Fan's soldiers to believe it was exhibiting aggression. Such a mere crab. My king. Allow me to dispatch it with a few blows. Davis readied his axe, but Lin Fan hastily restrained him. Do not act impulsively. Diplomacy before aggression. Have I not taught you this? Allow me to approach. Oh right. I forgot. Next time, I shall prioritize diplomacy. Davis scratched his head, sheathing his axe and positioning himself behind Lin Fan. What does this human intend? He approaches. He comes closer. As Lin Fan listened to the crab's lament, he stepped forward, extending a hand towards the creature, a smile illuminating his face. We mean you no harm. If you can understand my words, please tap my hand with your claw. The giant crab blinked its large, expressive eyes and scratched its head with its massive pincers. Lin Fan repeated his words, yet the large crab before him remained utterly motionless. While Lin Fan possessed the ability to comprehend the languages of other beings, the creatures themselves were unable to understand his. This predicament left him in a quandary. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan summoned the essence of the Great Rune from within him, raising it aloft as he spoke once more. This time, the large crab no longer stood still. It cautiously extended its pincers to touch the Great Rune in Lin Fan's palm. A slender thread of golden energy coursed along the crab's claw and flowed into its body. In the next moment, a connection formed between man and crab, and the creature felt an increasing sense of kinship with Lin Fan, perceiving a majestic crab phantom behind him. Lin Fan, observing the now significantly more intelligent crab, inquired, "What is your name? Why are you here?" "I have no name. The crab clan does not possess names. I am unsure of my purpose here, merely resting." The large crab responded, having begun to regard Lin Fan as a friend of its kin. Lin Fan gazed at the naive creature before him, bemused, and thought to himself how such a simple being had survived this long. Considering the long journey ahead to the Magic Academy, he addressed the 30-meter-tall creature with a tone of nobility. "Would you like to see the outside world? I will take you with me, help you become the king of your crab kin, show you the most beautiful sights, and provide you with the finest delicacies." The large crab moved its pincers excitedly, appearing overjoyed. "Is that truly possible? Can you be my friend? Perhaps you could give me a name? Of course, we shall be great friends. What do you think of the name Pang Pang?" The large crab beamed with delight, scuttling about in place. Yet, in the next moment, it seemed to recall something and lowered its head in sorrow. "All right, I shall be called Pang Pang. Once, I had many friends, but they were all slain. I have slept for so long that I have forgotten everything, even their faces." Lin Fan, witnessing Pang Pang's sudden descent into melancholy, swiftly leaped onto the creature's giant claw and climbed to its head, gently patting it while offering words of comfort. "Come with me. You will have countless friends in the future." Pang Pang glanced around at the place where it had slumbered for so long and nodded. "Yes, countless friends." With Lin Fan riding atop Pang Pang, they forged a path ahead for the army, which followed closely behind the duo. The march became significantly less arduous. The soldiers, perplexed by the sudden turn of events, could only marvel at how their king had effortlessly befriended a 30-meter-tall crab. Lin Fan's stature grew in the hearts of the soldiers, as the allure of a king was irresistible, even to a crab. Leading the charge on horseback, Davis looked upon the joyful pair of man and crab in the distance, murmuring to himself, "They call you king, so I shall call you king as well." "Indeed," Lin Fan replied. "Will there be many friends where we are going?" "Perhaps," Davis replied, his voice filled with hope. "Really?" "Indeed." With Pang Pang's assistance, the army steadily swept through Lake Linnea. Along the way, they encountered large crabs, each towering over 20 meters, yet none matched Pang Pang's impressive stature. Naturally, Pang Pang became the leader of these formidable crabs, though in his heart, he considered them all his friends. Consequently, Lin Fan's army grew to include a troop of giant crabs, increasing from 1 to 14. Lin Fan also encountered the mysterious prisoner from the original tale, who had been using the Shrimp King for culinary purposes. Upon witnessing the formidable nature of Lin Fan's army, the prisoner willingly surrendered the necklace Lin Fan had mentioned. Subsequently, Lin Fan, relishing the expression of discomfort on the shrimp chef's face, claimed the entire pot of shrimp. "Ah, these shrimp are quite exquisite indeed," he exclaimed, reveling in the delight of his meal atop Pang Pang. Davis? Present, my king. Please send a few men to retrieve that shrimp chef back to Stonevale City. After some contemplation, Lin Fan deemed it prudent, for the man had roasted the shrimp king, and he added, also, inform him that after encountering me, his life has only one path to follow. He should refrain from any treachery, otherwise he shall find it difficult to survive in the borderlands. As you command, my king. Davis bowed respectfully before turning to assemble a team for the task. The remaining soldiers set up camp to rest, with cavalry units of 6 dispatched to search for a golden-haired woman who was said to have lost a necklace, likely within a nearby gazebo. By your command, my king. The army halted, and 4 squads of cavalry surged forth from each side, commencing their search for the golden-haired woman Lin Fan had described. Why do the other members of the Crab clan appear to fear me? Pang Pang asked. They do not fear you. Rather, they revere you. You are now their king, tasked with protecting them. Do you understand? Yes. I will protect my friends with my life, although I have not done so well in the past. Then you must strive to do better now. By the way, would you like some shrimp? They're quite delicious. Yes, indeed. Lin Fan peeled several shrimp and tossed them into Pang Pang's gaping maw. How do they taste? Delicious. In the ramshackle abode of the shrimp chef, the man cursed the fated ones. How dare they act with impunity, relying on their army? Cursed be my shrimp. To lose my shrimp is one thing, but to have my pot taken as well. I have but one pot. Cursed. Cursed. The mysterious shrimp chef pounded the ground in frustration, for it was the first time since escaping from prison that he felt such anger. Clop, clop, clop. A cacophony of hooves echoed as dozens of mounted figures appeared within the shrimp chef's line of sight. Ah, they return. Do they truly believe I sat idly in prison? The shrimp chef, brandishing an array of flying daggers that had mysteriously appeared in his hands, radiated an intimidating aura. As Davis's army approached, the shrimp chef calculated the distance and, in an instant, hurled the daggers. Clang, clang. Davis wielded his massive axe, successfully blocking every thrown knife. He gazed at the shrimp cooking man before him, whose expression was one of innocent bewilderment, and waved his hand, commanding, very well. I was considering a polite introduction, but instead, seize him and give him a good thrashing. Several soldiers surged forward, encircling the shrimp cooking man, as he surveyed the imposing figures surrounding him. The shrimp cooking man could not help but swallow nervously. In the next moment, a flurry of fists descended upon him. Gentlemen, please stop. I was wrong. I accidentally threw that knife. After a brief interval, the soldiers, panting heavily, turned to look at Davis. Seeing that the beating had nearly concluded, Davis gestured for the soldiers to rest. He then rode forward and spoke. Our king has noticed your culinary skills with shrimp and wishes to invite you to visit Stonevale. What say you? Will you come? Absolutely not. The shrimp cooking man brushed the dust from his clothes and, without a second thought, shook his head in refusal. I didn't ask for your opinion. Take him away. Behind the shrimp cooking man, the soldiers, having caught their breath, quickly stood and grasped his arms, one on each side. Davis, keenly aware that the blows just delivered had not inflicted significant harm, regarded the man, who still seemed inclined to resist. He recited a modified version of the warning given by Lin Fan. The king has decreed that should you decline, you will be relentlessly pursued across the continent, meeting a gruesome fate, with no refuge to be found in the entire borderland. Just a reminder, our king has triumphed over demigods. The shrimp cooking man, upon observing Davis's proud demeanor, sensed that he was not being deceived and realized his escape was futile. He resigned himself to compliance. After giving instructions to the cavalry, Davis continued to follow the main force, while the shrimp cooking man, now resigned, was escorted toward Stonevale. Little did he know that his later years would be profoundly transformed in that very city. At the entrance of the academy, Lin Fan studied the map of Lake Liania in his hands, noting the location of the radiant stone dragon, before glancing at the nearby Aegis, who was engrossed in picking his nose. What are you doing? Secretly in love with this dragon? Aegis, catching Lin Fan's gaze, turned and boasted, Oh, I didn't realize you were a common dragon. What nonsense. What new term is this? Explain it quickly. Aegis, excited, approached Lin Fan and draped his arm around his neck. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing Aegis's disrespect towards the king, instinctively reached for their weapons to issue a warning, but were stayed by Lin Fan's commanding gaze. In recent days, Aegis had learned a plethora of new phrases, such as wow, I'll take you all on, and sabe, becoming increasingly enamored with Lin Fan, who consistently offered fresh expressions. Lin Fan patiently explained to the exuberant Aegis, this term denotes someone who is quite ordinary yet possesses inexplicable confidence. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't confidence a form of courage? Are you complimenting me? Aegis pondered this, growing increasingly suspicious. Just days prior, Lin Fan had taught him only derogatory terms. Why was he now offering compliments, even praising himself? It was all rather peculiar. His gaze roamed over Lin Fan, as if searching for a flaw. To put it plainly, where does your confidence come from? You fool. Do you understand? As Lin Fan elaborated, Aegis clenched his fists, and in the next moment exclaimed, "Damn it, you scoundrel. I will end you today." With that, Lin Fan turned and fled, while Aegis chased after him, brandishing a chair. "Protect the king! Protect the king!" Lin Fan shouted. And the soldiers on either side raised their long spears, forming a protective barrier around him. Aegis, no matter how hard he tried, could not penetrate their ranks. He wished to transform into a dragon, but feared harming these loyal soldiers. "You are pushing me too far. I'll go find Crab," he shouted. "A crab is far more benevolent than you." Chapter 42. Do you realize the damage a great purse can inflict? Ultimately, a golden-haired girl was brought before Lin Fan by a group of soldiers. She nervously clutched her skirt, evidently unaccustomed to such situations. Lin Fan, observing the bewildered girl, produced the necklace she had lost in the original story, playing with it in his hands. Upon seeing the necklace, the girl's gaze fixated on Lin Fan. "Sir, that necklace is mine. Can you please?" Lin Fan smiled and assumed what he believed to be an imposing stance, speaking in a gruff tone. "Yours? How can you prove it? Does it bear your name?" The girl puffed out her cheeks, her expression transforming into one of exasperation as her small hands balled into fists. A sight that Lin Fan found utterly adorable. The nefarious Lord of Stonevale then presented his demand. "I might consider returning the necklace, but what will you offer in return?" This time, without hesitation, the girl retrieved an invitation letter from the Volcano Manor from her bosom. "Sir, allow me to introduce myself. I am Leia, serving the master of Volcano Manor, Lord Tanis. It is my duty as a recruiter to invite those with heroic potential to the manor." Lin Fan feigned nodding in understanding. Fully aware of the circumstances, that greedy serpent had already secured a place on his list of targets. "You are formidable, possessing a powerful army and a resilient spirit, unafraid to confront your compatriots with sword and blade." Hearing Leia's praise and recalling his so-called compatriots among the shrimp-cooking prisoners, Lin Fan quickly interrupted her. Stop. No need for flattery. I'm not that great. No matter how sweetly you speak, I shall not easily part with the necklace. How can you treat me this way?" Leia ceased her speech, her brow furrowed, and she fixed her gaze intently on Lin Fan. After a moment of silence, Leia appeared to deflate, her arms drooping limply as she gazed at Lin Fan, asking, "What conditions would you require to return the necklace?" Lin Fan held the necklace in his hand, turning it over before effortlessly storing it in his spatial backpack. Under the curious gaze of Leia, he helplessly remarked, "There are no conditions, simply follow me. And when the time is ripe, lead me to the volcanic mansion." "No," Leia shook her head, unwilling to comply. "It is my duty to invite heroes among the fated ones to the mansion. I cannot betray my responsibilities. Let me put it this way. My qualifications are unparalleled. There has never been anyone like me before, nor will there be after. Just bringing me along is sufficient." "Really?" Leia gazed at Lin Fan with disbelief, her eyes scanning him intently. Behind Lin Fan, Aegis covered his face with his hands, unable to bear the scene. It felt as if his dragon eye would go blind. Sensing Aegis's small gestures, Lin Fan pointed behind him and said to Leia, "Do you see the fool behind me? The genius dragon of the dragon race now takes orders from me." Leia's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Aegis, covering her mouth in shock. Aegis, glancing around, had been too busy chuckling to notice Lin Fan referring to him as a fool. Lin Fan discreetly tugged at Aegis's clothing and whispered, "Follow my lead. If you perform well, I will teach you some trendy new phrases tonight." Aegis, upon hearing this, lifted his head high, signaling Lin Fan to watch closely. "Watch me transform into a dragon." With a wave of his hand, Aegis dashed forward, leaping several dozen meters into the air, followed by a resounding roar that pierced the sky. A massive white dragon materialized in front of the Academy's gates, its roar sending tremors through all living beings nearby. In the vicinity of the massive radiant stone to the west of the Magic Academy, a black dragon lowered its head, seemingly in fear, as it gazed toward the Academy's gates. At that moment, Leia looked at Lin Fan with starry eyes, her cheeks flushed. How powerful! Ultimately, through the banter between Lin Fan and Aegis, the innocent Leia was successfully deceived into staying by Lin Fan's side. The might of Aegis and the army of crabs allowed Lin Fan's forces to effortlessly obliterate the camp of the rhododendron knights situated before the Academy Avenue. Wherever the army advanced, all who heard surrendered, and those who did not were vanquished. Observing the colossal sealing magic of the Academy, Lin Fan commanded everyone to rest in place while he and Aegis went to retrieve the key to unlock the magical seal. After their departure, Leia incessantly searched the ranks for powerful knights, fervently promoting the volcanic mansion. She gravely underestimated the loyalty of Lin Fan's army, no matter how grand her promises. She received nothing but dismissals. Gazing in the direction Lin Fan had departed, Leia squatted on the ground, tugging at the small grass sprouting from the worn stone bricks. Mumbling to herself, outside the radiant dragon camp, two figures stealthily observed the enormous dragon sleeping beneath the colossal stone, none other than Lin Fan and Aegis. "Look, can we handle that dragon over there? Let me see." Aegis widened his eyes, took a glance, then waved his hand nonchalantly, exuding confidence. "I could easily take down 100 of them. All right, let's go." Lin Fan mounted Tourette, summoning dozens of radiant beams to shield himself as he charged towards the radiant dragon. After a resounding roar, a massive shadow soared over Lin Fan's head before crashing heavily before the radiant dragon. "You are a king. Leave this to me." Upon hearing Aegis's words, Lin Fan halted, watching the battle between Aegis and the radiant black dragon. Contrary to expectations, no radiant breath or thunderous dragon roars emerged. The radiant black dragon, awakened by the tremendous noise, beheld Aegis's imposing figure, appearing utterly bewildered. With a powerful strike, Aegis sent the radiant black dragon flying away. The dragon crashed into the massive radiant stone behind it, the enormous boulders collapsing and crashing down upon the black dragon. Following this, Aegis leaped high and delivered another fierce kick, executing a series of rapid strikes that ultimately sent the radiant dragon to its demise. Lin Fan stood there, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, as if he had disconnected from the game. Observing Lin Fan's expression, Aegis transformed back into human form and approached him, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. "Well, what do you think of my combat prowess? No need to praise me. It's just a casual fight." Lin Fan looked at Aegis, voicing his lingering curiosity. "What about your dragon thunder? I couldn't unleash it. That thing is unpredictable. And your breath? You just went for a brawl? Did you not hear me say I prefer hands-on combat?" Lin Fan recalled that he had indeed mentioned his fondness for such games in his past life. "Wait, aren't you of the same kin?" "Only in appearance. Their minds have been thoroughly controlled, reduced to slaves of the Golden Dynasty. Otherwise, they would not be guarding such a place." Seeing Aegis's indifferent demeanor, Lin Fan chose not to press further. The two approached the lifeless radiant dragon, gazing at the creature that had entirely lost its breath. Aegis began to boast again. "So, what do you say? Care to compliment me? The key to the Magic Academy was originally in his lair. Now tell me, where is his lair?" Aegis surveyed the scattered debris around, momentarily falling into self-doubt. Chapter 43. A genius capable of overturning an era Smerag? I have not heard that name before. Aegis contemplated the magical key in his hand, recalling the radiant dragon he had just slain. "You haven't heard much, have you? Now hand over the key." Lin Fan approached from the side, swiftly snatching the keys while rubbing his sore shoulder. He and the dragon promptly returned to the camp, where as soon as Aegis landed, Davis hurried over. "My king, someone has arrived at the camp claiming to be a former mage of this academy, and he wishes for us to escort him inside." As Lin Fan listened to Davis, he recalled the narrative he was familiar with, apart from the teacher Celian. The only one who emerged from the academy was the prodigious mage Topus, known to the world as the useless Topus. Little did they know that his magic had the power to overturn an era, challenging the dominion of the gods. Lin Fan never anticipated that this forgotten individual would seek him out, and he promptly responded, "Aegis, go play with Crab. Davis, take me to meet this mage." "As you command, my king." After Davis saluted, he turned and led Lin Fan to meet the brilliant mage. Watching the two depart, Aegis felt a sudden emptiness in his heart. Recalling the words Lin Fan had taught him, he shouted at the retreating figure, "You use me, and then discard me. You scoundrel." TCH. Lin Fan, taken aback by Aegis's voice, stumbled slightly and turned to see Aegis's exasperating expression. "What is wrong, my king?" "It's nothing." Continued to lead the way. Inside a soldier's tent, Lin Fan gazed at Topus before him, momentarily at a loss for words. The Topus of reality appeared far more amiable and pitiable than the one from the game. Observing Lin Fan's intense gaze, Topus cautiously inquired, "Sire, have we met before?" "Oh, no, not at all." "Then what brings you to gaze upon me so?" "Oh, I merely saw your magical robe and was reminded of a teacher I once had." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Topus's eyes as he pressed on. "May I ask, was your teacher also from real Icaria?" Lin Fan sighed at the visibly excited Topus and replied, "Yes, he was a genius mage. At least in my eyes." The magic he created was capable of altering an era. I have been cast out for quite some time. Yet I never expected such a formidable mage to still exist within the academy. In comparison, it is only natural for a talentless mage like myself to be expelled. Topus spoke with an air of yearning, admiration, and an undercurrent of profound sadness and inferiority. Little did he know that the person Lin Fan spoke of was indeed himself. Even if Lin Fan were to reveal this truth, Topus would likely find it hard to believe. Just like the renowned Master Van Gogh from Lin Fan's previous life. Such exceptional talents are often born in the wrong era. As dusk fell, Lin Fan revealed the key to Reliquaria Magic Academy to Topus, who gazed at it with tears of excitement streaming down his face. The crackling firewood in the tent created a warm ambience as Lin Fan and Topus sat together, conversing. Topus recounted his tragic experiences, continuously expressing his determination to persevere. Lin Fan listened intently, resolved to alter the fate of this once familiar genius mage, whom he had only superficially understood before. In conclusion, Lin Fan assured Topus that he would facilitate his entry into the academy. Topus, unsure how to express his gratitude, had come prepared for rejection. Who could have anticipated that this king would embody the kindness and righteousness spoken of in rumors? Contemplating this, Topus bowed to Lin Fan, who hurriedly helped him up, saying, "Tomorrow morning, my army will march into the academy. You shall stay by my side, and I will ensure your safety." What merit do I possess to receive your protection? Lin Fan gently patted Topus's arm, signaling him not to overthink it. As Lin Fan prepared to leave, he suddenly paused, turning his back to Topus and softly stating, "You resemble my teacher greatly. If possible, you shall be my master from now on." Topus stood there, frozen, like someone had pressed the pause button, realizing that even someone like him could be worthy of being a king's mentor. Lin Fan's aggressive advance towards the academy stirred yet another tempest across the continent, prompting countless individuals connected to him to act from the shadows. In the Round Table Hall, Sir Baiji removed his helmet and, gazing at the intelligence in his hands, unexpectedly broke into a rare smile. The method of framing is quite clever. This young man possesses some redeeming qualities. After a moment of contemplation, Baiji incinerated the intelligence, donned his helmet, and summoned the guard Xia. "Release all those Platinum children captured from Platinum Village and await my command." "As you wish." And Xia exited, leaving Baiji to ponder over the book in his hands, with no one aware of what schemes this astute noble was contemplating. In Fia's chamber, a stranger clad in a magical robe stood before her, speaking earnestly. Fia, astonished, covered her mouth in disbelief. There's no mistake. His life force is extraordinarily potent, surpassing that of past heroes. Upon hearing this, the stranger made a gesture across his throat, only to be hastily stopped by Fia. "Forgive my candor, but you will not be able to conquer him." "But what about that dagger? If we proceed this way, our plan..." Fia raised her hand, signaling the stranger to be silent, then stood up, placing her hand on his chest, saying, "For now, all I require is for you to stand by his side. Surely, you understand this." A stranger, his face slightly flushed, nodded before retreating from Fia's chamber. After a moment, Fia retrieved a short sword from a nearby wooden drawer, identical to the one she had once given to Lin Fan. Gazing at the sword in her hand, she murmured, "You, of such stature, can indeed discern my innermost thoughts at a glance. I sincerely hope you can ascend to the title of the so-called Elden King, my Lord Lin Fan." In the royal palace of Stonevale City, Miss Melina inquired, "Is the Magic Academy truly so perilous?" To which the response was, "Certainly, it is a place coveted by all sorcerers across the continent. Danger is inevitable." "And why do you concern yourself with Lord Lin Fan again? Perhaps he has returned with yet another unfamiliar woman," Melina retorted. "Are you not worried?" "I have no reason to fret about that scoundrel. Whether he lives or dies is of no consequence to me." Irina, clutching a warming stove nearby, chuckled at their exchange. "Sister Reina, what is so amusing? I find it delightful that Sister Melina, despite her evident concern for Lord Lin Fan, still pretends to be tough. Your audacity is growing by the day. Just wait until I tickle you." Melina seized the small stove from Irina's grasp and set it aside before pouncing on her. "Ah, stop tickling. It tickles so much, Sister Melina. I concede." Listening to their playful banter, Leah smiled softly, silently praying for Lin Fan's safety. She believed that as long as her prayers were sincere, they would provide him with an extra layer of protection, for he was the one she revered and safeguarded in this realm. Chapter 44, Radagon's Kneel. As dawn broke, a resounding horn signaled the assembly of Lin Fan's army. Shield bearers stood at the forefront, crossbowmen followed behind, their gazes fixated on the seal of the Reliquaria Magic Academy. Lin Fan produced the magical key from his possession and cast it towards the academy's sealing array. Upon contact, the key was swiftly drawn within. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the seal, and all eyes were riveted on the academy's entrance, uncertain of the traps or magic that might lie within. As time ticked by and the seal remained unchanged after that singular explosion, Lin Fan turned to Tops, questioning, "What is the meaning of this? Could the key be flawed?" Tops, equally grave, had scrutinized the key meticulously and found no error. The door's reluctance to open was puzzling. "No, I cannot be mistaken. The key is correct." Yet, as if the heavens were toying with them, just when everyone assumed the seal was unbreakable, a dazzling blue beam shot skyward, proclaiming the Academy's resurgence to the world. As the beam dissipated, the seal on the Academy's entrance vanished, and the heavy iron doors began to rise. Immediately, numerous formidable magical beams surged forth from within, sending the foremost shield-bearers flying. "Crossbowmen, fire! Shoot!" cried the knight commander, and the ranks of crossbowmen unleashed a volley, arrows raining into the Academy, accompanied by screams of agony. After several rounds of arrows, the half-open doors of the Academy fell silent. Davis, riding forward, raised his golden giant axe and bellowed, "Warriors! Today we seize Lyracalia. To battle!" Leading the charge, he galloped into the Academy, followed by a throng of soldiers, all shouting fervently as they surged alongside their general. Lin Fan, alongside Aegis and others, held the rear guard, only advancing once the front line stabilized. Upon entering the Academy, he was met with a grim sight. Bodies clad in mage robes littered the ground. Tops, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sorrow yet was powerless to intervene. It was only when he beheld his comrades, lost to madness and wielding their wands in reckless slaughter, that he comprehended the Academy had transformed into something far removed from its former self. The decree of sparing those who surrendered was easier said than followed. Reason had nearly fled from the minds within the Academy. It was a path of carnage, blood saturating the ground, and the entire Academy was steeped in a heavy scent of blood. The automaton soldiers, creatures that fed on the spirits of others, and the pumpkin guardians of the Academy exceeded Top's wildest imaginings. The war machines he had only glimpsed in blueprints within the laboratory now stood before him, alive and menacing. As the army progressed to the Academy's conference room, the Red Wolf, a figure from Lin Fan's memory, emerged. The great shield soldier valiantly held his ground against the Red Wolf's assaults. Crossbowmen loosed their bolts, but the agile beast deftly evaded their strikes, rendering them ineffective, while the shield-bearer began to falter under the relentless onslaught. Just as Davis prepared to advance, Lin Fan leapt over the shield soldier, positioning himself before the Red Wolf. "My king," Davis called from behind, but Lin Fan gestured that all was well. With the king's sword in hand, he faced the Red Wolf. The beast growled ominously, as if warning Lin Fan that he had entered its territory. "Radagon's Red Wolf, let me test your mettle." With that, Lin Fan unleashed several blades of tempest, swiftly cutting off all avenues of retreat for the Red Wolf. A piercing howl erupted from the Red Wolf, and a massive red energy radiated outward from its form, dissipating Lin Fan's tempest blades and forcing him to stagger back. In the next moment, a crimson longsword materialized in the Red Wolf's maw, accompanied by a flickering shadow that loomed behind it. This shadow was none other than Radagon, the second king of the Golden Dynasty. Clang, clash. The man and beast engaged in a relentless dance of combat, their weapons colliding and sparking with each strike. The Red Wolf grew bolder with each passing moment, and the shadow behind it became increasingly distinct. Lin Fan had attempted several times to uncover the weaknesses of the Red Wolf, yet all his efforts proved fruitless. Gradually, he found himself at a disadvantage. As he observed the Red Wolf leap into the air, he retreated just in time, igniting the flames upon his sword. A majestic lion erupted forth from the blade, charging towards the Red Wolf. In an instant, the tide of battle turned, with the lion pinning the Red Wolf beneath its paws. Enormous flames ignited around them, as the fiery lion roared in fury at the subdued creature, seemingly avenging Lin Fan. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan quickly channeled his magic, causing the fiery lion to vanish, followed by a relentless barrage of magical strikes. The discussion chamber was swiftly transformed into a scene of devastation, with shattered walls and ceilings, and magical tomes ablaze upon the floor. As the smoke cleared, the Red Wolf staggered out of the pit Lin Fan had created, its body marred with injuries, and the blade it once wielded nowhere to be found. The Red Wolf, devoid of strength, lay on the ground, panting, its eyes no longer gleaming with the spirit of battle. Perhaps sensing its mission was complete, the Red Wolf closed its eyes, awaiting its fate. Suddenly, The ethereal figure of Radagon reappeared, standing there, fixated on Lin Fan. The mere presence of this apparition bore down upon Lin Fan, making even the slightest movement feel laborious. The figure regarded Lin Fan for a moment before slowly kneeling, offering a bow, and then vanishing. This gesture made Lin Fan realize that he harbored secrets within himself yet to be uncovered. With the apparition gone, the red wolf opened its eyes and approached Lin Fan step by step, just as Lin Fan intended to summon the power of the Sword of Night and Fire. The red wolf lowered its head, seemingly awaiting Lin Fan's command. Lin Fan cautiously placed his hand upon the red wolf's head, and in that instant, the Great Rune within him began to stir. A stream of golden particles flowed into the red wolf's body, transforming its fiery fur into a pure white, and its pupils into a golden hue. From that moment forth, Radagon's red wolf was reborn as Lin Fan's white wolf. It felt as though unseen hands were orchestrating the unfolding events. As Lin Fan's power grew, he increasingly sensed that his destiny was being manipulated by external forces. Chapter 45, Radagon. You have grown younger following the encounter with the red wolf. The entire Magic Academy, save for the sealed Grand Library of the Queen, fell under Lin Fan's control. He commanded the soldiers to open the great door of the library, and after a strenuous effort, a dozen soldiers managed to push it ajar. Everyone positioned themselves to the sides of the door, awaiting Lin Fan's next command. The interior of the library appeared to be shrouded by some magical veil, rendering those outside unable to see anything but darkness. Ignoring the protests of those around him, Lin Fan stepped into the library, fully aware that beyond the black mist lay the full moon queen. However, as soon as Lin Fan entered the Grand Library, the slightly ajar door slammed shut. Outside, panic ensued among the soldiers. Davis raised his massive axe and began to strike the door while cursing, "I knew it. There must be an ambush here." Despite his efforts, the door remained unscathed, enveloped by an inexplicable magical barrier. Observing this, Aegis prepared to shift into his true form. "Do not panic. I am unharmed." Lin Fan's voice resonated from within, prompting the group to cease their actions. Among those present, the most astute was undoubtedly Aegis, though he was reluctant to admit it. As for Topus, after the army had cleared the laboratory, he bid farewell to Lin Fan, retreating into his own realm of magic. After a moment of contemplation, Aegis addressed the others. "The king is unharmed. Continue to tidy the academy. I shall remain here, and if any disturbances arise, we will confront them together." Hearing this, Davis sheathed his axe and turned to lead the others in further cleaning efforts elsewhere in the academy. Aegis, along with Leia and the others, stood guard outside, vigilantly monitoring the situation within. Inside, with the door closed, Lin Fan felt as though he had become blind, engulfed by darkness. Once the voices of Davis and the others faded, he brandished the Sword of Night and Fire, cautiously advancing step by step. Throughout his journey, Lin Fan struck the ground with his sword, wary of any pitfalls that might ensnare him. "Radagon, have you finally come to meet me?" A faint, resentful voice whispered in Lin Fan's ear. He did not respond but stood still, straining to discern the source of the sound. "Why are you so far from me?" Lin Fan turned to his right, convinced that the full moon queen was nearby. He quickened his pace, continuing to strike the ground as he moved forward. "Is that you, Radagon?" Lin Fan quickened his steps, feeling as though the surrounding darkness was gradually dissipating. The next moment, he collided with an unseen barrier. The tip of his sword struck something solid, and as he had been advancing rapidly, the hilt jabbed into his abdomen. Clutching his stomach, Lin Fan steadied himself against the invisible wall. Sensing the barrier before him, he raised the Sword of Night and Fire and unleashed a blast of wind blades. With a resounding explosion, the wall remained unyielding before him. Employing various spells and strikes, Lin Fan found that whenever he felt the wall was on the verge of shattering, an inexplicable force would restore it instantaneously. "Why do you not come to my side? Do you still possess that amulet?" The chilling voice of the full moon queen echoed from within the wall. Pausing his assault, Lin Fan recalled the amulet bearing Radagon's likeness that Davis had entrusted to him during their earlier sweep. In haste, he retrieved the amulet from his spatial backpack, grasping it firmly in his palm before gingerly placing it against the wall before him. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered like a mirror, and the enveloping darkness that surrounded Lin Fan dissipated. The true visage of the Grand Library unfolded before his eyes. At that moment, the Moonlight Queen, Reina La, was not far from him, reclining atop a pile of magical tomes in the center of the library. The queen languidly leaned against the books, cradling an amber-hued oval object in her arms. Upon noticing Lin Fan's presence, she seemed to awaken from her stupor, slowly sitting up and gazing at him with deep affection. uttering, "Is it you? Radagon, my beloved." Lin Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, the situation rendering him speechless. Should they not have begun with a few spells in combat? Observing his silence, the queen reclined once more, murmuring, "I knew you would not return." Lin Fan was bewildered, having anticipated a fierce battle upon entering, only to find a solitary figure, a woman, no less, lost in sorrow. He sheathed his sword and approached Raina. However, as he neared the center of the library, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From behind the towering bookshelves, a multitude of small children clad in magical robes emerged. Both boys and girls, their eyes devoid of life, resembling automatons as they crawled towards Lin Fan. He was taken aback by the sight of these puppet-like children surrounding him, sending a shiver down his spine. "My children, my dear children," Raina cried out, gazing at the crawling youngsters in a frenzied state. Lin Fan, sword in hand, assessed the situation. Neither attacking nor refraining seemed viable. Yet, in the next moment, several hefty tomes struck him with an uncanny velocity. Lin Fan stumbled, blood spilling from his lips as he barely managed to evade an onslaught of magical projectiles. Just as he aimed to vanquish the child who had cast the spell, a chandelier plummeted from above. With a swift roll, he narrowly escaped, but before he could regain his footing, another book hurtled towards him. The cacophony of sounds echoed throughout the library as he rolled and dodged, receiving blow after blow, leaving no opportunity to counterattack. Amidst the chaos, he caught sight of Raina leaning against a nearby shelf. He realized that all magical assaults were curving around her, prompting him to roll towards her. The children, seemingly aware of his intentions, intensified their attacks. At last, he reached her side, whereupon a number of spells halted around them. A mysterious force surrounding Raina that deterred the children from approaching. "Thank goodness for my superior skills. I nearly fell into their trap." Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on how this was far more challenging than any game he had played, as rolling offered no invincibility frames. Just as he pondered this, Raina stood, and before he could react, she tenderly caressed his cheek. "Radagon, you've grown younger, and your hair has changed color." Chapter 46. Who dares to disrespect my mother? Lin Fan was rendered speechless by the queen's affectionate gaze. Her hands roamed over his features, and at that moment, she perceived a familiarity in his aura that closely resembled the one she had awaited. The once rational queen had long since lost her sanity, sealing off her heart. The prolonged years had obscured her memory of his visage, yet his essence remained unforgettable. As Raina drew closer, Lin Fan instinctively retreated, repeatedly imploring, "Your Majesty, please maintain your composure." Yet, she was entirely enraptured in her own world, oblivious to his words. In his retreat, Lin Fan found himself sitting abruptly atop a stack of books. The queen, unperturbed, naturally settled atop him, leaving Lin Fan with no escape. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, he perceived a rosy hue creeping across Raina's pallid visage, illuminated by moonlight. As she knelt upon him, he realized that evasion was no longer an option. He was forced to choose the final path. Thus, with a swift motion, he unfastened his upper armor. Embodying the noble sentiment of "who else but me shall descend into hell?" he spread his arms wide, awaiting Raina's next move. As her blush intensified, her hands glided from his face to his chest, softly murmuring, "How can you abandon me here?" The once magnificent moonlight queen, Raina, now wept like a child. Her tears cascaded upon Lin Fan's face as he hastily wiped them away, comforting her, "I am sorry to have kept you waiting. I shall not leave again. Let us cease the tears for now." Raina gradually halted her sobs, resting her head against Lin Fan and bestowing a gentle kiss upon his right cheek. Just as Lin Fan believed the pivotal moment was upon them, a shimmering blue magical barrier enveloped them. In the next instant, a colossal full moon ascended in the distance, and Lin Fan found himself standing upon a surface of water. With his upper body bare, he gazed upward to behold a silhouette upon the moon. Clad in a grandmaster's robe and wielding a staff, she floated gracefully in midair, resembling the goddess of the moon as she looked down upon Lin Fan. This familiar scene, this renowned entrance, mirrored the second phase of the game from the original narrative, marking the moment of Lonnie's intervention. Lin Fan felt dazed. He had been blinded by Raina's tenderness, completely forgetting the impending magic from Lonnie. However, everything was just fine a moment ago. How did this magical barrier activate? Without allowing Lin Fan time to ponder, the queen in midair slowly descended, and after a few moments of incantation, a deluge of magic surged toward Lin Fan. "Damn!" After uttering an expletive, Lin Fan swiftly drew the shield and king's sword from his backpack. The instant he adorned the shield with a magical barrier, Countless minute magical projectiles pummeled against it. Lin Fan was forced to retreat repeatedly, sliding over 10 meters across the water's surface. As the pressure on the shield began to diminish, Lin Fan barely stood up when a blue magical slash struck him head-on. He instinctively dropped to the ground, narrowly evading the blow. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if all the hair on his back had been sheared away. For an extended period, Lin Fan felt despondent. A myriad of flamboyant spells were unleashed by the full moon queen before him. Legendary spells such as Comet Azrael and Meteoric Destruction, which were mere trifles in the original narrative, paled in comparison. This queen commenced her assault by hurling celestial bodies. Had the space not been vast, Lin Fan would have been at a loss for how to evade her onslaught. He unleashed every ounce of combat skill and magic he had ever learned, augmented by the formidable power of the Great Rune, just to survive the relentless barrage of attacks. Breathless, Lin Fan knelt on the ground, panting heavily as he gazed at the full moon queen, who seemed to cast spells mechanically, leaving him with no opportunity to approach. Outside the magical barrier, within the Grand Library, Queen Reyna paused, momentarily stunned by Lin Fan's sudden disappearance. She then turned and cradled the amber egg once more, muttering, "I knew you were deceiving me again." Beside the towering bookshelf, the moon sorceress, draped in a grayish-white robe, wore a smile as she fiddled with something. The prophesied one. "Let us see you endure a bit more hardship. After all, you have shown disrespect to Mother." Within the barrier, Lin Fan continued to evade. As the number of his evasions increased, his stamina dwindled. The red and blue chalices had been entirely consumed, and if he failed to discover a solution, he would inevitably succumb. Gradually, the frequency of the full moon queen's attacks began to wane, providing Lin Fan a fleeting moment to catch his breath. In an instant, the full moon queen paused, granting Lin Fan an opportunity he had been yearning for. With a swift glide, he lunged forward and thrust his sword directly through her form. "Ah!" A cry of anguish echoed as the full moon queen disintegrated into ashes and vanished. The surrounding full moon realm began to fracture. And after a blinding flash of white light, Lin Fan returned to reality. This time, upon seeing Lin Fan, the full moon queen did not launch another assault. She simply sat there, gently caressing the amber egg in her arms, murmuring something about a child. Sensing a stir within him, Lin Fan summoned the Grand Rune once more. It floated at the center of the Grand Library, and the puppet-like children around it, as if sensing something, flocked toward it. In the next moment, those intellectually impaired children transformed into streams of golden light, drawn into the Grand Rune. Upon witnessing this, the full moon queen dashed toward the Grand Rune, frantically shouting, "My children, my little ones, where are you taking my children?" Seeing Reyna lose control, Lin Fan rushed forward and embraced her. He could not risk the Grand Rune absorbing her as well. As luck would have it, once all the children were absorbed, the Grand Rune appeared unsatisfied. The next moment, the amber egg containing the Grand Rune of Radagon, tightly held by Reyna, was also drawn in. Subsequently, the Grand Rune returned to Lin Fan's being, leaving him drenched in cold sweat as he met Reyna's intense gaze. "Could you allow me to explain?" Chapter 47. I want Ria Lucaria to submit to me as the situation spiraled out of control, just when Lin Fan anticipated another fierce confrontation with Reyna. Lonnie emerged from behind the bookshelves. She approached Reyna, attempting to soothe her frenzied mother. However, at that moment, Reyna's focus was solely on Lin Fan. After absorbing the Grand Rune, Lin Fan's aura bore an uncanny resemblance to Radagon in Reyna's eyes. Smack! A sharp sound rang out as a red mark appeared on Lin Fan's left cheek. Lin Fan, poised to demand an explanation, swallowed his words upon seeing the coldness in Reyna's eyes. Beside her, Lonnie also covered her mouth, astonished. For the first time in years, she sensed a profound shift in her mother's emotions. Ever since that father, whom she had always disparaged, Radagon, departed, her mother had retreated into her own world, using the Grand Rune left behind by him to continuously create imperfect children, which were more akin to puppets than offspring. Deep within her mother's heart lay a calmness. But at that moment, when she struck Lin Fan, Lonnie detected a stark emotional upheaval. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the two, Reyna gazed at Lin Fan with haughty eyes and inquired, "Who are you?" "Lin Fan," Reyna faltered, having never heard the name before. How could a mere fated one dare to enter the Grand Library? Hearing the disdain in Reyna's words, Lin Fan drew his king's sword and thrust it into the ground, gazing at her with an air of dominance. "Not only has my army completely eradicated your academy, but Ria Lucaria has also changed hands. Do you truly believe this queen will be as easy to deal with as those outside the academy?" Reyna, undaunted by Lin Fan, summoned her staff with a wave of her hand, and the two locked eyes. The atmosphere instantly thickened, while Lonnie, standing nearby, merely covered her mouth, alternating her gaze between Lin Fan and her mother, who had suddenly returned to normal. Boom. In the next moment, the heavy doors of the Grand Library were thrust open. The royal knights surged in from both sides, encircling Reyna and her daughter, while Aegis and others arrived at Lin Fan's side. Moments before, the magical barrier had been shattered by Lin Fan, causing the magical force on the library doors to dissipate. Observing this, Aegis dispatched someone to notify Davis. As the royal knights assembled, they overheard the dialogue between Lin Fan and Reyna, and for the safety of the king, they immediately broke through the doors. Meanwhile, Wolf leaped down from the chandelier, quietly positioning himself behind Lonnie, vigilant against the surrounding knights. Reyna gazed at the multitude of knights flooding into the Grand Library, and even this queen of magic, renowned across the continent, felt a twinge of intimidation. After all, her current strength was exceedingly feeble. Over the years, her power had been devoted to bearing children, and those imperfect offspring had all been absorbed by Lin Fan's Grand Rune. It was within the light of that Grand Rune that she miraculously regained her sanity, albeit with significant gaps in her memory, suggesting that she had not fully recovered. Ultimately, Reyna had no choice but to lower her staff and temper her regal demeanor. Now, Queen Reyna, shall we engage in earnest discourse? Lin Fan said, seated upon a chair brought by the knights, observing the queen standing before him, biting her lip in contemplation. Reyna was reluctant to yield, but sensing her daughter's subtle gestures behind her, she exhaled deeply. Very well, state your terms. Lin Fan smiled and replied, I require the allegiance of Lilicaria to bow to me, to honor me as king, and from this day forth, to heed my command and submit to my will. Reyna's brow furrowed, clearly displeased with Lin Fan's demands. Noticing her reaction, Lin Fan continued, if I am not mistaken, your majesty has not fully regained her wits, has she? Perhaps there may come a day when you lose your sanity again. He refrained from saying more, confident that this queen was astute. Upon witnessing Reyna's fleeting gaze, Lin Fan realized the truth. Only his Grand Rune had healed the queen. Yet, her demeanor betrayed an inexplicable lack of confidence and a sense of unfamiliarity with her surroundings. Lin Fan seized upon every detail, gambling that Reyna had not genuinely returned to her former self. What does my state of mind concern you? She retorted. Do you still remember my Grand Rune? If you summon those mages scattered abroad and pledge your fealty to me, I can assist you. Observing Reyna deep in thought, Davis interjected loudly, what are you pondering? It is already generous of our king not to outright annex your academy. Do you truly believe he covets it? Davis's booming voice only deepened Reyna's frown. She found him exceedingly rude and shot him a fierce glare. Hey, still glaring at me? I have quite the temper. Davis began to retort, but turned to find Lin Fan regarding him with a similar expression. I shall take my leave, my king. After bowing to Lin Fan, Davis hastily exited the Grand Library. Following this brief interlude, Reyna acquiesced to Lin Fan's demands, agreeing to submit and honor him as king. Just as Davis had stated, Reyna finally comprehended that everything had irrevocably changed. She was no longer the unrivaled queen of the continent, and Lilicaria was not as formidable as it once was. The knights and Aegis withdrew, commencing the final preparations for the expedition. At that moment, only Lin Fan and Reyna remained within the Grand Library. Wolf, having received Lonnie's orders, stood guard outside the library doors. Under the inquisitive gazes of Reyna and Lonnie, Lin Fan produced his treasured Grand Rune, radiating with a sacred glow. The Grand Rune, having absorbed the rune power of Radigan and Reyna, had undergone another transformation. Following Lin Fan's guidance, it emitted streams of golden light, which entered Reyna's body. In an instant, her memories flooded back, the entirety of her life, including the lost moments during her insanity. At last, Reyna had fully regained her sanity, indicating that once her powers were restored, the Peak Queen would return. However, at present, in her mind, the image of the red-haired figure began to merge with Lin Fan. Indeed, the Rune of Prophecy is fearsome in its power. Lonnie gazed at the Grand Rune in Lin Fan's hand, her previous doubts erased. The man before her was the one capable of saving this world and fulfilling her celestial law. Lonnie looked at Lin Fan, but ultimately withheld her plans. For the king was still young. Soon, the mages from the academy will return. Then, we shall rely on you, your majesty, Lin Fan said, stowing away the Grand Rune and turning to depart, leaving the space to the mother and daughter. As she watched Lin Fan's retreating figure, Reyna felt a flush of warmth, reminiscing about their first encounter and the events that transpired. If it was truly he who awakened me. Mother, what are you thinking? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Can you recount the events of these years to me? That would require starting from that time. In this world, a battle of wits ensued among schemers. With the entire continent shrouded in the terrifying political struggles of the divine. It is often said that demigods are devoid of emotion, yet if that were truly the case, what then accounts for the laughter and joy shared between the mother and daughter within the Grand Library at this very moment? Chapter 48. I have finished my discourse. Who is in favor? Who is against? My king, a multitude of wizards has gathered outside the academy, all of whom I have managed to subdue. What do you wish to do? Bring them to the square and register their names. I have something to address shortly. Understood. Upon receiving Lin Fan's command, Davis promptly turned and departed via the elevator from the top floor of the Grand Library. Lin Fan seated himself on the floor, attuning to the fluctuations of his grand runes. The myriad events that had transpired previously had kept him from delving deeply into the alterations of his grand runes. The map within his mind had expanded, yet the entirety of Lake Lienia remained largely unexplored, awaiting his conquest. Furthermore, the effects of the grand runes bestowed by Reyna and Radagon were remarkably pronounced. Initially, Lin Fan experienced a profound comprehension of lunar magic, fully transforming into a master of the arcane. Additionally, the power contained within Radagon's grand runes, infused with the might of the golden tree, was indeed formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that this golden power, enhanced by Lin Fan's grand runes, could elevate him to the status of Radagon in the game, Stage 1. Lin Fan savored the newfound strength, continuously converting this power for his own use. Approximately half an hour later, he opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer passing through his pupils. Rising slowly, he gazed at his right hand, attempting to summon the golden energy within him. In the next moment, a magnificent golden hammer materialized in his grasp. Gazing at the powerful golden hammer, Lin Fan felt an irresistible urge to test his newly acquired techniques. Subsequently, he leaped high into the air, soaring several meters before executing a somersault and striking downwards. A vast circular magic array emerged, and the ground before the library erupted in a dazzling display of golden light, culminating in a tremendous explosion of energy. At that moment, Reyna and her daughter, having concluded their conversation, exited the library just in time to witness the entirety of Lin Fan's display of power. Reyna, recognizing the familiar technique, nearly exclaimed Radagon's name. Lonnie, astounded by Lin Fan's capacity for learning, reflected that it must be attributed to the extraordinary grand runes. Observing the extensive damage to the ground tiles and the two women staring intently at him, Lin Fan awkwardly retracted the hammer. What on earth happened? How could such a large section of the academy's tiles be shattered? He mused. As he spoke to himself, he swiftly turned and made his way to the elevator. After hearing Lin Fan's remarks, Lonnie rolled her eyes before exchanging a few words with Wolf Brother at the entrance and re-entering the Grand Library. Reyna, watching Lin Fan's flustered retreat, stifled a giggle. She found it endearing that the once imposing Lin Fan now displayed such a stark contrast. Disregarding Lonnie's return to the library, Reyna understood that as a mother, it was not her place to intervene in her daughter's affairs. She then called out to Lin Fan, requesting to accompany him downstairs. Inside the elevator, Lin Fan glanced at Reyna, feeling a lump in his throat. The queen's aura was undeniably powerful. These subtle movements did not escape Reyna's notice, prompting her to tease the young king. She leaned closer to him, playfully remarking, "My king, I can't help but feel a bit chilly." At that moment, Lin Fan's entire right arm stiffened as Reyna pressed closer. Contemplating briefly, he replied, "Were you not once a formidable heroine who overshadowed countless talents? Are you truly susceptible to the cold now?" Reyna felt a surge of joy at the first part of his statement. Pleased to know her reputation among the younger generation remained commendable. However, the latter remark, lacking in romantic nuance, left her pouting slightly, though she was not yet disheartened. Just as she pondered her next move, a voice emerged from the lower level, causing Reyna to frown. "My king, those robed figures have all been subdued." Upon seeing Davis stationed at the elevator entrance, Lin Fan joyfully embraced him, creating some distance from Reyna in the process. "Are all the names registered? How many in total?" "All done. Just over 600. Is that all?" Lin Fan queried, casting a puzzled glance at Davis before turning back to Reyna. The previously pouting Reyna, now aware of Lin Fan's gaze, instantly adopted an air of aloof elegance. Davis, noticing Reyna's cold demeanor behind Lin Fan, leaned closer to whisper, "To be frank, my king, they've been nearly wiped out. Having this many is quite commendable." Reflecting on Davis's words, Lin Fan realized the truth in them. His army had entered the academy with lethal intent, and there must have been thousands of bodies left in their wake. It was simply a matter of self-defense, as the opposition had initiated the aggression. Before long, The trio arrived at a makeshift platform erected in the Academy Square. The wizards below, engaged in warm reunions, erupted into cheers upon the sight of Reyna. Your Majesty, have you truly regained your senses? Your Majesty, you have returned at last. Long live the Queen. Long live Real Icaria. Reyna, gazing at the unfamiliar faces, felt warmth swell in her eyes. Despite the years that had passed, these individuals still chose to return to the Academy. In that moment, she recognized how beloved she truly was, contrasting sharply with her former coldness and singular focus on Radagon. Before she could dwell on her emotions, Lin Fan raised his hand to quiet the crowd. However, their enthusiasm only intensified. Observing this, Lin Fan exchanged a knowing glance with Davis, who promptly understood the unspoken cue. Silence. My king wishes to speak. Any further disturbance shall be met with death, Davis proclaimed, as soldiers around the square brandished their long rifles, pointing their weapons at the crowd. The archers, too, readied their bows, prepared for any descent. It was only then that the gathering realized the Academy had been seized, and they hastily muted their microphones. Lin Fan cleared his throat, speaking with commanding authority. The realm of Real Icaria is now under my dominion, and your queen has submitted to me. Henceforth, this place shall serve as my sanctuary for nurturing magical talent. From this day forward, inhumane experiments shall be forbidden. Injustices shall not occur, and any words detrimental to unity shall remain unspoken. Upon finishing, the square fell into a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. The assembly was incredulous. The once formidable queen had, in a twist of fate, bent the knee to another. Observing the atmosphere, Lin Fan continued, I have spoken. Who stands in agreement? Who opposes? Davis interjected, there shall be no dissent. From now on, we shall serve our king with unwavering loyalty. Those who disrupt the order shall face the law. After a brief silence, a handful of audacious young mages shouted, I oppose. I too oppose. Opposed. Lin Fan gestured to the crossbowmen on the distant platform. In an instant, those who had voiced their opposition were silenced forever. The older mages, seasoned by trials and tribulations, bowed their heads with a sigh. I warned against words that undermine unity, yet some chose to disregard it, Lin Fan remarked, casting an apologetic smile at Reyna. She shot him a glare. How many lives have you taken? And now you offer apologies? Ultimately, Reyna consoled the elder members of the Academy, and they expressed their understanding. This outcome brought satisfaction to all. Subsequently, Lin Fan bestowed some royal runes upon Davis for the restoration of the Academy. He and Reyna then made their way back to the Grand Library, with Reyna smiling subtly at the back of Lin Fan. She found the young king far more intriguing than that insufferable Radagon. Chapter 49. The scoundrel who initiated and abandoned as everything settled. Real Icaria commenced a new phase of renovation under Davis's leadership. Inside the Grand Library, Lonnie and Reyna gazed earnestly at Lin Fan. Finally, Lonnie broke the silence. O bearer of prophecy, I implore you for a favor. Lin Fan nodded, encouraging her to continue. I wish for you to journey to Red Lion City. My brother, Laton, is there, and he has lost his sanity. If possible, she hesitated, her gaze firming. I wish for you to end his suffering. Upon hearing this, Reyna, already privy to the circumstances, clenched her fists. Lin Fan acquiesced, assuring her that he would ensure Laton departed this world without excessive torment. After a brief exchange between Lonnie and Reyna, Lonnie left a letter for Lin Fan and departed the Grand Library. Noticing Reyna, who seemed hesitant to speak, Lin Fan placed his hand on her shoulder, encouraging her to voice her thoughts. Reyna bit her lip and slowly articulated, if it is permissible, I would like to accompany you to Red Lion City. What of Real Icaria? He inquired. I can find someone to manage it, she replied. At that moment, Real Icaria required a steady hand, and Queen Reyna was the ideal candidate. Lin Fan feared that if he departed with his forces, chaos might ensue, leading to a repeat of past tragedies involving his mentor, Tops. No, the Academy needs your presence for stability, Lin Fan resolutely declined. Reyna looked at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had not seen her son in a long time. Once indifferent to such matters, prolonged solitude had intensified her longing for familial bonds. She did not wish to miss the chance to see her son one last time. Please, allow me to accompany you. I simply wish to see my son one last time, she implored, her voice thick with emotion. Lin Fan turned, astonished at Reyna's vulnerability, as tears brimmed in her expressive eyes. Caught off guard, Lin Fan found himself flustered. All right, we shall go. No more tears. I will leave a few hundred soldiers to guard the Academy. Nothing will happen while I am gone. He tenderly wiped the tears from her eyes, offering comfort. Meanwhile, Reyna, nestled against Lin Fan, wore a mischievous smile. Suddenly, The library doors swung open, and Aegis rushed in. Lin Fan, Lin Fan, I have something to tell you. Upon entering, Aegis was met with the sight of Lin Fan embracing Reyna, whose cheeks were stained with tears. The two hastily separated, Lin Fan whistling while averting his gaze, and Reyna turning to dab her eyes with a handkerchief. Aegis, unable to form a coherent sentence, was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. He had not anticipated Lin Fan's audacity to engage with the Queen of Relicaria, who had just been subdued, while the assembly was rife with ulterior motives. Lin Fan, now serious, looked at Aegis and asked, "Ahem, what brings you here?" Aegis, regaining his composure, replied, "Oh, a strange individual has appeared in the square, claiming to be an agent of vengeance. It seems he is searching for you." Lin Fan immediately thought of the enigmatic god of vengeance and promptly made his way to the square. When Lena turned around, Lin Fan had already departed from the Grand Library, leaving her alone with Aegis, exchanging glances. Aegis cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, is everything well?" As Lena grasped the situation, her face began to flush. She hurriedly clarified, "No, you misunderstand. No need for explanations. I comprehend everything. Lin Fan has charmed quite a number of people." Aegis chuckled, waving his hand to assure Lena not to feel pressured. What do you mean?" Observing Lena's puzzled expression, Aegis became animated and began recounting Lin Fan's history of wooing women. "Let me tell you, including you, you are the one, 367th. You are the 7th princess." Upon hearing this, Lena furrowed her brow even more tightly, finding it excessively sentimental. Noticing her reaction, Aegis quickly added, "Though he has many princesses, he is earnest with each one. I swear by my dragon blood, he would never engage in the behavior of a scoundrel who starts and abandons." "A scoundrel who starts and abandons?" "Scoundrel is a term he taught me. It implies." Lena listened to Aegis's narration, occasionally frowning, nodding, and interjecting. Aegis, encountering someone so willing to listen, felt even more elated and shared all the terms Lin Fan had taught him. In the Academy Square, Lin Fan spotted a familiar figure in the distance, Gilbert, the agent of vengeance. Gilbert, sensing Lin Fan's arrival, turned and smiled, saying, "Ah, the fated king. You have certainly taken many lives." Lin Fan gazed at the blood-stained ground, understanding that Gilbert referred to the fallen mages. "War inevitably brings bloodshed. It is unavoidable," he replied. "But, fated king, with such resentment, whom should I confront to conclude this?" Gilbert's piercing gaze fixed on Lin Fan, hinting at something deeper. "Are you implying that you wish to wage war against me?" Lin Fan drew the royal sword, pointing it directly at Gilbert. Seeing this, Gilbert quickly waved his hands, clarifying, No. You are a chosen one of the god of vengeance. I do not have the audacity to strike." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan sheathed his sword, fixating on Gilbert, awaiting his next words. "Fated king, this resentment will not dissipate. Only by becoming an agent yourself will it vanish. Therefore, you must seek vengeance against General Latine immediately. Only a demigod's battle can truly move the great god of vengeance. What if I refuse? You have no room for rejection, fated king. Otherwise, the god of vengeance will unleash his wrath, which you cannot bear." "Ha!" Gilbert bowed to Lin Fan, then vanished in a swirl of black mist. Lin Fan gazed at the spot where Gilbert had disappeared, feeling an increasing sense of his fate being manipulated, yet feeling utterly powerless. Chapter 50, Platinum Village. 3 days later, Lin Fan left a portion of his army to guard the academy, with Davis, his most trusted subordinate, remaining to lead this force. The rest accompanied Lin Fan as they set forth, sweeping down from the western continent, returning to Eastwell City. Initially, Lin Fan intended to head directly to the royal residence of Kalia. However, considering the urgency of time, he resolved to first quell the chaos in Red Lion City and seize Galid before returning. The small golden tree in the game succumbed to Lin Fan's army's arrows in mere moments. The journey was unimpeded until they arrived at a village known as Platinum Village. Due to the terrain, the army had to disperse. The crab-like battalion and some soldiers remained at the mountain's base. Several royal knights and crossbowmen, at Lin Fan's behest, entered Platinum Village alongside him. The village was in ruins, with crows cawing from the barren trees. A pervasive atmosphere of death enveloped the area, and it was at this moment that Lin Fan recalled the existence of Platinum Village. The children of Platinum, a race destined for tragedy, had their origins entwined with the divine creation project of the Rare Ones. These children were deemed failures of the divine creation plan. They could reproduce independently, thus forming a distinct race. However, as they aged, their legs could no longer support them, leading the mature children to coexist with wolf packs, fostering a profound bond between the two races. With the wrath of the supreme will, Nokron was obliterated, forcing the children of Platinum to the surface. Subsequently, the animosity between real Acalia and the Kalia royal family led to the second birth of this race. At that time, the Academy's mages, in desperate need of a force to charge into battle against the Academy, gave rise to the second generation of Children of Platinum. Due to the methods of creating the Children of Platinum being buried deep underground, the Academy's mages could only produce inferior second-generation children. This batch was extensively manufactured for warfare. And even now, many frogmen, second-generation Children of Platinum, still linger at the Academy's gates. As Lin Fan surveyed the corpses around him, Lena fell into reflection, recalling the time when she suppressed the entire Academy and the war machines within the laboratory. Soon, Lin Fan and his party ventured deeper into the village. Suddenly, flames erupted, and several Children of Platinum ran chaotically, wailing, pursued by armored knights wielding swords. Save them! Upon Lin Fan's command, several royal knights rushed forward, swiftly dispatching the unknown knights. Observing the Children of Platinum cowering on the ground, clutching their heads, Lin Fan began to contemplate his position in the current timeline. According to reason, Platinum Village should have long been ravaged by Sir Baiji. Yet, as Lin Fan stood in a daze, Aegis poked him from behind, signaling him to issue the next command. Upon regaining his senses, Lin Fan instructed the surrounding knights, disperse and search the village for any surviving villagers. Leave no corner unchecked. Understood. Dozens of knights saluted and then began their search. As Lin Fan gazed upon the familiar yet strange landscape of Platinum Village, he swiftly located the jar where the elderly man had hidden. He approached the large jar and gently tapped it with his sword. To the bewilderment of Aegis and Leia, the jar shook and shattered, revealing an elderly man hunched within. The old man appeared utterly terrified, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading, "Please, do not kill me. I have concealed nothing. I implore you, spare my life." Lin Fan slowly helped the old man to his feet, comforting him while explaining, "Dear sir, we have no intention of harming you." "Oh, you are not here to kill me? Thank heavens." The old man's expression shifted as he looked up at Lin Fan's youthful face, realizing his misunderstanding. Suddenly, his demeanor changed, and he hastily remarked, "Young man, as you can see, I am a son of Platinum. This village has been nearly destroyed by those evil curse wielders. It is extremely perilous here. Please leave at once." Lin Fan shook his head, asserting his strength and promising to ensure the old man's safety, urging him not to worry. The old man gave a wry smile and continued, "You are truly a kind-hearted individual. In that case, I possess a crucial sigil. May I ask you to take it with you? It must not fall into the hands of the curse wielders." Observing the old man's incredulous expression, Lin Fan accepted the sigil. Upon returning to the village entrance, many sons of Platinum were still crouched on the ground, their faces pale, pressing their heads firmly against the earth, trembling. Aegis wished to comfort these villagers, but was halted by Lin Fan. Their understanding was simple. Having endured such immense calamity, any attempt to console them now might prove counterproductive. Regardless of Aegis's comprehension, Lin Fan proceeded towards the stone bridge on his left, recalling that a minor boss known as the Ominous Hunter resided there. As anticipated, just after crossing the bridge, a bloodied soldier rushed towards them. Upon seeing Lin Fan, the soldier collapsed, gasping. The knights at the king's side have combined their strength to contain him. Lin Fan quickly infused the soldier with a thread of royal rune, and in the next moment, the ailing soldier gradually rose, his aura intensifying. The soldier stared in disbelief at his own hands, then looked up at Lin Fan, trembling as he said, "Lead the way." "My king." "Yes, yes. Thank you for your grace." The soldier, filled with excitement, bowed and led Lin Fan to the edge of the battlefield. At that moment, several knights surrounded a towering figure wielding a blood-red blade, engaged in fierce combat. The knights were battered and on the verge of collapse. Just as Lin Fan prepared to join the fray, Aegis seized the opportunity, stepping forward and placing an arm in front of Lin Fan, confidently declaring, "Leave this to me." "My king, what nonsense. If you transform, where will others stand in such a small space? Step aside." Lin Fan kicked Aegis aside and advanced towards the center of the battlefield. Leia, witnessing the scene, stifled a laugh while Aegis, blushing, awkwardly scratched his head. Estimating the distance, Lin Fan summoned the power of gold within him, leaping into the air as a golden spear materialized in his hand, which he hurled with great force. The Ominous Hunter, feeling a tingle at the back of his neck, turned just in time to be pierced by the golden spear. "Damn it!" He roared in frustration, but the spear shattered, its fragments spreading throughout his body. With a thunderous crash, the towering figure fell. At this moment, all the knights in the vicinity knelt in reverence, gazing at Lin Fan, who radiated brilliance, as if he were a divine being. Chapter 51. I will not allow you to become instruments of war again. Ultimately, peace returned to Platinum Village. Lin Fan generously bestowed his runes upon each individual, igniting their excitement. Receiving the king's runes was an immense honor, and the enhancement to their strength was significant. Under the guidance of the knights, the soldiers began repairing the homes of the villagers. The elderly man who had hidden in the jar observed the scene and realized that Lin Fan genuinely possessed the strength to protect him. He slowly approached, gazing at Lin Fan's youthful face and thinking that entrusting the sigil to such a kind-hearted person was indeed a wise choice. Lin Fan and his companions noticed the elderly man from earlier, and Lin Fan stepped forward to support him. The old man, seeing this, smiled and said, "Thank you. Thank you for saving my village. I am called Elpas, the village chief. It was a mere act. Dear sir, there is no need for concern. Young man, may I ask for your name?" "I am Lin Fan." Elpas nodded thoughtfully, committing the name to memory. Lin Fan assisted Elpas to where the Sons of Platinum knelt. After Elpas offered words of comfort, the villagers gradually lifted their heads. Their faces were no longer filled with fear. Instead, they knelt before Lin Fan, bowing deeply in gratitude. Witnessing this, Lin Fan was taken aback and quickly told Elpas, "Old man, there is no need for such reverence." Elpas raised his hand, interrupting Lin Fan's words, and said, "It is only proper. I have never encountered a king as young and kind-hearted as you." Without waiting for Lin Fan's response, Elpas withdrew his arm from Lin Fan's grasp and knelt before him. "Old man, you," Lin Fan began, but Elpas immediately interjected, his voice filled with desperation. "I am from the Platinum clan, despised by all. Our lives are as insignificant as wild grass, easily trampled upon." At this, the other kneeling sons of the Platinum clan began to weep. "I had thought today would mark our annihilation, yet your arrival has proven otherwise. You do not regard us as mere weeds. Instead, you choose to stand among us as our king." Pausing for breath, Elpas continued, "If you do not disdain us, we of the Platinum clan can still serve as instruments of war, at your command." Elpas observed Lin Fan's army, realizing that such a king must possess grand ambitions, likely to engage in numerous wars. He was willing to offer all his kin to serve as Lin Fan's forces, for the Platinum clan would fear not death for a single command, making them invaluable tools of war, essentially free laborers, mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. With this understanding, Lin Fan gently helped the kneeling Elpas to his feet and, gazing into the elder's puzzled expression, declared, "I do not wish for you to become instruments of war again. I desire for you to live as ordinary people." This statement resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Behind Lin Fan, Reyna looked upon him, his stature appearing so grand at this moment. Having once held power herself, she understood the significance of a race that could be forged for war, especially in this collapsing world. Yet Lin Fan, with no ulterior motives, simply wished for them to live as normal individuals. In truth, there was a hint of self-interest, a desire for the sake of ritual, but this was known only to Lin Fan himself. Reyna's cheeks flushed. Who could resist such a benevolent and handsome hero? Yet, she felt her own age and fading beauty, and mused that perhaps she could play matchmaker between Lin Fan and her daughter. Ajiki stood nearby, smiling slightly, thinking, "It is precisely because you are this kind of king that I shall continue to follow you." Leia felt Lin Fan's warmth, a persuasive aura emanating from him. This aura was one she had only encountered in the presence of Lady Tanis at the manor, yet Lin Fan's presence was far more commanding. Elpas recounted the origin of the ritual and expressed his hope that Lin Fan would entrust it to a girl named Latina. Lin Fan readily agreed, recalling that this side quest in the original game would yield a piece of ancient dragon-forged stone. Eventually, led by the village elder, the sons of the Platinum clan came to bid farewell to Lin Fan and his entourage at the village entrance. Gazing at his people and the village, now restored by Lin Fan's army, the elder shed tears once more. Lin Fan and his party descended the mountain to reunite with the main army. Having endured numerous battles, Lin Fan ordered a night of rest before setting out again. That night, soldiers gathered around a campfire, sharing rations, their spirits high at the thought of returning to Stonevale City. At that moment, the soldier who had alerted Lin Fan and had been rescued from the clutches of death boasted of his newfound strength. "Yag, how did you suddenly become so formidable?" "Yes, we never saw you with such strength before." "You rascal, do you have a secret?" "Indeed, share it with us." Listening to the envious voices around him, the soldier named Yag proudly proclaimed, "Envy me? This is the power bestowed upon me by the king." This revelation ignited a flurry of questions among the soldiers. Bestowed by the king? Why would the king grant you strength? Yes, why? Speak up. Yag raised his hand, signaling for silence. Then began to explain. There was a powerful creature wielding dual blades. The knights trapped him, but I was caught in the fray and injured. Then, Lin Fan granted me the rune. As he recounted the tale, the surrounding soldiers listened, enraptured by envy. Such scenes were common throughout the army. Even the nearby royal knights were not spared from feeling left out. Those knights who stayed behind lamented their absence from witnessing the king's valor. We stood guard at the mountain and missed the king's magnificent display. Now, we are filled with regret. What are you regretting? The king ordered you to stay. Would you dare defy him? Indeed, next time, we must serve with greater dedication. Absolutely, I too wish to receive the king's bestowed rune. Such dialogues echoed around every tent. Lin Fan's reputation soared to unprecedented heights within the army. Chapter 52, Lin Fan. You rascal. At dawn, the army commenced its march. Under Lin Fan's command. The pace was deliberately slow, as the platinum girl Latina was nearby. Due to the passage of time, Lin Fan struggled to recall the cave's location, prompting the army's cautious advance and sending scouts to search the rocky terrain. As they neared the departure from Lake Lienia without a single scout returning, Lin Fan began to lose confidence. Had he perhaps misremembered? Hey, Lin Fan, I found a cave. Come see if it's the one you seek. In the distance, Ajiki stood atop a stone beside a thicket, calling out to Lin Fan. Upon hearing the words, Lin Fan immediately spurred his horse forward. Behind the colossal rock, he discovered an entrance obscured by a tangle of weeds and saplings, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Observing the proud demeanor of Aegwes, Lin Fan inquired with a smile. How did you uncover this? You see, this is why I say the human race is lacking. With my dragon's eyes, how could mere underbrush conceal anything from me? All right, you are indeed impressive. Let us venture inside together shortly. Soon, the army gathered and arrived at the clearing outside the cave entrance. Looking toward their king for the next command, Lin Fan, perched atop his steed Toret, addressed the assembly. I understand your longing for home. Thus I shall enter the cave with Aegwes. You all are to return immediately to Stonvale and reunite with your families. Considering the time that had elapsed since their march, it had been over half a month since their departure. It was impossible not to miss home. As soon as he finished speaking, the troops erupted into a clamor. At that moment, a voice rang out from the ranks. We will not leave our king. Where the king is, there lies our homeland. The speaker was Yag, who had boasted of Lin Fan's glorious deeds the previous night. As Yag's call resonated, more voices joined in, until the chorus of over 1,000 voices became a unified chant. Where is the king? There is our home. Whether out of genuine sentiment or to leave an impression on Lin Fan, the leading knights among the royal guard, their faces flushed with fervor, also raised their voices in support. Lin Fan raised his hand to quell the noise, and silence fell over the crowd as everyone looked intently at him. Their eyes filled with resolve. In that case, the army shall rest here. Only a few of the royal knights shall accompany me inside. With that, the troops efficiently began to set up camp, retrieving supplies from the crabs of the Crab Legion. Meanwhile, the closest dozen royal knights began to bicker over who would accompany Lin Fan into the cave, driven by envy from the previous bestowal of Lune by the king. To save time, Lin Fan decided to take those knights who had not ascended the mountain last time, ensuring that, as king, he could fairly distribute his favor. The group swiftly entered the cave, and as the knights lit their torches, the darkness within was suddenly illuminated. Before long, they arrived at a precipice, and the knights beside Lin Fan instinctively recoiled at the height. Lin Fan understood that in their armor, they could not leap down without risking their lives. You shall wait here, he commanded. In accordance with the king's decree, the royal knights clasped their fists and stepped back. Lin Fan gazed down at the rocks below, enchanted his feet with magic, and then leaped down, with Aegwes following suit. As the knights rushed to the edge of the cliff to observe, they watched as the two landed effortlessly before retreating to their previous positions. Truly the king, how formidable indeed. But why is that youth beside him so impressive as well? Ah, you do not understand. That young man is, in truth, an ancient dragon. What? Tell me more. Isn't he the one the king transformed? Deep within the cave, Lin Fan and Aegwes continued to descend, finally arriving at a flat expanse. Aegwes sat down, rubbing his feet, and lamented, Oh dear, this has exhausted me. This cave is so deep that my feet are numb. Aren't you the mightiest dragon? Even the mightiest can feel numbness? Just as Aegwes was about to retort, a series of jarring sounds heightened their alertness. The noise echoed ominously in the pitch-black cave, akin to the reaping of a scythe by the Grim Reaper. Startled by the sound, Aegwes instinctively moved closer to Lin Fan. and they both fixed their gaze on the source, bracing for an unseen threat. Then, silence enveloped them, and a man clad in armor, wielding a curved blade, crawled from the shadows. Lin Fan felt a surge of tension, initially fearing a monstrous creature, only to find it was merely a novice hunting dog knight. Just as he prepared to strike, Agui's voice rang out beside him. "What are you trying to do?" With a thunderous crash, a colossal dragon claw descended, crushing the unfortunate hunting dog knight into the earth as though swatting a mere insect. In the midst of Lin Fan's bewilderment, Aguis transformed back into human form, inspecting the lifeless knight in the soil with a disdainful curl of his lip. "I thought it was something serious, merely a source of that ruckus." Lin Fan chuckled, teasingly addressing Aguis. "You aren't frightened, are you? Did it rattle your pride?" "Nonsense. I am a dragon. Can a dragon be frightened?" "Absolutely not." "Is that so? Will you not move on? If not, I shall go without you." "All right, let's go." After a brief and unexpected encounter, the two followed the light and arrived at the other side of the cave. They soon discovered a figure known as Latina, the Platinum Child, who was resting against a great wolf. Upon noticing Lin Fan and Aguis approaching, Latina immediately sat up, regarding them with suspicion. As they drew near, Latina spoke first. "Fated One, what brings you here? I have already informed Bearman that I possess no sigil. Are you not satisfied?" Her tone was laden with anger as she glared fiercely at Lin Fan. With a sigh, Lin Fan settled down and recounted the events that had transpired in Platinum Village. After hearing his account, Latina crossed her arms and bowed her head, then offered a profound gesture of gratitude. "Thank you, kind and youthful king, for rescuing my kin." Lin Fan quickly assisted her in preventing another bow and produced the sigil. Upon seeing it, Latina revealed her and her great wolf's mission. Once again, Latina implored Lin Fan. "My companions and I also bear our own mission. Please guide me to the sacred tree of Lord Mycela, and I shall reveal to you the location of another sigil." Lin Fan gazed at the earnest expression on Lantina's face, yearning to disclose that he already possessed the knowledge of the sigil's whereabouts. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Lantina's request, while she prepared to take her own life, as she could neither walk nor move without the aid of the giant wolf, which had now perished. The only path to freedom for her was to become ashes, allowing her spirit to accompany Lin Fan in fulfilling her mission. Lin Fan could not bear to witness the demise of an innocent life before him. He reached out and seized the small dagger from Lantina's hand. Looking at her slightly parted lips, he declared, "I am a king. If I cannot even save you, what kind of king am I?" "How do you know?" She stammered. "I know everything. At such a tender age, why contemplate death?" As he spoke, he cast a meteor spell to create a pit beside them and gently laid the giant wolf to rest within it. Latina watched in astonishment. Unable to fathom that such a king existed in this world, it seemed the villagers were indeed saved. Lost in her thoughts, Latina was suddenly swept into Lin Fan's arms. "Ah, my lord, please don't move around. If you do, I shall cast you into the abyss." Aware of his intent to carry her away, she ceased her struggles. Yet she pondered why a king would personally undertake such actions. Turning her gaze to the side, she observed Aegis laboriously filling the pit with soil. As Lin Fan retraced his steps while cradling Latina, Aegis was forgotten, still toiling to cover the grave. "My lord, I have yet to inform you about the sigil." "No need, I already know." "How do you know?" "Ask too many questions, and I shall toss you into the chasm." At last, Aegis constructed a small mound and found a stone tablet to place before it. "Phew, I'm exhausted. I never anticipated I would have to dig with dragon claws." Suddenly, Aegis turned sharply to see two figures disappearing into the distance. "Lin Fan, you scoundrel." Chapter 53. I will deal with him soon in no time. The group emerged from the cave. Behind Lin Fan, Aegis continued his complaints. "I see you have forgotten your roots. I labored tirelessly to fill that pit." Ignoring Aegis's grievances, Lin Fan approached Torith, helping Latina mount him. Nearby, Reyna furrowed her brow, contemplating how Lin Fan had accurately located the Platinum Sun. Even she, a master of magic with years of experience, had never encountered a spell capable of finding someone so swiftly. Meanwhile, Laya, who was drinking nearby, thought simply that the girl on Lin Fan's back had become lost in the cave and was saved by him. As the army set forth, Lin Fan vanquished the imprisoned fire thief, Adam, and acquired a flame prayer potent enough to incinerate the golden tree. Queen Marika had dispatched observers to the distant snowy mountains to monitor the flames in the giant's cauldron. These individuals, known as the Watchers, had once made the stronghold atop the snowy peaks their base. As they spent more time observing the flames, some became entranced, culminating in a series of prayers, including the malevolent fire prayers. In the original narrative, this prayer was merely decorative and ineffective. Now, With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Fan conjured a colossal fireball, its flames imbued with an aura of wickedness. Crossing the sealed prison, the army finally reached the confluence of the lake of Linnea and Nymphog. After another half-day's journey, the gates of Stonevale City appeared on the horizon. Observing the weariness etched on the faces of his soldiers, Lin Fan proclaimed, "Brave warriors, we are nearing home. Are you not elated?" At the king's inquiry, the soldiers and knights rallied, shouting in unison, "Joyous! Joyous! Joyous!" Lin Fan raised his hand, casting several runes into the air, which erupted into golden fragments, cascading upon each individual. The king's runes dispelled the fatigue from every soldier, rendering them even more formidable. The troops, invigorated by the transformation, raised their spears and daggers, erupting into a heartfelt cheer. In the distance, soldiers stationed atop the city walls gazed upon Lin Fan's army, bathed in golden radiance, as if celestial beings had descended. With the heralding of the castle knights and numerous scouts, the townsfolk gathered along the thoroughfare, their sons, husbands, and fathers among the troops, the very pillars of their families' hopes. Amidst a shower of flowers and jubilant cries, Lin Fan returned to the royal palace with Aegis and the others, while he ordered the army to disband for 3 days, allowing them to return home. Meanwhile, the palace had transformed into Lin Fan's personal arena of chaos. 1, 2, 3. Irena and Laya, unable to see, grew increasingly anxious at Melina's voice. Laya was the first to ask, "Lena, has Lord Lin Fan returned?" Yet Melina offered no response, her gaze fixated on Lin Fan, who was ascending the steps with Lentina in his arms. Sensing something amiss, Irena called out, Mel. At long last, Melina turned to face the two, slowly articulating, "Do you know that Lord Lin Fan has returned with someone?" Irena understood that it would be best for her to refrain from involving herself in the ensuing events. Thus, she consciously chose to mute her microphone. "Leah, she brought 3 women back, and one of them looks old enough to be my mother, while another is a little girl. Much like Godrick." At this point, Melina pouted and sat next to Leah, her head lowered, lost in her own thoughts. Coincidentally, Lin Fan's voice resonated from nearby. "Oh, you're all here? Perfect timing, let me introduce you." Melina, pulling Leah and Irena's hands, walked past Lin Fan without even glancing at him. What just happened? Lin Fan gazed in bewilderment at the departing trio, recalling that he had not instigated any trouble. Meanwhile, behind Lin Fan, Aegis was whistling as he approached Leia, saying, "Come. I'll take you on a tour of Stonevale." Leia, having nothing else to do, followed Aegis as they departed from the palace. In the hall, only Lin Fan, with a puzzled expression and the blushing Latina in his arms, along with the softly smiling Reyna, remained. As night fell, Kali showcased his culinary skills once again, with Lin Fan and Burke assisting him. Outside, he was a king, but now, he was simply Lin Fan. "Kali, your new dishes look quite impressive. As long as you enjoy it, brother Lin Fan." "I certainly do. Your culinary skills have improved significantly. Thank goodness. By the way, try this soup. Does it have too much salt?" Lin Fan took a sip of Kali's newly made soup, feeling completely elevated. Burke entered from the kitchen, eyeing Lin Fan with words left unspoken. During Lin Fan's numerous campaigns, Burke had remained in the palace, gradually feeling like a person of no use to Lin Fan. Lin Fan naturally noticed Burke's unusual mood and exchanged glances with Kali, who understood immediately. "Brother Lin Fan, this expedition went relatively smoothly, didn't it?" "It did. But without Burke by my side, I have several sets of armor that need Burke's adjustments. Without him, this armor is quite uncomfortable to wear." Hearing this, Burke's eyes lit up. "Lord Lin Fan, I can adjust your armor right now." Lin Fan pretended to just notice Burke behind him, setting down his spoon and ruffling Burke's hair. No rush. First, you should taste Kali's soup." "Yes, Lord Lin Fan. How is it? Tasty, right?" The 3 of them chatted happily in the kitchen, with Kali cooking, Lin Fan washing and chopping, and Burke serving the dishes to the dining table in the hall. Soon, a lavish feast was prepared by Kali. The group gathered around, sharing their sentiments of longing for one another. Melina, having calmed down, apologized to Reyna and Latina beside her. Aegis remained close to Leia throughout the evening, and Leia was often amused by Aegis, while Lin Fan sat at the head of the table, silently observing the two. As the banquet drew to a close, many had indulged a bit too much. Even the usually aloof Reyna was blushing and speaking loudly. "That scoundrel Radagon. If I were young again, I would have taken care of him." Upon hearing Radagon's name, Melina abruptly sobered up, quickly teaming up with the sober Leia and Leah to escort everyone back to their respective rooms. At this moment, Lin Fan felt somewhat dazed and in a hazy state. He seemed to return to his original world. His mother was calling him to get up, pulling open the curtains while scolding him for staying up late and ruining his eyesight playing games. His grandmother brought out delicious dishes to the table, serving him a heaping bowl of rice, smiling kindly as she said, "Fanner, you've become so thin. Come eat more." Lin Fan, as usual, retorted, "I haven't lost weight, Grandma. You've made too much. I can't finish it." "Young man, you're at an age where you should be growing. How could you not finish? Eat up, and I'll give you another bowl once you're done, so you can grow tall." "Grandma, I miss you." In Lin Fan's chamber, Melina and Leah sat beside the bed, listening to Lin Fan's cries. Melina gently embraced him, continuously offering comfort. Leah, too, reached out, softly stroking Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan ceased his weeping and fell into a deep slumber, while Melina, exhausted, leaned against Lin Fan's shoulder and fell asleep. Leah smiled faintly, caressed Lin Fan's cheek, and then rested her head on Lin Fan's right arm, slowly closing her eyes. Chapter 54. Am I really so repressed? The next day, after settling Reyna and the others, Lin Fan once again accompanied Melina to the round table hall. Lin Fan himself could not teleport through blessings. He could only traverse space with Melina's power. Upon re-entering the round table, the hall felt considerably colder than before. Lin Fan instructed Melina to catch up with Godrick while he proceeded to Sir Wisdom's chamber. At the door, Inxia seemed to have anticipated Lin Fan's arrival, stepping aside to allow him entry. As Lin Fan entered, he found Sir Wisdom had already removed his helmet and was seated at his desk, wearing a smile as he regarded Lin Fan. Without preamble, Lin Fan addressed him directly. "You orchestrated the events in Platinum Village, did you not?" Sir Wisdom chuckled, responding, "Indeed. What was the purpose? Is it not obvious? To allow me to control the Platinum clan? You have become much more astute since your last outing. Your progress is commendable." Sir Wisdom stood, gazing at Lin Fan with a satisfied nod. However, the atmosphere shifted suddenly as Sir Wisdom's expression turned serious. "Yet, you remain too merciful." Ignoring Lin Fan's puzzled expression, Bai Ji continued, "You have clearly displayed your ruthlessness at the academy, yet in Platinum Village, you chose to reject utilizing the Platinum clan. Although they may seem of little use, they would have made excellent cannon fodder, which would greatly benefit your future conquests. Moreover, they are eager to serve you." Bai Ji would certainly place spies to monitor Lin Fan. Lin Fan was well aware of this, yet he simply let things unfold naturally. Both he and Bai Ji shared an unspoken understanding. After quite some time, Bai Ji paused for a breath, took a cup of water from the side, took a sip, and was about to continue when Lin Fan raised his hand to interrupt him. All right, teacher, just a few words will suffice. Any more would be impolite." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Bai Ji ceased his admonishment. In truth, he was already quite satisfied with Lin Fan's recent performance, though he remained stubborn. The two of them shared a moment of comfortable silence. Ultimately, Bai Ji donned his helmet and issued a dismissal. "Begone. You have much to attend to." "Understood, teacher. Please take care." Lin Fan bowed to Bai Ji, and, just as he was about to open the door, Bai Ji spoke again. "Wait a moment. Nephthys is beneath the stairs in Xiaogu. Go check on her." Lin Fan paused, turning around to see Bai Ji's emotionless mask. This father, after all, still cared deeply for his daughter, yet he lacked the courage to approach her. Finally, Lin Fan exited Bai Ji's room and turned to stroll deeper into the corridor, pondering how the two elderly ladies were faring after such a long absence. "Elder ladies, how has business been lately?" The two old women looked up, their faces lighting up upon seeing Lin Fan. The woman on the left grasped Lin Fan's hand and said slowly, "Business has dwindled compared to the past, but the Wang when you left us last time will sustain us for quite some time." The woman on the right chimed in, "Indeed, we are grateful once again. Young and kind Wang, we never expected you would come to visit us again." Lin Fan conversed with the two elderly ladies for a considerable time, boasting of his glorious achievements, while they listened quietly without interrupting. Eventually, after some persuasion from the two women, Lin Fan reluctantly left 4 more Wang Wens behind before taking his leave. At the Xiaogu blacksmith, Melina was seated on Roderick's mat, and they were engaged in conversation. "Roderick, how have you been lately?" "Very well. I have nearly mastered all the methods of spirit tuning. I will be able to return home soon." Observing the cheerful exchange between the two, Xiaogu smiled, but when he heard Roderick mention her departure, he paused mid-swing with his hammer, which then fell again. "What weapon are you forging, old man?" An ill-timed voice pierced through Xiaogu's ears. He did not even wish to look up. The only person who would dare call him, that was that troublesome brat. "What weapon I forge is none of your concern. If you have business, speak. If not, scram." Despite his words, Xiaogu halted his work. "Mr. Lin Fan, you have come too?" Roderick exclaimed, eyes sparkling at the sight of Lin Fan behind Xiaogu. Lin Fan waved at Roderica, saying, "You continue chatting with Melina for a moment. I need to discuss something with this old man." "All right, Mr. Lin Fan. But please don't anger Master Shogu. Am I that kind of person?" Roderica did not respond, continuing to showcase her learning achievements to Melina. "Sometimes, silence is the best answer." Seeing this, Lin Fan lowered his head and whispered to Shogu, "Old man, have you heard of the ancient dragon rock forging stone?" Upon hearing the mention of ancient dragon rock, Shogu straightened up in surprise, gazing at Lin Fan with wide eyes. After swallowing hard, he cautiously asked Lin Fan, "Do you have any?" "No. If you don't have it, then why say anything? Get lost." Once Shogu learned that Lin Fan did not possess the ancient dragon rock forging stone, the tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. "Wait, tell me about it. What use does it have for you?" Shogu looked at Lin Fan, who in turn gazed back at him. They locked eyes, with Lin Fan awaiting an answer from Shogu, eager to ascertain the value of the ancient dragon rock forging stone in the real world. Lin Fan stared intently at Shogu, who, with a twitch of his lips, slowly uttered a single word, "Scram." The two parted on unfriendly terms. Lin Fan glanced at the nearby staircase and suddenly remembered that he had spent hours wandering, neglecting Nephthys. He hurried down the stairs, only to find no sign of her beneath. "Where is she? Surely, she hasn't disappeared because I was late? Are you looking for me?" "Lord Lin Fan." A voice emerged from a shadowy corner. As Lin Fan approached, he discovered Nephthys curled up in the shadows, her eyes red-rimmed as she looked at him. "What do you need from me? What has happened to you? Surely you have heard. I was abandoned by my adoptive father. I cannot accept the actions of Sir Gideon. My father. Those lives were slaughtered so indiscriminately. My father was my guiding light, and..." Lin Fan understood that Nephthys had witnessed the tragedy of Platinum Village. She struggled to accept Baiji's actions and could hardly believe that the light she held in her heart could manifest in such a way. Lin Fan shared the aftermath of Platinum Village with Nephthys, observing her shocked expression. He smiled softly, ruffling her hair. "Your teacher has not abandoned you. He sent me to find you. You must understand, a man of his age has a thin skin and cannot bring himself to approach you." Nephthys giggled at Lin Fan's words, amused by his candid assessment of her adoptive father. Despite wearing a mask all day, he is quite the bashful one. Bashful? The term latent exuberance elicited a fresh bout of laughter from Nephilim as she listened to Lin Fan's explanation. It was the first time she had encountered such an amusing expression. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fan had seamlessly shifted Nephilim's focus onto other matters, and their conversation flowed effortlessly, with Nephilim clutching her abdomen in fits of laughter. "Ha ha ha, Lin Fan, please stop making me laugh. I can't take it anymore." At that moment, Sir Baiji, who was overseeing the round table from his chamber, furrowed his brow at the helmet resting on his desk, pondering if he truly was latent exuberant. At the staircase, Melina and Roderica crouched, observing the two joyful figures at the corner below, their own brows knitted in concern. Chapter 55, Reina La. "Is this what my magic is for? Do you realize your mistake, Lord Lin Fan?" "Yes, I understand," he replied. "And where did you err?" I failed to consider your feelings. I neglected to inform you promptly, and I caused you unnecessary worry. And that should be all, I suppose. You are indeed being dismissive, Lord Lin Fan. No wonder Sister May was so upset. You have gone too far, Lord Lin Fan." Nearby, Lin Fan knelt by the wall, while Roderica stood before him, hands on her hips, earnestly interrogating him. Behind Roderica, Melina sat casually on a wooden chair, legs crossed, rolling her eyes at Lin Fan's antics. "Forget it, Roderica. I'm no longer angry. Let us forgive him." "Huh." Roderica paused, taken aback by Melina's words. She turned, her face lighting up with surprise. "Sister May, you've forgiven Lord Lin Fan?" Melina glanced at Lin Fan, who wore a cheeky grin, and shrugged slightly. "I wasn't really angry to begin with. Who would want to be mad at him?" "Yay, that's wonderful, Lord Lin Fan. Let me help you up." The naive Roderica bounced over to Lin Fan and helped him rise. As he stood, Lin Fan rubbed his sore legs, reflecting on how this was the first time in his life he had knelt on a washboard, and it happened in this new world. If he could return, he would surely become an online novelist, penning a book titled My Days Kneeling on a Washboard in the Borderlands. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. From a distance, Nephilim watched Lin Fan in his awkward state of leg rubbing, surprised to see this side of the king of Nimforge. Stifling a giggle, Lin Fan caught Nephilim's amused expression and sighed, feeling a sense of embarrassment wash over him. Melina, observing Lin Fan's newly risen form, spoke slowly. "Now, let's discuss what transpired." Lin Fan immediately donned a cheerful expression, rushing to Melina's side, massaging her shoulders while recounting the events involving Nephilim. After listening, Melina realized she had misjudged the situation. She looked up at Lin Fan, who wore a broad smile, thinking to herself, this person is still the same as before. As Lin Fan gently kneaded Melina's fragrant shoulders, he inquired, how's my pressure? Is it comfortable? It's all right. Adequate, she replied, pouting slightly. Lin Fan recognized that the crisis had passed, and a genuine smile broke across his face. After a while, they all sat together chatting, when Roderick, touching Nephili's waist, exclaimed, Sister, your figure is amazing. Nephili chuckled, ruffling Roderick's hair. I often engage in combat training. If you are willing to endure some hardship, I can train you too, and you will be like me. Really? Indeed. Lin Fan, noticing Roderick's eager gaze, playfully tapped her on the head. What do you mean, really? You can't even grasp the basics of spirit tuning, and you want to learn fitness? Just focus on learning the spirit tuning from this old man first. He gestured toward Shogu beside him. Shogu, who had been absorbed in studying forging stones, silently clenched his fist at Lin Fan's words. After hearing Lin Fan, Roderick inquired, what does fitness mean, Lord Lin Fan? It means training to achieve a good physique. Oh, I see. Roderick nodded earnestly, mentally noting the term. Wait, that's not the main point. The priority is for you to learn spirit tuning properly. With that, Lin Fan again gently tapped her head. Lord Lin Fan, Roderick exclaimed suddenly. Standing up, Lin Fan looked at her in confusion. Roderick, with her brows furrowed, seriously admonished him, you must not tap my head again. It will make me less clever. Ha ha ha, I won tea, Lin Fan replied, and even Shogu couldn't help but smile at Roderick's serious demeanor. Wait here, I will fetch you some delicious food. How can we chat without something to eat? After saying this, Lin Fan pulled Melina along and headed outside. Nephili, watching them turn to leave, said slowly, Lin Fan, my guardian has set rules prohibiting alcohol in the round table. She feared that Lin Fan's desire for food would inevitably lead to drinking. Recalling her prior experience in the palace. Don't worry, I want tea drink, Lin Fan assured her as he led Melina into the hall. Once they were alone, Melina queried, why are you dragging me along? Sometimes, what truly matters is not what I do, but who I wish to share it with. Upon hearing Lin Fan's sudden seriousness, Melina's face flushed. This annoying fellow, when serious, looked rather handsome. Would you like to be that person with me? Huh, would I? Melina stammered, her voice dropping to a whisper as she lowered her head, resembling an innocent little girl, while Lin Fan held her hand. At this moment, Lin Fan couldn't help but lament that he could never disclose to Melina that he was unable to utilize the blessings without her. Upon their return to the royal city, they met up with Kafrii, Lia, and others, bringing along an abundance of ingredients to return to the round table. As Roderick and her companions were engaged in conversation, their laughter abruptly ceased at the sight of the newly arrived group. Observing this, Lin Fan kicked Aegis, who stood last in line, signaling him to introduce Reina. Understanding the hint, Aegis promptly made the introductions while Lin Fan, along with Kafrii and Burke, began preparing skewers. To mitigate the smoke that could be overwhelming, Lin Fan requested Reina to conjure a small magical array above the grill. Suddenly, a small magical array materialized in a clearing somewhere in Ningmafoch, from which billowed thick clouds of smoke, startling the nearby small creatures into a hasty retreat. Reina, puzzled, pondered the irony of years spent studying magic only to be summoned to assist Lin Fan in dissipating smoke. Growing increasingly frustrated, she displayed a petulant demeanor, waving her wand and sketching simple magical arrays above Lin Fan's head and beneath his feet. After a relentless barrage of magic lasting over 10 minutes, Reina finally ceased her spell work. Lin Fan, filled with trepidation, distanced himself from her. The queen was indeed formidable, exceedingly so. Although he had managed to escape her wrath this time, he knew it required effort, for another mishap could potentially ruin the round table. As time passed, skewers were presented on the table within the round table hall, and the gathering took their seats to indulge in the feast. Chapter 56. The Grand Barbecue Party at the Round Table. Within the chamber of Sir Baiji, who was diligently working, a sudden, enticing aroma wafted through the air. In all his years, he had never encountered such a uniquely tantalizing scent, reminiscent of roasted meat, yet distinctly different. This exceptional fragrance was, of course, the result of Lin Fan's special seasoning. After a moment's restraint, Sir Baiji continued to peruse his book, yet gradually, the words began to morph into vivid illustrations of delectable dishes. Unable to endure any longer, he slammed the book shut and opened his door, much to Enxia's bewilderment, and made his way to the hall. Upon witnessing the table in the round table hall being used as a dining table, Sir Baiji was momentarily petrified. Suppressing his anger, he pulled Lin Fan aside, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Do you realize what that table is meant for? You dare to use it as a dining table with so many people present. How will others perceive me? the one who presides over the round table. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly, then leaned in to whisper in Baiji's ear, "Look over there. That is the moonlit Queen Reina, and oh, Nephilim is also present." Sir Baiji stiffly turned his head and beheld the legendary queen casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon him. He quickly managed to muster a stiff smile and bowed to Reina, only to be met with the sight of his adopted daughter, causing his expression to soften. Soon, Baiji and Inxia took their seats together, with Inxia, under Baiji's encouragement, removing her helmet to reveal her true visage. Lin Fan recalled a previous analysis of Inxia, describing her as possessing a female form with a male face. The blurred image from before had once repulsed him. However, the Inxia seated before him now bore distinctly masculine features, yet appeared somewhat refined. Initially, Baiji and Inxia were somewhat reserved, but after consuming a few skewers, they felt as though they had discovered a new world, relishing the experience. Subsequently, Lin Fan brought forth the two elderly ladies from the depths of the round table, and amidst their astonished expressions, he introduced them to the concept of skewers. Next, Lin Fan counted the number of attendees, reminiscing briefly before darting to Faya's room, where he lifted her from the bedside where she had been reading. Ignoring her protests, he handed her a skewer, and after a gentle bite, she began to lick her lips in delight. After placing Faya down, he hurried to the room of the elderly lady of unraveling fingers, a place he had never previously entered. The elderly lady greeted Lin Fan's entrance with a benevolent smile. "Oh, brave fading one, may I see your hands, young man?" Without hesitation, Lin Fan lifted the elderly lady and briskly made his way toward the round table hall. "Elderly lady, please don't fidget. I have delectable treats for you." The elderly lady of unraveling fingers furrowed her brow, having been at the round table for some time. She had almost believed it had been besieged by an unknown force. Once Lin Fan saw that everyone had gathered, he announced loudly, "The grand barbecue party at the round table has commenced. Let the festivities begin." The innocent Roderica and Lia were the first to respond, both little girls shouting, "Barbecue party. Let us get excited." Nearby, Latina, upon contemplating joining in, retracted her hand after surveying the others. The rest, concerned about appearances, refrained from cheering but waved their skewers in solidarity. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as Lin Fan stealthily retrieved some wine from his spatial backpack. As for his earlier comment to Nephilim, he mused that a barbecue without wine would diminish its splendor. Besides, he was no troublemaker when it came to drink. Sir Baiji stared at the wine Lin Fan poured into his cup, momentarily stunned, before lifting his glass with a hearty laugh. And Xiao, observing Baiji drinking heartily after removing his helmet, briefly questioned her reality. Lin Fan, chuckling, approached Inxia, draping an arm around him as he exclaimed, "Brother Inxia, I never expected you to be quite handsome. Drink up. We shan't leave until we are inebriated." At that moment, amidst Inxia's astonished gaze and Lin Fan's puzzled expression, Lin Fan's hand inadvertently brushed against Inxia's chest. "Goodness, Brother Inxia, your pectorals are extraordinarily developed," Lin Fan exclaimed in disbelief as he felt the impressive muscle beneath his hand. However, upon applying more pressure, he discovered that Inxia's seemingly robust chest felt surprisingly soft. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Inxia glaring at him with a flushed face, resembling a bashful maiden. Realizing his faux pas, Lin Fan swiftly raised his cup in an apologetic gesture towards Inxia before hastily retreating. Lena glanced at Lin Fan, who had just embarrassed himself, and approached him with a drink in hand, softly suggesting, "My king, would you care to share a few drinks with me?" Observing the playful expression on Lena's face, Lin Fan understood that she had witnessed the earlier incident. "Drinking with the queen is truly an honor," he replied, quickly clinking his glass with hers before they both downed their drinks. As the skewers neared their end, Lin Fan, still yearning for more, decided to introduce a card game from his past life to the gathering. The atmosphere quickly spiraled into a whirlwind of excitement. Baiji, with one foot resting on a chair, shouted at Lin Fan, "Drink, drink, drink. Forget about everything else." The older ladies chuckled as they observed the vibrant energy of the younger crowd, feeling a renewed sense of vitality. Leia and Roderica were engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, a fun activity Lin Fan had taught them. Ejekis attempted to join in with Leia, but was promptly stopped by Lin Fan, who insisted he should be drinking instead, remarking, "You've lived for so long, yet you're still playing childish games." Ejekis wanted to protest, claiming he had indeed lived a long time, but swore this was the first time encountering such a game. Melina watched Lin Fan, whose cheeks were flushed from drinking, while chatting with Lia and others nearby. Meanwhile, Elena listened to the laughter and merriment around her, which unexpectedly brought thoughts of her father to mind. Shogu and Care struck up an instant rapport, continuously savoring the unique brew Lin Fan had procured, feeling as though they had wasted many years without such exquisite taste. As Burke poured drinks for the duo, he regaled them with his own stories. After hearing Burke's tale, Xiaogu glanced over at Lin Fan, who was surrounded by laughter. That rascal truly possesses the qualities of a king, he mused. Care, catching a fragment of Xiaogu's mutterings, inquired. What did you just say, my old friend? Oh, I merely remarked on how splendid this drink is. Xiaogu responded. Indeed. I've never seen the king bring out such drinks before. Despite Lin Fan's legendary capacity for alcohol, he eventually began to falter under the relentless toasts of his companions. In an unexpected turn of events, as he lost his footing, he tumbled into Lena's embrace. With a playful grin, Lena affectionately ruffled Lin Fan's hair, teasing. Our king has had too much to drink and can no longer tell east from west. Her words elicited laughter from everyone, and no one seemed to notice the intimacy between Lin Fan and Lena. Dazed, Lin Fan managed to rise again, raising his cup defiantly, proclaiming, I am not drunk. Not at all. Let us continue. At that moment, Lena, resting her chin on her hand, watched Lin Fan rejoin the crowd, a sudden resolve washing over her. I'm sorry, my dear daughter, but now you must fend for yourself, she thought. Who could resist a carefree, accomplished young man who was also undeniably handsome? This time, Lena was certain she would not misjudge. Chapter 57. Will you leave or not? After the gathering, tranquility returned. Gideon donned his helmet, transforming back into the cold and indifferent Sir Baiji, while Inxia resumed his diligent watch at the entrance. Everyone resumed their routines, the only remnants of the previous night being the lingering scent of grilled meat in the hall. Nephilim emerged from the shadows, gradually coming to understand her adoptive father's actions. Under Lin Fan's guidance, she began to contemplate how to become an exemplary lord. Eventually, Lin Fan led everyone back to Stonevale. Xiaogu surveyed the empty carpet, reflecting on the little girl who used to call him teacher, now vanished. That scamp will undoubtedly return from time to time, he thought with a smile, focusing his attention on the weapons he had forged. When Lin Fan was about to leave, Faya hesitated, wanting to invite him to her room. However, as Lin Fan glanced back at the departing figures, he could only promise, next time for sure. Noticing Faya's disappointed expression, he gifted her a recently crafted amulet. The diamond-shaped charm bore Lin Fan's handsome visage on one side and Faya's on the reverse. Upon receiving the amulet, Faya stood in stunned silence, torn between returning it and keeping it. By the time she resolved her feelings, Lin Fan and the others had already departed the round table. In the royal palace of Stonevale, Lin Fan lounged on his throne, while a monk-like figure stood before him, speaking earnestly. I am called Rico, and I have come to introduce a unique beverage. A nectar reserved for demigods. This drink, known as essence wine, will unveil the secrets of others' hearts, he proclaimed. As Rico finished, he looked at Lin Fan with eager anticipation, only to find his response lacking enthusiasm. Ah, is the king uninterested in the essence wine? Rico queried, to which Lin Fan quickly replied, on the contrary. I find it quite intriguing. He had been reflecting on past experiences, ultimately concluding that this so-called Rico bore similarities to the enigmatic Gilbert. Upon hearing Lin Fan's interest, a smile brightened Rico's face as he produced a crystal ball from his robes. Addressing Lin Fan, he said, Oh, noble king, this item is called the Tarina Crystal Ball. If you are genuinely interested, you may seek out those fortunate souls lost in slumber and use this object to gather the deep sleep mist. After filtering the mist, it can be transformed into a refined spirit. Lin Fan gazed at the Tarina crystal ball in Rico's hand, raised his hand slightly, and Davis, understanding the cue, hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve the crystal ball, presenting it to Lin Fan. Observing Lin Fan accept the crystal ball, a glint of cunning flickered in Rico's eyes. With a bow, he continued, This humble monk shall find a place to reside in the outer city. After collecting the deep mist 6 times, you may send someone to summon me, and I shall craft the refined spirit for you, my king. Lin Fan waved his hand, and Rico bowed once more before departing the palace under the escort of soldiers. Once Rico had left, Lin Fan scrutinized the crystal ball in his hand, yet found nothing particularly remarkable about it. Davis, watching Lin Fan lose himself in thought over the crystal ball, scratched his head and remarked, My king, what is so captivating about this trivial orb? If you fancy it, I can gather more of these throughout the city tomorrow. Lin Fan shot a look of exasperation at Davis, then rose and walked toward the palace exit. Upon reaching the grand entrance, he spotted a figure in the distance, calling out his name while being restrained by several soldiers. Peering closely, he recognized it was Kenneth, the Lord's son. Indeed, it had been some time since their last encounter. Let him through, The soldiers, upon hearing their king's command, swiftly parted the way. Kenneth took the opportunity to sprint toward Lin Fan. Upon reaching him, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Lin Fan supported Kenneth while calling to Davis, who was standing behind. "What are you dawdling for? Fetch a bowl of water." Davis dashed back into the hall and quickly returned with a bowl of water. Lin Fan handed it to Kenneth, gesturing for him to take his time and speak slowly. After a few sips, Kenneth regained his breath and implored, "Great King, I beseech you to save the fortress of Hyde once more." "What troubles the fortress of Hyde?" Lin Fan inquired. "A few days ago, I accompanied that woman, Nephili, to Platinum Village, and after that, she vanished without a trace. I doubted her qualifications as a lord and returned to the fortress." Lin Fan gently patted Kenneth's back to help him catch his breath. "Thank you, my king. The people within the fortress have succumbed to a dreadful affliction. Their eyes have turned crimson, and they have become delirious, incessantly scratching at their arms and bodies, even when covered in blood." Lin Fan pondered Kenneth's account. Logically, the fortress of Hyde, under his rune's protection, should not have encountered such an anomaly without his knowledge. Kenneth, noticing Lin Fan's furrowed brow, continued, "There were few inhabitants to begin with, and now they are even fewer. I escaped under the protection of the knights and traveled all the way to Stoneweir in search of you, my king." Lin Fan placed a reassuring hand on Kenneth's shoulder, signaling that he understood, then gestured for Davis to escort Kenneth to rest. As he glanced at the crystal ball in his hand, and then at Kenneth not far off, an unsettling dread swelled within Lin Fan. The sensation of his fate being manipulated resurfaced, making him feel akin to a marionette, with an unseen force directing his path. Gilbert had instructed him to journey to Red Lion City, as had Lonnie, and now the fortress of Hyde was in peril, alongside the mysterious Rico. Just as Lin Fan grappled with his anxiety, Davis's voice broke through his thoughts. Lin Fan turned to the earnest-faced Davis and scolded, "Why are you so chatty today? You don't seem like someone who tires easily." Davis scratched his head, his hands tightly clasped together, and shyly replied, "I just thought, knowing you were going to Red Lion City, you might want to take me along." Lin Fan paused, casting a cold stare at Davis. "Who informed you that I intended to go to Red Lion City? You must have seen the letter," Davis exclaimed, as if struck by a sudden realization. Rummaging through his belongings, finally, he produced a red envelope from within his cloak. He scratched his head and explained, "This morning, someone from Red Lion City came and left a letter. You weren't back yet, so I accepted it on your behalf. The person insisted it was urgent, saying you must go to Red Lion City. You assumed I would go without even showing me the letter?" Lin Fan retorted, somewhat incredulous. "I thought I had given it to you, but I must have forgotten. Get out of here." Lin Fan snatched the letter from Davis and kicked him away. Davis, clutching his backside, continued, "My king, once you read the letter, if you decide to go, you must take me with you. Will you go or not? Go, go, go." Now, with that, Davis truly squatted down and rolled away to a corner, waiting for Lin Fan to finish reading the letter. Lin Fan opened the envelope, and at a glance, he recognized the handwriting belonged to Jillian. However, this time, the content was candid, directly pleading for Lin Fan to lead troops to Red Lion City. The closing line sent a shiver down Lin Fan's spine. "Only your Great Rune can save General Raton." Chapter 58. Our King's Triumph. Lin Fan prepared a multitude of life-preserving measures, for none had ever faced General Raton, and should he perish, the risk of losing the Great Rune loomed large. Ever since the Great Rune had awakened, Lin Fan had become increasingly cautious. Ultimately, he announced his final decision to the assembly. He would journey alongside Reyna and Melina. Melina could assist him by harnessing the power of blessings to facilitate their swift movement. Once they arrived, he would have Melina return to Stoneweir through the blessings. Lin Fan was determined to shield those who resided deep within his heart from any harm. In this world, he had finally experienced the warmth akin to that of family, and he was reluctant to relinquish it. Among those who remained, Roderica exhibited the most pronounced reaction. She had initially believed that upon her return, she could assist Lin Fan, but to her dismay, she found herself powerless in the end. Lin Fan noticed Roderica, who stood with her head bowed, her hands tightly gripping her skirt. He stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace and gently caressing her head, whispering reassuringly, "That Ratine is indeed the mightiest demigod. I wish to keep you all safe, hence I forbade your involvement. But I also wish to help Lord Lin Fan." Sob, sob. Roderica's voice broke as she began to cry in earnest. Lin Fan continued to stroke her head, and, as her sobs subsided, he spoke again. "In truth, I have a task I wish to entrust to you, though it is quite formidable." Roderica lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes brimming with hope. "Really? Truly?" Sensing her eagerness, Lin Fan quickly affirmed, Indeed, once I have dealt with the matters of Red Lion City, I will need a contingent to reclaim Galad, and you shall serve as my chief general at the front lines, expanding our territories. Upon hearing this, Roderica wiped her tears. Her brow furrowed in contemplation as she gazed at Lin Fan and asked, "You are not deceiving me?" "Not at all. Absolutely not," Lin Fan declared, signaling to Davis outside to enter. Davis, who had been waiting at the door to bid farewell to the king and queen, initially thought he was imagining Lin Fan's voice, rubbing his ears before remaining rooted in place. "If you do not come in this instant, I shall have you stripped of your armor and sent away." It was only then that Davis realized the urgency and hurriedly pushed the door open, rushing toward Lin Fan while pondering how the king had grown so formidable. As Davis approached, Lin Fan pointed at him, saying, "Once I conclude the battle at Red Lion City, you are to lead the army into Galad. Furthermore, Roderica has been appointed as my chief general. Consult with her on all matters. Do you understand?" Davis looked between Lin Fan and the tearful Roderica in disbelief. Noticing Davis's confusion, Lin Fan gave him a swift kick and demanded, "Are you comprehending me now?" Rubbing his backside, Davis hastily replied, Yes, I understand." Gazing at Lin Fan, Davis felt that this upcoming battle was suddenly far more complex. What was once a straightforward endeavor now required him to divert attention to safeguard the queen. However, the king's command was paramount. Lin Fan gestured for Davis to prepare for the expedition, knowing that it would take at least 10 days to march to Galad, and they must set out promptly. After receiving his orders, Davis departed swiftly, his demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. Turning to the group of lovely ladies surrounding him, Lin Fan embraced each one, urging them to await his return with patience. Laya removed her necklace and placed it in Lin Fan's hand. Puzzled, he regarded her, recalling that she had never worn a necklace before. "My lord, you shall surely return victorious. This necklace is imbued with my faith. Wear it, and you will be safe," Laya declared, looking up as she felt Lin Fan's presence before her, reaching out to gently pinch his cheek. Lin Fan smiled at Laya, who had always been understanding and never harbored grievances against him, and leaned in closer. "Lin Fan, wait." Before long, their lips parted, leaving Laya momentarily dazed, her face flushed. "Rest assured, all will be well. Next, Lin Fan affectionately ruffled Elena's hair, softly asking, "Do you miss your father?" "How did you know?" She replied, "I am the king. I know everything. Fear not. I shall send someone to escort you to meet him shortly, and upon my triumphant return, I will pick you up." After all, a queen must not be absent from the palace. Lin Fan had noticed Elena's altered demeanor during the banquet 2 days prior. Yes. As Lin Fan's gaze shifted to Latina, she panicked, fearing he might kiss her. She wished to escape, but felt compelled to remain. "Silly girl, what are you thinking? Enjoy your time with Laya and the others. In the future, I shall help you fulfill your destiny." He rapped his knuckles gently on her head. Since their last harrowing farewell, Lin Fan found himself increasingly fearful of losing everything he cherished. After bidding farewell to the ladies, Lin Fan exited the palace with Reyna and Melina. Upon arriving at the inner city gate, 2 figures had been waiting there for some time. Lin Fan observed Cafe with a spoon and Burke with a piece of cloth, chuckling helplessly. "What are you doing? It seems as though you think I shall not return." Seeing Lin Fan's relaxed demeanor, Burke's expression shifted as he sobbed. "My king, I have heard that Ratine is the strongest demigod. You cannot choose not to go." "What? Do you not trust your king?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, Burke immediately wiped away his tears and exclaimed, "Absolutely not. My king." "Very well, you and Mr. Cafe take care of each other. I have some armor that I need you to mend." Lin Fan smiled at the silent Cafe, embraced both of them, and continued on his way. As the trio gradually distanced themselves, Cafe could no longer contain himself and abruptly turned around, ready to speak, but Lin Fan, with his back to Cafe, spoke first. "Cafe, I have grown tired of your dishes. Perhaps you should develop some new recipes." Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Cafe smiled through gritted teeth, tears streaming down his cheeks. Upon reaching the castle walls, Lin Fan gazed down at the assembled troops, ready for his royal address. Lin Fan turned to Melina, who was lost in thought, signaling that the teleportation could commence. "King, are you truly certain you do not wish for my company?" Akesis, pulling on Leia, gazed seriously at Lin Fan. The connection between the two was palpable, a fact Lin Fan had noticed early on, which is why he granted Akesis a reprieve to devote himself to his affections. "Enough of this. Go and accompany Leia properly. I must prepare to escort Roderica and the army shortly." With that, Melina grasped the hands of Lin Fan and Reyna Leia, and a surge of golden light enveloped them, gradually obscuring their figures. Davis watched Lin Fan depart, tears welling in his eyes as he shouted, "Our king returns triumphant." Below, thousands of soldiers echoed the sentiment. Our king returns. Our king returns. Our king returns. The legend of the demigod Latine was etched in the hearts of all. Chapter 59. I shall become the king of Elden through the powers bestowed upon them. Lin Fan and his companions arrived outside the Haid fortress. At that moment, the fortress appeared even more dilapidated than during Lin Fan's initial visit. Crows circled ominously overhead, and thick black smoke billowed from within the city. The iron gates had been utterly destroyed, and bloodstains marred the walls. As Lin Fan and his companions made their way to the heart of the city, they encountered no sign of the blood people Kenneth had mentioned, though blood was indeed strewn across the ground. The acrid smell of blood caused both of Lin Fan's companions to frown. Even the battle-hardened Reyna Leia felt her stomach churn. Suddenly, a sound akin to flesh being torn apart emanated from behind them in the square. Lin Fan swiftly grasped a golden spear and hurled it towards the source of the noise, recalling Kenneth's warning that no living souls remained within the city. With a thunderous roar, the golden spear unleashed tremendous power, piercing what appeared to be a solid wall. Following the explosion, dust filled the air. Oh, this familiar golden power remains as fearsome as ever. A robust voice emerged from the haze. Under Lin Fan's wary gaze, a tall figure gradually stepped forth from the smoke. The man wore a tattered gray cloak and wielded a silver battle axe. His white hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his muscular arms exuded strength. Lin Fan scrutinized this unfamiliar man, feeling a strange sense of recognition that he could not quite place. Seeing Lin Fan's cautious demeanor, the man chuckled and said, "Fear not. Young brother, I harbor no ill intentions. There is no need for such wariness." Lin Fan relaxed his stance, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what brings you here?" The man stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied earnestly, "As I passed by this fortress, a multitude of grotesque creatures surged forth, bloodied and ravenous. I had no choice but to enter the city and cleanse it of these monsters." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan recalled the staggering force he had encountered when the spear exploded and felt an apprehension regarding the man's strength. "Then I must express my gratitude, esteemed elder. I, too, have come to purify this place, and your assistance is most welcome." The man appeared momentarily taken aback, questioning, "Are you the lord of this fortress?" "No," Lin Fan replied. "The lord resides in Shidongwire. I am the lord of Shidongwire." The man's eyes widened slightly with curiosity as he regarded Lin Fan's youthful visage, realizing he had indeed slumbered for far too long. "If I recall correctly, the lord of Shidongwire was that Grek, was he not? What is this?" Lin Fan, piecing together his thoughts, deduced that the man was also a fated one, recently awakened. He responded, "Grek has been slain by my hand. His actions were utterly unforgivable." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan distinctly sensed a surge of murderous intent emanating from the man, but it was quickly suppressed. The man smiled, inviting Lin Fan to sit. "Young brother, might you share with this old man the events that have transpired in the Borderlands over the years?" Seeing this, Lin Fan retrieved some meat and wine from his pack and settled down, stating, "How can one recount tales without meat and drink?" The man furrowed his brow at Lin Fan's effortless production of provisions, but soon burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, well done. You remind me of my youth, indeed." As they feasted on beef and shared wine, Reyna Leia maintained a frown throughout, pulling a puzzled Melina aside to the city walls. Once they were sufficiently distant from Lin Fan and the man, Melina inquired, "Your Majesty, why have you brought me here?" Reyna Leia responded slowly, "Did you not discern the true identity of that man? I sensed a power within him that is familiar, yet I cannot recall," Melina admitted. "He is the War King, Gafilii." Upon hearing this, Melina was taken aback, turning to gaze at the middle-aged man laughing heartily with Lin Fan. Reyna Leia grasped Melina's arm, halting her retreat down the wall. "Do not approach. Gafilii bears no ill will. If he intended harm, he would have acted upon Lin Fan's mention of Grek." In truth, Reyna Leia herself was uncertain of Gafilii's intentions. "Ha ha ha. Young brother, you possess remarkable skills." Gafilii laughed, sipping wine while gnawing on a beef shank. Lin Fan humbly replied, "It is nothing of consequence. My strength is still lacking." Gafilii regarded Lin Fan with approval, noting his humility and consideration for those around him. Such virtues were rare among the many gifted individuals he had encountered in his long life. As they conversed, Lin Fan recounted the events that had transpired in the Borderlands, and Gafilii listened intently to every vital detail. "Senior, that bloodthirsty individual, have you gleaned any clues from them? These people have long since lost their sanity, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for blood." Gazing at the pensive man before him, Lin Fan hurriedly inquired, "Senior, have you thought of something?" "Indeed. Such tactics I have only witnessed in one person. Who do you speak of? The Blood King-monger you just described. Only he would delve into such malevolent curses. Lin Fan recalled the scene in the royal palace, realizing that he must swiftly deal with this monger. Before long, the alcohol hidden in Lin Fan's space backpack was consumed by both of them. The two laughed heartily, intoxicated. Gu Lei thought it was his first encounter with such an amusing young man. Contemplating the state of the continent, he cast a furtive glance at Lin Fan. In the next moment, Gu Lei lay on the ground, staring up at the starry sky, loudly questioning Lin Fan. Kid, what is your goal? Lin Fan looked up at the heavens and shouted back, I aspire to become the Elden King. What? I aspire to become the Elden King. Ha! Excellent. With that, both fell into a deep slumber on the ground. In the distance, Melina, seated on a chair, pointed at the middle-aged man sprawled out in a most unrefined manner and turned to Lena Law, asking uncertainly, is he truly the one? Lena Law paused, it should be. Right? The power felt unmistakable. Chapter 60. A request to the prophesied one. After clearing the Hade fortress, the group set forth once more, this time accompanied by a white-haired middle-aged man. The man introduced himself as Ravik, a warrior who had long been in slumber. Upon learning that Lin Fan and the others were bound for the combat festival, Ravik insisted on accompanying them. Observing the combative Ravik, Lin Fan was reminded of the Elden King, Gu Lei. With similar white hair and a magnificent physique, Lin Fan might have believed he had encountered a doppelganger. Were it not for their differing appearances, having slain the man's grandson and now on the verge of confronting his two sons, the thought of a potential encounter sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine. Noticing Lin Fan's sudden tremor, Ravik furrowed his brow and inquired, young brother Lin Fan, are you feeling cold? Lin Fan shook his head, replying, no, I was merely reminded of something unpleasant. With that, ignoring Ravik's puzzled expression, he grasped Ravik's left hand and Melina's right. In an instant, a golden energy enveloped them, and after the familiar sensation, the group found themselves at the Dragon Feast Church. Glancing at Lena Law, who wore a puzzled expression, Lin Fan shrugged helplessly, there's no choice. This is the most recent blessing I awakened. After circumventing the church, roughly 20 minutes later, the city of Red Lion came into view. Contrary to Lin Fan's expectations of a monster-infested locale, the surroundings of Red Lion City were adorned with red flags, and the roads were impeccably clean. As Lin Fan and his companions stepped onto the stone bridge outside Red Lion City, a resounding horn echoed. The ground began to tremble slightly in the distance. The gates of Red Lion City ascended, and moments later, dozens of armored knights on black steeds emerged, clad in crimson armor and wielding long spears. They stood in perfect formation along the road, seemingly poised to welcome Lin Fan and his party. Ravik regarded the knights flanking them, nodding in approval, as if recognizing the prowess of the army before them. Subsequently, the group entered Red Lion City under the knight's guidance. Upon entering, an elderly knight clad in silver armor approached Lin Fan directly, grasping his hand with fervor. At last, we have awaited your arrival. Upon noticing Lin Fan's frown, the elder quickly released his grip and bowed respectfully. Noble Lord Ningnufuge, please forgive my impoliteness. I am Jillian. Lin Fan nodded. I am Lin Fan, the Lord of Stonevale City. I greatly appreciate your presence at the festival. It seems my letters bore some effect. At the mention of letters, Lin Fan's gaze turned icy, fixing Jillian with an intense stare. Jillian appeared to sense the shift, hastily gesturing, bring our esteemed guests to rest. Lin Fan chose not to pursue the matter further, and the group was escorted to the nearest room to the festival square. This location, at the heart of Red Lion City, was surrounded by elite lion knights, seemingly providing protection, yet their presence hinted at surveillance. Within the room, Ravik corrected Lin Fan's combat stance and imparted numerous battle techniques, which opened Lin Fan's eyes to new possibilities. Ravik was astounded by Lin Fan's aptitude for learning. Individuals with such innate talent were truly born warriors. Several hours later, Lin Fan felt an unprecedented enhancement within himself. If he were to return to the time when he first arrived in this world, the singular attack of the Tree Guardian would seem utterly trivial. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding sound of drums echoed from outside, and the door swung open, revealing Jillian accompanied by several knights. Lord Ningnufuge, the combat festival is about to commence. Please follow me to the arena. After a slight bow, Jillian turned and led the way, with Lin Fan and the others closely trailing behind. Originally, the combat festival was meant to assemble the capable to honor General Raton. Yet now, Lin Fan sensed an air of peculiarity surrounding the event. As dusk fell, the festival was set to begin, and many familiar faces, including Wolf Brother and Alexander, gathered at the arena. Iron Fist Alexander appeared unusually excited upon seeing Lin Fan. He staggered over to Lin Fan and joyfully exclaimed, "My lord Lin Fan, you have indeed arrived. It is an immense honor to battle alongside you." Lin Fan, gazing at the elated Alexander, embraced him briefly before inquiring, "Alexander, have you been here all along?" After a moment of contemplation, Alexander replied, "I have been here for a week." Lin Fan calculated the time and engaged in further conversation with Alexander, who was exuberantly warming up beside him. "My lord Lin Fan, let us shed blood together and fight valiantly," Alexander proclaimed, feeling his blood boil, his fighting spirit igniting as he aspired to achieve fame through battle. As Lin Fan passed by the warming up Alexander, Wolf Brother approached to greet Lin Fan, though with less fervor. "You are Lin Fan, right? Lady Rania has sent me to assist you in battle." "Yes, let us fight together." A round moon ascended as the silver-armored Jerian arrived on the high platform. He gestured for silence, and the warriors invited below ceased their chatter, gazing intently at the Lord of Red Lion City. Jerian first bowed to the crowd and then addressed them. "I am the acting Lord of Red Lion City. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all brave warriors for participating in this combat festival. I shall refrain from elaborating on its significance, but I hope all of you emerge victorious and escort General Laton on his final journey." Throughout the years, the combat festival had often ended in failure. After all, the mightiest demigod was not to be trifled with. Behind Jerian, a knight clad in red armor hurried over and whispered a few words into his ear. Straightening his attire, Jerian proclaimed loudly, "The portal to the desert has been opened. Heroes, I wish you great fortune and triumphant victories." With that, Jerian deeply bowed as the heroes participating in the combat festival passed by him, his eyes glistening with tears. Countless lives had been lost in that desert due to the combat festival. Battling a demigod is indeed a glorious endeavor. But who would remember you if you perished in that desolate expanse? As Lin Fan and his companions walked past Jerian, preparing to head towards the portal, Jerian quietly implored, "I beg of you, O prophesied one." Chapter 61. The Mad Demigod. The group ventured into the desert where Laton resided, and before them lay a grim spectacle of shattered weapons and mangled flesh. The blood had stained the sands crimson, and glancing at the dismembered corpses, one could surmise that they had once been formidable warriors in life. Cautiously, the group advanced deeper into the desert. After a considerable time, based on the estimation of a female star-seer in their ranks, they determined they were at the very heart of the desert. This central location was where the deranged Laton amassed bodies for sustenance. Logically, he should be feasting there at that moment. As the group remained vigilant, searching for traces left by Laton, Wolf Brother suddenly sensed something and tackled Lin Fan, who was pondering the heap of corpses. A massive magical arrow whizzed overhead, piercing the small dune behind them. Under the full moon, a colossal figure emerged from the yellow sands, astride a gaunt old horse, seemingly floating above it. With Laton's arrival came an overwhelming pressure that swept over the group, causing many to nearly stumble. Two more formidable magical arrows shot towards them in an instant. The Great Horn Knight hastily raised his shield, attempting to block the arrows, but in the next moment, both he and the shield were sent flying several meters away. Another arrow, however, was successfully deflected by Reyna using her staff, much to Lin Fan's astonishment. Noticing Lin Fan's incredulous expression, Reyna smiled slightly and confidently remarked, "I am, after all, a queen. This level of magic is trivial. Watch out," Lin Fan shouted, swiftly moving to Reyna's side, embracing her and rolling backward twice to evade yet another incoming arrow. Looking at Reyna, whose face flushed and was momentarily flustered in his arms, Lin Fan said with exasperation, "We are in the midst of battle, Your Majesty." He then released Reyna, summoned Talit, and charged towards Laton, hurling golden spears at him. At that moment, the previously eager warriors, now under Laton's barrage of arrows, began to scatter for cover. If they continued to be suppressed, their morale would inevitably wane, leading them to be easily slaughtered. Someone needed to break this deadlock, and that someone was Lin Fan. The golden spears significantly slowed Laton's rate of fire, and as the fearsome magical arrows ceased to appear, the warriors rallied and surged forward. From his position, Godrick watched Lin Fan, who was persistently distracting Laton, with a broad smile. The next moment, Godrick bellowed, his cloak torn apart by the immense aura he exuded, revealing the silver armor of the Elden King adorning his form. He then mused aloud, "Old friend, I trust you are equally fired up. Ha ha ha, let us go." A resounding lion's roar echoed beside Godrick, seemingly in response to his call. With a determined shake of her head, Reyna stood up, gazing at her son, who had lost all reason and appeared devilish. Stifling her tears, She raised her staff and began to chant a spell. Melina remained vigilant by Reyna's side, ready to protect her from any ambush while casting powerful magic. I, Alexander, shall become a true warrior today, he bellowed as he charged towards Laton, intent on proving himself with his iron fists. As the crowd drew near to Latin, he immediately cast aside his great bow and seized the twin blades that stood before him, ready to engage in battle. The air crackled with the imminent clash, as countless magical beams surged toward Latin. Yet, they were thwarted by an invisible magical barrier. With a fierce determination, Latin plunged his blades into the ground, sending tremors rippling through the earth. The desert split open, a gaping chasm forming, from which a powerful suction emerged, compelling everyone to firmly plant their weapons into the ground to resist being drawn into the abyss. However, Gyufuli remained unfazed, wielding his colossal axe with ferocity. He leapt high into the air, bringing his axe crashing down upon the earth. The fissure in the desert vanished, and Latin was momentarily pushed back. All eyes on the battlefield were now fixed upon the two combatants, as Lin Fan gazed in astonishment at the restored figure of Gyufuli. The shock mirrored in the eyes of the others. None could have anticipated the legendary King's return to fight alongside them. In a fit of rage, Latin turned his gaze upon Gyufuli, brandishing his blades with intent to strike. The two warriors unleashed their formidable skills upon one another, perhaps due to Latin's frenzied state. In close combat, Gyufuli held a distinct advantage over him. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Latin infused his dual blades with gravity magic, landing a blow that forced Gyufuli back several paces. Sensing the dire situation, Lin Fan summoned all his strength, teleporting to Latin's great bow. Seizing it in hand, a radiant golden energy enveloped the weapon. In an instant, Lin Fan drew the bowstring and loosed a volley of powerful golden arrows directed at Latin. Just as Latin, emboldened by his gravity magic, prepared to continue his assault, he was struck by Lin Fan's arrows. With a scream, Latin fell to one knee in the desert, his back bloodied and battered. Had Lin Fan possessed greater strength, those arrows might have pierced Latin's very being. Seeing Latin weakened, the group surged forward once more. This time, the gravity magic surrounding Latin had weakened, allowing them to unleash their ultimate techniques without obstruction. Behold my ultimate move, the Iron Fist of the Divine Pot. Alexander leapt high, his fists clasped together as he spun in midair, then descended with tremendous force toward Latin's head. Just as the Iron Fist was about to strike Latin, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Latin's gravity magic surged back to life, weighing heavily upon each combatant, dragging them down into the sands. Latin raised his head, his bloodthirsty gaze locking onto Alexander as he descended, and struck out with a fist. The sound of shattering pottery echoed through the desert as Alexander was sent hurtling backward. At the same time, Gyufuli found himself similarly constrained by this strange gravity magic. Years of confinement had allowed Latin to cultivate his magical domain within this desert, his gravity magic having permeated the very grains of sand. It could be confidently asserted that he was the true sovereign of this realm. As the situation deteriorated, a massive magical sphere struck Latin, forcing him back several paces and shattering the armor upon his chest. With a fierce glare, Latin lifted his head. Atop the dunes, beneath the full moon, stood Queen Reyna, gasping for breath, having expended tremendous energy with such a grand spell. "Reyna, get away," Lin Fan shouted. Latin, blades raised, charged toward Reyna. Meanwhile, Melina attempted to push Reyna out of harm's way, but was firmly immobilized by Latin's gravity magic. Lin Fan desperately unleashed a barrage of arrows, channeling his power. Yet Latin had anticipated this. The arrows that had previously torn into Latin were halted a mere 10 meters away by the gravity magic. Latin gazed upon the diminutive figure of Reyna, raising his blade to deliver a lethal strike. Chapter 62. A return to calm. Latin's twin blades hovered ominously above Reyna's head. Yet suddenly, his demeanor shifted, as if he had regained his senses. "Underestimated, am I?" A thunderous voice boomed from behind Latin, as Gyufuli appeared before Reyna, delivering a mighty blow to the dazed Latin. The roar of a lion echoed across the desert as Latin's gravity field shattered, and the colossal axe struck Latin squarely in the chest. Blood spewed forth from Latin's mouth as he staggered back, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Latin looked at Reyna, his eyes no longer vacant, but filled with a flicker of humanity. "Mother, my son, my son." Reyna rushed toward the kneeling Latin, and upon seeing his matured visage, tears streamed down her cheeks. The onlookers, witnessing the poignant reunion of mother and son, gradually lowered their weapons. Tales had long circulated that those infected by the Crimson Decay could hardly hope to regain their sanity, Yet Latine had managed to awaken the humanity buried within him, restoring his reason. The warriors exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that this years-long battle had concluded, and by their own hands no less. The grand confrontation seemed to draw to a close, steeped in dramatic irony. Alexander busily collected the remnants of fallen warriors scattered across the battlefield. Feeling as though he might shatter after Latine's strike, Gyufuli approached Lin Fan, observing his contemplative expression. "What weighs on your mind, Lin Fan? I find the circumstances rather peculiar. Indeed, I too sense that something feels amiss." Upon concluding his words, Gyufuli unleashed his formidable perception, attuning himself to every nuance of the desert. Suddenly, tendrils of crimson energy erupted from the ground, and the parched bloodstains upon the sands regained their vivid hue. The overwhelming scent of blood assaulted the senses of all present, ensnaring Latine, who stood before Reyna. The fleeting vestige of reason he had clung to vanished once more. "O prophet, meet your demise here." A sinister voice resonated from behind Lin Fan. He swiftly turned, confronting the familiar visage of the White Mask, none other than Fan Lei, emerging from the earth, with hands raised. The blood within the desert seemed to animate, coalescing into Fan Lei's grasp. In the next instant, he thrust the blood towards the ground. A cacophony erupted as puppeteer knights, crafted from red sand, manifested upon the desert, encircling Fan Lei, numbering in the hundreds. Meanwhile, Reyna, noticing Latine's unsettling demeanor, was about to inquire when Latine swung his blade, aiming for her. Melina, witnessing this, instinctively pushed Reyna aside. A bloom of crimson erupted in the air as Melina collapsed into the yellow sands. "Everyone, be cautious. Latine has gone mad." With Wolf Brothers' urgent cry, the surrounding individuals surged forward, launching an onslaught against Latine. Reyna defended Melina with her staff, her heart heavy as she beheld Melina's blood-soaked figure, consumed by regret. Lin Fan cast a glance at the fallen Melina, fury igniting within him, and in an instant, he unleashed the entirety of his power. His singular thought was to eliminate all who obstructed his path. Die. The radiant aura of the Great Rune within Lin Fan surged forth, countless light swords shooting outward, decimating the ranks of puppeteer knights in an instant. Gyufuli observed Lin Fan's escalating power and presence, his astonishment beyond words. Though the puppeteer knights could continually reform, Lin Fan's assault far surpassed their regeneration. And in a heartbeat, he stood before Fan Lei. With a sword forged from the golden energy within him, he aimed to strike at Fan Lei. Clang! A massive axe intercepted Lin Fan's blow. His eyes glinting with intensity, Lin Fan fixated on Gyufuli, seemingly awaiting an answer. Gyufuli regarded Lin Fan, whose aura resembled that of a deity, sensing that in that moment, his life could be claimed by Lin Fan. "Leave this one to me. You should hurry over there." Lin Fan nodded and swiftly turned to charge at Latine. Fan Lei, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed to the ground, rendered breathless by the oppressive aura Lin Fan had exuded. Gyufuli, turning his back to Fan Lei, coldly declared, "Inform that ungrateful wretch that should he continue with such malevolent curses, I shall personally cleanse this place." A majestic lion appeared upon Gyufuli's shoulder, casting a predatory glance at the prostrate Fan Lei, who hurriedly bowed his head in submission as the blood coalesced and retreated into the earth. In the distance, Lin Fan had impaled Latine to the desert with massive spears. Crash! The spears shattered, and Latine, the legendary mightiest demigod, fell. As rain began to fall from the sky, the stars seized the moment to break free from their confines. Raining down upon Ningmafoch, Lin Fan paid no heed to the fallen Latine, striding resolutely towards Melina, who lay in the yellow sands. He attempted to channel his rune power into Melina, but found only emptiness. She had entirely lost her breath. Surrounding them, onlookers bowed their heads, the atmosphere steeped in sorrow. "Ah!" Lin Fan roared, amplifying the output of his rune power, the Great Rune bursting forth from him, purifying all within the desert. Gradually, his hair began to turn white, and he aged significantly. As he gazed at Melina, who remained unmoving in his arms, memories of their awkward first meeting flooded his mind, recalling the slap she had given him. "Can you teach me to pray?" "I cannot." "Why not?" "Because you lack faith." "Then I could believe in you, Teacher Melina." The recollections cascaded through Lin Fan's consciousness. "Perhaps try using my rune power." A strange voice echoed from behind him. Turning to look, he beheld Latine, once again clutching his chest, rising to his feet. Latine transferred his rune power into Lin Fan, and at the moment their energies intertwined. Lin Fan's Great Rune sparkled anew. Latine's rune power, enhanced by Lin Fan's, transformed into Latine's Great Rune, merging within Lin Fan. "Why has your hair turned so white?" Melina slowly opened her eyes, reaching out to gently caress Lin Fan's tear-streaked face. I thought I had lost you. Fool, how could that be? They embraced tightly. And at long last, tranquility descended upon them. Chapter 63. This individual will surely dominate the continent in the future as the battlefield fell into a serene silence. Jillian promptly led the knights of Red Lion City into the desert to assess the situation. In an instant, the sands were teeming with Red Lion Knights and their banners. Observing Latine standing solemnly and composed, Jillian felt a surge of joy and hurried to kneel before him. Your Highness, you have finally returned to normal. Latine glanced at the elder who had followed him since the Shattered War, assisting him to his feet before bypassing Jillian and striding directly towards Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan held Melina tightly, resolute that upon his return today, it would mark the occasion of their union and ascendance to royalty. As Latine approached Lin Fan, his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Stopping a few meters before Lin Fan, Latine knelt before him. Lin Fan gazed at Rutten, who knelt before him, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Rutten, not meeting Lin Fan's eyes, spoke loudly in a subservient manner. I, Rutten, pledge my allegiance to you as king. If you would not cast me aside, I shall wield my twin blades to carve a path for your ascension. Rutten deliberately amplified his voice, ensuring that all present could hear him clearly. General, Your Highness. The knights surrounding Rutten and Jillian, standing nearby, were bewildered by their king's actions and rushed forward to assist him, only to be halted by Rutten's raised hand. Lin Fan observed Rutten, unable to fathom why such a proud individual would submit to him, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with the Dragon Mother. I accept your loyalty, General Rutten, Lin Fan declared. Upon hearing this, Rutten slowly rose, bowed once more to Lin Fan, and took his place alongside him as a protector. My army is poised to enter Galat and conquer it. At that time, you shall have the opportunity to display your martial prowess, Lin Fan stated without reservation. For having accepted Rutten's loyalty, such formidable strength should not remain untapped. Rutten, though he had already regarded Lin Fan as a formidable leader, was astonished by the swiftness of his advance. Did Lin Fan not fear failure? Did he not dread perishing in this desert? Contemplating this, Rutten's perception of Lin Fan deepened, recognizing him as a confident and audacious individual. As everything settled, the group returned to Red Lion City. At this moment, Lin Fan appeared more mature than before, with strands of white hair adorning his head. He surmised that the cost of using great runes to heal others might very well be his own vitality. On the city wall, Jillian observed the preparations for a bonfire feast below and, perplexed, turned to Rutten, asking, Your Highness, why do you recognize him as king? Such a noble person as yourself should not lower himself to another. Rutten sighed and replied slowly, Noble? Am I truly so esteemed? Have you forgotten your identity as the Prince of Kalia? Moreover, you are the mightiest demigod. How can you acknowledge an unknown as king? Jillian, the royal family no longer exists, and as for being the mightiest demigod, that title holds no significance for me now. At this, Rutten's gaze grew profound, as if he had aged considerably. Turning to his old friend, he earnestly grasped Jillian's shoulder and asked, Brother, do you trust me? I have dedicated my life to the Kalia royal family. For you. Naturally, I trust you. Rutten recounted the events that transpired in the desert, while Jillian listened intently, occasionally furrowing his brow but never interrupting. Thus, whether it be an illusion or intentional, this man is destined to surpass all on the continent. Even that so-called will is not beyond reach. Rutten concluded, looking at Jillian as if awaiting a response. Jillian, with a resigned smile, was taken aback by how this had unfolded. Initially, he intended to manipulate Lin Fan to awaken Rutten and revive the royal line. Yet he found Rutten had directly acknowledged Lin Fan as king, rendering any notions of restoring the monarchy moot. However, upon hearing that even the unattainable could be grasped, Jillian hesitated no longer. With a bow, he proclaimed, I, Jillian, pledge my allegiance to Lin Fan as king, following both him and you, General. In that moment, Jillian had shifted his address from Your Highness to General, signifying that the Prince of Kalia had faded into the annals of history. Meanwhile, in the square, Lin Fan bestowed a fragment of his rune upon Alexander, aiding him in mending his shattered form. This is truly remarkable. My lord Lin Fan. Iron Fist Alexander is grateful for your generous gift. Lin Fan smiled, extending a hand to assist the kneeling Alexander. As Alexander felt the immense power surging within him, a thought flickered in his mind, yet he hesitated to voice it. Observing Alexander's inclination to speak, Lin Fan recalled the original tale and inquired, You wish to battle me, do you not? Alexander quickly shook his hands, replying, No. How could I possibly be worthy of fighting you? I merely wish to follow you. But I am still quite weak. Lin Fan laughed heartily at the endearing Alexander and agreed to his request, promising to teach him strength before engaging in a duel together. Alexander spun in delight, feeling the path before him growing clearer, drawing ever closer to the reality of becoming a true warrior. Before long, the banquet commenced, and everyone took their seats. Lin Fan was ushered to the head of the table by Rutten, and amid cheers, the festivities officially began. Reyna continuously served Rutten food, filling his already large plate to overflowing. Staring at the lovingly attentive Reyna, Rutten was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had slumbered too long, confusing his memories. For his recollections of his mother did not align with the woman before him. The next moment, noticing his mother's flushed face as she served the king, Rutten suddenly understood. A smile curving the corners of his mouth. Melina, observing the white strands of hair atop Lin Fan's head, intuitively grasped some of the underlying truths. Though saddened in her heart, she maintained her smile, raising a glass and toast with the others. After a while, a knight from the Red Lion, who had visited Stonevale, glanced at his companions and, summoning his courage, raised a toast to Lin Fan, exclaiming, "My king, permit me to perform a two-bite pig." The surrounding knights fell silent, bewildered as to why such a display was deemed appropriate for their new king, feeling a sense of embarrassment wash over them. Lin Fan, intrigued, inquired, "2 bites? Are you certain?" The knight, initially feeling awkward due to the silence of his colleagues, promptly responded to Lin Fan's inquiry with unwavering confidence. "Absolutely certain, my king." "Excellent. Let us witness the performance." Subsequently, this Red Lion knight astonishingly devoured a small suckling pig in 2 bites. Amidst the puzzled gazes of his peers, Lin Fan erupted into laughter, bestowing upon him a thread of runes. At that moment, the Red Lion knights were set ablaze with excitement. Even Latine could no longer remain still. Having undergone extensive cleansing by Lin Fan's runes, he fully comprehended their purity and terrifying nature. "My king, allow me. I can consume a whole pig in 1 bite. My king, I am capable of lifting thousands of pounds. I shall take my turn." Thus, the banquet reached its zenith. In the future, performances at the royal banquet seemed to become a cherished tradition. Melina, observing Lin Fan continuously distributing runes, playfully pinched his side and shot him a discontented glare. She naively believed that once Lin Fan's runes exited his body, he would lose vitality. Lin Fan smiled, embraced Melina, raised his goblet, and continued to drink with the others. As the banquet drew to a close, under Latine's guidance, Melina and Reyna helped the inebriated Lin Fan into the largest bedroom. Chapter 64. This moment shall be recorded in history. In the early morning, Reyna slowly opened her eyes. Gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, she couldn't help but feel regret for having gotten drunk, hoping she hadn't acted out of line. As she contemplated, she turned to her side, and Lin Fan's handsome face came into view. Their faces were mere inches apart, and in an instant, Reyna's cheeks flushed crimson. Just as she was about to reach out and touch Lin Fan's cheek, she heard another sound. On the other side, Melina gradually opened her eyes, staring at the familiar figure beside her, astonished that she found herself sleeping next to Lin Fan. Cautiously, Melina lifted a small corner of the blanket with her right hand. Seeing that her clothes were still intact, she sighed in relief, though a hint of regret lingered. She felt she had indulged too much the previous night. She slowly raised her head, stretching her somewhat sore neck, only to find Reyna asleep on Lin Fan's other side. In this manner, both women awoke yet pretended to remain asleep. "Ladies, could you please rise? I can no longer maintain this charade," Lin Fan silently pleaded, trapped between them. Outside the door, Aegis, who had hurriedly arrived at Red Lion City, called out loudly, "Lin Fan, are you awake? We need to march on Galat." Upon hearing Aegis's voice, Lin Fan instinctively sprang from the bed. However, the next moment, faced with the intense gazes of the 2 women on either side, he decisively donned his armor and dashed towards the door. Aegis, staring at the closed door, was about to call out again when bang, the door burst open, and a shadow raced past him. Lin Fan. Aegis stood agape, watching the retreating figure in disbelief. When he regained his composure, Reyna and Melina emerged one after the other from the now open door. Aegis glanced at the 2 women's backs, then swiftly returned inside to inspect the massive bed. He absent-mindedly stroked his non-existent dragon whiskers, deep in thought, before a mischievous grin spread across his face. Inside Red Lion City, at the battle square, all the Red Lion knights had gathered. Aegis, Latine, Old Julian, and Alexander stood at the front of the formation, awaiting the king's command from the high platform. As for the other wandering fighters, they had mostly departed Red Lion City, unwilling to submit to another's command. From this day forth, the entire Red Lion army shall pledge allegiance to Lin Fan, and we shall honor him as our king. Any obstacle that stands before our king shall be shattered by us," Latine proclaimed, kneeling before Lin Fan in homage. "Honor, honor, honor." The remaining Red Lion knights followed suit, kneeling with a fist over their hearts, paying tribute to their new king. In their hearts, Lin Fan had saved their general, and since their general was willing to submit, they had no reason to oppose. As Lin Fan surveyed the assembled 200 Red Lion knights, he felt an overwhelming sense of martial spirit emanating from them. He believed that, had it not been for the war and Latine's madness, such a formidable legion would not have dwindled to a mere 200. Sensing the moment was ripe, Lin Fan seized the lion banner from old Jillian's grasp. In the next instant, he thrust the flag firmly into the ground, raised his sword to the heavens, and roared, "Red Lion Legion, heed my command. Let us sweep through Galat, conquer the corrupted lake. Sweep through Galat, conquer the corrupted lake." The legion surged forward, their eyes brimming with combat fervor, determined to remind the continent of the might of the Red Lion Legion. Throughout their journey, the Red Lion Legion showcased their strength, impeccable battle formations, and fearless fighting spirit. As they neutralized nearby fortress threats and reached the shores of the corrupted lake, the Davis Legion, advancing from the north, arrived to join them. The two armies merged, strategizing to tackle the toughest challenge in Galat. "Lord Lin Fan, my soul is formidable." Roderick bounced into Lin Fan's presence, her left arm draped around his, while her right hand proudly brandished a soul scroll. Lin Fan gazed at Roderick, a fond smile gracing his lips. "Very well, let us see your prowess." "Leave it to me," Roderick beamed, releasing his arm to engage in spirited conversation with the souls within the scroll. "Little Gu, Little Wei, Little Lu, did you hear that? Soon, it will be your turn. Do your best." Within the scroll, 3 knights gathered, nodding in response to Roderick's voice. "Fear not, little Lika, for I, Ingawil, am here to face the mere corruption lake." With a scoff, he added, "The battle has yet to commence, yet your bravado seems to have already taken flight." "Little Lu, what do you mean? Do you look down upon me? Try calling me that one more time. Little Lu, Little Lu, Little Lu. Damn it, if I do not vanquish you today, I shall no longer be known as Little." Within the confines of the scroll space, the two engaged in a spirited brawl, exchanging blows as they clung to one another, while Orage urged them to cease their quarrel, creating quite the ruckus. At this moment, Roderick had developed the ability to communicate with souls and comprehend their emotional expressions. Sensing the turmoil within the scroll, she furrowed her brows and, with a voice she deemed solemn, instructed the two combatants. "Little Lu, Little Wei, you must cease this fighting at once." Upon hearing Roderick's voice, they quickly halted, gazing at each other, and in the next moment, "Brother Lu, soon we shall stand shoulder to shoulder in battle." "Indeed, Brother Wei, I shall be counting on your strength." "Ah, what nonsense. We are brothers, a family. There is no need for reliance." Yes, family indeed. We must be united." The two embraced, as if they were longtime friends, and their rapid change of demeanor caused Orage to feel a churn in his stomach. Just as they believed they could evade the consequences, their nightmare returned. Roderick infused her mental energy into the scroll, and a voice resonated in the hearts of the three. "Roderick's little class is now in session. Partners must not fight. The drawbacks of fighting include. Partners should." The trio nodded incessantly, occasionally uttering affirmatives, desperately hoping for Roderick to conclude swiftly. Little mused that he had never felt such agony, not even when he had lost his head. Outside the military camp, Lin Fan and Latine gazed solemnly at the lake, which was steeped in a corrupting aura. The soldiers could don specially crafted armor to resist the corruption, but only for a brief duration. Moreover, the stench of decay emanating from the corruption lake was overwhelming, rendering that brief reprieve nearly useless. After deliberating for half an hour, Lin Fan proposed a hypothesis, which, upon verification, filled everyone with elation. The army would march straight into the corruption lake, decisively quelling the menace, a moment destined to be immortalized in history. Chapter 65. The king's miraculous deed. Flags of red and black adorned the cliffs flanking the corruption lake. The black banners bore the image of a fiery red lion, while the red ones depicted an imposing black dragon. Lin Fan transformed his rune power into a protective shield, inscribing it upon each soldier's armor. Under the skeptical gaze of the onlookers, a soldier cautiously stepped into the corruption lake, retaining his sanity and finding no suppression or corruption of his power. "Our king is mighty." The soldier, standing in the lake, brandished his sword and shouted, nearly convinced he would perish upon entering. Upon witnessing this, the others joined in, chanting, "Our king is mighty. Our king is mighty." With their fears allayed, the soldiers, at Lin Fan's command, surged into the corruption lake. The thunderous noise disturbed the slumbering corrupted knights, who awoke from their stupor, leaping from the lake's surface, weapons raised, ready to assault Lin Fan's army. Yet, all resistance proved futile against the fearless, blood-red, battle-ready forces. The army advanced unimpeded, planting their flags across the vast expanse of the corruption lake within half a day. Once a place no one dared to tread, the most severely afflicted part of Gallade now fell with astonishing ease. The Red Lion Knights gazed at the swirling crimson miasma around them and the blood-soaked ground beneath their feet, realizing they had triumphed over the sanguine decay. The soldiers turned to gaze upward at the young man standing on a temporary platform not far off. The king who had instilled in them the courage to confront the crimson corruption. After cleansing the corruption lake, a new dilemma arose. The monsters had vanished, yet the crimson decay lingered, continuing its insidious erosion of Gallade. One day, Gallade would be wholly consumed by the crimson corruption, and the corrupted knights would return. Lin Fan surveyed the land strewn with bones, reflecting on the journey thus far, those dilapidated homes, the destitute souls driven mad by the crimson blight. Once, Gallade had been a land of prosperity, where people thrived and engaged in trade with Nymphog daily. They had no fear of being devoured by the crimson or slain by the monsters lurking by the roadside. Disregarding Melina's warning, Lin Fan summoned his rune power to its zenith once more. His form was enveloped in golden light, gently ascending above the corruption lake. He did not grasp the significance of his actions. He merely felt that this was the path his conscience compelled him to take, deserving of the title bestowed upon him as king. In the next moment, his formidable rune power enveloped all of Gallade. Streams of golden light surged from within Lin Fan, cascading into the corruption lake below. Gradually, the land of Gallade transformed from desolation. Under Lin Fan's purifying influence, the barren trees burgeoned with foliage. The once murky waters of the corruption lake began to clear as Gallade slowly regained its former splendor. The once mighty crimson corruption was gradually purified by Lin Fan, and a trickle of crimson welled at the corner of his mouth. Gallade, this is the Gallade of yore. I have returned. I am awake. I am no longer under the sway of the crimson. I am alive. Ha ha ha. This is Gallade, my home. Such exclamations echoed across every corner of Gallade. Ordinary people, affected by the crimson decay, regained their sanity in that moment. After a fleeting joy, they gazed upward towards the golden figure hovering above the corruption lake. In this miraculous scene, people knelt in reverence, believing that the figure before them was an incarnation of the divine. In the near future, a painting titled The Miracle of the King emerged. By that time, the land of Gallade was adorned with countless statues of Lin Fan. Some were crafted from mud, others constructed from stone, and some carved from wood. A plethora of sculptures flourished, with Lin Fan's effigies regarded as symbols of warding off calamity and inviting blessings and health. Gallade also transformed into a pivotal military stronghold of the future Lin Fan Empire, giving rise to numerous military geniuses. They worshipped Lin Fan, fiercely guarding all that the empire encompassed. In the garden of Red Lion City, Melina and Reyna were acutely aware of the rune power floating in the sky, both furrowing their brows in unison. Melina grasped Reyna's hand, and they turned to travel to the corrupted lake through a blessing. Within the Blood Dynasty under Gallade, the overwhelming rune power of Lin Fan even affected the Blood Dynasty. Many residents, once manipulated by blood and driven to madness, broke free from its control, only to perish in violent explosions. Observing the devastation of his people, Meng stood angrily upon the city wall, cursing Lin Fan. He then wielded his blood staff, erecting a massive crimson barrier to resist the encroachment of Lin Fan's rune. Behind him, a withered hand protruded from a cocoon, stirring slightly upon contact with Lin Fan's rune. At the border between Nymphog and Lake Linnea, a white-haired man shouldering a giant axe rode a gray bear. It was Godrick, who had bid farewell to Lin Fan after the battle festival. Reflecting on Lin Fan, while seated atop the bear, Godrick mused, "That youth is far more deserving of the crown than I am now." The lion clinging to his back growled in discontent at this remark. "Ha ha ha, old friend. Do not misunderstand. I have not lost my fighting spirit." Godrick chuckled, patting the lion behind him, gazing at the nearby stoneware. He couldn't help but think of his inept grandson. Lin Fan had once told him that Grek died with a smile as he closed his eyes. It seemed that his dear grandson had also departed without regrets. Noticing the pace of their journey, Godrick casually remarked, "Why have we not yet reached Linnea? This bear is rather slow. Perhaps we should slay it for a meal." The bear beneath him recalled that night when a bare-chested human chased it under the moonlight like a demon, and with that thought, it surged forward, finally achieving a speed unmatched by its kind. Guthrie, perched atop the bear, wore a satisfied expression. Chapter 66. A new order. The energy required to purify all of Galad had turned nearly half of Lin Fan's hair silver, rendering him increasingly frail. Melina arrived at the thoroughly purified corrupted lake, and, upon seeing the figure on the platform, rushed forward with tears in her eyes. Lin Fan, feeling the soldiers' cheers below and the smiles of the Galad people, thought perhaps this was the answer to his actions. Lin Fan, you scoundrel! Upon hearing Melina's voice, the weakened Lin Fan slowly turned, only to be met with a resounding slap. The sharp sound caught everyone off guard. The surrounding Rattan and others covered their ears and turned away, while the soldiers below shielded their eyes and dispersed. In no time, only Melina, Reyna, and Lin Fan remained on the platform. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! You scoundrel! Melina clung to Lin Fan, weeping profusely, her fists softly hitting him, seemingly without force. Lin Fan forced a smile, embracing Melina tightly. Eventually, they slowly parted, and Melina ceased her tears, fixing her gaze intensely upon Lin Fan. He waved his hands dismissively, smiling as he said, "See, I am fine. Besides, as a king, I must bring hope to my people." King. You go on about being a king. You're the greatest, fine. Melina crossed her arms, turning her head away in defiance. After a moment, she bit her lip, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Fan's half-silver hair, tears welling up in her eyes once more. Noticing this, Lin Fan quickly exclaimed, "Why are you staring at my hair? Are you enchanted by me? I knew it. With this golden and silver mix, which girl on the continent could resist my charm?" With that, Lin Fan struck a pose he deemed quite flamboyant, looking dashing against the breeze. Melina stifled a laugh, covering her mouth at the sight of Lin Fan posing, while Reyna smiled subtly, increasingly captivated by this man. "All right, my two princesses, let us conquer Galad together," Lin Fan declared, naturally draping an arm around Melina and another around Reyna as they descended from the platform. Upon hearing this, Reyna's face flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, allowing Lin Fan to embrace her. Melina, however, pouted and playfully reached for Lin Fan's waist. Hiss. Humph. It seems even the king's waist is not impervious. Even gods cannot withstand such pinching. Once the army was fully assembled, they advanced onward. It was only after the complete conquest of the magic town that Galad truly fell under Lin Fan's dominion. Notably, during the assault on Magic Town, the army's magic trebuchet accidentally misfired, shattering Greck's stone house. Greck, disregarding appearances, furiously berated the soldier operating the trebuchet, fully aware that he was indirectly expressing his ire. With a sense of resignation, another squad of soldiers remained behind to assist Gwei in reconstructing the houses. Upon returning to the city of Red Lion, Lin Fan promptly announced that he would officially ascend to the throne in Shidingwile in 7 days. Although Latan and others were uncertain about the implications of this declaration, they complied with the orders and began preparations to attend the ceremony in 5 days. Through a blessing, Melina escorted Lin Fan and the others back to Shidingwile, while he instructed Davis to return with the army at a leisurely pace. Upon entering the inner city, Aegis bid farewell to Lin Fan and hurriedly rushed off in the distance, where Lia, dressed in a white short dress and holding a basket of fruits, smiled at him. Lin Fan observed the two from afar, chuckling as he sat in a carriage with the 3 women, making their way to the palace. Within the palace, a grand battle was about to unfold. At that moment, Lin Fan appeared nonchalant, lounging in a chair. Opposite him, Leah sat on a recliner, nervously clutching her skirt. Latina, seated beside Leah, gazed at Lin Fan with evident concern. Standing nearby, Roderick's eyes were brimming with tears, on the brink of sobbing. The situation arose from Melina's revelation about Lin Fan's misuse of power, draining his vitality. The others fell silent, glancing at the white hair atop Lin Fan's head. As another conflict loomed, Reyna stepped forward. Amidst Lin Fan and Melina's incredulous expressions, Reyna extolled Lin Fan's heroic deeds, recounting how many lives he had saved and the profound significance of his actions. By the end of her speech, even Lin Fan was taken aback, realizing the magnitude of his own greatness. Once Reyna finished, Lin Fan quickly rose, cleared his throat, and declared, "Indeed, Reyna speaks the truth. I merely acted as a king ought to." The women disregarded his explanations, rushing into Lin Fan's embrace, and in that moment, he felt like the happiest man in the world. With a playful tone, he gently caressed the women and suggested, "Dear sisters, my embrace is rather limited. Perhaps we should continue our conversation on that large bed?" Upon hearing this, the women scampered away, their cheeks flushed, engrossed in their own tasks, feigning ignorance to Lin Fan's words. The following day, Lin Fan disseminated the news of his impending coronation across the continent. In a distant fortress, Elena's father received Lin Fan's letter and hurriedly brought his daughter to Shidingwile. Within the walls of the royal city, Mongut conjured a doppelganger that swiftly made its way to Shidingwile. In the Yatan Highlands, a colossal ancient dragon circled the sky for some time before alighting and transforming into a silver-haired woman, proceeding towards Shidingwile. On a grassy plain, clad in sturdy attire, Millicent hesitated before finally turning towards Shidingwile. Beneath 3 towering spires, a white-robed sorceress glanced at the letter in her guard's hand, then vanished in an instant using lunar magic. In a mansion within a volcano, a man clad in armor gazed at the information in his hand, resolutely rising to step outside. At this moment, all the knights in Shidingwile shed their old armor and donned the latest creations by Burke and others. The dark armor bore a fiery red lion emblazoned on the chest, blood-red lion claws on the shoulders, and a cloak adorned with the sword of night and fire, symbolizing Lin Fan's authority. This suit of armor was exclusive to Lin Fan's royal guards. From this day forth, he intended to reshape everything that existed. Within 7 days, Lin Fan aimed to invite every individual of importance to him to Shidingwile for the ceremony. Lonnie, Wolf Brother, Sir Baiji, Granny Shuangji, the twin grandmothers, Faya, Xiugu, and Selen. As anticipated, upon arriving at the round table, Lin Fan was summoned into a room by Sir Baiji, who berated him for several hours, lamenting his excessive compassion and the squandering of his talents. Sighing at the sight of Lin Fan's white hair, Baiji ultimately conceded that he would attend Lin Fan's coronation. With Baiji's tacit approval, the others were similarly inclined to participate. Nephilim, with eager anticipation, promptly accompanied Lin Fan back to Shidingwile, wishing to wait for the 7 days there. Following her was Lin Fan's mentor, Selen. With Lonnie's assistance, Selen swiftly regained his freedom, yet before he could revel in it, Lin Fan utilized rune power to ensnare him. Lin Fan dared not assume whether this teacher would behave as he did in the original narrative toward Reina. With a smile, Selen playfully touched Lin Fan's cheek and teased, "My dear disciple, where do you intend to bind me with your rune?" Lin Fan was no longer the naive youth he once was. He lifted Selen's chin with his hand, looking down and retorting, "Where does the teacher wish to go?" Selen's cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze, changing the subject and avoiding further eye contact with Lin Fan. Thus, within the span of 7 days, Lin Fan meticulously crafted his new laws, forged his new army, and erected symbols of imperial authority within the city. He would be crowned here, determined to dismantle the pre-existing order of this world. He aspired to become the embodiment of a new order. Chapter 67. Sovereignty above all, clad in a black dragon robe. Lin Fan stood at the foot of the newly constructed high platform within the palace, surveying the familiar faces on either side of him, his gaze resolute. An elderly man responsible for the ceremony seized the moment and stepped forward. "Drumroll, play the music." Boom, thud, thud, as the rhythmic beating of drums resonated. Lin Fan ascended the platform step by step. Honor the divine. Crown the king. Establishing a new dynasty necessitated a goddess and a king. At this juncture, the king was present, yet the goddess remained elusive. At Lin Fan's behest, Leah, adorned in a white gown, reluctantly stepped forth to assume the role of goddess. It was merely a formality, and thus no one objected. Leah removed the crown that veiled her eyes, cradling it in her hands as she approached Lin Fan with deliberate grace. Just when everyone anticipated that Lin Fan would bow his head and accept the crown as recorded in history, his actions astonished every individual present. He boldly took the crown from Leah's hands and placed it upon his own head, his gaze turning cold. Adjusting his dragon robe, he proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, I establish my nation. I shall be the first emperor of this world. Imperial power surpasses all. In my empire, there are no deities, only the emperor." Instantly, the palace fell into silence, and moments later, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The commoners, often the most genuine, had prayed countless times to Queen Marika, yet nothing had changed. They understood deeply that the one who could free them from fear and grant them a tranquil life was the emperor standing before them on the high platform. Baiji listened to the applause surrounding him and observed the dignified emperor on the platform, beginning to reassess Lin Fan. Beside him, the old woman with 2 fingers smiled, murmuring, "Great Lord with 2 fingers, everything unfolds just as you predicted." Faya clutched the talisman Lin Fan had given her tightly against her chest. The imposing figure of Lin Fan on the platform seemed so distant to her. "Ha ha ha, Kali, this lad truly possesses presence." Indeed, I sensed from the very beginning that he was no ordinary person. Kali and Shogu stood side by side among the crowd, gazing at Lin Fan on the platform with satisfaction. Sister, we underestimated him. Underestimate? This child is truly exceptional. The twin old women, seated in the spots Lin Fan had reserved for them, were filled with joy. In the crowd, Edgar wore a proud expression, reminiscing about his astute decision from the past, causing him to feel a sense of fulfillment. Kenneth stroked his chin, reflecting that such a mere lord was indeed unworthy of Lord Lin Fan. Upon hearing Kenneth's words, Nephthys clenched her fists, determined to become a competent lord. Millicent glanced at the dagger in her hand, her resolve to grow stronger solidifying. Alexander excitedly pumped his fist, joining the crowd in their shouts. Latine wore a serious expression, yet, influenced by the atmosphere, raised his fist in solidarity. Subsequently, Lin Fan announced new laws. Such matters often eluded those lacking comprehension. The new laws Lin Fan introduced, while trivial in his previous world, held profound significance here. Baiji was particularly struck, as the new regulations contained numerous terms he had never encountered before. He resolved to request a legal codex from Lin Fan after the ceremony to study diligently. As the ceremony approached its final segment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, and countless red ribbons cascaded from the heavens, interspersed with an array of candies. Above, riding on the back of Aegis, Leia and Roderica tossed down large wooden boxes filled with sweets. Oh dear, fly a bit slower. There are still many candies left to throw. Leia patted Aegis's head, signaling him to descend at a gentler pace. Aegis rolled his eyes, circling the palace until the two had finished distributing all the candies before gradually departing. Before long, 3 figures adorned in phoenix crowns and colorful robes ascended the high platform, appearing behind Lin Fan. In an instant, Lin Fan donned the attire of a standard groom, complete with a large red flower on his chest. The crowd gazed in awe at their empresses. The people of this world were unfamiliar with the significance of phoenix crowns and colorful robes. Yet they found the unfamiliar garments utterly stunning. Leah, Melina, and Elena officially became Lin Fan's wives in that moment. Lin Fan, filled with satisfaction, gazed upon the 3 women, for he had finally awaited this moment. In a corner, beneath a white magical robe, the little sorceress looked at the women surrounding Lin Fan, furrowing her brow. Once everything concluded, the citizens of Eastonville commenced a raucous celebration. With fine wine and food in hand, they danced joyfully along the streets, frequently chanting praises for their emperor. From this day forward, the lives of those under Lin Fan's rule transformed entirely. Whenever people met, they performed a respectful clasping of hands, and their attire mirrored that of Lin Fan's imperial moment, albeit without the dragon pattern and in varying colors. The emperor stood supreme, and the dragon motif became a symbol of utmost authority. Many married women, inspired by the emperor's wedding, urged their husbands to remarry them. With Lin Fan's consent, Burke lent out all the phoenix crowns and colorful robes he had sewn. Eastonville experienced a resurgence of wedding fervor. This novel form of ceremony captivated the populace. Gradually, the phoenix crown and colorful robe, along with the large red flower, became essential elements of any wedding. Should a bride lack a phoenix crown and a groom fail to wear a large red flower during their marriage, it would be akin to not being married at all. On the castle walls, Montgoat sensed the messages from his doppelganger, while Geoffrey approached him slowly from behind. "My son." The familiar voice caused Montgoat to tense immediately. He turned to behold Geoffrey's well-known figure, momentarily taken aback. After a moment, Montgoat tentatively inquired, "Are you my father?" Deep down, Montgoat already harbored the answer. For how many beings in this world could silently appear behind him as he did? Geoffrey offered no answer, merely smiling. "What? I have wronged you, my child." A single phrase caused the mighty Blessing King to be overcome with tears. In his childhood, he was regarded as a harbinger of misfortune, imprisoned alongside his brother in a dimly lit basement, enduring relentless abuse and disdain. The cold gaze of his parents upon abandoning him left an indelible mark on Montgat's soul. To his astonishment, the father whom he held in such high regard, exuding unwavering confidence, would humbly offer an apology. As they sat together, Geoffrey inquired about everything that transpired during his absence. Upon hearing Montgat's account, Geoffrey realized the profound debt he owed to his sons. Throughout his journey, he had sought information from many regarding Montgat, the illustrious Blessing King, who commanded the royal city and quelled countless rivals. This reflection brought a comforting smile to Geoffrey's face as he retrieved 2 bottles of wine from his satchel. "Come, my son, let us drink together." Montgat obediently replied, "Very well, father." In that moment, he was no longer the Blessing King, but rather a son who revered his father. "Ha ha, this wine is delightful." That lad Lin Fan truly knows his craft. Lin Fan, have you encountered him? When his father inquired, Montgat eagerly shared everything about Lin Fan, his words brimming with admiration. Does royal authority surpass all? This lad certainly has a grandiose demeanor. As he spoke, Guthrie recounted his own experiences in Red Lion City to Montgat. Under the luminous full moon, the father and son reveled in wine and conversation, their hearty laughter echoing throughout the royal city of Rodel. Chapter 68. The allure of brief stability. Days later, Lin Fan initiated a series of military reforms, resulting in the establishment of 4 formidable legions. First, the Red Lion Legion led by Latine and Gillian, followed by the Stonevale Imperial Guard commanded by Davis, the Mage Legion under the leadership of Reyna, and the Logistical Crab Army. Regardless of the legion, each soldier's armor bore a dark red sword embroidered on the left chest, while the commanders displayed it on their capes, a representation of their unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. Under Lin Fan's revisions, military ranks such as 10 Captain, 100 Captain, 1,000 Captain, and 10,000 Captain emerged, alongside new regulations. In battle, the soldier who slays the most enemies would be awarded a medal infused with the Emperor's will and granted the honor of dining with the Emperor. This decree ignited fervor among numerous war enthusiasts, eager to expand the Empire's territories for their sovereign. Subsequently, Lin Fan undertook a comprehensive initiative for patriotic education, providing ordinary soldiers' families with a monthly allocation of loan. Those who perished in battle would be enshrined in the Imperial Hall of Loyalty, revered by the entire nation and awarded the Imperial Martyrs Medal, while deserters would face execution without mercy. The introduction of countless new laws and regulations profoundly impacted the populace. From initial misunderstandings to widespread acclaim months later, Lin Fan's nascent empire exhibited remarkable stability. In Galad, a colossal statue emerged, depicting Lin Fan in a dragon robe, sword raised skyward, compelling passers-by to halt, bow, and chant long life. Through deliberate promotion and education, Lin Fan's stature within the nation reached unprecedented heights. At this moment, within the round table hall, "Teacher, please agree. This position is rightfully yours." Lin Fan stood behind Baiji, grasping his shoulders with a beaming smile. "What benefits do I gain? I will share the laws I've drafted with you, and even the obsolete ones." Just as Baiji was about to acquiesce, he suddenly realized something amiss. "Wait, weren't you already supposed to show me those decrees? If you refuse, I shall withhold them." Ultimately, Baiji sighed and consented to Lin Fan's request to become the Imperial Chancellor. Having reviewed Lin Fan's list of titles, Baiji contemplated the immense power associated with the chancellorship. If a person of ill intent occupied the position for an extended period, they could easily deceive the emperor. Though he considered himself unparalleled in intellect, he felt somewhat overwhelmed by the responsibilities of this role. Lin Fan, aware of this concern, felt helpless. With 3 continents under his command, he was inundated with various tasks. The majesty of his ascension to the throne had completely dissipated. He decided to delegate authority, establishing a chancellor beneath him, allowing him to focus solely on crucial matters. His first choice for this role was Sir Baiji, believing that a man renowned for his intellect would effortlessly manage these affairs. In the office of the Stonevale Chancellor, Baiji, having removed his helmet, gazed at the mountain of reports before him, beginning to regret his acquiescence to Lin Fan's request. Following Lin Fan's military planning, he embarked on constructing the civil service system. With the establishment of the 6 ministries, household, justice, industry, personnel, rights, and military, Lin Fan's framework gradually took shape. He then redrew the 3 continents into 12 regions, naming them different prefectures and appointing governors and generals. Beck opened a renowned tailor shop, attracting patrons from across the continent, all eager for a magnificent phoenix crown and bridal attire. As Beck's business flourished, he took on several promising apprentices and earned the title of the Empire's most skilled tailor. Gazing at the sunset, Beck, embodying the essence of a master tailor, murmured, "Mother, if you were still here, you would surely be proud of me now." Coincidentally, a butterfly fluttered down to rest upon Beck's shoulder, as if his mother had come to visit her child. Kaylee opened a restaurant, offering a diverse array of dishes that delighted all who visited Stonevale. Originally captured as a shrimp cook in Shidingwile, Yalans, after spending some time with Kali, suddenly discovered that the tranquil and steady life he had found was precisely what he sought. He approached Lin Fan and introduced himself, revealing that he had awakened from the royal prison. He opened his heart and recounted the tale of the Dung Eaters. Ultimately, with Lin Fan's approval, Yalans opened a restaurant conveniently located across from Kali's. Culinary delights such as stir-fried crayfish, oil-braised shrimp, and braised lobster emerged in abundance. unveiling a new world for the food enthusiasts visiting Scheidingweil. The street where the two resided became renowned as the Scheidingweil Food Festival, a confluence of global cuisines. Baiji had donned various disguises countless times, indulging in the gastronomic offerings alongside Xia. This passion for food often delayed many governmental affairs, which Baiji would resolve only late into the night. The palace guards gazed at the brightly lit office of the chancellor deep into the night, filled with admiration. As their culinary ventures flourished, Lin Fan suggested they open branches, leading to even greater success. In one of the branches in Lake Lienia, two figures cloaked in capes savored their lobsters and sipped fine wine. "Son, these shrimp are so delectable. I feel compelled to ask Lin Fan how he prepares them," exclaimed the father. "Father, your voice is too loud." Gufei's hearty laughter drew the attention of nearby diners, prompting Mingget to urge him to lower his volume. "Oh, I'll keep it down. It's just too delicious." Mingget watched his father devour the food with gusto, feeling a warmth in his heart. The once distant father displayed a surprisingly childlike side. Lin Fan harnessed his rune's regenerative power to heal Elena and Leah's eyesight, while also enabling Latina to walk independently. This extraordinary healing drained Lin Fan's vitality, yet witnessing the joyful smiles on the faces of the three women made it all worthwhile. Elena gazed at Lin Fan's face, brimming with excitement, and confidently proclaimed, "I always said that someone like Lord Lin Fan must be incredibly handsome." Leah, in disbelief, touched Lin Fan's face to confirm the restoration of her sight. With Melina's assistance, Latina gradually learned to walk, soon breaking into a run, a feeling that brought her immense joy. The joyful laughter of the women echoed within the palace as they chased and played together, while Lin Fan, reclining in a nearby chair, smiled happily. If only the story could end here, how wonderful it would be. Yet, the deep pit on the plains of Nimforge, along with the towering golden tree, incessantly reminded Lin Fan of the lingering crisis. The continent had yet to attain true stability. Volume 2. Seeking the Original Intention, Chapter 69. The Eternal City of Nokron. Why do you hesitate? Are you afraid? Accompanied by a flash of purple lightning, a commanding voice resonated through the heavens, startling Lin Fan awake. At that moment, he was no longer in Scheidingweil, but standing beneath a high platform surrounded by decaying corpses and broken weapons. The sound of rushing water drew Lin Fan's attention. As he turned, a torrent of blood surged towards him. He quickly ran up the platform, pursued by the deluge until he reached its summit. At that moment, the world around him was engulfed in murky blood, leaving only a small area where he stood atop the platform, which bore an exquisitely regal chair. Cautiously, Lin Fan approached the chair, and just as he reached it, a commanding voice echoed through the air. "Sit down. By sitting, you shall become the one and only king. The king of this world." Before Lin Fan could process this, a colossal hand emerged from the clouds, pressing down upon him with immense force. He felt breathless, as if the hand sought to forcibly seat him upon the mysterious throne. Lin Fan attempted to summon the rune power within him, but no matter how hard he tried, he could sense not a trace of strength. A profound void consumed him, reminiscent of the moment when Grek had stripped him of the Great Rune. "Sit down." The enormous hand pressed down once more, and Lin Fan endured the torment of his flesh being torn apart, desperately resisting the pressure. With a furious roar, the gigantic hand in the sky vanished. Lin Fan slowly straightened, and the surrounding sea of blood dissipated. He found himself in a completely new world, adorned with vibrant flowers, resembling a celestial paradise. "Young man, your radiance is truly dazzling," an ancient voice called from behind him, prompting Lin Fan to turn abruptly. There, he beheld an elderly man in a white robe, leaning on a wooden staff, seated upon a flat stone, gazing at him with a warm smile. Observing the kindly old man, Lin Fan clasped his hands in greeting and inquired, "May I ask who you are, esteemed elder?" The old man chuckled softly but did not answer. Instead, he approached Lin Fan and placed a hand on his shoulder. A pure and powerful force surged into Lin Fan's being. "The world is on the brink of collapse. Your strength is the key to its salvation. Go forth, young man." As the old man finished speaking, everything around them began to fade away. In a blinding flash of white light, Lin Fan awoke in his bed, gasping for breath. Clutching the bed's edge, he surveyed his surroundings. Golden silk curtains, and on the wall nearby hung his portrait from the time of his ascension to the throne, his royal chamber. After washing up in the bath, he donned fresh garments and stepped outside the palace. Gazing at the distant glow of countless lights, Lin Fan pondered deeply about the colossal hand from his recent dream and the unfamiliar elder he had never encountered before. Clenching his fist, Lin Fan endeavored to summon the power within him, and in an instant, a golden spear materialized in his grasp. Shortly thereafter, a suit of golden armor adorned his form. The aura emanating from the armor was imbued with an exceptionally pure golden energy. The energy bestowed upon him by the Elder in his dream significantly enhanced his mastery over the golden force. And Lin Fan had begun to form a clearer understanding of the Elder's identity. As dawn broke, the resounding sound of a heavy horn echoed through Shidongwai, heralding the dispatch of imperial orders stamped with the Emperor's seal. The clarion call for war resonated across the provincial capitals, and the populace understood that their emperor was poised to embark on yet another campaign. At home, mothers dressed their children in armor, urging them to remain safe and return home unharmed. Fathers firmly grasped their sons' shoulders, imparting stern admonitions to uphold their honor and fight valiantly in service of the emperor. In just half a day, an army comprised of mages, the Imperial Guard, and colossal crabs began its march towards the entrance of the Eternal City, Nokron. This time, aside from those unable to fight, such as Elena, Leia, and Burke, all others set forth alongside Lin Fan. Melina and her companions rode upon the back of the giant crab, which initially resisted but soon delightedly engaged with them upon learning they were Lin Fan's family. Along the way, Roderick continuously communicated with the Soul Scrolls, eager to seize the opportunity to impress Lin Fan. Rest assured, Lilica, we shall handle this, Oleg reassured her. With the combined prowess of the three of us, that individual will surely regard you with newfound respect. Wouldn't you agree, little Lu? Ingwer added. Don't you dare call me little Lu again, retorted Ludiel, charging at Ingwer and unleashing a flurry of punches, observing her strongest companions embroiled in yet another quarrel. Roderick pouted, feeling quite exasperated. Melina and Leon noticed the shift in Roderick's mood, mistakenly believing she was nervous, and hurriedly attempted to console her. Meanwhile, Lin Fan gazed solemnly at the vast pit in the distance. Ever since the dream, a voice had been guiding him towards the Eternal City. Before long, the army reached the heights above the Eternal City, pausing for rest after half a day. Soon, Ratine led the Red Lion Knights from the direction of Galet. After the Crab Army deposited their supplies at the camp by the pit, they established their position, their immense size rendering them unable to accompany Lin Fan underground. Once the forces were assembled, Ratine employed gravity magic to meticulously piece together the floating debris. Moments later, a spiraling path formed from the rubble emerged. Lin Fan waved his hand, prompting Davis to lead the Imperial Guard down the stone bridge. After clearing the obstacles and confirming safety, Lin Fan and the others cautiously entered the Eternal City. Throughout their journey, they encountered remnants of the Divine Creation Project, mindless entities that relentlessly attacked those who trespassed upon their territory. Under Lin Fan's command, Reyna led the mages of Rey Lucaria, deploying various spells to effectively cleanse the area of these remnants. The grand procession, shielded by the mages, successfully ventured into the depths of the Eternal City, Nokron. As the group halted and gazed upward, towering edifices surrounded them, leaving every onlooker in awe. It was hard to believe that the legendary city truly existed. They had genuinely arrived in the underground world, at the fabled Eternal City of Nokron. Chapter 70. The Emperor means business with the mages providing cover. The army advanced without hindrance, and soon Lin Fan awakened the first blessing. Due to the terrain's constraints, shield soldiers took the lead while mages rode individual steeds to ensure a broad field of vision, ready to confront any lurking monsters. Shortly thereafter, the first elite creature from the original narrative appeared. Before Lin Fan could issue a command, multiple beams of magic had already overwhelmed the elite creature. When the dust settled, only tattered cloth and shards of metal remained on the shattered ground, evidence of what had just transpired. As they moved forward, under Lin Fan's orders, tears of the young and soul pearls were collected into the Emperor's backpack. Reflecting on his past experiences of scurrying about to gather items, Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the allure of power. The group arrived at the familiar stone bridge, staring at the seemingly empty palace ahead. Just as Ratine prepared to advance, Lin Fan halted him. A voice in his mind conveyed that this palace could only be entered by him alone. Without further thought, he instructed the army to withdraw from the bridge for a brief respite while he readied himself to step into the palace. At the moment of entry, he stored his armor and weapons in his spatial backpack. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, Roderick quietly stood nearby and, as he entered, she slipped into the palace as well. Instantaneously, a gray-white barrier materialized above the palace, sealing its entrance. Ratine, observing the unfamiliar energy barrier, infused his dual blades with gravity magic, preparing to shatter the obstruction before him. Noticing this, Jillian swiftly intervened, halting Ratine. Looking at the puzzled Ratine, Jillian explained, "General, This eternal city has been buried underground for ages. It cannot withstand your strike. What if? Julian did not finish his thought, yet Ratine understood. His strength had not yet returned, and should he fail to break the barrier, the resulting shockwave could compromise the city's structural integrity, potentially entombing them all. Silence fell among the group, while inside the shattered palace, Lin Fan sighed in exasperation as he regarded Roderica behind him. She sheltered her behind him as they slowly walked towards the center of the grand hall. A resounding rush of water erupted from beneath their feet, and not far from them, two streams of silvery water surged forth from the floor tiles. The flowing water gradually coalesced into two figures, one tall and one short. Under Roderica's astonished gaze, the water began to dissipate, revealing the cold-faced Lin Fan, who emerged from a mist of water, pulling Roderica along with him. Roderica covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. What was happening with Lord Lin Fan? Lin Fan maintained an air of calm, as if everything was well within his control. Gazing upon the figure before him, clad in simple garments and unarmed, Lin Fan offered a slight smile before instantly donning his armor and wielding the sword of night and fire. This was not a game. There were no limitations to one's abilities here. Yet, in the next moment, the Lin Fan opposite him also smiled subtly, adorning himself with an identical set of equipment. This doppelganger was certainly not adhering to the script. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Fan, and he turned to Roderica, urging, "Roderica, summon the spirits quickly." Roderica, upon hearing this, hastily produced a bell and a scroll from her waist. The tinkling of the bell rang out, and three spectral figures appeared before them. "Ah, finally. It's my turn to make an entrance," exclaimed the first spirit, stretching before brandishing dual swords, ready for combat. Soon, the other two spirits coalesced, one wielding a staff and the other a great sword, awaiting Roderica's command. This time, the opposite Roderica mimicked a hand gesture, but she possessed neither a scroll nor a summoning bell. Observing the inability of her counterpart to summon spirits, Lin Fan raised his right hand and hurled a golden spear. The opposing Lin Fan, seeing this, also launched a golden spear in response. The two spears collided, bursting into golden fragments that vanished into thin air. "Oleg, Ingwer Little, charge forth and defeat the false Lord Lin Fan," Roderica commanded, shaking her fist. Oleg, excited, charged ahead with his dual swords, declaring, "Watch me lead the charge." Ingwer followed closely, matching Oleg's speed, taunting, "This fake Roderica can't even smile. Taste my blade." Little, in contrast, remained composed, elegantly wielding his staff, sending several dark red magic orbs flying towards the false Lin Fan. Clang! The false Lin Fan shielded the false Roderica behind him, skillfully wielding the sword of night and fire. He held his ground against Oleg and Ingwer effortlessly, even managing to cast spells in retaliation against Little. The dazzling display of combat techniques captivated Lin Fan's attention as he meticulously analyzed each move of his doppelganger. The intricate fighting styles had once been imparted to him by Gufu Lai, though he had seldom employed them in actual combat. After a moment, Lin Fan joined the fray, employing gravitational magic to force his doppelganger back. In the next instant, the doppelganger's eyes glimmered with golden light, pushing Lin Fan and his allies away, and golden armor materialized around him. At that moment, Lin Fan began to perceive that the strength of this doppelganger was alarmingly high. He could not discern its foundation and suspected that it might have replicated his Great Rune. The doppelganger adeptly wielded the techniques learned from the Great Rune. The doppelganger raised its sword high, and suddenly, countless golden whirlpools appeared in the sky, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows. Lin Fan sheltered Roderica, blocking the incoming arrows. But the spirits summoned by Roderica were not so fortunate. Countless arrows pierced through the three spirits, dimming their essence as if they were on the verge of vanishing. Roderica hurriedly activated the scroll, attempting to return the spirits to rest within it. "Roderica, we cannot retreat while the enemy remains unvanquished." Ingwer feigned nonchalance, propping himself up with one hand. "Indeed, I have yet to experience the thrill of battle," Oleg declared, rising with his swords, fixated on the doppelganger before him. Little remained silent, but stood resolutely in front of Roderica, leaning on his staff. All right. You three have all the glory. You're making me, the Emperor, lose face," Lin Fan remarked, waving his hand as he approached the doppelganger. With each step, the ground around Lin Fan sank, and a majestic lion engulfed in flames leaped from his sword, a golden dragon's phantom slowly manifesting, coiling onto Lin Fan's shoulder. "Now, the Emperor shall be serious." Chapter 71. Strength and Intellect. The doppelganger gazed at Lin Fan, straining against an unseen weight that seemed to pin him in place. The closer Lin Fan approached, the heavier the burden felt, until he was forced to kneel. At that moment, Lin Fan looked down upon his doppelganger, raising his sword before delivering a powerful strike. Clang! The doppelganger, previously restrained by gravity, now managed to raise its sword and deflect Lin Fan's blow. Slowly, it lifted its head, eyes glowing crimson as it gazed at Lin Fan, declaring frantically, "If I kill you, I shall become emperor." Lin Fan furrowed his brow, surprised that the doppelganger had developed self-awareness. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, commanding the lion to pounce. The doppelganger swiftly rolled backward, dodging the attack, and mimicked Lin Fan's motions, forcefully swinging its sword. From the doppelganger's blade emerged a lion wreathed in black flames. The two lions, one red and one black, clashed fiercely. The doppelganger, witnessing this, rose slowly, pride etched on its face as it proclaimed, "What do you think? I can do what you can. Is that so?" After a resounding roar echoed through the air, the golden dragon's ethereal form gradually solidified, spiraling above and fixating its gaze upon the doppelganger. What manner of beast is this? The doppelganger attempted to replicate Lin Fan, striving to conjure a dragon of equal grandeur. Yet, this dragon, akin to a soul summoned by a bell, eluded comprehension, rendering replication utterly impossible. "I am irreplaceable," Lin Fan declared, as the golden dragon surged into the doppelganger's being. A wretched scream pierced the air, followed by an intense brilliance emanating from the doppelganger, ultimately culminating in its body bursting apart. Behind it, the doppelganger of Godrick gazed vacantly at Lin Fan before dissolving into a puddle of mud, vanishing from sight. At that moment, the white barrier encircling the shattered palace crumbled with a deafening crash. In the boundless expanse of the starry realm, a soft chuckle resonated. Lin Fan emerged from the grand hall to apprise Ratarn and the others of the situation, their expressions turning grave. The ability to replicate your powers, access your memories, and even possess self-awareness. Such peculiar entities left Ratarn and the others exchanging worried glances. This matter should remain known only to a select few commanders. To maintain the morale of the troops, Lin Fan asserted, prompting the others to bow in acknowledgement. It was then that Lin Fan caught sight of Rainaya, who was tenderly stroking Torrit, not having noticed the barriers shattering amid her nostalgic conversation. Seizing the opportunity to inquire about Torrit's origins, Lin Fan approached Rainaya, who revealed that Torrit was originally hers. Torrit and the three wolves were tokens of affection between Rainaya and Radagon. However, Radagon ultimately returned to the royal city to claim the throne, leaving Rainaya in madness ever since. Torrit and the three wolves languished in wait for their master until death claimed them, leaving only their souls behind, much like Rainaya's futile wait for Radagon. Torrit was encased within a spirit ring, while the three wolves were sealed within a scroll, remnants of the ashes of the pact that Lonnie had initially bestowed upon Lin Fan. Observing Rainaya's sorrow, Lin Fan offered her words of comfort and embraced her. Rainaya smiled faintly, quickly restoring her regal demeanor as she rejoined the ranks of the mages. Subsequently, Lin Fan dispatched a portion of his soldiers to guard the path back. He issued an imperial decree to summon craftsmen to the Eternal City, for his intentions extended beyond mere exploration. Noticing the eager Eggkeys beside him, Lin Fan pressed the royal command into his hands. Instantly, Eggkeys donned a woeful expression, casting a pitiful glance at Lin Fan. "This is a royal decree. I shall obey," he replied reluctantly. Leaning closer, Lin Fan whispered in his ear, "Go fetch Leia and the others for a celebration." Upon hearing the word celebration, Eggkeys sprang into action, transforming into his dragon form and swiftly departing from the Eternal City. The army continued its advance when suddenly, a massive arrow whistled through the air, deflected by Davis's axe, which caused him to stagger back several steps. Following a series of strange roars, a horde of minotaurs armed with great axes and bows burst forth from the forest ahead. Brandishing their weapons, they roared at Lin Fan and his company, seemingly warning them to leave. Lin Fan remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand. "Charge!" The Red Lion Knights and the Imperial Guards raised their weapons and charged fiercely at the Minotaurs. In response, the Minotaurs began to draw their bows. The two sides clashed ferociously. Although the Minotaurs lacked intellect, their combat prowess was undeniably formidable. To encapsulate their strength, they had the might to match, yet lacked the cunning. It took 5 or 6 Imperial Guards to barely hold one Minotaur at bay, while 2 or 3 Red Lion Knights were needed to subdue a single foe. The battle was intensely fierce, with Imperial Guards being sent flying amidst the fray. The Minotaurs, undeterred by death, sustained numerous wounds yet continued their relentless assault. Beside Lin Fan, Lia silently chanted for a moment, conjuring a massive silver magical array beneath the injured soldiers. as waves of white light enveloped them. The soldiers stared in astonishment at their rapidly healing wounds. Realizing their injuries had been mended, they turned to Lia with grateful bows before once again raising their weapons and rejoining the fray. After several rounds of combat, countless minotaurs lay defeated on the ground. Regardless of their ferocity, they could not withstand the presence of a miraculous healer within Lin Fan's ranks. Ultimately, after a fierce showdown, nearly all the minotaurs were captured. "My lord, I beseech you to spare these children. I apologize for their rude behavior." A feminine voice resonated in Lin Fan's ear. Observing the expressions of those around him, Lin Fan understood that the voice's owner was addressing him through telepathy. "Forgive my absence. If you can illuminate all the stone tablets and reach the hall where the great deer's bones lie, we shall meet." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan commanded his troops to cease their assault, and the minotaurs likewise lowered their weapons, as if obeying an unseen order. Lin Fan then instructed everyone to seek out the unlit stone tablets and illuminate them one by one. Accompanied by Ratarn and others, Lin Fan entered the hall containing the bones. The once dull bones now glimmered with a faint green light. As Lin Fan reached out to touch them, a radiant green light burst forth from within the bones, drawing him into another realm. Within the original palace, a vast image reminiscent of a modern projection materialized in the sky. The figure standing within it was none other than Lin Fan, who had just been drawn into an unfamiliar realm. Chapter 72. The budding has emerged. We greet the new king. In the murky waters lay a multitude of animal skeletons. Yet strangely, there was no trace of decay in the air. "Thank you for sparing those children." With the re-emergence of that voice, several blue lights ascended from the water's surface, and a pair of magnificent antlers radiating a brilliant azure glow surfaced from beneath the depths. Moments later, the Spirit King revealed her true form. Lin Fan gazed at the Spirit King, whose appearance starkly contrasted with her depiction in the game, filling his heart with bewilderment. He recalled that in the game, the Spirit King was merely a lifeless, fur-covered skeleton, devoid of vitality. Yet here before him stood the Spirit King, vibrant and full of life. She paused before Lin Fan, her light blue eyes fixed upon him, and after a lengthy silence, she spoke, "If you would not be displeased, allow me to recount the history of my tribe." Lin Fan nodded in agreement, his curiosity about the Spirit Clan piqued, for he had previously focused solely on completing the game and had neglected to delve into their lore. Through the narrative of the Spirit King, Lin Fan learned that the Minotaur tribe was not an invading race but had always dwelled in this land, revering nature and worshipping ancestral spirits that possessed a long lifespan. Unlike other deities, who were ethereal and unseen, the ancestral spirits truly existed in this world, adhering to the natural order of life, death, and rebirth. It was for this reason that the Minotaurs honored the bones of their deceased ancestors, with the priests adorning themselves with grand antlers to enhance their communion with these spirits. In their belief, they anticipated the day when the ancestral bones would sprout anew, bringing forth fresh life to protect them. However, one fateful day, the tranquil existence of the Spirit Clan was shattered. With the fall of a meteor, the entire continent collapsed, burying the race known as the Rare People beneath the earth. Severely injured, these rare people formed an alliance with the similarly afflicted humans, descending along the Ansel River to establish the second eternal city, Noxtella. While the rare people employed their advanced technology to construct Noxtella, they also assisted their human allies in building their own city, thus giving birth to the Uru dynasty. The three races, the Spirit Clan, the Rare People, and humanity, enjoyed an extended period of peace, coinciding with the zenith of the Uru dynasty. However, as the life furnace had long been destroyed, the human priests of the Uru dynasty struggled to interpret divine omens, and thus, filled with resentment, they transformed into mere mud figures. The Uru dynasty began its decline, and likewise, the stargazing Rare People, now confined underground, could no longer behold the true night sky. Their profound intelligence craved change, leading to the emergence of the Moon Faith. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. During the Crimson War, an ancient deity manifested. The Ancient Reaper, the Queen of Twilight, was known for her penchant for hunting deities. With the arrival of the Crimson Goddess, the Queen's anticipation grew. Hence, she assembled a new cohort, dubbed the Divine Skin Envoys, to commence her hunt for outer gods. Witnessing the Queen's formidable prowess, the Rare People began to waver in their faith in the stars and the moon. Thus, the Night Faith was born, and the third eternal city, Nox Lorne, arose, dedicated to the goddess of death. Ultimately, the Uru dynasty was reduced to ruins, while the Rare People descended into madness, losing their wisdom. Only the Minotaur tribe, devoted to nature and its rhythms, endured. With this, the The Spirit King recounted the evolution of the underground races to Lin Fan. Now, speak of your intentions. After a moment of silence, seeing the Spirit King remain quiet, Lin Fan queried once more, "Did you merely wish to share a tale with me?" The Spirit King shook her head. She slowly advanced, her eyes closed, and inclined her head toward Lin Fan. Cautiously, he placed his hand upon her head. And in the next instant, an unparalleled surge of life energy flowed from the spirit into Lin Fan's being. Simultaneously, his once white hair, a result of overexertion, regained its original hue, and the vitality within him surged anew, akin to that of an infant. "I can no longer sprout new buds. This power will suffice to mend the grievous wounds within you. I must depart, and I hope you will protect my children." As her voice faded, Lin Fan sensed that the Spirit King's presence had dwindled to but a shell. The essence of the divine, or rather her consciousness, had seemingly vanished. The flesh upon the Spirit King decayed instantly, and the surrounding waters became tainted, enveloping Lin Fan in a pungent stench. At that moment, corrupted life energy emanated from the Spirit King's shell. She leaped forth, unleashing a wave of decaying blue energy towards Lin Fan. Without hesitation, he evaded and retaliated with a swift strike, severing the head of the Spirit King midair. Her body descended slowly, ultimately sinking into the putrid black waters. As the surrounding space began to fragment, just as Lin Fan was about to be engulfed by the void, a necklace crafted from delicate antlers appeared around his neck, radiating green light that enveloped him and transported him back to the spirit forest. Upon his return to the palace, Lin Fan intended to share his experience with Latine and the others, yet they bore expressions of knowingness. Melina informed Lin Fan of the spectacle in the sky and remarked on the brilliance of his battle with the great stag. After hearing Melina's account of the combat details, Lin Fan was left in a state of profound perplexity. He had not truly battled the king of ancestral spirits. Rather, he had merely engaged in a conversation with him, subsequently dispatching a mere shell. As Lin Fan reached for the necklace around his neck, he realized it was not there. He had not shared with anyone the events that transpired within the realm of ancestral spirits. Gazing at the ancient stone tablet in the distance, a conjecture formed in his mind. Perhaps his physical form had indeed clashed with that of the king of ancestral spirits, while his consciousness had been drawn into another dimension by the king, granting life force without reason. What ulterior motive does the king of ancestral spirits possess? When Lin Fan reappeared before the Minotaurs, the priests were engaged in a fervent dance. Then, a declaration from the lead priest echoed, causing all the Minotaurs to kneel in unison. What intrigued Lin Fan was that this time, he could clearly comprehend their language. The seed has already sprouted. We present ourselves before the new king. Chapter 73. Is it truly appropriate for us three like this? The orcs celebrated the birth of their new king, laying down their weapons and offering heaps of fruits from the depths of the forest. Lin Fan graciously accepted the orcish offerings, pouring his fine wine into the nearby crystalline lake, sharing a toast with the gathered orcs. Just as everyone reveled in joy, Melina quietly approached Lin Fan, placing her hand on his chest, gazing at him with a look of puzzlement. Noticing her expression, Lin Fan softly inquired, "What troubles you? I sense another presence within you. Yet it bears no malice. It is peculiar. I have never felt this before," she replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan quickly attuned himself to his body. Indeed, another consciousness lingered within him. Due to Lin Fan's oversight, he had not heard the voice of this consciousness until now. "Great King, please allow me to merge with your being." A gentle feminine voice reached Lin Fan's ears, prompting him to communicate with the presence within. "Who are you? Not long ago, you wielded a power unknown to me to slay my companion. Have you forgotten?" Lin Fan recalled summoning the dragon in the Great Hall, as well as the presence of Roderica. It turned out that the vanished copy had, due to excessive weakness, attached itself to Lin Fan shortly after entering the stone floor. When Lin Fan's consciousness was drawn into another realm by the king of ancestral spirits, the tear, seizing the opportunity, fully integrated into Lin Fan's body. However, the moment she entered, she regretted it. Lin Fan's body was imbued with overwhelming power, relentlessly pursuing her. Had it not been for Melina's timely discovery and Lin Fan's intentional probing, she would have long since been obliterated. "And so, you encroach upon my body without permission. What concern is your existence to me?" Lin Fan remarked, preparing to summon the power within him to eradicate the tear. Sensing the impending force, the tear hastily exclaimed, "Please, allow me to speak, great king. Have you heard of the realm of the night gods?" Continuing, she said, "Within the realm of the night gods, there exist treasures capable of slaying deities. I can guide you there." Lin Fan was well aware of what the tear referred to. The only treasure capable of such a feat was the Finger of Slaughter. However, he was curious as to how the tear had knowledge of it. Moreover, her arrival bore a striking resemblance to a certain plot in the original narrative. Thus, Lin Fan acquiesced to her existence, choosing not to eliminate her. After a brief respite, the army split into two factions. Lin Fan led Melina and others toward the realm of the night gods, while Raton and the other warriors pressed onward. The path to the realm of the night gods was fraught with peril, laden with traps and the remnants of failed divine creations. Reyna waved her staff effortlessly, clearing the surrounding monsters with ease. Observing Reyna's casual demeanor, Lin Fan chuckled, "Your Majesty, you remain as radiant as ever. It stirs something within me." Reyna was not the naive Roderica. She playfully placed a finger to her lips. "If you are stirred, why not take me as your consort now, your Imperial Majesty?" Gazing into Reyna's alluring eyes, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable fire ignite within him. It seemed that his sister was quite perceptive. The exchange of glances between the two incited Roderica's ire, her lips pouting in frustration, eager to showcase her own prowess. "Little Lu, little Lei, little Wei." Roderica summoned forth the healing Nimguf F3. The armored knight wielding dual swords raised them high, proclaiming, "The lost home knight Oleg, reporting for duty." As the storm subsided, a knight wielding a long spear raised it high, declaring, "The lost home knight Ingwear, at your service." Several formidable magical swords materialized, and a knight bearing a large shield and staff appeared, elegantly stating, "The headless knight Rudel, at your service." Lin Fan struggled to suppress his laughter, covering his eyes with his hand as he observed the trio's postures. Everyone turned their heads away, as Nimguf F3 seemed to grasp the situation. "Ingwear, what foul notion have you conjured?" "What do you mean, Oleg? You were the most enthusiastic when I proposed this idea. Now you intend to bite back?" "Indeed, it is a foul notion." Lin Fan watched as Ingwear charged at Rudel, who was silently nodding in agreement. "Little Lu, you've lost your composure and yet remain so arrogant. Do not call me Little Lu." Watching Ingwear and Rudel grapple, along with Oleg's stunned demeanor, Roderica stamped her foot in frustration, retracting all three into the scroll. She then hurried back to Lia and Melina, her face a picture of grievance. Lia smiled reassuringly at Roderica, who, having regained her sight, felt content merely to watch Lin Fan's safety each day. Within the scroll, Oleg gazed at Ingvale and murmured, "Is it truly appropriate for the three of us to be here?" "What do you mean inappropriate? Did you not witness that person's magic? It is ancient sorcery. Ask Ludiel if you doubt me." Ludiel, standing nearby, nodded solemnly and replied, "Indeed, many of those spells are ancient battle magics. Even their mere presence exudes immense strength. As much as we may not wish to admit it, the three of us are insufficient to contend with that individual." At this, the trio lowered their heads in silence, believing Roderica had summoned them to confront Reyna. Soon, they arrived at the domain of the night god. When Lin Fan entered the chamber housing the bionic teardrop brother, he felt a sudden unease within him as the teardrops began to stir restlessly. Sensing something amiss, Lin Fan gestured for the others to wait outside before cautiously approaching the chest containing the teardrop brother. The moment he opened the chest, the teardrops within him burst forth, flying into the box, and in a flash of light, another Lin Fan materialized. The gentle female voice had long vanished, replaced by a voice identical to Lin Fan's own. What lay within was the true deity, the most successful experiment of the bionic teardrop, yet it had long lost its consciousness. "Now, I have become it." Immediately, a golden dragon's spectral form enveloped the faux Lin Fan. Looking at Lin Fan with a vacant gaze, the imitation Lin Fan grinned with pride. "What do you think? Are you astonished? I possess the power to replicate all your abilities." Lin Fan regarded the revealed teardrop and said, "I offer you a chance to continue your subservience to me." "Subservience? What nonsense. I am now another you. An invincible entity." In the next moment, Lin Fan summoned his inner strength, causing the false Lin Fan to revert instantaneously into a silver teardrop. What is happening?" Lin Fan did not respond to the silver teardrop, but instead absorbed it back into himself. When he spoke of the black divine domain, Lin Fan had already embedded his golden power within, waiting for it to reveal its flaws. After all, he was aware of the narrative. In the parts excised from the original story, there was a segment concerning the betrayal of the teardrop. Having resolved this potential threat, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with golden light as he gazed into the distance of the night, sensing a faint presence, the essence of a deity. Chapter 74. I can utilize everything I wish to utilize. Why do you not kill me? Can you guess? Listening to Lin Fan's mocking words, the bionic copy within him displayed a disdainful expression. "You merely wish to recruit me, but let me tell you, victors write the history. I shall never ally with you. Oh, quite the thinker. You've learned quite a few terms from my memories. What memories? These are all insights I have derived myself. Fine. Since you can be considered another me, I shall call you Lin Xiaobai, slightly younger and whiter. Lin Xiaobai? I refuse to bear such a name. Lin Fan paid no heed to the complaints of the inner Xiaobai as he and the women ventured deeper into the night divine domain. Here, a faint aura of death permeated the air, intertwined with a strand of divine essence. After a few minor skirmishes, Lin Fan finally arrived at the grand hall housing the slaughtering fingerblade. Upon opening the chest, a dagger entwined with deathly energy emerged into view. Just as Lin Fan reached out, Lia suddenly grasped his arm tightly. Turning to see her expression filled with concern, he understood that she too sensed the terrible death aura emanating from the dagger. Gently touching Lia's hand to reassure her, Lin Fan cautiously extended his hand towards the blade. The death energy coiling around the dagger seemed to have found its target the moment Lin Fan drew near, binding tightly around his hand. Staring at his right hand, now shrouded in black death energy, Lin Fan attempted to harness his power to dispel it. The collision of Lin Fan's golden primal energy with the death aura unleashed a series of vivid images into his mind. Within a colossal royal city, wails echoed amidst the thick smoke. The goddess within the palace, enraged, immediately took action to stabilize the situation, dispatching troops to secure the city. The scene shifted to a narrow palace corridor where shadowy figures cloaked in black veils moved stealthily. Their dark veils concealed their forms, allowing them to infiltrate a seemingly lavish palace with ease. Inside, a golden-haired man stood by the window, contemplating the chaos unfolding in the royal city. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew open the palace doors, extinguishing the flames and plunging the entire palace into darkness. Under the moonlight, the golden-haired man seemed to realize something just as he prepared to unleash his power. The black-clad assassins, having already approached him, raised their peculiar curved blades, plunging them into his body. The golden-haired man emitted a cry of agony, and in an instant, the death aura erupted from his form. Horrific wounds appeared across his body as he collapsed helplessly to the ground, enveloped in death energy, his golden hair gradually turning ashen. Having witnessed these vivid scenes, Lin Fan understood he had glimpsed the true Black Blade Knight, a winter night steeped in conspiracy. The man writhing in pain and shrouded in death energy was none other than the now-deceased Golden Gedwon. Gazing at the slaughtering fingerblade in his hand, Lin Fan could feel that the divine essence he had sensed earlier emanated from this blade. Reflecting on the ancient goddess of death, he finally comprehended the truth. Much like a divine body transformed into a sword, this slaughtering fingerblade was also a weapon birthed from corpses, its embedded deathly power revealing its origins. After the Queen of Night was slain by the Golden Empire, the inhabitants of the Eternal City, who worshipped her, fashioned her body into a relic. Upon acquiring the fingerblade, Lin Fan led the group of women toward the portal. Following a brief spatial fluctuation, they returned to the ancestral spirit forest. The priest of the forest, upon witnessing Lin Fan's arrival, erupted into ecstatic dance, prompting the surrounding orcs to bow in reverence. Lin Fan reluctantly accepted their homage and generously shared his runes, allowing the clumsy orcs to grasp some rudimentary methods of communication and combat. Yet, this led to another wave of kneeling, and Lin Fan insisted that he did not intend for them to prostrate themselves for his generosity. At that moment, Rattan and his forces also returned to the ancestral spirit forest. Rattan approached Lin Fan directly, half kneeling in salute, and reported, "My king, our forces pressed downstream, having slain 2 gargoyles, but found no further paths, thus I led my troops back." The 2 gargoyles he mentioned were likely the guardians before the coffin at the depths of the roots. After contemplating, Lin Fan ordered the army to rest and began to devise his next strategy. Observing Lin Fan's dismissive wave as he turned to depart, Rattan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He approached Lin Fan once more, half kneeling in respect. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by Rattan's gesture. Was it now customary to bow both before and after reporting? "My king, this time, we captured a man." "Oh, there are still normal people in such a place? That is indeed a point of curiosity to me. Bring him forth." Rattan beckoned to the soldiers behind him. Soon, 2 soldiers escorted a man, barely clothed save for a piece of fabric shielding his lower half, to Lin Fan. The moment Lin Fan beheld the man's face, he lost his composure. This individual was, in the original narrative, Dee's brother, the one who ultimately killed Fia. Lin Fan recalled a theory from his previous life suggesting that Dee and his brother were twin souls, awakening only upon Dee's demise. Recalling the familiar figure in the round table hall, the woman who had first introduced herself as a warrior, Lin Fan discreetly took Melina's hand and, utilizing her power, transported them both to the round table hall. Upon entering the familiar room and pushing open the door, Fia sat there as usual. Melina, seeing this, said nothing and quietly moved to converse with Shogu on the other side. You indeed came, Lord Lin Fan. Fia greeted him with her characteristic gentleness. The corrupting dagger you gave me was a facade, wasn't it? Indeed, for I wished to use your hand to draw out D, to reveal my identity to him, and then wait for him to come and kill you. I have absorbed sufficient power from you, thus I fear not D. Instead, I intend to set a trap to slay him. At that moment, Fia's tone was chillingly cold, devoid of her former innocence, as if murder were merely an ordinary affair. Why kill him? Because he is foolish. So foolish as to oppose us, the Deathborn. Therefore he deserves to die. To achieve my ends, I shall employ any means necessary. Gazing at the somewhat deranged Fia, Lin Fan chose not to respond, silently exiting her chamber. He gently closed the wooden door behind him, just as he had done upon his initial departure. Sitting at the bedside, Fia stared at the closed door, gripping the edge of the bed tightly. Tremors coursed through her body as a single tear rolled down her cheek. Chapter 75. Dragon Lady Lansankus. After leaving Fia's room, Lin Fan and Melina returned once more to Nokron. Observing Lin Fan's unusual demeanor, Melina said little, merely gripping his hand tightly. Back and forth. Within the span of merely an hour, Nokron had transformed. A battalion of soldiers clad in Stonevale armor marched along the riverside, each clutching a massive stone. Not far off, groups of Stonevale residents gazed in awe at the scenery of Nokron, exclaiming in wonder. Many artists, seizing the moment, pulled out their sketchpads to capture the sights before them. Sensing the changes around them, Lin Fan and Melina emerged from the blessing point behind the pillars. The keen-eyed patrol captain, upon spotting Lin Fan, immediately knelt upon one knee. Hail, Your Majesty! The soldiers behind him hastily followed suit, echoing, Hail, Your Majesty! The waves of reverence culminated with all kneeling before him. Observing the kneeling throng, an inexplicable sensation began to swell within Lin Fan. Rise, he commanded, raising his hand, and the crowd stood. Thank you, Your Majesty. From the nearby broken bridge, Aegis sprang to his feet and flew toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan noticed Aegis, but to his surprise, he was accompanied not by Leia, but by a silver-haired woman. Your Majesty, how fares it? Upon my return to Stonevale, I immediately announced the tidings of Nokron. The majority of the city's populace is en route. What you see now is merely a fraction. Indeed, well done. Hee indeed. Do you see those soldiers moving the stones? I organized that. We plan to construct a sky ladder directly here to the surface. The idea is commendable. I assign you the task of completing the sky ladder within 3 days. Fail to do so, and you shall not partake in the battles to come. The once proud Aegis, anticipating praise, now wore a face of dismay. You didn't let me participate this time, he murmured, visibly displeased. What did you say? Lin Fan furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed sternly upon Aegis. At your command, I shall fulfill my duty and live up to Your Majesty's expectations. Now that is the spirit. You truly are a loyal subject. As he spoke, Lin Fan placed a reassuring hand on Aegis's shoulder, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Observing Lin Fan's mischievous demeanor, Melina couldn't help but roll her eyes. Meanwhile, the silver-haired woman behind Aegis scrutinized every movement of Lin Fan with keen interest. Lin Fan, too, noted the woman's gaze. He had sensed the ancient dragon aura surrounding her from the very beginning. Throughout the realm, the only being capable of transforming into a human, particularly a female, was the dragon maiden, Lansankus. Lin Fan gently patted the downcast Aegis and inquired, Might you introduce this guest beside you? Instantly revitalized by Lin Fan's words, Aegis stepped aside to reveal the silver-haired woman. Your Majesty, this is our clan's high priestess, immensely formidable. As Aegis spoke, he gestured animatedly, brimming with excitement. Apart from the departed dragon matriarch, Guioer, this was Aegis's first encounter with a fellow kin with whom he could converse. The high priestess's status only intensified Aegis's admiration. Initially, Aegis had gathered everyone in Dragon City, but upon being noticed by Lansankus, she had deliberately unleashed her dragon power to capture his attention. After exchanging a few words with Aegis, Lansankus decided to accompany him to Nokron. She yearned for a closer encounter with the man who had proclaimed himself emperor atop that high platform. Lansankus bowed slightly, addressing Lin Fan. Esteemed Emperor, I am Lansankus. Lin Fan nodded and waved his hand toward the two beside him. You may return to your duties. I wish to converse privately with this high priestess. Melina acknowledged him with a nod and swiftly led the astonished Aegis away. As Lin Fan turned to walk down a narrow path, Lansankus closely followed. Watching the two from a distance, Aegis swallowed hard, nervously glancing at Melina. "Your Highness, you do not mind?" Melina smiled gently, assuring him that she did not. "That is a relief. However, with dusk approaching and only 2 days remaining, what shall we do if the celestial ladder remains unfinished?" Aegis's heart sank at her words. He hastily bowed to Melina and flew towards the entrance of Naklon. As he soared, he berated himself for his indiscretion in asking that question. Women's hearts are unfathomable, he mused. Gazing at the immense chasm, Aegis felt his thoughts racing against time. Beneath the starry sky, Lin Fan sat upon the grass, with Lansankus standing attentively at his back. After a prolonged silence, Lin Fan broke the stillness. "Speak, what is your purpose?" Just as Lansankus began to respond, Lin Fan interrupted. "Do not rush to deny anything. I am not as naive as Aegis." With that, he raised his hand slowly. A wave of tremendous power surged from Lin Fan, bearing down upon Lansankus. With a resounding force, Lansankus found herself half-kneeling, struggling to lift her head even with all her might. Moments later, Lin Fan reigned in his power, reverting to the seemingly harmless emperor. Rising, he regarded Lansankus, who was seated on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, with an expression of indifference. "High Priestess, how do you feel?" Lansankus offered no reply, merely panting heavily. "My army shall not cease. The entire world will bow before me. And your dragon clan has but 2 paths to choose from." With that, Lin Fan crouched down, lifting her chin with his hand, locking eyes with the flushed Lansankus, and spoke deliberately, "Submit to me, or be erased from this world." Chapter 76. The secrets of the Emperor's harem. Lin Fan had yet to devise a plan for Dee's brother, and could only keep him under control within the military for the time being. The tragic fates of the brothers were predestined in the original tale. Dee was a staunch supporter of the ancient Golden Law, determined to eradicate all enemies of its stability. To this end, he relentlessly hunted the Deathborn. The true reason behind Dee's demise surely stemmed from that fragment of the Death Mark. The battle mage, Roger, was a man of considerable intellect. After pledging loyalty to Faya, he dedicated himself to assisting her, aligning with the Deathborn. Lin Fan suspected that Dee's death was intricately linked to Roger. Meanwhile, within the Round Table Hall, Faya had vanished. Coincidentally, it was only after her disappearance that Sir Wisdom returned to the Round Table. He regarded the skirmish that had transpired with indifference, delegating Inxia to manage the aftermath. Returning to Naklon, a monumental undertaking commenced. As waves of artisans entered Nakron, a spiraling staircase was gradually constructed. Now, without the need for gravitational magic to sustain it, people could freely enter and exit Nakron. The once dilapidated Eternal City was slowly being restored, and this ancient subterranean city, long dormant, began to regain its former splendor. Under Lin Fan's directive, multiple zones were established in Nakron: a sightseeing area, a dining zone, an amusement section, and a children's area. The previous ticketing system was also reinstated, with adults required to pay a small rune for unlimited access, while children were admitted free of charge. Days later, upon the completion of the renovations, a small contingent remained to guard the site, and the main forces regrouped. Under Leah's magical cleansing, the army appeared as if it had just set forth, brimming with vitality and martial fervor. Lin Fan, riding Torret, issued his commands to the assembly. The army was split into 2 divisions, one led by Latine as the commander, with Old Jillian as the vice-commander, and the other under Davis's leadership, with Alexander as his deputy. They would sweep across the eastern and western lands of Lienia, advancing northward to the terminus of Lake Lienia. Subsequently, the 2 forces would converge into a single army. Utilizing the magical prowess of Real Acalia, they would establish a teleportation array on the Yadin Plateau, allowing the troops to ascend to the plateau, poised to lay siege to the royal city of Roddle. Long live the Emperor! Davis raised his massive axe, leading the rallying cries. Long life! Long life! Long life! Amidst the fervent shouts, the army set forth, marching towards Lake Lienia, towards the royal city of Roddle, towards the throne that symbolized the Elden King. Observing the departing forces, Lin Fan paid no heed to the brooding Agkis. Instead, he turned his horse towards the nearby Lansanks and inquired, "High Priestess, what do you think of my army?" When issuing his orders, Lin Fan had not shunned Lansanks. Rather, he allowed her to witness the proceedings in full. "Your Majesty's army is indeed unstoppable," Lansanks replied with a slight bow and a warm smile. She had just experienced the formidable strength of Lin Fan's forces. And what astonished her most was that the man once dubbed capable of shattering the stars had aligned himself with Lin Fan. She was uncertain of the methods Lin Fan employed to subdue Latine, but she comprehended that the Golden Dynasty was on the brink of collapse. Gazing at the relaxed youth ahead, Lansanx found herself in a prolonged stupor. Noticing her dazed expression, Lin Fan chuckled and remarked, "I must attend to certain personal matters. If you are interested, High Priestess, you are welcome to accompany me." With that, he reined in Torret and patted Agkis on the shoulder. Agkis pouted, appearing reluctant, yet leapt into the air. In an instant, a colossal shadow enveloped everyone. Lansanx, wishing to distance herself from this demon named Lin Fan, had no intention of following him. "I shall not interfere with your Majesty's personal matters." Lin Fan remained unfazed and, as he mounted Agkis, casually stated, "Old AI, let us pay a visit to Prince Gedwon and his deceased dragon." With a roar, Agkis responded, as if in agreement. In the next moment, Agkis soared into the sky, carrying Lin Fan away into the distance. Lansanx's pupils constricted, as if a realization struck her. She transformed into her true form and pursued them. At the entrance of Nokron, within the soldiers' encampment, as soon as Lin Fan departed, the women began to frolic. "Sister Leah, you are truly remarkable, able to heal so many at once." Roderick gazed at Leah with admiration. "You are quite impressive as well. My magic lacks the destructive power of your spirit companions," Leah replied, affectionately ruffling Roderick's hair. Receiving such praise, Roderick beamed with joy. This scene was observed by Reynalda, who stood nearby, contemplating. Indeed, the queen's abilities are formidable. During this time, she had learned much about the emperor, including the fact that Lin Fan had crowned Leah as queen and Melina as a consort. Such an arrangement would have been inconceivable in the past, as a king could only have one queen. Others were merely considered lovers, devoid of status. Akin to those who sold themselves, but with a touch of nobility, being merely a king. Lin Fan's new system, however, bestowed status upon all. As Reynalda observed Leah's every move, a dangerous thought arose within her. If the queen holds the highest position, why can't I aspire to be that queen? The once renowned Moonlit Queen seemed to have found a new ambition. With her prowess, how could she settle for being beneath another? She aimed to be the one at the pinnacle. Although she had not yet become Lin Fan's consort, she firmly believed that day would not be far off. "Sister Leah, where shall we go next?" His Majesty didn't say anything before he left. Roderick expressed with a hint of complaint, having anticipated a more sentimental farewell from Lin Fan. "Let us not blame His Majesty. He has many matters to attend to," Leah comforted Roderick, while pondering their next course of action. "Let us explore Nokron. We haven't had a proper look around yet," Melina interjected. After a moment, the women eagerly agreed to the idea. "I heard that Lord Agkis has already repaired many areas of Nokron. Let us set off," Roderick exclaimed, bouncing on her feet, and as they passed by Latina, she grabbed her hand. "Sister Latina, come play with us." Latina had always been somewhat timid in speech, and when Roderick suddenly pulled her, she resembled a startled little rabbit. However, under Roderick's deliberate encouragement, Latina soon broke into a joyful smile. Reyna, on the other hand, appeared indifferent and quickly blended in with the other women. Ultimately, Melina used a teleportation spell to bring back Elena. The six ladies sat together beneath the starry sky of the broken bridge, admiring the breathtaking artificial constellations. How exquisite! How could such a celestial display be created? The wisdom of ancient and rare beings is indeed formidable. "Sister, look over there. There's another city." Indeed, a painter, wearing a pair of silver-framed spectacles, stood at a distance, diligently sketching something on paper. Meanwhile, tourists behind the artist gazed in the direction he was pointing. "Isn't that the queen?" "What queen?" "That's the empress." Where? "Oh my, it truly is." No, I must paint the empress as well. This spot offers a perfect angle. You all mustn't contest it with me." "Youngster, your painting skills are commendable, yet they pale in comparison to mine. It would be unwise to challenge an elder. I cannot yield this prime location." More and more people began to notice Leah and her companions, gathering around them. They dared not approach closely, only observing from a distance, as the emperor's royal guards surrounded them. From this day forth, various artworks, such as the 6 concubines gazing at the stars and the moon surrounded by stars, began circulating from Nokron. Novels like The Emperor and His 6 Concubines' Tale, How to Balance a Mistress and a Wife, The Harmony Among the Emperor's Concubines, and Secrets of the Emperor's Harem also spread clandestinely, garnering greater favor among the lower classes than the artworks themselves. Who wouldn't wish to gossip about the lofty figures of society? Especially when one of them is none other than His Majesty, that paragon of perfection. Chapter 77. How annoying. As Lin Fan anticipated, Lansankus ultimately followed him. Regarding this dragon maiden from the original tale, Lin Fan felt indifferent, primarily driven by a desire to uncover the dragon faith behind her. One person, two dragons soared over the plea fortress, heading straight for the Tower of the Three Sisters. Upon landing, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. Soon after, a wave of blue and white flames burst forth from a pile of rubble, surging towards Lin Fan and his companions. In an instant, Aegis released a breath attack, countering the flames. As the massive debris melted away, Lin Fan glimpsed the dragon that had attacked them, none other than the obsequious dragon guarding Lanita, Adura. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Adura shrank back in fear. It was not only Lin Fan's formidable kingly aura that intimidated Adura, but also Lansankus, the ancient dragon towering behind him. What had he just done? Before Lin Fan could utter a word, Aegis charged forward. The black and white dragons clashed, with Aegis quickly gaining the upper hand, delivering blows to Adura. How dare you unleash your breath? You should know better. As Aegis spoke, he continued to pummel Adura, who was left dazed by the onslaught. Having never endured such humiliation, Adura contemplated the presence of Lansankus and chose to forego his struggle. Seeing that the battle had reached a satisfactory conclusion, Lin Fan instructed Aegis to spare Adura, for this dragon was merely performing his duty to guard his old friend, Lanita. Aegis retreated, joining Lansankus, who had just transformed back into his humanoid form. Under Adura's astonished gaze, Lin Fan conveyed his intentions. Understanding Lin Fan's identity, Adura begrudgingly stepped aside to allow entry to the Tower of Lanita. Lin Fan hurried inside, signaling for Aegis to wait outside. As soon as he entered, Adura, who had intended to rest and recuperate, felt a shadow loom over him. Are you back again? Well, what else would I do? With that, Aegis raised his dragon claw once more. The anguished cries of the dragon echoed again, while Lansankus observed Aegis, now wielding the power of an ancient dragon. With a furrowed brow, inside the Tower of Lanita, Lin Fan followed his memory step by step to the elevator. As it ascended slowly, he beheld the sorceress, Lanita. However, she appeared vastly different from Lin Fan's recollections. The white sorceress's hat lay discarded, as Lanita lounged atop a pile of thick tomes, rolling about languidly. How troublesome. How can I persuade that person to fetch me that dagger? Suddenly, Lanita halted, and Lin Fan thought she might have sensed his presence. The next moment, he realized he had misjudged the situation. Lanita reclined, her eyes half closed, murmuring, "He looks decent enough, strong and young. Perhaps I could have him as my king?" After pondering for a moment, Lanita resumed her rolling. But alas, he wields power and influence, and already has a wife. It would be hard to deceive him. So bothersome. Just then, Adura's wailing echoed from outside the tower, clearer than before. "Adura, what on earth are you shouting about?" Lanita exclaimed, sitting up in a fit of anger. Then, she spotted the very person she had been longing for, standing before her with a bewildered expression. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as if the world had been paused. Thud. Lanita lay back down, gazing at the ceiling, muttering to herself, "Have I lost my mind? I must be overthinking things lately." After saying that, she cast a minor restoration spell, closing her eyes for a brief moment before sitting up again. After a moment of contemplation, she was utterly convinced that she was not hallucinating. This was indeed real. Lin Fan was still there, albeit now seated atop a pile of books. Gazing at the composed Lonnie, Lin Fan tentatively spoke. "You need not continue," Lonnie interjected, extending her hand to interrupt Lin Fan's words. He could distinctly observe a rapid flush spreading across her pale blue cheeks. Covering her face with both hands and bowing her head, Lonnie paused for a moment before donning the magical hat beside her, revealing once again the cool demeanor of the sorceress. "Fated one, what brings you to my presence?" Her voice was devoid of emotion. The childlike visage she had just displayed vanished without a trace. Lin Fan refrained from elaborating further and merely produced the finger of death knife. "What do you mean by this?" Lonnie maintained her facade of calm, yet Lin Fan could discern an unmistakable thrill in her tone. "You should be familiar with this knife. I am uncertain of its origins, thus I sought your insight." Upon hearing this, Lonnie recounted the knife's purpose and its story, mentioning various entities including the emissaries of the Supreme Will, which captivated Lin Fan's attention. This world was far more intricate than he had previously imagined, including this blade imbued with deathly energy. From Lonnie's narration, Lin Fan learned that theoretically, this knife could even harm the Supreme Will. However, that remained a theoretical notion, as few had encountered the Supreme Will in this realm. After concluding her tale, Lonnie expressed her need for the knife, to which Lin Fan obliged and handed it over, stating that he was searching for the death curse mark. The mark you seek is not here. I killed and discarded the body it is inscribed upon. Lin Fan inquired about the location of that body, but Lonnie did not respond, simply handing him the inverted statue. This item is yours. I thank you for the treasure you have brought. It is quite peculiar. But I am certain that such a unique gift will be cherished by one as extraordinary as yourself. Unlike the original narrative, Lonnie did not extend an invitation to Lin Fan, likely understanding that his status and power were beyond her capacity to recruit. This reunion is indeed a twist of fate. I owe my gratitude to Torrit. With that, Lin Fan's summoning ring flickered symbolically, seemingly in response to Lonnie. Thank you, Lin Fan. At this moment, I too must embark on my journey, treading the path that leads deeper into darkness. Lonnie issued her farewell, and after expressing his gratitude, Lin Fan departed via the lift from her chamber. As he sensed Lin Fan's presence fade from the magical tower, Lonnie sighed, casting aside her magical hat and reclining once more. What an impudent person, how embarrassing. Though I have acquired the finger of death, it is quite vexing. With that, Lonnie began to roll amidst the pile of books. Momentarily, she sat up, gazing out the window at the silhouette of a figure atop a dragon. A faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 78. Let Father suppress this youngster's ambitions within the plea study. Lin Fan presented the inverted statue to Aegis. Immediately, Aegis placed the statue upon its pedestal, awaiting the study's inversion. After a prolonged silence, the two pondered the issue, stroking their chins. Could it be that we overlooked some mechanism? Recalling the stories Lin Fan had once shared, Aegis began to scour the area around the pedestal. Lin Fan, fixated on the statue, ruminated on the narrative from his previous life. Yet, no matter how he contemplated, he could not identify any omissions. At that moment, Ransang stepped forward, seizing the inverted statue. Hey, High Priestess, please don't touch that, Aegis exclaimed, reaching for the statue in Ranz's grasp. Ignoring Aegis, Ranz turned the statue upside down and returned it to its original position. What is the significance of turning it upside down? Boom, clank, clank. Before Aegis could finish, the sound of machinery whirring to life resonated throughout the plea study, and the entire interior was inverted. Aegis swallowed hard and gave Ranz a thumbs up. Truly impressive, High Priestess. Ranz turned to Lin Fan. Your Majesty, please. Lin Fan nodded and stepped into the study. With Aegis clearing the way, Lin Fan effortlessly reached the summit of the Tower of Divine Bestowal. Approaching the charred corpse that Lonnie had referred to as abandoned, Lin Fan slowly advanced, discovering the death curse mark and a pendant upon the scorched remains. The diamond-shaped pendant was engraved with the image of a young girl gazing up at the celestial stars, seemingly in search of something. True to its name, the legend of the star-gazing maiden, the girl longingly observed the stars, yearning to uncover the power of salvation, ultimately grasping the laws of the constellations. Yet, whether it be the laws of the stars, the curse of madness, or the world of the deadborn, Lin Fan perceived all these elements as flawed, incapable of rescuing this desolate world. He had once been merely a spectator, devoid of the power to decide, only destined to choose. Now, however, Lin Fan was determined to uncover the most perfect law and discover the true method to save this world. As Lin Fan and his companions prepared to return, a man clad in the robes of a battle mage entered the plea study. Upon seeing the inverted statue upon the pedestal, the man's breath quickened. In the next moment, he seemed to realize something and slowly retreated from the plea study. Reclaiming the inverted statue restored the plea study to its original form, concealing the path to the Tower of Divine Bestowal once more. Lin Fan mounted Aegis and soared towards Nokranen. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, he harbored a persistent sensation of being observed from the shadows. Glancing back, he discerned no one but a solitary structure below. A chilling figure, having merely cast a glance, nearly revealed his presence. From behind a grand tree, accompanied by a surge of magical energy, a man clad in a robe emerged. Removing his oversized brown mage's hat, he unveiled his identity, Roger, who had recently appeared in Stoneville. Fatigue overwhelms me. I cannot succumb to slumber so soon, for numerous tasks remain unfinished. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Roger produced a magical scroll. Moments later, he galloped on a white steed, pursuing the direction Lin Fan had taken. In the golden royal city of Roddle, the armored Gyufuli wielded his colossal axe with grandiose flourishes, reflecting his very essence. Nearby, Monk felt the urgency of information conveyed through his doppelganger, his fists clenched in fury, appearing to be on the brink of rage. What troubles you, Mont? What has transpired? Gyufuli, drenched in sweat, set his axe aside, gazing at the enraged Mont with a puzzled expression. Father, Monk relayed the news of Lin Fan's forces preparing to establish a magical array, directly threatening Roddle. To Mont's astonishment, his father's fury did not manifest. Instead, Gyufuli placed a reassuring hand on Mont's shoulder, seemingly indifferent. Haha, this little rascal possesses quite the audacity. Father, the forces of this rebellious scoundrel grow increasingly formidable. Without a thunderous suppression, they may endanger the dynasty. Upon hearing Mont's words, Gyufuli sighed, guiding his second son to a nearby platform. Do you believe such a dynasty still holds any significance? He gestured to the desolate rottle beneath them, littered with dust and fallen leaves, the buildings in ruin, resembling a ghost town. Father, Mont faltered, gazing at his father, perplexed by how the once ambitious man had devolved into this. Had the father he once knew been present, he would have furiously wielded his axe, annihilating Lin Fan's army, then rallying the royal forces to vanquish Lin Fan's remnants and reclaim the throne. Though filled with questions, Mont dared not voice them. Guarding the dynasty is a task for me, the former king. While you are my son, do not burden yourself with such duties. Your journey ahead is long. Father, I do not comprehend. Before returning to Rottle, I traversed the towns under Lin Fan's rule. The scenes were reminiscent of a bygone era. Yet, upon my return to Rottle, the painful reality pierced my heart. Gyufuli's expression grew grave, revealing his inner turmoil for the first time before his son. The once resilient man, having endured countless upheavals, shed his prickly exterior. Of late, I have repeatedly questioned whether Lin Fan ascending to kingship was indeed the more prudent choice. As he spoke, Gyufuli's gaze drifted into the distance, reminiscing about his encounters with the young man. Unable to contain himself any longer and risking defiance against his father, Mont exclaimed, I cannot fathom why you have changed so, father. I know that the former king would not succumb to despair or evade his responsibilities. He would surely regroup and restore the glorious Golden Dynasty. For I have lost far too much, Mont. This declaration silenced Mont, whose eyes brimmed with fury. My current aspirations lie with you and that unfilial wretch Mont. If we speak of goals, Gyufuli turned, fixing his gaze on the towering golden tree behind him. The answer was unmistakable. Stay within the royal city. I shall quell this young man's ambitions. With that, Gyufuli donned his armor, seizing his colossal axe, and strode toward the city gates. Upon his back clung a pure white lion, a symbol of kingship. Chapter 79. The superheroic descent at the depths of the stronghold. Several knights convened, seemingly deliberating a matter of urgency. What should we do now? The death curse remains shrouded in mystery. In my view, we should not have severed ties with Emperor Lin Fan. Indeed, that emperor currently rises in prominence. It is said he is nearing the golden royal city of Rottle. With the emperor's strength, our search for the death curse would be significantly eased. What do you imply? Are you questioning Miss Faya? We have gathered today to discuss strategies, not to engage in disputes. Seated upon a stone bench, Faya cast a cold glare at the ill-mannered heroes, the image of a certain figure resurfacing in her mind. Of course I am willing. I would love to recount 1001 nights. Upon their first encounter, the bashful boy, like many before him, sought to gain an advantage. I shall become the king of Elden, the youth proclaimed boldly from his bed, revealing his grand aspirations. Recalling Lin Fan's eagerness to remove his armor upon their first meeting, Faya couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Nearby, Ryanul, engaged in calming the crowd, noticed Faya's demeanor and furrowed his brow. Anyone could see that the path ahead for the death cult was fraught with darkness. How could this lady still find amusement? Reflecting on the emperor, Ryanul recalled the battle alongside him in Red Lion City. At that moment, the youthful figure, akin to a deity, had felled Ratarn, a memory etched in Ryanul's mind eternally. Lost in thought, Ryanul spotted unfamiliar figures approaching from the entrance. Who are you? With Ryanul's furious shout, the squabbling knights ceased their disputes, turning to face the entrance. A few figures slowly entered through the entrance, precisely those who had just descended into the depths of the route from Naklon. Upon seeing the gathering before him, Aegis suddenly recalled Lin Fan's earlier remarks about making a grand entrance. He believed that if one exuded enough presence, no matter how numerous the opposition, they would inevitably be daunted. With this thought, Aegis leaped high into the air, executing a superhero-like landing. However, as he landed, a cough escaped his lips. Ugh. This is choking me. A hero wielding a massive hammer, prepared to confront Aegis's attack, suddenly found himself at a loss upon witnessing Aegis's disheveled appearance. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Lin Fan dashed forward, approaching the distant figure of Faya with remarkable speed. This is surely something you desire, isn't it? I have brought it to you, Lin Fan proclaimed, retrieving the death mark as he made his way toward Faya. Is that the death mark? Who are you? And how did you come to possess it? The heroes gazed at the death mark in Lin Fan's hand, their eyes filled with longing, yet none dared to seize it. The tales of Lin Fan's exploits across the continent were enough to shake the very fabric of their world. His name, like the shadow of a mighty tree, commanded respect, and none were willing to test his strength. Hearing that familiar voice and witnessing that familiar face, Faya clenched her fists tightly. Just moments ago, she had been reminiscing about her first encounter with Lin Fan, yet now she wished fervently that the man standing at a distance was not him. She could not comprehend why, despite severing all ties with Lin Fan, he still managed to find her. At the moment of her departure from the Round Table, she had wished for the death mark to vanish forever. She wanted to continue her existence as a Deathborn, maintaining the current state of affairs indefinitely. However, such naive desires would ultimately be shattered by reality, regardless of her wishes. Lin Fan's pursuit of the secrets surrounding the Death Prince could not be divorced from Faya's role in it. "Your Majesty, what is your intention?" Laniel inquired, bowing slightly as Lin Fan approached, gripping his weapon with a wary expression. "Only good intentions," Lin Fan replied, swiftly appearing before Faya. As Laniel attempted to pivot to protect her, several arrows suddenly appeared, restricting his movements. These arrows, imbued with the power of the Golden Law, threatened instant death at the slightest movement. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Laniel relinquished his weapon, surrendering without resistance. The Deathborn, by definition, are those birthed through death. They are categorized into two types, one possessing a soul capable of movement, and the other devoid of a soul, rendered lifeless. Laniel and the other heroes were of the former type, while the massive tree, Gedwon, belonged to the latter. Deathborn with souls are not invulnerable. Should they be attacked by their nemesis, the Golden Law's power, their souls will completely dissipate, vanishing from existence and precluding any possibility of rebirth. This was precisely why Laniel chose to abandon his struggle, for these arrows were aimed directly at the soul. Upon witnessing Laniel's defeat, the other heroes brandished their weapons and charged toward Lin Fan. A thunderous roar reverberated through the depths of the root as a colossal white dragon regarded the swarm of ants before it, slightly parting its jaws. A fiery red energy began to coalesce within its maw, seemingly poised to unleash its fury. The oppressive aura emanating from the dragon halted the heroes in their tracks. Aegis positioned himself between Lin Fan and the charging heroes, embodying the might of a dragon. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of grandeur, reaching the pinnacle of his existence. Throughout the ordeal, Lance remained silent, standing resolutely beside Aegis. In the depths of the root, she sensed a familiar presence, albeit faint. One she knew all too well. That subtle aura belonged to her brother, Valsankis. The memory of her brother bidding her farewell with a resolute expression flooded her with mixed emotions. "Your Majesty, what brings you here today? What do you intend for us Deathborn?" Faya's words carried an air of distance, yet Lin Fan paid it no mind. "There is but one question that perplexes me, and I wish to ask you," he stated, settling beside Faya. "Sir Laniel, could you step back a bit?" Laniel swallowed hard, gesturing toward the golden arrow poised at his throat. Upon receiving a nod from Lin Fan, he cautiously retreated toward the group under Aegis's control. The onlookers remained oblivious to the exchange between the Emperor and Miss Faya, only witnessing her collapse into the young Emperor's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, a figure clad in monk's robes emerged from the stone sarcophagus within the depths of the root. "At last, I have found my way here. Oh, Golden Prince of the Empire, I am on the verge of entering your dreams." After an exchange of words, Lin Fan handed the other half of the death mark, belonging to Lani, to Faya, sitting quietly beside her, awaiting her decision. Seated upon the stone chair, Faya glanced at the two halves of the death mark, a wave of sorrow washing over her. The Deathborn were scorned by society, treated like vermin and despised by all. What of me? How similar are our fates? And how tragic they are. The existence of the Deathborn race should never have come to be. Have you considered what this world would become without the normalcy of death? I merely wish for them to be acknowledged by the world. Reflect on those days in Stonevale, the laughter of children, the contentment of the populace. The deceased are but a minuscule fragment of this world, and your thoughts could lead it into the abyss. You express sympathy for the dead. Why not extend that compassion to the ordinary people? Am I not also a negligible part of this existence? Recalling Lin Fan's recent words, Faya bit her lip, resolutely making up her mind. She would no longer seek to amend the law to render death a righteous act. Instead, she aimed to mend Lin, allowing the Golden Prince to attain true death. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." In the distance, a plump figure staggered towards Lin Fan. Aegis, upon noticing, bellowed at the approaching individual, signaling for him to remain still. The man, observing the dragon's warning, halted, yet continued to rise on his toes, waving at Lin Fan. "Your Majesty." It is I, the humble monk, Rico, who introduced you to the exquisite liquor. Lin Fan then recalled the enigmatic monk who had visited him months prior. At that time, he had yet to ascend to the throne. Why, then, did this man appear here at such a fortuitous moment, arriving just as Faya was about to restore Lun? Lin Fan regarded Rico with caution and gestured for Aegis to allow him to approach. Rico bowed to Lin Fan and nodded to Aegis, confirming his safety before swiftly making his way past the dragon. Your Majesty, I have finally caught up to you. Rico approached Lin Fan with a beaming smile, subsequently bowing to Faya at his side. Upon noticing the fragmented death mark in Faya's hand, Rico seemed to grasp the situation. To him, this emperor appeared too youthful, ultimately succumbing to a woman's influence. Master Rico, what brings you here? I am unworthy of such a grand title, Your Majesty. I am merely a humble monk. Lin Fan gazed at the affable Rico, not naive enough to truly believe this monk was ordinary. I wonder if Your Majesty remembers the Torina crystal ball I mentioned before. He recalled the crystalline sphere Rico had presented during their first meeting. At that time, Rico had requested him to gather some mist, an endeavor Lin Fan had completely forgotten as he prepared to journey to Red Lion City. Of course I remember. Your Majesty has been exceedingly busy and has not sent anyone to seek me. Thus, I took the liberty of gathering the mist myself to find you. Might you lend me the Torina crystal ball for a moment? Lin Fan rummaged through his backpack and, to Rico's astonishment, conjured the Torina crystal ball from thin air. What is it? Oh, nothing. I am merely astonished by Your Majesty's remarkable abilities. Rico quickly took the crystal ball from Lin Fan and retrieved a glass vial from his waist. Removing the cork, a plume of gray mist erupted from the bottle. In the next moment, the crystal ball emitted a faint white glow, as if the mist had found its purpose, surging into the sphere. As the white light faded, the crystal ball gradually became murky, losing its crystalline clarity. Master, what is this? The Torina crystal possesses the power to usher one into dreams. I believe this is precisely the power Your Majesty requires at this moment. With that, Rico returned the mist-infused crystal ball to Lin Fan and stepped aside. Lin Fan frowned slightly. He felt engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything. He had just been pondering how to enter the dream realm to meet the deceased prince and his dragon when Rico suddenly appeared before him, revealing the method to enter dreams. Could such serendipitous events truly occur? Faya nodded at Lin Fan, subsequently placing the two fragmented death marks against her chest and closing her eyes. As time passed, the marks visibly began to mend. Glancing at the slumbering Faya, Lin Fan held the crystal ball before her. Channeling its power, a swirl of mist erupted from the crystal ball, enveloping both Lin Fan and Rico. Just as they prepared to enter Faya's dream, Lancelot rushed to Lin Fan's side. In the next moment, three souls followed the crystal ball's guidance into another realm. The air was thick with death, the ground overrun with cursed black thorns, all beneath a dark red moon. This world appeared utterly devoid of life. A tremendous roar echoed from afar, a colossal shadow swiftly casting itself over the trio. Lancelot gazed at the familiar form before him, tears welling in his eyes. The imposing shadow was none other than his brother, Valsancus, the man who had willingly transformed into a death dragon to battle death in order to save Gedwin. At that moment, Valsancus was nearly consumed by death, its power far exceeding his expectations. Through prolonged struggle, death's force had only grown stronger, while Valsancus had grown weaker. Lancelot transformed into his true form, intending to approach, only to be struck down by several bolts of dark red dragon lightning. Brother, it's me. Rising once more, Lancelot was swept aside by another powerful tail swipe. Observing his brother, now shrouded in death's essence, Lancelot understood that the kind and gentle sibling he once knew was no longer present. Memories of their time together flooded Lancelot's mind. Brother, is Prince Gedwin truly as formidable as you claimed? Indeed, he is the epitome of a king. Then I must become as powerful as you. I, too, wish to assist the perfect king. Just focus on your duties as high priest and refrain from wandering about. That alone brings me joy. Are you belittling me? How could I? You are the pride of your brother. A thunderous roar echoed as bolts of dragon lightning streaked through the sky, and the undead dragon summoned its power. A robust crimson lightning spear gradually forming in its grasp. Your Majesty, will you not lend a hand to that young girl? Rico gazed at the battered Lansancus, covered in wounds from a relentless assault, and turned her gaze toward Lin Fan. Well, upon hearing Lin Fan's response, Rico sighed, her eyes resting on the spear held by the undead dragon as she silently clasped her hands together, seemingly already mourning for Lance. Roar, brother. With blood covering his body, Lansancus suddenly surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the undead dragon's face, sending it hurtling away and causing the stormy clouds to dissipate. Roar! Brother, I have grown. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted as multiple white storms erupted from the ground, ensnaring the undead dragon tightly in their midst. Lance raised his right claw, a dragon blade materializing in his hand, and charged toward the undead dragon trapped within the tempest. The undead dragon seemed to sense the impending danger and struggled furiously, yet the more it fought, the stronger the surrounding storms became. In a mere heartbeat, a massive wound appeared on the undead dragon's chest, eliciting a pained howl. Clutching the lightning tightly, Lance gazed at the faltering undead dragon within the storm, yet found himself unable to strike the final blow. Soon, the death energy of this world began to converge toward the undead dragon. In this dream woven from death, unless the undead dragon was utterly vanquished in one decisive strike, it could utilize the death energy to mend its body. Lance understood he could no longer afford to wait. But the reality was that this was his brother, his most beloved sibling. The undead dragon slowly raised its head, eyeing Lance, who was shielded by dragon lightning above. Sister. It is I. Lance stared in disbelief at the shadowy figure within the storm. It was indeed the voice of his brother. Naively, Lance believed his brother had escaped death. In the moment of hesitation, the undead dragon broke free from the storm's grasp, the influx of death energy instantly restoring its form. Realizing the peril, Lance unleashed the dragon lightning, but the undead dragon absorbed the strikes, unharmed. The overwhelming death energy amplified the undead dragon's strength to unprecedented levels. Upon hearing Lin Fan recount the relationship between the undead dragon and Lance, Rico could only feel the capriciousness of fate. Amitba. Lin Fan observed the newly reversed situation, pondering. What kind of moves are these two exhibiting? I have never witnessed such techniques in my past gaming experiences. Am I playing a pirated version? Chapter 81. Then tell me, what is the story behind Vic? Lance's power was gradually being suppressed by the undead dragon. Lin Fan drew the sword of night and fire, instantly appearing before the undead dragon. Gripping the sword tightly, a tempest surged around the blade, manifesting into a colossal storm, sword 100 meters long. With a mighty swing, he struck the undead dragon's death energy shell, carving a gash into it, but it quickly mended itself with the replenishing death energy. Let us see whether your repairs are faster than my strikes. The storm sword grew increasingly formidable as Lin Fan frantically swung it, cleaving at the undead dragon. The speed of Lin Fan's attacks rendered the scene almost grotesque. From afar, Lansankus, who had descended from the sky, watched Lin Fan overpowering the undead dragon and swallowed hard. Amitba. Rico glanced at the undead dragon whose limbs were buried in the earth by Lin Fan's strikes, then turned to walk away. Roar. The undead dragon glared at Lin Fan, roaring in defiance. With more and more gaps appearing, the death energy was unable to keep pace with the repairs, being systematically dismantled by Lin Fan's relentless assault. Sensing the opportune moment, Lin Fan withdrew the storm, and the undead dragon ceased its efforts to restore its wounds. The two adversaries locked eyes, each preparing for their final strike. The undead dragon soared into the sky, diving into a mass of thunderclouds, harnessing the tempestuous dragon lightning, and charged down toward Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan's soul state resonated ever more clearly with the spirit within his sword. With a single swing, a golden dragon erupted from the blade, colliding with another dragon in a titanic clash. A colossal wave of energy swept across the realm, a blinding white light engulfing everything. When Lin Fan reopened his eyes, the world around him had transformed once more. This realm was the antithesis of the previous one, brimming with vitality, adorned with vibrant flowers, and populated by various ethereal birds flitting about. Lin Fan approached and helped the injured Lansankus to her feet. She had been forcibly reverted to her human form due to the influence of the Fey dream. This must be the world within a dream. Rico marveled at her surroundings, exhilaration radiating from her. Lance, how did you end up here? As Lin Fan began to heal Lance's wounds, two figures emerged behind them. Lance turned to face one of them, and as she recognized the face, she instinctively prepared to attack, recalling her previous battle with the undead dragon, and aimed a kick. The man deftly stepped back to evade the blow, a look of confusion crossing his features as he gazed at Lance. Sister, what is wrong with you? Damn it. You dare impersonate my brother. Enraged, Lance prepared to strike again, only to be halted by Lin Fan, who gave her a firm tap on the head. The man opposite them, witnessing this exchange, clenched his fists and charged at Lin Fan. Lin Fan merely sidestepped, delivering a knee strike that sent the man sprawling to the ground. Is this how all members of the Sankus clan behave? Lance, cradling her head, glanced at the man now at Lin Fan's feet, tentatively calling out, "Brother? It is I." The poignant reunion of siblings was a spectacle Lin Fan had little interest in observing. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the man behind Forsankis, the prince of the Golden Empire, Gedwin. Ignoring Forsankis, Lin Fan strode toward the smiling Gedwin. Just as he had taken a few steps, Forsankis clung tightly to his legs. "I will not allow you to harm His Highness." With a stern expression, Lin Fan delivered a swift kick to Forsankis. It's fine." Gadwin gazed at Lin Fan, gesturing invitingly, while Volsanks released Lin Fan's legs. "You truly have arrived, the prophesied one, Golden Gadwin." Indeed. The two walked side by side through the endless sea of flowers, exchanging words as if they were longtime friends. Observing Lin Fan's apparent familiarity with Gadwin, Volsanks furrowed his brow and inquired of his sister. "Lance, sister, who is that person?" Lance relayed the rumors surrounding Lin Fan and his deeds to Volsanks. "This is utterly outrageous. How could you associate with such a traitor? He is an enemy of our Golden Empire." As Volsanks expressed his indignation, Lance recounted all that had transpired in the outside world, the decline of the Golden Empire, the suffering of the people, the lurking crises, and the path towards annihilation. The more Lance spoke, the tighter Volsanks clenched his fists. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. And with a relieved smile, he reached out to tousle Lance's hair. "Not bad, my high priest. You carry your role quite well." "Of course. Now tell me about this Vic." Hiwata. That is the frenzy flame, the most malevolent force. He dares to unleash the frenzy flame upon the world again. Do you realize how dangerous that is?" What do you mean, Is this how you conduct yourself as a high priest? You don't even choose a decent ally. What poor judgment. What do you see in him?" Lance surrendered to her brother's reprimands, bowing her head and accepting his chastisement. Years had passed. Yet once again she found herself in the position of being scolded, but she felt no resentment. Rather, she was filled with joy. She longed for her brother to be by her side as he once was, even if it meant enduring his daily admonitions. "I know you have become the Elden King." "Though Gadwin noticed Lin Fan's bewildered expression and frowned slightly, realizing his misstep. "Have you not yet repaired the Elden Ring?" What I meant to say is, you will eventually become the Elden King. When that time comes, should your power be sufficiently formidable, I believe you may venture into the tree's interior." The tree's interior, which Lin Fan recognized as the Elden Beast, held no secrets for him. "What lies within? I am uncertain. It is a being of immense power. I once attempted to touch it, yearning to glimpse the creature inside, but was sternly reprimanded by my mother. If I am not mistaken, the being within is exceedingly greedy, consuming the very essence of the entire lands between." Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully, surprised to learn that Gadwin had already brushed against this truth. "You are the one foretold in Miquella's dream. Miquella shared with me the visions he had long ago, and since then, I have held myself to a strict standard, acquiring various knowledge and abilities in an attempt to attain perfection and avert future calamities, yet everything still unfolded as it did." Gazing at the self-reproaching Gadwin, Lin Fan's mind swirled with increasing questions, as if his arrival had been preordained. Unbeknownst to Gadwin, it was precisely his excessive perfection that had instilled fear in the greater will, leading to everything that transpired later. Gadwin seemed poised to say more when the world around them began to crumble. "It appears the time has come. I can finally embrace death. Future Elden King, you must save this world." Gadwin looked at his soon-to-disperse soul and smiled with a sense of liberation, then bowed to Lin Fan before vanishing from this realm. "Sister, this emperor is quite remarkable. My judgment has not faltered." "Wait, brother, are you leaving?" Volsanks, once beaming, now recognized that his form was gradually dissipating. "Indeed, I can finally escape this endless struggle with death and live well. My sister, you will always be the pride of your brother." Lance clung tightly to her brother, attempting to retain him in this way, but soon, his body began to vanish. Volsanks smiled. He felt his life had not been in vain. For choosing to follow that perfect man was the most regretless decision he ever made. In the distance, Rico, collecting something in a glass vial, wore a puzzled expression. "How strange, there is not a trace of Lord Miquella here." Chapter 82. You remain the champion in my heart as the dream world shattered. Lin Fan and the others returned to reality. Shortly thereafter, Fia awakened. She sensed she had traversed a long dream, in which a colossal evil dragon commanded thunder and storms, presenting a terrifying scene. Suddenly, Lin Fan appeared like a hero, wielding a sword to slay the dragon, and the sky brightened once more. Then, she beheld the prince of the Golden Empire, his visage flawless and exuding an indescribable grace with every gesture. "We must save this world." Gadwin's words echoed in Fia's ears. Ultimately, FIA restored the Rune of Death, while Godwyn achieved true death. The many heroes controlled by the god of death gradually turned transparent at this moment. The heroes, filled with despair or rage, nevertheless felt a long-awaited sense of relief. They were finally liberated. Is eternal life not a curse? As old friends departed, the world shifted and changed. That profound loneliness is the most oppressive and despairing of all. FIA opened her eyes and witnessed the heroes she had once served fading away one by one. Rising to hand the restored Rune of Death to Lin Fan, she walked resolutely towards Rainiel. At that moment, Rainiel understood FIA's choice. He smiled with satisfaction. This child he had always regarded as a daughter had made the right decision. Are you leaving, my child? Yes. With that, FIA embraced Rainiel tightly, as if bidding a final farewell. Live well, my child, your choices are indeed just. With these words, Rainiel dissipated into the ether alongside a host of heroes. FIA gazed at the myriad blue lights in the sky, reminiscing about times long past. From the moment she was awakened and bestowed with blessings, to her banishment from her homeland, she found herself in the Round Table Hall of the Borderlands. At that time, the Ring of Law had yet to shatter, and the Order of Death remained intact. Upon arriving at the Round Table, FIA continued to fulfill the duties of the Sleepless Maiden, having been trained from a young age for this singular purpose. As the heroes took respite at the Round Table, they entered FIA's chamber and, upon witnessing her beauty, succumbed to her allure. While tending to the heroes, FIA drew upon their life force, and thus, the name of the Sleepless Maiden, FIA, spread among the people. Consequently, she became the target of disdain from the inhabitants of the Borderlands, who deemed her a wretched harlot, a seductive demon who lured heroes to siphon their essence. In truth, it was the so-called heroes who sought FIA, craving a single night of passion. Even knowing that she would drain their essence in the throes of intimacy, the heroes remained undeterred. An unspoken accord emerged between them. They would offer their essence, and she would provide her services. Due to the ideologies instilled in her during childhood, FIA believed her actions to be profoundly sacred. Her exceptional skills ensnared the heroes, leaving them entranced. However, one fateful encounter brought her only rejection. Rainiel imparted upon FIA the correct understanding of her situation and occasionally warded off the heroes seeking her company. In FIA's perception, Rainiel was akin to a father figure. Eventually, the Ring of Law shattered, the Order of Death was disrupted, and the undead were born. Upon learning of their plight, FIA resolved to use her powers to earn the recognition of the world for the undead. She proclaimed herself the mother of the undead and clandestinely met the true form of the Death Prince. At that moment, she believed that by sharing her bed with the Death Prince, she could save him through her own strength. Yet, she was mistaken. Instead, a peculiar bond formed between them, revealing the Death Prince's profound resentment and helplessness. Subsequently, FIA took a fragment of the Death Curse from the Death Prince and the corrupting dagger. Thereafter, she shared her power with many fallen heroes, awakening them to strengthen the ranks of the undead. Gerald, a remarkably gifted mage, upon hearing of the undead, deemed them innocent of any heinous acts and wondered why they could not be accepted by the world. Thus, he voluntarily joined the undead, eager to delve into their mysteries. In a fierce battle, Rainiel suffered grave injuries and, dragging his wounded body, came to bid FIA a final farewell. Unable to bear the thought of her father departing, FIA chose to share her rest with him after his death. Upon his revival, Rainiel's emotions were complex, yet ultimately, for FIA's sake, he joined the ranks of the undead. The faction of the undead grew ever stronger, and everything seemed to progress toward a brighter future. Until that fateful day when a young boy clad in plain knight's armor pushed open FIA's door. With no flowery words, only the most sincere of intentions. He spoke with utmost innocence and lofty aspirations. Perhaps, within this world, love at first sight truly exists. Their brief encounters left an indelible mark in FIA's heart. That boy ascended to the throne, becoming an entity that FIA would need to look up to. His perspective shifted, and his actions began to align with those befitting a king. The heroes unanimously agreed that they could leverage this boy to acquire the death mark they had sought for years. Without a second thought, FIA declined their proposal. As FIA and the heroes engaged in a deep discussion, a man named D forcefully entered her chamber. D rummaged through FIA's room and ultimately discovered the corrupting dagger. Confirming his suspicions, he gazed at the dagger with rage. FIA returned to the round table, only to be dragged into a room by D. When D revealed the dagger, FIA understood everything and prepared for D's imminent attack. Rather than panic, she awaited D's release of power, and in the next moment, he was struck down by the curse residing upon the dagger. Realizing she had no path of retreat, Fia reclaimed the dagger and fled to her quarters. From beneath her pillow, she retrieved the diamond pendant gifted to her by the boy. Just as she was about to depart, the boy pushed open the door. Regaining her composure, Fia bid farewell to Lin Fan. You are right, death cannot be chosen. I too must venture into the unknown future. As Fia departed, Lin Fan watched her retreating figure, filled with a profound sense of loss, extending his hand, yet ultimately refraining from holding her back. The farther Fia walked, the more Lin Fan silently observed her silhouette. It seemed that their paths were destined to diverge. Just as Fia was on the verge of vanishing from Lin Fan's sight, she turned around, cupping her hands to her mouth to shout, "Brave one! You must become the Elden King. You must save this world." Lin Fan smiled and waved to Fia as their worlds separated at that moment. Beneath a stone wall in Nokron, Roger gazed at his body entangled in thorns, offering a resigned smile. Ultimately, he too would succumb to slumber, uncertain of how Miss Fi fared. The thorns crept steadily up his neck, enveloping him entirely. The night sky is truly beautiful. Chapter 83, The Hoofed Whirlwind Kick. Lin Fan retracted the death rune, adhering to the principle of leaving no thread unexamined wherever he went. After sending Aegis and the others back, he mounted Torret and swept through the depths of the route, collecting an array of items including the vacuum slash, Elden Meteor, and the Dead Prince's staff. Upon returning to the entrance of the route, Torret rolled his eyes, displaying a face full of reluctance. Old Torret, what have I done to provoke you? Looking at Lin Fan's innocent expression, Torret's demeanor turned serious. He then showcased his nimble hooves, sketching an irregular figure with wings in the dirt, with a person atop it, followed by a ring and a cow. Lin Fan pondered deeply about the meaning behind Torret's drawing. Are you implying that you wish to fly? Torret carelessly defaced his own artwork, drawing again for quite some time. This time, Lin Fan noticed that the cow-like figure, representing Torret, had numerous little hearts on its face. After a moment of silence, Lin Fan's mouth fell agape, astonished as he looked at Torret. You actually have a fondness for this. Torret tilted his head, gazing at Lin Fan with confusion. You actually like Aegis? Lin Fan exclaimed, causing Torret's eyes to widen in surprise. The small cow-like creature was filled with great perplexity. Torret hastily destroyed his drawing once more and started anew. Stop. All right, enough. Lin Fan interrupted Torret's actions. As there were many matters awaiting his attention, he could not continue to indulge in this playful interaction. Torret paused, noticing Lin Fan's serious expression. Just as Torret believed Lin Fan understood his intentions, Lin Fan declared, Old Torret, though I am unaware of your gender, I have always regarded you as my brother. And never did I expect that you have developed feelings for another of my brothers. Torret rolled his eyes again. Worry not. I shall do my utmost to unite you with Aegis. Your affairs are my affairs. The love story of a cow and a dragon. Just the thought excites me. Suddenly, Torret turned and delivered a kick to Lin Fan's stomach, sending him flying. Lin Fan shook his head, momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. He reminisced about their first meeting when he had requested Torret to help him catch sheep. Back then, his days were filled with sword practice, embracing Leah, playfully evading Melina's pursuits, and enjoying delicious meals from Kale, an idyllic existence. Now, with a multitude of matters pressing upon him, he felt lost, merely holding on. Lin Fan understood the message behind Torret's drawing. It was simply that during this period, he had been riding Aegis frequently and had seldom summoned Torret, which likely made Torret feel neglected and saddened. Observing Torret in the distance, Lin Fan's playful spirit ignited. What? You say there are many matters awaiting my attention? Then let them wait. Lin Fan clutched his chest, his expression contorting painfully. Ah, why, old Torret, does your foot seem to be tainted by the curse of this place? Initially, Torret regarded Lin Fan's exaggerated performance with disdain until the mention of the curse made him panic. Having endured through the ages, he understood the potency of such a curse. Old brother, we have not spent our lives together. Let us be brothers in the next life. With that, Lin Fan convulsed in apparent agony, closing his eyes, his hand on his chest falling limply to the ground. Torret hurried to Lin Fan's side, lowering his head to sense the absence of breath. In a frantic state, Torret nudged Lin Fan repeatedly with his head. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed from Torret's eyes as he continued to nudge Lin Fan. Lin Fan's closed eyes cracked open slightly, gazing at the weeping Torret, and suddenly he sat up. Not to worry. His abrupt movement startled the sobbing Torret, causing him to leap back, creating a significant distance between them. Huh, old Torret. It seems I hold considerable importance in your heart. Realizing he had been tricked, Torret's small mouth curled into a slight smile. He let out a couple of symbolic calls before sprinting towards Lin Fan. Thinking of the recently sorrowful Torrit, Lin Fan quelled his mischievous intentions, opening his arms to embrace Torrit. However, soon he realized that Torrit was charging towards him at full speed without slowing down. Old brother, slow down. With a swift turn, Torrit executed a powerful kick, sending Lin Fan flying while maintaining his own balance. Lin Fan felt as though, had he possessed a health bar, this kick would have diminished it by half. Old Torrit, I certainly comprehend your sentiments. We are undoubtedly the closest of companions. From now on, I shall ride only you. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Fan sensed something amiss and quickly added, on the ground, I shall ride only you. The two of them, a man and a cow, embraced and frolicked joyfully together. Lin Fan shed his regal demeanor, stowing away his armor and donning casual attire, reveling in playful antics with Torrit in the muddy terrain. Later, Lin Fan stood by the coffin of nakedness, signaling for Torrit to enter the ring. However, Torrit shook his head. Lin Fan smiled helplessly, opened the coffin, and placed Torrit inside. Due to the confined space, he would have to wait for the next opportunity. At that moment, Aegis anxiously watched the still coffin of nakedness. After such a long time, one wonders if His Majesty has encountered any misfortune. Lance appeared quite relaxed, with her understanding of Lin Fan's prowess. She believed that even the most formidable adversaries would be no match for him. It seemed likely that he had merely stumbled upon something intriguing and chose to linger a while longer. Esteemed lords, I shall take my leave now. I kindly request that you deliver this crystal orb to His Majesty, said Rico, bowing slightly as she produced a glistening crystal ball and handed it to Aegis. After Rico departed, Aegis turned to Lance with curiosity and asked, Sister Priestess, did you truly enter the realm of dreams? What was it like? Was it fascinating? Gazing at Aegis, whose childlike curiosity was evident, and recalling the unique talent he possessed, Lance couldn't help but feel speechless. Noticing her silence, Aegis dropped his pretense. High Priestess, you have already witnessed the might of our Emperor. Do you still refuse to submit? Aegis's sudden shift in demeanor caught Lance off guard. As a priestess of the Dragon Clan, she was undoubtedly familiar with the name of the Grand Matriarch. While she maintained her composure outwardly, her insides were tumultuous. She could not fathom the connection between the Grand Matriarch and Lin Fan. The Matriarch has returned to the City of Skies and has entrusted me with the task of ensuring His Majesty's safety. As a member of the ancient Dragon Clan, I trust you understand what is expected of you, she continued, now fully aware of the implications. This revelation clarified why the gifted Aegis would willingly follow Lin Fan's lead and why Lin Fan seemed unfazed by her threats. Even the Grand Matriarch had covertly aligned herself with Lin Fan. What could she possibly do? Our clan, the Sanks, naturally wishes to follow the Grand Matriarch, Lance stated, bowing respectfully to Aegis. She understood the gravity of offending a dragon closely linked to the Grand Matriarch. To support His Majesty, the High Priestess must dedicate herself wholeheartedly. Lance acknowledged. Upon observing Lance Sanks's demeanor, Aegis nodded in satisfaction, yet his own heart was restless. When had he become bold enough to admonish a figure like the High Priestess? Reflecting on his recent words and recalling the story Lin Fan had shared about the 9,000-year-old Wei Zhongxian, Aegis felt something was amiss. He resolved to inquire further into this tale. Before long, a stone coffin began to rise from the waterfall, and at that moment, Aegis exclaimed, Your Majesty, you have finally emerged. As the lid of the coffin was lifted, both Aegis and Lance were taken aback to find Torrit, covered in mud and bearing an innocent expression. After a brief moment of confusion, Aegis quickly extricated Torrit from the coffin. Chapter 84. He, echoed by Torrit. Having concluded their journey through the depths, Lin Fan was filled with curiosity regarding the slumbering Mycela, the Toriena crystal ball, capable of delving into others' dreams and secrets. Rico's deliberate approach to him for some ulterior motive, and Gedwin's words about Mycela's prophetic dreams led Lin Fan to suspect that his presence in this world was not merely coincidental, but rather orchestrated by some unseen force. The fire-wielding woman, Leah, who shared his status as an outsider, was undoubtedly summoned by some power as well. Lin Fan had previously inquired about her purpose here, but the answers had always been vague. He sensed that Leah was concealing something significant, perhaps the very reason for his reincarnation. At that moment, both Lin Fan and Torrit, muddy and disheveled, returned to Nokron. Just as Lin Fan prepared to wash off the dirt, Melina and the others appeared. Seeing this, Aegis and Lance hastily retreated from the scene. In the next instant, Lin Fan and Torrit, heads bowed like students caught in mischief, braced themselves for Melina's reprimand. As Emperor, how could you disregard your status and roll around in the mud? What kind of behavior is this? No one saw. Lin Fan attempted to explain. while Torit chimed in with a few sounds of agreement. However, upon catching a glimpse of Melina's fierce gaze directed at him, Torit froze, feeling the weight of her disappointment. Melina, exuding frustration, could hardly believe that the once proud Torit had fallen to such a state. She continued to educate the two, and in unison. Lin Fan and Torit nodded in agreement. Yes, dear wife, you are absolutely right. Observing their half-hearted apologies, Melina sighed in resignation and led them to a nearby spring. You're not angry anymore, are you? He. I wasn't truly angry. All right, quickly wash off that mud. You both look ridiculous. Melina gently nudged Lin Fan, who cheerfully took Torit's hand and headed toward the spring. Watching Lin Fan and Torit play in the water, a trace of sorrow flickered in Melina's eyes. Lin Fan, sister, is that you? Roderick spotted Melina lost in thought and hurried over. What's wrong, sister? Have you been crying? No. I merely saw Lin Fan and Torit enjoying themselves and felt happy for them. Then I couldn't help but. Lord Lin Fan. Roderick's brow furrowed slightly as she followed Melina's gaze and soon caught sight of Lin Fan in the water. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she beheld his well-defined muscular physique. Roderick hastily shielded her eyes with her hands, yet in the next moment, she peered through her fingers to continue observing the naked Lin Fan in the water. Melina, who had just managed to suppress her sorrow, quickly realized the situation and rushed to take Roderick away. Roderick nodded in agreement and prepared to follow Melina. Although her pace was remarkably sluggish, Melina rolled her eyes in resignation, fully aware of Roderick's timid demeanor. Lina, I heard from Xiao AI that Lord Lin Fan has returned? Not far off, Lia and others approached. Indeed, His Majesty possesses quite an admirable physique, Reina remarked with a smile, her enthusiasm barely contained. Had there not been others around, one might have thought the Empress would have drooled. Stronger than the knights under my father's command, Elena stated with a serious expression as she made her comparisons. Lord Lin Fan appears to be in high spirits, Lia added with a subtle smile. A faint blush appeared on Ledna's unique platinum skin. At that moment, Lin Fan, having cleaned Toret of the dirt, was preparing to exit the pool when he suddenly felt a burning gaze upon him. Wow! Reina eagerly anticipated Lin Fan's emergence from the water, only to be pulled away by Melina and Lia. Reina, let us go. If we linger any longer, His Majesty will notice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Fan's forces, having cleared the path through Lake Lienia, saw Ratarn and Davis successfully unite before advancing towards the Yatin Plateau. After Davis promptly relayed the information to Lin Fan, discussions regarding their next steps commenced. Davis suggested they establish a camp and await Lin Fan's arrival before launching an assault on the royal city of Rodel. In contrast, Ratarn argued that the general should proactively alleviate the monarch's burdens and seize the opportunity while morale was high to capture Rodel without requiring the monarch's presence. As he gazed toward Rodel, Ratarn recalled the devastating defeat he had suffered there. Gripping his twin blades tightly, he yearned to redeem himself. The memory of the monstrous figure wielding a scepter in the royal city ignited an uncontrollable fervor within him for battle. After submitting to Lin Fan, Ratarn had transformed the rune obtained from their confrontation into his own power. This time, he was determined to trample that monster beneath his feet. Unable to sway Ratarn's fervent spirit, Davis had no choice but to accompany him as their forces set forth toward Rodel. The army halted on a plain, only to be confronted by several golden Treant sentinels blocking their path. Humph! Do these mere shrimp and crabs dare obstruct us? Ratarn scoffed, preparing to strike when a hearty laugh echoed from behind the Treant guards. As Ratarn observed the figure emerging from among the Treants, a wave of tension washed over him, mirrored by the grave expressions of Davis, Jarian, and Alexander. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, that's the war king Gyufuli, adorned in the lion's crest and golden scales. Gasps of astonishment spread through the ranks as the army became restless at the sight of the legendary figure they had only heard of in tales. What's the commotion? It's merely the war king. Sensing the shift in morale, Ratarn hesitated no longer. With a thunderous shout, he raised his twin blades and charged at Gyufuli. Gyufuli turned his head, swinging his mighty axe to meet Ratarn's advance. Clang! The axe and blades collided fiercely, Ratarn's arms straining as he poured all his strength into his weapons. Impressive strength, lad, Gyufuli acknowledged, feeling the force transmitted through his axe. He then unleashed a powerful strike, sending Ratarn staggering backward. Ratarn found himself pushed back several meters, kneeling as he felt a tingle in his arms and gazed up at the figure wielding the colossal axe. He could sense that Gyufuli now was not the same man he faced in Red Lion City. The physical prowess of the War King dwarfed his own. Chapter 85. A glimpse above the starry sky roars like thunder could claim the lives of foes, and the clash of palms could shake the earth. The legendary Gyufuli, known for his unrivaled victories, unleashed his full might. The ground beneath them sank as he faced 4 adversaries, growing ever more ferocious in battle. The struggle raged from day into night, and as time passed, only Ratarn remained standing. Alexander's iron fist bore cracks, while Jarian and Davis knelt, gasping for breath, devoid of the strength to rise. Not bad. You've got some skill, Gyufuli remarked, propping his axe aside as he observed the tense expression on Ratarn's face before settling down. At that moment, Ratarn's prized blade was riddled with tiny fractures, and his armor bore a deep gash. He had pushed his gravitational magic to its limits, even sacrificing his beloved steed for a foot battle against Gyufuli. Yet, he found himself steadily retreating before the War King's might, deeply feeling his own insignificance. Truly, he is the War King. Ha ha ha, so you finally ceased your bravado? Recalling his pre-battle bravado, Ratarn felt a wave of shame wash over him. After a moment of silence, Ratarn spoke. Why do you hold back? Gyufuli remained silent, gently caressing his weapon. You could easily slay us, yet you persist in this struggle. Why refrain from ending us? Ratarn's face displayed surprise as he pondered Gyufuli's reasons for sparing them, yet after several seconds, he found himself at a loss. He is a pure warrior, and such cerebral endeavors are indeed a formidable challenge for him. You and your army may retreat, and do convey to that young Lin Fan that while his strength is commendable, he is still far from conquering Roddle. With that, Gyufuli rose, mounted his steed, and vanished into the night alongside the mighty tree guardians. Laton, in resignation, stood up and gazed in the direction of Gyufuli's departure, letting out a deep sigh. Previously, he had merely been outmatched by Meng-Gute. Now, having returned in high spirits, he found himself once again at the mercy of Meng-Gute. As if a grown man were toying with a mere child, utterly defenseless. Was it destined that he could never breach Roddle? The army established a stronghold at the entrance of Yatan Plateau, resting in place. Upon receiving Lin Fan's order to withdraw, they set off, returning to Shidongwai. The young emperor, brimming with ambition, dispatched his forces in an attempt to assault the royal city of Roddle, only to be repelled single-handedly by the initial king, Gyufuli. This news swiftly swept across the entire continent. The awakening of King Gyufuli instilled trepidation in numerous clandestine factions and rekindled hope among former supporters of the Golden Dynasty. The Furnace Knights, scattered across the borderlands, began to gradually converge towards Roddle. In the underground realm of the Blood Dynasty, Meng-Gu paced restlessly within the Grand Hall, suddenly recalling the warning left by his father in Red Lion City. It dawned on him that his father had restrained him from taking action so that he might act himself, truly a testament to his father's wisdom. After a moment's contemplation, Meng-Gu realized he had yet to pay his respects to his father upon his return, and thus resolved to head towards Roddle. However, after taking a few steps, he discarded this notion. His elder brother, the Blessed King, had tasked him with guarding the wicked 3 fingers. Going to Roddle now would inevitably result in a beating. No, that cannot be. His father had already sensed his power in Red Lion City. He would surely discuss him with his brother, and wouldn't he that lead to another thrashing? Pondering this, Meng-Gu turned to glance at Michaela on the high platform. Perhaps it would be best to remain with my Michaela, as Marlenia wouldn't be able to find this place, nor would father and brother. Unbeknownst to the troubled Meng-Gu, upon returning to Roddle, Gyufuli had long since cast aside his actions in Red Lion City. His days were now spent honing martial skills with his second son and seeking the reasons behind the Golden Tree's rejections. In Shidongwai City, Lin Fan reclined in a rocking chair, constantly reflecting on the words within Davis's letter. The emergence of Gyufuli had been anticipated, yet he had underestimated Gyufuli's prowess. From Davis's descriptions, Lin Fan understood that while he could surpass Meng-Gute, he was entirely inadequate before Gyufuli. This realization left Lin Fan in a quandary. According to the original script, he had already entered the royal city, and with the aid of his mysterious Great Rune, he might have unraveled the Golden Tree's vines. However, Gyufuli's appearance had utterly shattered his narrative. Gyufuli had not slain a single soldier. He simply compelled Lin Fan to retreat. A motive Lin Fan found himself too weary to ponder. Doubt began to creep into Lin Fan's heart. He had already become a lord over 3 territories. Even if he did not seize Roddle, he could still lead a carefree life in this realm. With Melina, Leah, Rodrika, Irina, and countless citizens and soldiers by his side, why should he risk his life for an ethereal throne? The moment this thought took root in Lin Fan's mind, he found it impossible to shake off. In his previous life, he had been an unremarkable university student. Now, living a life reminiscent of an ancient emperor, it seemed that relentless striving was no longer necessary. A devil within Lin Fan seemed to tempt him to relinquish his fighting spirit, choose complacency, and revel in the present. Ultimately, Lin Fan sought out Leah and confided his thoughts. To his surprise, Leah reprimanded him fiercely, expressing her profound disappointment. "Lord Lin Fan, you have changed. You are no longer the Lin Fan we once knew." The former Lin Fan would rise to arms regardless of the setbacks, would stand up again, even battered and bruised, and continue to fight. As she spoke, Leah's tears flowed, and she fled to her chamber. Lin Fan stood in silence before the closed door, burdened by the expectations of so many. No matter the circumstances, surrendering like this felt utterly absurd. Meanwhile, beneath the endless expanse of stars, a colossal figure observed the scene within its grasp, furrowing its brow. As the man within the vision rekindled his fighting spirit, the figure relaxed its expression, nodding in satisfaction. Stowing away the image, the figure summoned its power, causing several stars nearby to ignite with brilliance. Then, another massive image materialized, showcasing countless towering edifices. Had Lin Fan been present, he would have been astounded, for this world depicted was none other than the one he inhabited before his rebirth. The enormous figure extended its hand, yearning to reach into that realm, only to be thwarted by an overwhelming force. Indeed, the key point lay with that insignificant ant. Chapter 86. The story concludes reinvigorated. Lin Fan ventured alone to the Tower of the Four Sisters, aiding Lonnie in vanquishing the second finger and securing the Dark Moon Great Sword alongside Lonnie's support. Unexpectedly, he discovered that Davis, who had accompanied him, was also a pawn of the second finger. Relying on the last vestiges of his strength, Davis ended his own life in a half-man, half-bear state. This was a necessary trial on the path to kingship. Lin Fan, suppressing his sorrow, buried Davis and directed his ambitions towards the volcanic mansion. Faced with the greed-laden Lacquard, Lin Fan hesitated not, delivering a decisive blow that ensured its utter annihilation. Having absorbed the essence of the Great Rune of Lacquard, Lin Fan found his strength significantly augmented while wielding the Dark Moon Greatsword. Thus, Lin Fan ventured further on his quest for power. Through the Four Bell Towers, he led his army to the summit of the Snowy Mountains, where he vanquished the flame evil god and seized control of its malevolent fire. After thoroughly subjugating the Snowy Mountains, the army proceeded towards the Sky City, where Lin Fan encountered an unprecedented adversary. The black mist from the cosmos had seized the body of the Dragon King Platon Sanks, and after draining the power of Lin Fan's ancestor, the Dragon Matriarch Glor, it tore open a rift in time and space, controlling a significant portion of the Dragon Kin in the Sky City. Upon Lin Fan's arrival, the storm had already weakened, and the number of dragons untainted by the black mist was less than 100. Upon seeing Lin Fan, the Platon Sanks controlled by the black mist erupted in fury, unleashing endless black dragon lightning across the sky. A fierce battle ensued, with Aegis, tears brimming in his eyes, wielding his sharp claws as his kin fell one by one beneath his onslaught. Gazing upon the formidable black mist battling Lin Fan, Aegis charged forth, only to be ensnared by a tempest of black clouds conjured by the mist. Trapped within the storm, Aegis was incessantly eroded by the black mist. Filled with self-loathing for his powerlessness, in a fit of rage, he transcended his limits, emerging as a true ancient dragon. He tore through the dark storm, assisting Lin Fan in turning the tide, ultimately defeating the black mist-controlled Platon Sanks. However, the Dragon King had succumbed to the black mist for far too long, rendering any victory by Lin Fan and his companions futile. As he beheld Aegis standing resolutely behind Lin Fan, the Dragon King closed his eyes, concentrating all his power into a singular point, from which a golden sword materialized at his chest. As Lin Fan grasped the sword, the Dragon King's form gradually disintegrated into ash, dispersing into the sky. With the Dragon King's rock sword and his power in hand, Lin Fan effortlessly acquired the fated death guarded by Malikas. As everything seemed to culminate, Lin Fan believed that this continent was on the brink of rebirth. In this moment of newfound strength, Lin Fan approached the golden tree without trepidation. Beneath the tree, Godrick appeared as though he had anticipated this encounter. After tearing apart his armor and revealing his primal essence in battle against Lin Fan, he smiled serenely despite his wounds. Having arranged for his final affairs, Godrick entrusted his colossal axe to Mungard and slowly closed his eyes. The first king, defending his dynasty until the last moment, did not believe his offspring bore the same responsibilities. Rather, they should wield their power in a nascent world, much like the new dynasty. From the moment he arrived beneath the golden tree, Godrick had comprehended that his beloved Malika was no more, and their plans had ultimately failed. Perhaps they would reunite in another realm. As Lin Fan prepared to untangle the vines of the golden tree, soldiers from Relicaria delivered a personal letter from Topus. Topus had devised a magic capable of reflecting all attacks, which aligned remarkably with Lin Fan's Great Rune, seemingly crafted with intent. Just as Lin Fan rejoiced over this new trump card, the Academy informed him that Topus and Selen had perished in the magical research chamber due to a mysterious curse. Upon arriving at the Academy, Lin Fan beheld the strange curse entwined around the two, its power eerily mirroring his own Great Rune. Driven by an insatiable desire for knowledge, Lin Fan ignited the tree with the fire of the evil god, penetrating its core. With the Dark Moon Greatsword in his left hand and the Dragon King's Rock Sword in his right, Lin Fan swiftly dispatched Radagon, who had been controlled by the Elden Beast. Confronted with the Elden Beast, which siphoned the continent's power, Lin Fan unleashed the reflection magic taught to him by Topus. A colossal magical black hole manifested before him, absorbing all of the Elden Beast's power. In the next moment, a force mightier than the magic beams released by the Elden Beast erupted from the black hole, striking the creature with immense force. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the interior of the tree, and as the Elden Beast collapsed, all the stars within its body converged, giving rise to a golden divine sword that slowly emerged from its form. The fire of the evil god incinerated the excess branches of the golden tree, leaving only a charred trunk. With the defeat of the Elden Beast, Lin Fan's Great Rune claimed dominion over the golden tree, prompting new green shoots to sprout from its branches. News of fallen leaves arrived. The fated one has become the Elden King, much like before his rebirth. Lin Fan ascended the throne once more, seeking stability for the new empire and the completion of the Great Rune. Mungert, leading the army, located the Blood Dynasty beneath Lin Fan's command and extracted Mong from within. The disobedient Mong was subdued and beaten by his brother for several days and nights before he gradually awakened from the allure of Mycela, realizing the foolishness of his actions over the years. Under the sacred tree, Millicent bid farewell to Lin Fan. After purging the scarlet curse from Malnia, Lin Fan encountered the alleged goddess of decay in another realm. With the Dragon King's Rock Sword, he eradicated this foreign deity, causing the scarlet decay to recede from the borders. Lin Fan, accompanied by Malnia and Latina, ventured to the Blood Dynasty, and with Rico's assistance, the trio entered Mycela's dream. The inherently disabled yet exceptionally wise Mycela sat upon a throne, beneath which lay a city of white, where people of all races and classes beamed with joy. Upon seeing Malnia and Lin Fan, Mycela understood that his dream was nearing its end. In his quest to save this world, he had exhausted every possible means, even resorting to the realm of dreams. In dreams, Mycela possessed a flawless realm, yet as he reveled in this delight, he discovered himself trapped within the confines of the dream world. At that moment, Mycela bid farewell to Marlenia, relinquishing his hope for life. The moment he encountered Lin Fan, he realized that this world no longer required his salvation. Latina too comprehended that the kingdom sought by their platinum lineage for generations existed solely within the realm of dreams. She found herself on the verge of despair, realizing that what their kin had yearned for was but an illusion. To comfort the Platinum clan, Lin Fan erected a resplendent white citadel upon the Yatan Plateau, a sanctuary for all children of Platinum. After gathering all the formidable Great Runes, Lin Fan procured the Golden Mask and the Dung Eater, acquiring all the Great Runes. United as one, the Great Runes shed their flawed aspects while preserving their shared virtues, giving birth to a perfect Great Rune embodying the will of this world. New laws emerged, and the fragmented realm of the borderland began its gradual restoration. People, regardless of race, flourished in harmony. The underground city and the sky city were transformed into tourist havens, while under the leadership of Aegis, the Dragon Kin embarked on a new path. Trade stations across major cities bore the presence of dragons, who collected rune rewards through the movement of people and goods. The entire borderland thrived, progressing towards a brighter future. Meanwhile, Lin Fan received the summons of the Supreme Will, ascending to the starry expanse where he encountered this transcendent entity. The Supreme Will, leveraging the threat of Lin Fan's original world, endeavored to persuade him to yield. Upon Lin Fan's rejection, the Supreme Will retracted the Great Rune from within him. From the outset of Lin Fan's journey, through his gradual absorption of the Great Runes, every event had been orchestrated by the Supreme Will, a reality Lin Fan had anticipated. He understood that for reasons unbeknownst to him, the Supreme Will could not enter his world directly and sought to achieve its aims by manipulating him instead. Lin Fan's words pierced the heart of the Supreme Will, which, witnessing the audacity of a mere ant before him, erupted in fury. In a fit of rage, The Supreme will contemplated selecting another individual for traversal. Pondering whether it could not control Lin Fan, it could at least dominate another. Countless stars converged under the Supreme Will's command, unleashing a formidable wave of light directed at Lin Fan, as if to obliterate him in sheer fury. Yet, Lin Fan merely raised a hand, employing the rebound magic taught to him by his mentor, Topus. As two celestial bodies collided, the wrathful voice of the Supreme Will echoed, leading to the annihilation of all within that space. The tunnel of traversing space was severed. Lin Fan safeguarded the borderland and his original world, gently closing his eyes. Following this, Leah and Melina each bore Lin Fan's offspring. The Empire welcomed a new heir, and in honor of Lin Fan as sacrifices, several festivals were instituted to commemorate him. Statues of Lin Fan adorned the entire borderland, bestowed with various titles including the embodiment of the Holy King, the Dragon King, the creator of a new world, and the perfect manifestation of goodness, justice, and courage. The influence of Holy King Lin Fan was magnified through the deliberate propagation by successive rulers of the empire. Should the empire falter, one might rise against it. But none dared to ignite the flames of war in the halls dedicated to the Holy King, nor desecrate his statues. This became an unspoken rule that none would dare transgress. Thus concludes this tale. Now, everyone should retire for the night. Within an orphanage, a nun clad in black recounted bedtime stories to a gathering of children. Sister Faya, what happened next? Where did the Holy King go? I don't know. Perhaps he ventured to another world. Sister Faya, do you know the Holy King? How could I? Now, settle down and sleep. Sister Faya, will you tell the story of the Holy King again tomorrow? It's all been told. The end.